Chapter 348, Unknown Transformation. So Wuji struggled for a moment, finally prying himself off the city wall. Falling from the city wall, So Wuji half knelt on the ground with a thud, then spat out large mouthfuls of blood. After a brief self-assessment, So Wuji realized his current situation was quite dire. Both of his arms were fractured, most of his ribs were broken, and he had suffered extremely severe internal injuries. This was after So Wuji had managed to cultivate the Wang Undying body tempering art to the 4th layer a few years prior, giving him the physical strength of a normal nascent soul body cultivator, and relying on the Wuji sword to block most of the damage. Otherwise, So Wuji would likely have been finished off by Gu Bei's single punch. Looking at the slightly dimmed Wuji sword in his hand, So Wuji felt a shiver of fear. The Wuji sword in his hand was a genuine Dao artifact, yet it had sustained some damage from just one punch from Gu Bei, requiring a period of nurturing to recover. It was clear that Gu Bei's current physical strength was already comparable to a Dao artifact. Gu Bei was now a human beast. "You brat, you've gotten stronger." Spitting out another mouthful of blood, So Wuji was somewhat enraged. He directly activated the teleportation formation on his body, instantly teleporting from the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty back to Qingzhou. As soon as he returned to Qingzhou, So Wuji saw Gu Bei beating Ye Fan. "Stop, stop, stop, don't hit me, don't hit me." Ye Fan, bruised and swollen, shouted loudly at Gu Bei. But Gu Bei paid no mind, he instantly moved in front of Ye Fan and landed several punches on him. Ye Fan was actually quite helpless. In terms of overall strength, he was indeed stronger than Gu Bei. However, with the current changes in the world and the spiritual qi being poisoned, he couldn't absorb the spiritual qi from the air, only able to restore his magical power through medicinal pills. This greatly affected Ye Fan's recovery ability, making him hesitant to fight with full power. "Ye Fan, I'm going to get serious. Help me temporarily trap Gu Bei for a while." So Wuji took a deep breath and shouted loudly at Ye Fan. Ye Fan nodded, quickly forming hand seals. Blood-red vines instantly emerged from the ground, firmly entangling Gu Bei. These vines were originally normal wood element spells, but empowered by Ye Fan's blood sacrifice method, they had absorbed a large amount of vital essence and become exceptionally tough. Ye Fan had once used this move to directly trap a late-stage 4th-tier Azure Dragon. No matter how the Azure Dragon struggled, it couldn't break free from the vine's bondage. However, such tough vines found it difficult to trap Gu Bei. With a series of cracking sounds, the vines that tightly bound Gu Bei began to shatter one by one. Fortunately, at this moment, So Wuji's attack followed closely, and an invisible sword qi struck Gu Bei's forehead. Gu Bei's body stiffened, then his eyes rolled back, and he instantly lost consciousness. This was So Wuji's invisible sword qi, also known as the sword qi of the mind, which was So Wuji's ultimate move. Although Gu Bei's physique was invincible, his mental strength was only slightly stronger than that of a normal cultivator, making him completely unable to withstand So Wuji's invisible sword qi. Previously, So Wuji refrained from using his invisible sword qi because he was afraid of harming Gu Bei. His invisible sword qi could not only damage the spirit but even sever the soul. Injuries to the spirit and soul were the most difficult to recover from, especially soul injuries, which could not be recovered by oneself. Only physicians with extremely high medical skills, like Gu Bei, could treat soul injuries. But now So Wuji couldn't care less. If he didn't use his sword qi, Ye Fan, who was taking the damage up front, would be knocked unconscious by Gu Bei. Looking at Gu Bei lying on the ground, both So Wuji and Ye Fan breathed a sigh of relief. "This brat." Looking at Gu Bei lying on the ground, So Wuji, still angry, gave him a hard kick. Crack. But with a cracking sound, Gu Bei was unharmed, while So Wuji's foot broke in response. Hiss. So Wuji gasped, unable to understand how he, a peerless sword cultivator, had taught such a simpleton as Gu Bei. Gu Bei hadn't learned any of his lifelong sword Dao skills. If Gu Bei had learned even a little and possessed the sword cultivator's state of mind, he wouldn't have lost his reason. But no matter what, Gu Bei was still his disciple. So Wuji sighed and resignedly fed the antidote to Gu Bei. Prying open Gu Bei's eyelid and seeing his eyes gradually return to their normal color, both So Wuji and Ye Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Gu Bei was indeed reliable, having actually developed the most basic antidote in just a few days. At the same time, on the other side, inside the Hall of Returning Spring, Gu Bei stood blankly, his eyes devoid of expression. However, none of the surrounding physicians dared to disturb Gu Bei, because although he appeared to be spacing out, his brain was actually operating at high speed. Before long, wisps of heat began to rise from Gu Bei's head. Gu Bei had been continuously activating absolute rationality for several days and had been operating under overload during this time, utilizing his divine ability, enlightenment. Gu Bei was actually quite resistant to his talent, absolute rationality. After all, when he activated absolute rationality, he was essentially two different people from his normal state. If everything had to be solved by absolute rationality, then his normal self would not be able to grow. This would also lead Gu Bei to rely more and more on absolute rationality, eventually even keeping absolute rationality continuously active, but Gu Bei did not want to do this. The reason people live is because they have rich emotions. If one becomes absolutely rational, what is the meaning of living? Therefore, except for the initial period of cultivation and learning medical skills, Gu Bei would not easily use absolute rationality at other times. Unless he encountered a very urgent matter, and now was a very urgent matter. Even whether the cultivation world could overcome this calamity depended on his efforts. The sooner he developed the most perfect antidote, the sooner this chaos in the cultivation world could end, and the sooner the chaos ended, the fewer casualties there would be. But if this chaos lasted for a long time and caused too many casualties, the heavenly Dao would become extremely weak, and a weakened heavenly Dao might not be able to stop those unknown extraterrestrial demons. At that time, the entire cultivation world would likely be refined by those extraterrestrial demons. Just as Gu Bai was deep in thought, behind him, a young man with an incredibly profound aura suddenly appeared. This young man was dressed in white and looked slightly tired. Who are you? The physicians surrounding Gu Bai instantly noticed the anomaly. Gu Qingyu, Oriental Yuch, and others shielded Gu Bai behind them, asking cautiously. To be able to silently pass through the defenses of the Zhou Heavenly Stars formation, enter Qingzhou, bypass layers of defense, and suddenly appear behind them without any of them noticing. This young man in front of them was probably not a soul transformation realm arch cultivator. Chapter 349, Immortal Lord of All Laws. Don't be nervous, I mean no harm, I'm just here to see Physician Gu about something, the young man said with a smile to those around him, then deliberately slowed his tone. Oriental Yuch and the others exchanged glances, then put away their magical artifacts. The person indeed didn't seem to have malicious intent. After all, if he could appear silently around them, even if he did have malicious intent, they wouldn't be able to defend against it. The young man did not disturb Gu Bai, he simply stood quietly beside him. It wasn't until 3 hours later, when Gu Bai suddenly had a flash of inspiration, that he slowly opened his eyes. Physician Gu, you're awake, the young man asked with a smile upon seeing Gu Bai awaken. You are. Long life limitless method immortal venerable. Gu Bai was stunned as he looked at the young man before him, then asked with a slight hesitation. The young man in front of him bore an 80% resemblance to the Myriad Immortals Alliance's leader, Long Life Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, but he was much younger than Long Life Limitless Method Immortal Venerable. It is I. I appear this way simply to conserve Qi, Long Life Limitless Method Immortal Venerable said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Gu Bai gasped, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by several degrees. The current leader of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, the one who founded the Myriad Immortals Alliance, was the Long Life Limitless Method Immortal Venerable standing before him. He was the strongest soul transformation cultivator in the cultivation world. Tens of thousands of years ago, he was already unrivaled throughout the entire cultivation world. Long Life Limitless Method Immortal Venerable knew and was proficient in almost all spells in the cultivation world. Long Life Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, along with Immortal Venerable King Yun, the founder of Tianese Sword Province, and Li Emperor, the sect master of Xianhuang sect and creator of the Xianhuang Undying body tempering art, were known as the strongest cultivators in the cultivation world. It could be said that Long Life Limitless Method Immortal Venerable represented the essence of spells, he was the pinnacle of spell cultivators. Immortal Venerable King Yun represented the pinnacle of swordsmanship, his strongest sword strike once severed the fabric of the world. Li Emperor represented the pinnacle of body cultivators. Legend has it that he was the only one in the cultivation world who cultivated the Xianhuang Undying body tempering art to the 6th layer, transforming his body into an immortal body, immortal and undying. However, that was tens of thousands of years ago. Over tens of thousands of years, Immortal Venerable King Yun disappeared in his later years, and while Li Emperor's physical body was immortal, his soul had decayed, and he was now slumbering in an unknown place. Only Long Life Limitless Method Immortal Venerable had lived from tens of thousands of years ago until now, founding the largest organization in the cultivation world, the Myriad Immortals Alliance, and continuously maintaining peace in the cultivation world. Long Life Limitless Method Immortal Venerable had been active for tens of thousands of years, and that was only counting from when he became famous. One must know that while normal nascent soul realm cultivators have long lifespans, their average is only about 10,000 years. Even if one cultivates a cultivation technique that can increase lifespan and takes life extension pills, at most, it can only extend one's lifespan to about 10,000 years, it's impossible to live for tens of thousands of years. It can be said that Long Life Limitless Method Immortal Venerable's lifespan had already exceeded the limit for nascent soul realm cultivators. It was precisely for this reason that he was respectfully called Long Life Limitless Method Immortal Venerable in the cultivation world. There were indeed people in the cultivation world who wanted to uncover Long Life Limitless Method Immortal Lord's secret to longevity, hoping he would reveal it. But Long Life Limitless Method Immortal Venerable's explanation to the public was that his divine ability was unique. However, this explanation did not convince everyone. About 20,000 years ago, more than a dozen great nascent soul realm cultivators joined forces, attempting to force Long Life Limitless Method Immortal Lord to reveal his secret to such long life. But Long Life Limitless Method Immortal Venerable killed those dozen plus great nascent soul realm cultivators with just one move, and from then on, human race cultivators no longer dared to scheme against Long Life Limitless Method Immortal Venerable. Gu Bai hadn't expected that this cultivator, who stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, would actually come to Qingzhou. I came to you because I want to ask you to refine an antidote for the ominous Qi. In this cultivation world, I'm afraid only you can develop an antidote in a short time. This is truly important for the cultivation world. The Myriad Immortals Alliance's treasury is open to you. If you need anything, you can take it from the treasury, and even if the treasury doesn't have it, I will personally find it for you, Long Life Limitless Method Immortal Venerable said in a deep voice. Naturally. I have also been diligently researching an antidote these past few days, but the results have not been ideal, Gu Bai nodded, then directly handed the latest version of the antidote from his storage pouch to Long Life Limitless Method Immortal Venerable. This is the latest version of the antidote I've developed. I hope it's useful to you. As for help, I'd like to ask you, Immortal Lord, to summon the other 4th order physicians in the cultivation world who still retain their sanity. While their help to me is small, it is still some help, Gu Bai looked at Long Life Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, then said in a deep voice. Thank you, this is very important to me. Although I am proficient in all the spells of this world, in terms of medical Dao, I am powerless and still need to rely on Physician Gu, Long Life Limitless Method Immortal Venerable said. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen fourth-order physicians instantly appeared beside Gu Bai. Seeing this, Gu Bai's pupils suddenly contracted. Spatial secret arts, and extremely refined ones at that. Long Life Limitless Method Immortal Venerable must have instantly pulled these fourth-order physicians from different locations in the cultivation world. This level of skill was definitely not something a normal great nascent soul realm cultivator could achieve. Then, Physician Gu, I won't disturb you further. There are still many matters in the cultivation world waiting for me to handle. If there's anything you need from me, just use this jade pendant to contact me. Long Life Limitless Method Immortal Venerable handed a jade pendant to Gu Bai, then disappeared from his sight. At this moment, the other fourth-order physicians also reacted, bowing and greeting Gu Bai. Clearly, they had also received notification before coming. Looking at the surrounding fourth-order physicians, Gu Bai nodded and immediately began assigning tasks to everyone. The future had already changed. He did not go to the Myriad Immortals Alliance, instead, it was the other physicians who went to the Hall of Returning Spring. Gu Bai guessed that this should be related to his medical Dao level. Without knowing about the great disaster in the future, even if he worked hard, he wouldn't spend too much time on the medical Dao. Therefore, under normal circumstances, his medical Dao level, though strong, would not be as strong as his current self. Gu Bai speculated that, under normal circumstances, his medical Dao level should still be among the world's top, but it wouldn't be able to create too much distance from other fourth-order physicians. However, his current self, having known in advance about the impending great disaster in the cultivation world, had been diligently studying medical arts. He also actively taught his several disciples and developed the medical Dao in Xing. Currently, his medical Dao level had already opened a very clear gap with the fourth-order physicians in the cultivation world. Furthermore, the overall medical Dao level of Xing had also been elevated by him, and Xing had become a true medical Dao holy land. It was for this reason that Long Life Limitless Method Immortal Venerable personally sought out Gu Bai and chose Gu Bai's location as the primary research site for the cultivation tribulation, because Gu Bai indeed had the qualifications. Chapter 350, Yuan Shui Hyacinth, Purifying Spiritual Energy. Time slowly flowed, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Gu Bai, who had been tirelessly researching the antidote for a month, finally managed to lower the cost of the antidote to its minimum. With just one 4-rank spirit medicine and a few third-order spirit medicines, an antidote for nascent soul cultivators could be refined. The cost was less than 1/10 of the original antidote, and Gu Bai had also reduced the difficulty of refining the antidote to its lowest. From being refinable only by the most top-tier 4th-order physicians, now any 4th-order physicians could refine it, and even a few top-tier 3rd-order physicians could. Besides the 4-rank antidote for nascent soul cultivators, Gu Bai had also developed antidotes needed by cultivators from Qi refining to golden core stages. What Gu Bai needed to tackle now was the antidote for soul transformation realm cultivators, which Gu Bai estimated he could research in about 3 months. During this month, many major events had occurred in the cultivation world. Except for Qingzhou, the Myriad Immortals Alliance, and a few other quickly stabilized areas, almost all regions of the cultivation world had turned into scorched earth. Furthermore, the situation became increasingly chaotic. The surviving cultivators could only temporarily gather at the Myriad Immortals Alliance under the summons of Immortal Venerable Longevity Limitless Method. The remaining large areas were already filled with maddened cultivators, becoming forbidden zones of life. The remaining cultivators were not no match for those maddened cultivators. In fact, Immortal Venerable Longevity Limitless Method alone could suppress all the maddened cultivators. But fighting required the consumption of spiritual qi. The cultivators who were still sane now were only sane because they had absorbed a small amount of polluted spiritual qi and were able to maintain their sanity with their cultivation technique or state of mind. However, if too much polluted spiritual qi was absorbed, even a grandmaster of swordsmanship like Su Wuji, who was almost completely immune to any negative effects, would also lose his sanity. Although the antidote developed by Gu Bai could clear negative effects, it did not produce antibodies. If polluted spiritual qi was absorbed again later, sanity would be lost again. And the problem of spiritual qi depletion due to polluted spiritual qi could only be solved by consuming medicinal pills. But this involved a very realistic problem. The number of medicinal pills in the cultivation world was actually not many. Especially high-rank medicinal pills, their numbers were pitifully small. Refining 4-rank or even 5-rank medicinal pills required 4-rank or even 5-rank spirit medicines. However, high-rank spirit medicines often took hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years to mature. And low-rank medicinal pills did not have a very good recovery effect and could not replenish the consumption of soul transformation realm grand cultivators at all. Therefore, current soul transformation realm grand cultivators would avoid making a move if possible, because the consumed magical power simply could not be replenished. The spiritual qi has thinned. Gu Bai slowly opened his eyes, his face extremely grim at this moment. Because he noticed that the spiritual qi of Lingyun sect was slowly dissipating. It should be known that as the core of Qingzhou, the spiritual qi concentration of Lingyun sect represented the spiritual qi concentration of Qingzhou, and Qingzhou, to a certain extent, represented the spiritual qi concentration of the cultivation world. But now, the spiritual qi in Lingyun sect had begun to gradually thin, although it was only about 10% thinner than during normal times. This caused Gu Bai to pay high attention. Because this meant that the spiritual qi of the entire cultivation world was declining. However, this was also normal. the concentration of spiritual qi was greatly related to spirit plants and spiritual veins. The spiritual veins of the cultivation world were like the meridians of the world, and spirit plants could absorb and transform spiritual qi, making it more concentrated. But now, due to the pollution of spiritual qi, the spirit plants in the cultivation world had almost all died, and the spiritual qi naturally decayed. The decay of spiritual qi meant that the heavenly Dao was also decaying, which was not a good sign. Gu Bai sighed worriedly. After a moment of thought, Gu Bai decided to slow down his research on the antidote and instead begin researching how to purify spiritual qi. The immediate priority now was to restore the normal use of spiritual qi. Otherwise, even if an antidote was developed, the fundamental problem still could not be solved. Thinking of this, Gu Bai immediately took out the token that Immortal Venerable Longevity Limitless Method had given him. Physician Gu, is there anything you need help with? In just an instant, Immortal Venerable Longevity Limitless Method appeared before Gu Bai. At this time, Immortal Venerable Longevity Limitless Method looked even more haggard than before, and at the same time, his age had become younger. Evidently, in this period, even strong martial power was not effective, only physicians like Gu Bai could play a role. The antidote for soul transformation realm cultivators cannot make progress in a short time. I need you to research a formation to purify spiritual qi with me. Gu Bai did not hesitate at all and immediately stated his needs. Immortal Venerable Longevity Limitless Method was proficient in all Dao in the world, and naturally also proficient in the Dao of formations. It could even be said that Immortal Venerable Longevity Limitless Method's formations were the best in the contemporary cultivation world. I can, but you'd best not hold too much hope. I've researched purification formations before, but I found that this mysterious ominous qi has completely fused with spiritual qi. No matter how exquisite the purification formation, it cannot purify this polluted spiritual qi. It's always worth a try. Gu Bai said with a slight hint of helplessness. Then let's try. Immortal Venerable Longevity Limitless Method nodded after hearing this. Although Gu Bai was only a nascent soul cultivator, he would seriously listen to every idea Gu Bai had. After all, the antidote for this cultivation tribulation that swept across the entire cultivation world was developed by Gu Bai. Time flew by, and soon 2 months had passed. During these 2 months, the spiritual qi in the cultivation world became increasingly thin. Fortunately, Gu Bai's research finally yielded a result. After 2 months of research, Gu Bai discovered that the ominous qi had indeed perfectly fused with spiritual qi. Therefore, Gu Bai decided to change his approach. Since it couldn't be filtered, he would directly eliminate this ominous qi. After 2 months of research, Gu Bai finally developed the essence water gourd. As long as the spiritual qi was swallowed by the gourd, after a period of time, the ominous qi within the spiritual qi would completely dissipate, and then be expelled from the tail of the gourd. Notify all artifact refiners to fully dedicate themselves to forging essence water gourds. Immortal Venerable Longevity Limitless Method, without time to rest, immediately led a group of artifact refiners to work overtime. And Gu Bai himself was not idle, he also continued to delve into the antidote for soul transformation realm grand cultivators. Under the operation of the essence water gourd, the spiritual qi within Lingyun sect finally returned to normal. All cultivators in Lingyun sect greedily absorbed this precious spiritual qi. They had been too stifled during this period. Spiritual qi, for cultivators, was like air, an indispensable existence. But now that the air was poisoned, they could only hold their breath. When they really couldn't hold it anymore, they would take a breath of oxygen and then continue to hold it. Many cultivators burst into tears on the spot, simply because everything they had experienced during this time was too despairing. Originally, they were eating hot pot and singing songs, enjoying a good life, but then their companions suddenly went mad, their lifelong homes were suddenly destroyed, and they could only leave their homes and go to Qingzhou. The once prosperous cultivation world was completely reduced to ruins. Fortunately, they were finally pulling through. Gu Bai had successively developed both the antidote and the device for purifying spiritual qi. After some more time, once Gu Bai developed the antidote for soul transformation realm cultivators, this chaos would come to an end. Everything seemed to be developing in a positive direction. Just as Gu Bai breathed a sigh of relief, the sky suddenly began to tremble violently. The gap that had been torn open by the extraterrestrial demons suddenly widened, and a giant black hand once again stretched out from the opening. The giant black hand carried an overwhelming pressure, sweeping across the entire cultivation world. Thump. 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 All the physicians around Gu Bai immediately fell to their knees with a thump, and Gu Bai also felt an immense pressure. He instinctively wanted to kneel, but ultimately resisted. Countless golden chains reappeared, firmly entangling the giant hand. However, this time, the golden chain's light appeared particularly dim. If one observed closely, they would notice a hint of black mixed within the golden light. Furthermore, their number had significantly decreased, only half of what they were before. Crack. 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 With a series of cracking sounds, the golden chains began to break one by one. Clearly, the weakened heavenly Dao was no longer able to stop these extraterrestrial demons. Changchun Limitless Method Immortal Venerable's expression was grim. Having returned to his youthful state, he flew into the sky. He quickly formed hand seals. Behind Changchun Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth suddenly appeared. Under Changchun Limitless Method Immortal Venerable's control, the 5 elements slowly merged together. Immortal Dao killing move, 5 elements returning Yuan Qi. This was a move exclusively belonging to immortals, yet it was being unleashed by Changchun Limitless Method Immortal Venerable at this moment. A black pillar of light struck directly onto the giant black hand. Rumble. 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 This move had clearly reached the immortal level. The giant black hand was directly pierced by this strike, and even one of its fingers was directly severed and fell down. The giant black hand recoiled in pain, instinctively retreating. But that was all it could do. Although the 5 elements returning Yuan Qi could severely wound the giant black hand, it could only wound it, not completely repel it. That extraterrestrial demon was clearly an immortal of the Ascension realm, and his cultivation was not low. And Changchun Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, no matter how powerful he was still only a soul transformation realm cultivator. It was said that all below immortals were ents. The gap between an Ascension realm expert and a soul transformation realm cultivator was probably even greater than the gap between a cultivator and immortal. For Changchun Limitless Method Immortal Venerable to severely wound an immortal with a soul transformation body was already incredibly remarkable. The giant black hand continued to extend towards the cultivation world. Soon, half of the giant black hand's arm had entered the cultivation world. Its palm pressed onto the cultivation world, then it exerted force, and its palm slowly began to sink. Clearly, the giant black hand wanted to dig into the cultivation world and directly absorb the Tiangsu cultivation world's world origin. More golden chains wrapped around the giant hand, further slowing its speed, but they could not stop the giant black hand. Under normal circumstances, the giant black beast would not be able to enter the Heaven Ruins cultivation world at all. At most, it could only open a crack. But now, the Tiangsu world was at its weakest. Countless cultivators had died, and nearly half of them had lost their minds. The spiritual qi, which was most important to the cultivation world, was also polluted. This polluted spiritual qi not only affected cultivators but also the Tiangsu world itself. It could be said that this was the Heaven Ruins cultivation world's weakest moment in history. Originally, if they had just endured this period, once the spiritual qi was purified, the heavenly Tao's consciousness, if not fully recovered, would at least be able to stop the giant black hand, unlike its current helplessness. Countless soul transformation realm grand cultivators who were still conscious took action, unleashing their signature moves to attack the giant black hand. But the disparity between the two sides was too vast. Even if the soul transformation realm grand cultivators used all their might, they could only leave a shallow scar on the giant black hand. For the immensely large black hand, it was like losing a layer of skin, not much different from a mere scratch. Is this the end? Seeing this scene, even with Gu Bai's composure, he felt a wave of despair. He had done everything he could, and he had done it perfectly, but could he still not change the outcome? I am Immortal Venerable King Yun. Today, I borrow the treasured swords of all sword cultivators under heaven, solely to slay demons and protect this world. Just as everyone was in despair, a somewhat aged but immensely majestic voice spread throughout the entire cultivation world. Gu Bai looked up and saw an old man flying in midair. He held a green longsword, and the overwhelming sword intent emanating from him was so strong that Gu Bai could clearly sense it even from hundreds of millions of miles away. At the same time, all the long swords hanging in the sky above the sword cultivators trembled slightly. Buzz. 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 With a buzzing sound, the long swords uncontrollably detached from the sword cultivator's grasp and flew into the sky. Clearly, this old man was Immortal Venerable King Yun, who had disappeared tens of thousands of years ago. Only Immortal Venerable King Yun could control all the magical swords in the world in an instant. Tens of thousands of years ago, when Immortal Venerable King Yun's lifespan was nearing its end, he must have used some secret technique to enter a state of slumber. He would only be awakened when the cultivation world encountered danger. Under Immortal Venerable King Yun's control, countless densely packed longswords, like raindrops, fell upon the giant black hand. The quality of these longswords varied, but under normal circumstances, they would not be able to harm the giant black hand in the slightest. But now, each longsword was imbued with Immortal Venerable King Yun's overwhelming sword intent. With the sword intent's blessing, even a piece of mortal iron could harm an immortal. In just an instant, large chunks of flesh were carved off the giant black hand. One could even see the bones of the giant black hand through the flesh. This was an Immortal Dao killing move, 3000 sword chi, Immortal Venerable King Yun's renowned ultimate technique. With just one strike, it directly severed more than half of the extraterrestrial demon's arm. After unleashing this incredibly powerful sword technique, Immortal Venerable King Yun seemed to have exhausted his chi. Fortunately, at this moment, Changchun Limitless Method Immortal Venerable instantly appeared next to Immortal Venerable King Yun. He quickly fed Immortal Venerable King Yun a medicinal pill. After taking the medicinal pill, Immortal Venerable King Yun's complexion visibly became a bit rosier, but his aura became even weaker. However, even though the giant black hand was severely wounded, it still did not retract. Changchun Limitless Method Immortal Venerable gritted his teeth. Even though he was exhausted, he forcibly unleashed his trump card, the 5 elements returning Yuan Qi. The black pillar of light struck the wound on the extraterrestrial demon's arm. With a loud boom, the immensely huge black arm was directly blasted off by Changchun Limitless Method Immortal Venerable. At the same time, more golden chains suddenly appeared in the sky, directly sealing the gap in the sky. The owner of the giant black hand also seemed to know that this was his last chance and was desperately attacking the Tiangsu cultivation world's membrane. But he was ultimately unable to enter the cultivation world again, he could only let out roars of unwillingness. Rumble. 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 Just as the gap was about to completely heal, 3 immensely large black long nails entered the cultivation world from within the gap. 3 enormous nails were driven into the 3 most spiritually rich locations in the cultivation world. This directly cut off the flow of spiritual qi, making the already scarred cultivation world even more dilapidated. The 3 black nails suddenly began to emit black qi, and then, above the black nails, a black vortex suddenly condensed. Countless bizarre extraterrestrial demons, like locusts, spewed forth from this vortex. This was the extraterrestrial demon's backup plan. Since he could no longer enter the cultivation world himself, he would send his subordinates to attack it. These 3 black giant nails, named Bitter Cold Nail, were supreme Deo artifacts forged by that extraterrestrial demon using numerous precious spiritual materials. Once inserted into the ground, they would continuously release devilish qi, polluting the surrounding land and transforming it into an environment suitable for extraterrestrial demons to survive. As soon as the endless extraterrestrial demons appeared, they quickly occupied the surrounding areas and expanded rapidly. At this time, the cultivation world was in its weakest period. The spiritual qi purification device had just been developed, and the spiritual qi in most areas of the cultivation world was still polluted. Fighting the extraterrestrial demons in such polluted areas would greatly weaken one's combat power. Moreover, to date, only a small fraction of cultivators had taken the antidote, and the majority of cultivators were still in a state of confusion. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the pillar of the cultivation world, Immortal Venerable Limitless Method, had damaged his origin after using 5 elements returning yuan qi twice. His combat power was less than 1/10 of its peak, and it would take at least decades, or even a century, to recover. As for the other top-tier combat power, Immortal Venerable King Yun's condition was even worse. His body was completely exhausted, his life origin was nearly depleted, he had reached the end of his lifespan, and he could die at any moment. As for how Gu Bai knew, it was because Immortal Venerable Limitless Method and Immortal Venerable King Yun were currently right before his eyes. Gu Bai released green light from his hands, doing his utmost to recuperate Immortal Venerable King Yun's body. Under Gu Bai's treatment, Immortal Venerable King Yun's aura finally stabilized. How is his condition? Immortal Venerable Limitless Method looked at Gu Bai and asked with a slight urgency. Not good. I need to continuously use secret methods to recuperate his body and replenish his life origin. This process will consume many spiritual materials, and it is estimated that he will only regain consciousness after 100 years. Looking at the unconscious Immortal Venerable King Yun, Gu Bai said in a deep voice. An ordinary physician might be helpless in Immortal Venerable King Yun's situation, but he was different. His main research direction over the years had been how to extend the lifespan of cultivators, so Immortal Venerable King Yun's situation could be said to be a perfect match for his expertise. Isn't it just that his lifespan is nearing its end? In Gu Bai's view, this was not a problem at all. With his medical Deo level, he could at least extend Immortal Venerable King Yun's lifespan by another 1,000 years. Hearing Gu Bai's words, Immortal Venerable Limitless Method, on the contrary, breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'll leave Immortal Venerable King Yun in your care, Physician Gu. If you need any spiritual materials, just go to the Wangxing Alliance's treasury and take them. The cultivation world is in great chaos now, and I urgently need to take charge of the overall situation, so I won't stay any longer. As soon as Immortal Venerable Limitless Method finished speaking, he disappeared from Gu Bai's sight. Although he could not exert his full strength, his combat power was still unrivaled in the cultivation world. And now, Immortal Venerable Limitless Method urgently needed to go to the Wangxing Alliance to organize manpower to fight against the extraterrestrial demons. Gu Bai took a deep breath, and he continued to lead the Fourth Order physicians, beginning to research the antidote needed for Soul Transformation Realm Great Cultivators. This was his battlefield. As long as he succeeded in his research, the dozen or so irrational Soul Transformation Realm mighty figures in the Tiangsu world would be able to regain their sanity. Even the more than 25th Order demon venerables of the Ya race who had fallen into chaos could regain their sanity. And the current cultivation world desperately needed these high-end combat forces to resist the extraterrestrial demons. After leaving Qingzhou, Immortal Venerable Limitless Method immediately assembled all the conscious soul transformation, nascent soul, and even golden core cultivators and began to suppress the extraterrestrial demons. Soon, the human race cultivators were in a stalemate with the extraterrestrial demons. The extraterrestrial demons were numerous but lacked many high-end combat forces. Although the human race cultivators were few in number, most of those who went were elites, perfectly capable of suppressing the extraterrestrial demons and confining them to that small area. The Ya race also reacted. The surviving Ya race members gathered into beast tides, led by the 4 sacred beasts of the Ya race, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, 4 top-tier 5th Order great demons, fighting against the extraterrestrial demons. As for Immortal Venerable Limitless Method, he alone suppressed 1 bitter cold nail, even with only 1/10 of his strength remaining. Billions of extraterrestrial demons were no match for Immortal Venerable Limitless Method. Looking at the bitter cold nail deeply embedded in the ground, Immortal Venerable Limitless Method's brows furrowed tightly. He reached out, condensing a giant hand in the air to grasp the bitter cold nail, and then the giant hand suddenly lifted, attempting to uproot the bitter cold nail. Rumble rumble rumble. The ground near the bitter cold nail began to tremble violently, but no matter how hard Immortal Venerable Limitless Method tried, he could not pull out the bitter cold nail. After a long time, Immortal Venerable Limitless Method suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He looked somewhat helplessly at the bitter cold nail and the endless extraterrestrial demons emerging from its vicinity. Immortal Venerable Limitless Method felt as if this bitter cold nail was connected to several nearby states, and even with his ability to move mountains and fill seas, he could not pull it out. Clearly, that unknown extraterrestrial demon wanted to wage a war of attrition with the cultivation world, thereby weakening its combat power until the cultivation world could no longer resist his invasion. Although he guessed the extraterrestrial demon's intentions, he was powerless. If he were still at his peak, even if the bitter cold nail weighed billions of tons, or was connected to the surrounding states, he could forcefully pull it out. But now, forcefully performing 5 elements returning Yuan Qi twice had already damaged his origin, leaving him with only a tenth of his strength. Immortal Venerable Limitless Method sighed helplessly, his hands quickly forming seals. Under his control, the surrounding land slowly rose, trapping the bitter cold nail in the middle. He then took out 8 formation chess pieces, placing them in the 8 corners, forming a 5th order formation, the 8 trigrams locking enemy formation. After supplying the formation with enough spirit stones, Immortal Venerable Limitless Method immediately left to help set up formations in other bitter cold places. If cultivators relied on their own resistance, they would not be able to hold out for too long, because the number of cultivators in the cultivation world was limited, while the extraterrestrial demons were endless. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Returning Spring, Gu Bai was not idle either, he was doing his best to research the medicinal formula. It was estimated that in another half a year, Gu Bai would be able to develop an antidote to treat nascent soul great experts. As for Ye Fan and the other two, they hadn't been idle either during this time. The 3 of them had been continuously placing essence water gourds in various parts of the cultivation world to purify the spiritual chi of the cultivation world. At the same time, the 3 of them were also responsible for apprehending cultivators who had lost their minds, a job that suited them perfectly. The current strength of the 3 could be described as unrivaled below soul transformation, and a 1-for-1 trade above soul transformation. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators had no power to resist in front of them. And the nascent soul great experts of the cultivation world were almost all controlled by Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable. Time flew by, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this half a year, most areas of the cultivation world had been equipped with essence water gourds, and the polluted spiritual chi was rapidly being purified. At this point, the heavenly Dao consciousness of the Tiangsu world finally broke free from the influence and became less weak. Although it couldn't compare to its peak, at least it wouldn't allow the extraterrestrial demons to forcefully invade the cultivation world. And after half a year, Gu Bai, with the cooperation of many 4th order physicians, finally developed an antidote that could restore the sanity of nascent soul realm great experts. Although 1 dose of the antidote was incredibly expensive, Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable waved his hand and directly opened the Myriad Immortals Alliance treasury. The Myriad Immortals Alliance's tens of thousands of years of accumulation barely supported Gu Bai in refining about 30 doses of the antidote. At this point, all the nascent soul realm great experts and 5th order demon venerables in the cultivation world who had fallen into chaos all regained their sanity and immediately rushed to the front line to resist the extraterrestrial demons' attack. Because of the addition of high-end combat power, the extraterrestrial demons at the 3 bitter cold nails were beaten so badly they couldn't lift their heads, firmly confined to an extremely small area. The extraterrestrial demons who caused all this were also firmly isolated outside the Sky Ruins world by the Sky Ruins world, and everything seemed to be developing in a good direction. But after seeing the current situation of the cultivation world, Gu Bai not only didn't relax, he even sighed. Big brother, why are you still so downcast? Haven't we already gotten through it? Looking at Gu Bai's appearance, Gu Bai asked with a slight hint of confusion. Because the speed of spiritual chi dissipation is getting faster and faster. If it's not dealt with soon, the Sky Ruins world might enter an era of declining Dao. Gu Bai said in a low voice. After the great catastrophe, almost all areas of the cultivation world were reduced to wastelands, and most of the spiritual veins were destroyed. Even the 3 ancestral veins connecting the entire cultivation world were pierced by bitter cold nails that fell from the sky, preventing spiritual chi from flowing. At this moment, the Tiangsu world was like an extremely weak person, its land was equivalent to its skin, its spiritual veins to its blood vessels, and its spiritual chi to its blood. And now, 90% of this person's skin was festering, most of their blood vessels were destroyed, and even the most important heart had 3 nails stuck in it. Moreover, the spiritual chi had been poisoned before, and the polluted spiritual chi also caused extremely severe damage to the Sky Ruins world. Even though the spiritual chi has been purified now, the damage caused cannot be recovered. As a top-tier physician, and due to his divine ability, Gu Bai had an indescribable connection with the Tiangsu world. Gu Bai could now clearly perceive that the Tiangsu world was like a dying patient, slowly heading towards death. In normal times, even if all the land was destroyed, the Tiangsu world could slowly recover over time. But now, the most core ancestral veins have been pierced by 3 bitter cold nails, which has made the Sky Ruins world extremely weak, so weak that it cannot recover on its own over time. According to Gu Bai's calculations, after 100 years, the spiritual chi of the Tiangsu world will be halved, and after 1,000 years, the spiritual chi of the Tiangsu world will be less than 1/10 of its original amount. And the most terrifying thing is that now the low-realm cultivators and even mortals in the cultivation world are almost all dead, with only a small number of high-realm cultivators remaining, fighting against the extraterrestrial demons. Although the Tiangsu world currently holds an overwhelming advantage, beating the extraterrestrial demons so badly they can't lift their heads. However, extraterrestrial demons are constantly being transmitted into the cultivation world through that portal. And the number of cultivators in the cultivation world is currently limited, it can be said that 1 less dies. The most fatal thing is that the cultivation world cannot replenish its talent or resources, it is simply living off its past reserves and cannot sustain itself for long. After all, with almost all the land destroyed, naturally no spiritual items can be born. And with low-realm cultivators almost all dead, naturally no high-realm cultivators will be born. The cultivation world currently has relatively intact areas that can continuously produce resources and cultivators, such as Qingzhou, Tianese Sword Province, Myriad Immortals Alliance headquarters, and a very few other places. But these places can only produce a very small amount of spiritual items each year, which is simply not enough to sustain the consumption of the entire cultivation world. Gu Bai could already imagine how tragic the battle between the Tiangsu world and the extraterrestrial demons would be a few decades later, when resources were exhausted. The current Sky Ruins world, like a tottering old man, seemed to be just waiting for death. Moreover, as the Sky Ruins world becomes more and more dilapidated, in a few decades, the extraterrestrial demons are very likely to forcefully invade the cultivation world again. After hearing Gu Bai's words, Gu Bai fell silent, which was extremely rare. He exchanged glances with Ye Fan and Su Wuji, but couldn't think of any good solutions for a long time. When it came to fighting, he had never been afraid of anyone, but he really had no clue how to repair the cultivation world. Thinking of this, Gu Bai's mood was inevitably a little low. Big brother, are we just going to wait for death here? Gu Bai said with some reluctance. He had cultivated for many years and finally reached this point, but he encountered such a change, which made him truly unwilling. Hearing this, Gu Bai was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his lips. Ha 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 ha, we don't have to just wait for death. I've already discussed the method to repair the cultivation world with longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable, it's just that the process is a bit troublesome, which is why I was worried. For a top-tier physician like me, the current situation of the cultivation world is like being sick, and what I need to do is heal the Tiangsu world little by little. If the spiritual plants are mostly destroyed, then replant them. If the spiritual veins are destroyed, then reorganize them. If the land turns into scorched earth, then use secret methods to restore it and transform it into an environment suitable for mortals to live in. Didn't Qingzhou go through this before? Now it's just the entire cultivation world, and the environment is even worse, but the essence is actually the same. As for the problem of low and mid-realm cultivators being almost extinct, it's also easy to solve. As long as the environment is adjusted and becomes suitable for mortals to live in, the number of mortals will rapidly increase. When the number of mortals increases, the number of people with the qualifications to cultivate will naturally also increase. According to my plan, the cultivation world should be able to initially recover its vitality within 100 years. Gu Bai patted his chest and showed a reassuring smile to Ye Fan and the others. So you can rest assured, leave the logistics to me. You don't need to worry about anything except combat, because I'm here. Looking at Gu Bai's smile, Ye Fan and the other two, who had been somewhat anxious, instantly felt their hearts calm. Yes, this is Gu Bai. In his specialized domain, it seems nothing can stump him. It's as if as long as Gu Bai is present, the matter is settled. Alright, then we'll head to the front lines now to help fend off the extraterrestrial demons, Ye Fan nodded, then said in a deep voice. No rush. With your nascent soul realm strength, even if you go, you won't be of much help. It's better to wait until all three of you break through to the soul transformation realm before going to the front lines to help resist the extraterrestrial demons. This is essence of Immortal Dao. Its effect is similar to Heavenly Dao Qi. Taking it when breaking through to the soul transformation realm can improve your aptitude. I specifically asked Immortal Venerable Limitless method for this, it's just right for the three of you. Gu Bai smiled, handing 3 portions of Essence of Immortal Dao to Ye Fan and the others. Essence of Immortal Dao can only be produced by the Heavenly Dao of the Tiangsu world and is the most precious spiritual object in the cultivation world. The reason Essence of Immortal Dao is so precious is that it contains a trace of the world origin. Therefore, even the Sky Ruins world requires 1,000 years to produce 1 portion. After breaking through by consuming Essence of Immortal Dao, one's magical power, in terms of both purity and quantity, will far exceed that of a normal nascent soul great expert. And most importantly, only by consuming Essence of Immortal Dao to break through can one qualify for immortal ascension. Because Essence of Immortal Dao can compensate for one's own flaws, if one does not consume Essence of Immortal Dao before breaking through to the soul transformation realm, then no matter how extraordinary your talent, you will not be able to break through to the ascension realm. The Sky Ruins world has a history of nearly 1,000,000 years, giving birth to countless astonishing talents, but only 10 great experts successfully ascended to the immortal realm. Each of these 10 ascension realm great experts consumed Essence of Immortal Dao before breaking through to soul transformation. However, the fact that Essence of Immortal Dao can only be produced once every few thousand years has led to a shortage of Essence of Immortal Dao in the cultivation world. And these 3 portions of Essence of Immortal Dao are the only remaining Essence of Immortal Dao in the cultivation world. They were Immortal Venerable Limitless Method's treasured collection for tens of thousands of years. When Gu Bai asked Immortal Venerable Limitless Method for them, it pained him greatly. But considering Gu Bai's contributions to the cultivation world, and the fact that Ye Fan and the other 2 are indeed the 3 most talented cultivators in the cultivation world so far, Immortal Venerable Limitless Method had no choice but to reluctantly part with his precious Essence of Immortal Dao and give it to Gu Bai for free. Thank you. Ye Fan took the Essence of Immortal Dao and said very earnestly. Given our relationship, there's no need for thanks. I only hope that you can successfully break through to the soul transformation realm. Gu Bai's lips curved slightly. He looked at Ye Fan and the other 2, speaking in a gentle tone. Ye Fan and the other 2 nodded. Without further delay, they immediately turned and left to prepare for their breakthrough to the soul transformation realm. Gu Bai, on the other hand, turned to look at the map on the table, falling into contemplation. This map was a scaled-down model of the current cultivation world, and it would constantly adjust according to the current state of the cultivation world. This model also came from the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Originally, Immortal Venerable Limitless Method had refined it out of boredom, but it proved to be of great help to Gu Bai now. This constantly changing, scaled model could save customers a lot of time. After a moment of thought, Gubai had an idea. He immediately dispatched a large number of formation masters and spiritual plant masters to various locations in the cultivation world to set up formations and plant spiritual plants. These formation masters and spiritual plant masters all came from the Myriad Immortals Alliance, and the reason Gubai could mobilize these cultivators was because he possessed Immortal Venerable Limitless Methods Alliance Leader token. As early as a few years ago, to facilitate Gubai's research, Immortal Venerable Limitless Method had given his token to Gubai. This allowed Gubai to freely mobilize the Myriad Immortals Alliance's treasury and various types of cultivators. Only because Gubai was of noble character, easygoing, and had the entire responsibility of the cultivation world resting on his shoulders, did Immortal Venerable Limitless Method dare to entrust his token to Gubai. Under Gubai's mobilization, countless cultivators began to go to various locations in the cultivation world to improve the cultivation world's environment. Gubai himself was not idle. After formulating a general plan, Gubai rode a white dragon and began to travel throughout the entire cultivation world. Tuanzi, let's go. Although he had formulated a general plan, it was only a general one. The Tiangsu cultivation world is vast and boundless, with different environments in different regions. He needed to adapt to local conditions. Gubai needed to conduct on-site investigations to customize a more detailed plan for each region. The white dragon beneath Gubai was a stage 4 late-stage Yao Emperor. This white dragon had a gentle disposition, and its divine ability was to summon wind and rain, and promote the growth of all things, divine abilities that could regulate the environment. It was a helper specifically chosen by the Yao race to assist Gubai. Gubai originally wanted to name this white dragon Xiaobai, but the name Xiaobai was already taken, and even Little White was taken, which is why this white dragon was called Tuanzi by Gubai. It can only be said that Gubai was truly not good at naming things, coming up with a cool, handsome, and awe-inspiring name was indeed a bit difficult for Gubai. Gubai, riding Tuanzi, quickly arrived at his first destination for this trip, which was the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, not far from Qingzhou. The Great Qin Immortal Dynasty in the cultivation world could be considered a top-tier power, occupying hundreds of states, and even having the Qin Emperor, a soul transformation great expert, guarding it. But at this moment, nearly all areas of the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty had turned into barren land, leaving only large expanses of ruins. It can only be said that the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty was unlucky. The current Qin Emperor happened to be cultivating when the great disaster occurred, thus absorbing a great deal of spiritual qi. Unfortunately, he was infected by the ominous qi and lost his sanity. A mad soul transformation great expert could not be stopped by anyone, which directly led to the destruction of the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. Of the hundreds of nascent soul cultivators, nearly half were killed or injured. Only half of the relatively strong nascent soul cultivators and the golden core cultivators in the border areas of the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty were able to escape in time. As for the lower realm cultivators and mortals, they had long since perished. Standing on the somewhat dilapidated city wall, looking at the withered yellow land, Gubai sighed deeply. He had not expected the incredibly prosperous Great Qin Immortal Dynasty to end up in such a state. At this time, within the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, there were already scattered cultivators using spells to improve the environment. A golden core realm young cultivator formed hand seals and directly cast a rain-dew secret art. The sky instantly gathered dark clouds, and then a torrential rain began to fall. Under the nourishment of the heavy rain, the withered yellow land became moist. Several cultivators nearby immediately scattered countless seeds, then activated a secret art to make the seeds sprout early. Countless seedlings then rose from the ground, growing at a visible rate. Soon, a large area of land was transformed into a forest by these cultivators. The golden core true person who had cast the secret art was panting heavily. Clearly, the secret art had consumed a great deal of his energy, and he immediately sat down to recover his magical power. These were cultivators sent by Gubai earlier, many of whom were cultivators who had originally fled the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, and were now returning to rebuild their homes. There were also some specialized spirit planters, who came to work with these cultivators to jointly restore the vitality of the cultivation world. In addition to this location, countless other groups in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, like this golden core cultivator, were working hard to improve the environment. Seeing this scene, Gubai shook his head and sighed. It wasn't that these cultivators were doing anything wrong, but rather that the efficiency was too slow. It took the full magical power of several golden core cultivators, yet it could only improve the environment of a small plot of land. This small forest, compared to the entire Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, was barely better than nothing. Moreover, the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty had already turned into a wasteland, with only 1/10 of its spiritual qi remaining. In this environment, it would take at least a month to fully recover magical power. Gubai calculated slightly and found that if this speed continued, it would take at least 1,000 years for the cultivators of the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty to completely improve the environment of the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. And even then, it would only be a preliminary transformation, as even transforming the wasteland into a forest would not restore the damaged spiritual veins. The Great Qin Immortal Dynasty would need at least 10,000 years to recover to its former state. But the cultivation world couldn't wait that long now. 3 bitter cold nails were continuously transmitting extraterrestrial demons into the cultivation world. Although the cultivation world could still resist for now, it wouldn't be able to for too long, because this was like fighting a battle without logistics or replenishment. The number of enemies was endless, while on their side, for every one that died, there was one less, with no way to replenish their numbers. Coupled with the gradual scarcity of resources, Gubai estimated that the cultivation world could at most last for 100 years. But 100 years, at most, would only allow the cultivation world to initially recover its vitality. There simply wasn't enough time. However, Gu Bai didn't show the slightest panic. Because heaven always leaves a way out, as long as you want to walk, the path is right under your feet. Tuan Ziai, get to work. Gu Bai said loudly with high morale, and Tuan Ziai also roared in response. Then Tuan Ziai activated his innate divine ability, summoning wind and rain, and instantly, a thick layer of dark clouds condensed in the surrounding sky. The range of these dark clouds was enormous, almost enough to cover an entire province. Gu Bai also simultaneously activated his divine ability, Merit Light. Under the illumination of the Merit Light, the dark clouds turned into auspicious gold. At the same time, the rainwater in the clouds, under the nourishment of the Merit Light, transformed from ordinary rainwater into spirit water full of vitality. After transforming from a little supernatural powers to a divine ability, in addition to its restorative effect, Merit Light could also, like Ye Fan's vitality fire, nourish all things and imbue them with vitality. Of course, this also consumed an extreme amount of spiritual qi, and generally could only be used in a small area, never like Gu Bai, going full throttle and directly covering an entire province. Because this would require immense spiritual qi support, if it were any other nascent soul cultivator, even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, they could at most maintain it for a few breaths before their magical power was exhausted. But Gu Bai was different, he directly burned his life origin frantically, even using his life origin to replace magical power. Life origin, in essence, is a more advanced energy, similar in effect to magical power, but much more effective than magical power. With the cooperation of Gu Bai and Tuan Ziai, golden yellow raindrops soon began to fall from the sky. The withered yellow wasteland, under the nourishment of the golden raindrops, gradually turned into black, vibrant soil. Gu Bai also scattered countless seeds from the sky. These seeds were specially cultivated by him and were named Liuzang trees. Liuzang trees grow extremely fast, taking only a few years to grow from a seedling into a towering tree. Furthermore, they have no environmental requirements and possess extremely tenacious vitality. Moreover, after Liuzang trees mature, they can bear sour and sweet fruits, which are very nutritious. In the mortal world, a single mature Liuzang tree can even support an entire family. Most importantly, if in a place with abundant spiritual qi, Liuzang trees are very likely to transform into spirit plants. The only drawback of Liuzang trees was their weak reproductive capacity, they could only produce 1 or 2 seeds per year. However, after Gu Bai's improvement, this sole drawback was also remedied. After the seeds landed, they quickly germinated and grew rapidly at a visible rate. In just half a day, this desolate land, similar in size to Qingzhou, was already lush green and covered with Liuzang trees. The branches of the Liuzang trees swayed in the wind, and the branches were covered with plump, reddish fruits. Seeing this scene, Gu Bai nodded with satisfaction. However, he did not leave, instead, he continued to stay in the sky with Tuan Ziai until 2 days later. The Liuzang trees on the ground became increasingly lush, with the best growing ones already reaching over 100 meters in height. The most crucial thing was that many Liuzang trees had already transformed into spirit plants under the nourishment of the Merit Light. And deep underground, many tiny spiritual veins had already appeared. Only then did Gu Bai stop. After reaching this step, it was necessary to set up formations to make the spiritual qi circulate. And to introduce different wild beasts and mortals, with the reproduction speed of mortals and wild beasts, within 100 years, this place would certainly recover its vitality. And when the number of mortals and wild beasts increased, coupled with the initial recovery of spiritual qi, cultivators and yao beasts would naturally be born. Furthermore, as time passed, spirit medicines and various heaven and earth spiritual objects would inevitably grow on the land that had recovered its vitality. However, the subsequent work of arranging mortals and wild beasts was not done by Gu Bai, but by other cultivators. Gu Bai then took Tuan Ziai to other areas of the Great Qin Immortal dynasty to continue improving the environment. Gu Bai calculated slightly in his mind that it would take him about 3 years to initially transform the environment of the Great Qin Immortal dynasty. In about 90 years, Gu Bai could transform the cultivation world, which had already turned into scorched earth, into an environment suitable for mortals to live in. This was about 10 years faster than expected, but Gu Bai was still somewhat dissatisfied. This speed is still too slow, the cultivation world, invaded by extraterrestrial demons, simply cannot wait that long. Just as Gu Bai was frowning in thought, a ray of auspicious merit light suddenly descended from the sky. Gu Bai felt warm all over, and then he discovered that the quality of all his innate divine abilities was slowly improving. Under the illumination of the light, Gu Bai's core merit light directly crossed the threshold of divine ability, advancing to a great divine power, and one of the most supreme great divine powers at that. His physical body, magical power, and cultivation realm rapidly ascended in a short period. In just a little while, Gu Bai's realm rose from the early stage nascent soul realm to the late stage nascent soul realm. Furthermore, even Tuan Ziai, who was under Gu Bai's feet, also had its realm directly break through from 4th order late stage to 5th order under the illumination of the auspicious merit light, becoming a 5th order demon venerable. And its bloodline evolved, becoming the legendary merit golden dragon. Divine abilities like summoning wind and rain directly evolved into the most supreme great divine powers. Under normal circumstances, transforming the environment of a whole continent, while generating karma, would definitely not generate as much as it did now. It was clear that this wave was Heavenly Dao personally intervening, solely to help Gu Bai. After the light dissipated, an incredibly complex, mysterious, and noble rune appeared on his palm. A memory also appeared in Gu Bai's mind. The rune on his palm was the Heavenly Dao mark. Possessing it was equivalent to possessing a part of Heavenly Dao's authority. Gu Bai could easily control the anomalies of heaven and earth. Moreover, the memory in Gu Bai's mind also told him that as long as he could bring about the initial recovery of the Heavenly Dao world, then Heavenly Dao promised him his subsequent cultivation journey would be smooth sailing, and after cultivating to the late-stage soul transformation realm, Heavenly Dao could directly infuse a wave of world origin into his body, allowing Gu Bai to forcibly become an Ascension Realm Immortal. This wave of Heavenly Dao could be said to be full of sincerity. This was equivalent to the college entrance examination. Other cultivators fought desperately and seized countless opportunities to have a slim chance of becoming an Ascension Realm Immortal. However, Gu Bai was equivalent to directly receiving a guaranteed admission slot. He didn't need to do anything, as long as his cultivation met the standard, he would naturally become an Ascension Realm Immortal. Of course, the premise for all of this was that the cultivation world could survive this crisis. Ha 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 ha, very good, very good. Gu Bai laughed heartily a few times. His original plan, which would have taken 90 years to complete, was now estimated to take him at most 20 years to initially improve the entire cultivation world after this strengthening. Without further delay, Gu Bai rode Tuan Zi'ai, who was emitting merit golden light, and set off for the next location. Tuan Zi'ai once again cast summoning wind and rain, but this time, as a fifth-order Yao beast, the dark clouds it condensed directly covered one-third of the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty's territory. Gu Bai took a deep breath, and he also began to frantically burn his life origin. Under the impetus of the life origin, the effect of the merit light was greatly enhanced, finally barely dying the dark clouds manifested by Tuan Zi'ai a light golden color. Moments later, a bustling light golden rain began to fall from the sky. Under the nourishment of the heavy rain, the withered and cracked land gradually became moist, and its color turned into a highly nutritious pure black. After the merit light was upgraded to a great divine power, its effect of nourishing all things received an epic enhancement, becoming several, even dozens, of times more effective than before. Of course, the conditions for its activation also became more stringent. It had to be driven by life origin and consumed life origin extremely heavily. Especially the scale of merit light, even if all the life origin of a nascent soul cultivator was drained, it could only be maintained for a few breaths of time. Only someone like Gu Bai, who was immortal and had endless life origin, could use this upgraded version of merit light. It was clear that Heavenly Dao had long noticed Gu Bai's special body, which was why it transformed the merit light into this form. This heavy rain lasted for a full day and night. Under the nourishment of the heavy rain, the land of the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty re-emerged with new vitality. In the deepest part of the land, new spiritual veins also began to appear one after another. Gu Bai flew into the high sky. He activated the mark in his hand, using Heavenly Dao's authority to begin adjusting the positions of the spiritual veins. Soon, the positions of all the spiritual veins were slightly adjusted by Gu Bai, changing from their original chaotic state to being neat and orderly. Like blood vessels, the spiritual qi between spiritual veins could flow mutually, forming a virtuous cycle. Most of these spiritual veins were rank 1 to rank 2 spiritual veins, not of very high quality, but Gu Bai believed that as time went on, the rank of these spiritual veins would also increase accordingly. Because the seeds had been sown in advance, countless plants had already begun to grow on the land. Under the nourishment of spiritual qi, these plants were growing well, and it was estimated that it would not be long before some of them would become spiritual plants. Without resting, Gu Bai immediately flew with Tuan Zi'ai to the next place, continuing the previous operation. In just 3 days, the entire Great Qin Immortal Dynasty had become lush and green, having initially recovered its previous vitality. And the spiritual qi was also twice as dense as before. Although it was only 1/5 of its peak period, the density was slowly increasing. Furthermore, cultivators had already begun transporting various types of wild beasts into the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty to maintain ecological diversity. At the same time, cultivators also led mortals to begin establishing one small tribe after another. These small tribes would slowly become large tribes as time went on, and when large tribes merged with each other, a new dynasty would be formed. However, wars would definitely break out during this process, which would require cultivators to guide them secretly and minimize casualties as much as possible. Of course, these tedious tasks were not for Gu Bai to manage, they could be handed over to the surviving cultivators of the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. These were not Gu Bai's concern, there were countless other areas in the cultivation world waiting in line for his arrival. Gu Bai continued like this, without rest, maintaining the merit aura for a full 9 years, finally completing the initial adjustment of all human race territories. Afterward, Gu Bai was to go to the Ya race territory to begin helping the Ya race's territory recuperate. Although the Ya race and the human race were previously enemies, the Sky Ruins world now had a common enemy. Therefore, the relationship could not be too strained, help should still be given when needed. After all, the Ya race was also one of the main forces resisting the extraterrestrial demons. Half of the extraterrestrial demons were responsible for being blocked by the Ya race. Another 9 years passed, and Gu Bai finally adjusted all of the Ya race territories as well. In this way, Gu Bai only spent 18 years to transform a withered cultivation world into its current lush, vibrant state. It couldn't compare to the past, but the decline of spiritual qi had stopped and was even gradually recovering. Standing on the land of the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, Gu Bai found that the area had recovered some vitality. Various insects were visible everywhere on the ground, and Gu Bai also found a squirrel in a tree. Walking through the forest, Gu Bai suddenly looked down at a spirit mushroom at his feet, revealing a heartfelt smile. This spirit medicine, seemingly due to absorbing enough spiritual qi, has transformed from an ordinary spirit medicine into a first-order spirit medicine. This discovery made Gu Bai incredibly happy, as it indicated that the current cultivation world had begun to produce resources. At this time, the great Qin Immortal dynasty had already begun to rebuild, and a new imperial palace had been re-established in the ruins of the former capital of the great Qin Immortal dynasty. Although this new imperial palace seemed somewhat humble compared to the previous one, it was full of vitality. The current Qin Emperor is a young nascent soul early-stage cultivator, and he is responsible for rebuilding the great Qin Immortal dynasty. The former Qin Emperor, along with other cultivators, is at the front lines fighting against the extraterrestrial demons. At this time, the newly established great Qin Immortal dynasty already had many foundation cultivation cultivators of lower realms. According to Gu Bai's understanding, the great Qin Immortal dynasty sends cultivators to the tribes every year to check if anyone possesses the qualifications for cultivation. Anyone with cultivation qualifications, even those with the lowest aptitude, will be brought to the great Qin Immortal dynasty for unified cultivation. Looking at all this, Gu Bai let out a long breath, then showed a heartfelt smile. It seems his efforts over the years have not been in vain. The order of the entire cultivation world is slowly recovering. Just as Gu Bai was admiring the scenery of the great Qin Immortal dynasty, the sound transmission talisman he carried with him rang. Gu Bai immediately extended his divine sense into it to check the message. In just an instant, Gu Bai's brows furrowed fiercely, and he immediately rode Tuanzi, rushing to the battlefield between the human race and the extraterrestrial demons. It was Gu Bai who had just sent him a message, just a short sentence. Master, come quickly, the front line is about to collapse. At the same time, the Five Elements sect, the first sect in the cultivation world, where the Immortal Venerable Longevity Limitless method originated. Before the establishment of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, the Immortal Venerable Longevity Limitless method was the sect master of the Five Elements sect. The location of the Five Elements sect is one of the three places with the most abundant spiritual qi in the cultivation world. Unfortunately, the bitter cold nail happened to fall in the center of the Five Elements sect. Endless extraterrestrial demons directly filled the entire Five Elements sect. At this time, the remaining 20-odd soul transformation great divine powers of the human race, leading tens of thousands of nascent soul cultivators, were firmly guarding near the bitter cold nail. The vortex above the bitter cold nail continuously gushed out extraterrestrial demons. It seems that due to the pollution of the surrounding space, the scale of the teleportation gate has been expanding in recent years. And the quality of the extraterrestrial demons emerging from it is also slowly increasing. Initially, the teleportation gate could only produce extraterrestrial demons of the nascent soul realm at most. At that time, the Sky Ruins world could easily suppress the extraterrestrial demons, who were even beaten so badly by the cultivators of the Sky Ruins world that they couldn't lift their heads. Unfortunately, the bitter cold nail is too hard, and ordinary attacks simply cannot destroy it. Even the Immortal Dao killing move of the Immortal Venerable Longevity Limitless method, 5 elements returning Yuan Qi. And Immortal Venerable King Yun's Immortal Dao killing move, 3000 sword Qi, probably cannot completely destroy it. And in the past few years, the increasingly large teleportation gate has been able to transport extraterrestrial demons comparable to soul transformation cultivators. At first, a soul transformation realm extraterrestrial demon was no match for the cultivators present. In just a breath, he was killed by the soul transformation realm cultivators present. But as time went on, the teleportation gate could transport more and more soul transformation realm extraterrestrial demons at once. When 8 soul transformation realm extraterrestrial demons appeared at once, and fought with their lives, choosing to perish together, the soul transformation great divine powers of the cultivation world also began to suffer casualties. Up to now, more than 10 human race great divine powers of the Sky Ruins world have died in battle. From the original 30-odd soul transformation great divine powers, to now, including Ye Fan and the other two, there are only 25 soul transformation great divine powers. The Ya race is similar, also losing more than 10 fifth-order demon venerables. And just now, 20 extraterrestrial demons comparable to the soul transformation realm were transported from the teleportation gate at once. As well as tens of thousands of extraterrestrial demons comparable to nascent soul cultivators, and an endless number of low-realm extraterrestrial demons. At this time, the number of extraterrestrial demons is almost equal to the number of human race cultivators. Clearly, this is the world where the extraterrestrial demons are located, connected behind the teleportation gate. And that giant extraterrestrial demon is the dominator of this world. Therefore, extraterrestrial demons can continuously emerge from the teleportation gate. This is the entire combat power of a world. If it were during the Sky Ruins world's heyday, gathering all combat power, with sufficient logistics, plus the Immortal Venerable Longevity Limitless method and Immortal Venerable King Yun in their prime, perhaps they could still contend. But now, the Tiangsu world is starting to be unable to afford it. Damn. Looking at the endless extraterrestrial demons in the distance, even though he had breakthrough to the soul transformation realm, Gu Bei couldn't help but curse. This battle will undoubtedly be extremely tragic, and if things go wrong, the number of human race cultivators in the cultivation world might be directly halved. If the Immortal Venerable Longevity Limitless method were here, it would be fine, but the Immortal Venerable Longevity Limitless method is currently guarding a bitter cold nail alone and cannot spare himself to help. But facing such a scene, Gu Bei and the other two, and all the cultivators present, did not choose to retreat. Because they are the last line of defense for the cultivation world. If they cannot hold, then the cultivation world will be finished, and if the cultivation world is finished, the forces they painstakingly rebuilt will no longer exist. Therefore, they could only choose to fight to the death. Ye Fan made a decisive decision and directly contacted Gu Bai with a sound transmission talisman. Only when Gu Bai arrives, utilizing his superb medical skills, can the casualties be reduced as much as possible. After doing all this, Ye Fan opened the gourd at his waist, and countless fresh blood surged out, then the fresh blood began to burn wildly, transforming into the purest blood chi. Under Ye Fan's control, the blood chi formed a ferocious blood beast over 10,000 meters tall. However, Ye Fan's strength had undergone earth-shattering changes compared to before. After breakthrough to the soul transformation realm, all of his divine abilities had been upgraded to the Great Divine Power realm. And they were the top-tier Great Divine Powers, just one step away from Immortal Deo divine abilities. Moreover, Ye Fan had also awakened a new divine ability called Blood Beast, which could condense an incredibly massive blood beast using his own fresh blood. The giant blood beast roared to the sky, like the dominator of the world. In terms of combat power alone, Ye Fan at this moment had already surpassed many soul transformation late-stage Great Divine Powers. Gu Bei's surroundings also surged with countless lightning bolts, eventually forming a lightning giant several thousand meters tall, holding a golden spear. The lightning giant and the blood-colored giant stood side by side, and behind the two giants were Suwuji and a host of other human race cultivators. In front, was a tide-like mass of extraterrestrial demons. A great battle was about to break out. Azura slash! Ye Fan roared, controlling the blood-colored giant beast to unleash an incomparably massive blood-colored sword chi. The sword chi swept forth, instantly cleaving hundreds of nascent soul realm extraterrestrial demons in two. Its power undiminished, it then severely wounded a middle-stage soul transformation realm extraterrestrial demon before the blood-colored sword chi slowly dissipated. Yin-Yang Extreme's Divine Thunder. Gu Bei also roared, and 3 colors of lightning slowly condensed into a red spear in his hand. This was the Yin-Yang Extreme's Divine Thunder, formed by the perfect fusion of 3 top-tier Great Divine Powers. The power of this move far exceeded the normal scope of a divine ability, it could even be called an Immortal Deo killing move. The Thunder Spear targeted an extraterrestrial demon covered in black scales, 3 meters tall, and exuding a terrifying aura. This was the leader of the extraterrestrial demon side, possessing a late-stage soul transformation realm cultivation, but from its terrifying aura, its strength was definitely far beyond that of an ordinary late-stage soul transformation realm mighty figure. This extraterrestrial demon was from the Bone Demon race, a naturally combative demon race. Among extraterrestrial demons of the same rank, the Bone Demon race's combat power was the highest. The Bone Demon, covered in black armor, slightly raised its head, and 2 different colors of lightning surged from its palm. Blood-colored lightning and purple lightning merged, ultimately forming purple lightning that seemed capable of destroying all things. This was the 9 Nether Demon Thunder, formed by the Bone Demon's fusion of primordial purple thunder and bloodthirsty demon thunder, 2 types of lightning representing pure destruction. Under its control, the lightning also formed a purple spear, striking towards Gu Bei's thunder spear. The 2 lightning bolts collided in the air, and surprisingly, they slowly merged, ultimately forming black lightning that seemed capable of destroying everything in the world. Of course, the 2 lightning bolts only merged for an instant before exploding. At the same time, Suwuji, Liang Immortal Lord, Qin Emperor, and other soul transformation realm great cultivators also unleashed their strongest attacks. The extraterrestrial demons were equally unwilling to show weakness, each employing their signature abilities. Countless attacks collided in the air, emitting bursts of buzzing sounds. The space between the 2 sides directly shattered, unable to withstand the aftershocks of their attacks. Gu Bei and Ye Fan controlled the lightning giant and the blood-colored giant beast, standing in front of the human race cultivators. Although most of the attacks from both sides cancelled each other out, some attacks always slipped through. Boom. 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 The attacks of the nascent soul realm extraterrestrial demons could at most leave shallow marks on the giant's body, but the sheer number of attacks was overwhelming. That was the full power strike of tens of thousands of nascent soul cultivators. Even after being largely negated, there were still 2,000 to 3,000 attacks landing on the 2 of them. In addition, several full power strikes from soul transformation realm cultivators also landed on them. The blood-colored giant beast and the lightning giant were directly largely dispersed by these attacks, but fortunately, the first wave of attacks was perfectly blocked by the 2 of them. In just a few breaths, the blood-colored giant beast and the golden lightning recovered again. After all, these things were composed purely of energy, and no matter how severely damaged, they could recover as long as there was sufficient blood chi and magical power. The extraterrestrial demon side, however, suffered greatly, directly losing over 1,000 nascent soul rank extraterrestrial demons, and even several soul transformation realm extraterrestrial demons were severely wounded. In the first wave of engagement, the human race achieved a complete victory. Gu Bei and Ye Fan both roared, like war gods possessed, directly charging into the extraterrestrial demon forces and engaging in a fierce battle with the extraterrestrial demons. Suwuji stood in the rear of the battlefield, continuously wielding his Wuji sword, unleashing countless extremely sharp sword chi. Although the momentum was far less than that of Gu Bei and Ye Fan, every sword chi from Suwuji could take the lives of several or even dozens of nascent soul realm extraterrestrial demons. His enemy killing efficiency far surpassed that of Gu Bei and Suwuji. Thus, a fierce battle began. Ye Fan and Gu Bei quickly met their opponents. Ye Fan's opponent was a late-stage soul transformation realm blood demon exuding monstrous blood chi. Gu Bei's opponent was the bone demon that had resisted his Yin-Yang Extreme's divine thunder. Golden lightning and purple lightning collided in the air, but neither could gain an advantage over the other. A bit interesting. The bone demon twisted its head, then stomped its legs, suddenly appearing in front of the golden giant, and then swung its fist with full force. Bang! A huge gap instantly appeared on the golden giant's body. Gu Bei tried to control the golden giant to strike the bone demon, but the bone demon nimbly dodged all his attacks. The bone demon race is the strongest in physique among the extraterrestrial demons. They don't even need to specifically cultivate, the bone demon race's physique can rival that of body cultivators from other races. The golden giant's massive size naturally made its speed slow. Seeing that his attacks could not hit the opponent, Gu Bei simply dispelled the divine thunder dharma form art, and he stood quietly in place. Is he already at the end of his rope? Looking at Gu Bei, who had dispelled the divine thunder dharma form art, the bone demon was slightly puzzled, but it did not hesitate. It instantly appeared behind Gu Bei and then swung a full force punch at him. It had great confidence in its physique. The cultivator opposite clearly looked like a spell cultivator, and his physique was definitely very weak. And the reason the opponent dispelled his divine ability should be that his magical power was exhausted. With such a physically weak spell cultivator, it was confident it could shatter the opponent's head with one punch. However, the anticipated scene of the opponent's head bursting did not occur. Its fist was firmly grasped by the opponent's single hand. The bone demon was greatly alarmed. It wanted to flash away but found that Gu Bei's strength was astonishingly great, and it couldn't break free for a moment. Gu Bei tensed all his muscles, then aimed at the bone demon's head and slammed his fist down hard. Thud. The bone demon instantly flew back several thousand meters, creating a bottomless pit in the ground. With just one punch, the indestructible exoskeleton on the bone demon's head was cracked by Gu Bei. Before the bone demon could regain consciousness, Gu Bei instantly appeared beside it, then delivered another punch. Midway, the bone demon also woke up and similarly swung its fist, wanting to counterattack, but found that its physique was far less powerful than Gu Bei's. It was no wonder the bone demon was like this. Gu Bei's original physique could already rival a soul transformation body cultivator, and after heavenly thunder body tempering, Gu Bei's physique increased by another notch. Secondly, it was Gu Bei's newly awakened top-tier great divine ability, the Xianhuang Undying True Body. This was a divine ability that Gu Bei had forcibly transformed by cultivating the Xianhuang Undying Body tempering art to its extreme and using the power of creation bestowed by the heavenly Dao. Under the blessing of the Xianhuang Undying True Body, Gu Bei's physical strength almost reached the limit of the cultivation world. He even had the confidence to defeat this late-stage soul transformation realm bone demon with just the power of his physical body. The same was true for Ye Fan. The powerful blood demons, upon encountering Ye Fan, were completely unable to defeat him. At the same time, Su Wuji, who was swinging his sword with all his might, suddenly found his body uncontrollably dodging to the side. Just as he dodged, a blade light suddenly appeared in his original position. That blade light was extremely sharp, even cutting space into two sections. At this moment, an extraterrestrial demon resembling a praying mantis slowly revealed its form. This was an extraterrestrial demon of extraordinary strength in the late stage of the nascent soul realm. It was clear that before the battle began, this extraterrestrial demon had completely hidden its form. It intended to use this opportunity to ambush human race cultivators. If this were any other nascent soul realm cultivator, or even a late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator, they might not have been able to dodge this extraterrestrial demon's ambush. This was because this extraterrestrial demon had completely concealed its aura, and even at the moment before launching its attack, it did not reveal the slightest killing intent. Even Su Wuji's intuition, honed through hundreds of battles, did not detect the approaching danger. But unfortunately, Su Wuji's body, tempered by countless battles, had instinctively dodged this fatal blow before he even reacted. The human race and the extraterrestrial demons were engaged in a fierce battle. The high-end and low-end combat strengths of both sides were similar, but due to the variables of Ye Fan and the other two, the human race gained an overwhelming advantage. However, even so, the human race suffered heavy losses. Of the remaining tens of thousands of nascent soul cultivators, 2,000 to 3,000 had already died in this fierce battle, and several nascent soul great experts had also perished. Meanwhile, about half of the extraterrestrial demons still remained. The combat power of the human race's nascent soul great experts in the Tiangsu world was not actually strong. Most of the soul transformation great experts' cultivation was limited to the early stage of the nascent soul realm. This included the relatively famous Liang Immortal Lord and Qin Emperor, both of whom were only early-stage soul transformation cultivators. Only a very small number of soul transformation cultivators were able to cultivate to the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. As for great experts in the late stage of the nascent soul realm, there were only 3 or 4 of them. As for the immortal venerable limitless method, who dominated an era, he was at another bitter cold nail. Even if his strength was only 1/10 of its peak, he could single-handedly resist the extraterrestrial demons. But on this battlefield, Ye Fan and the other two, as well as the nascent soul great experts, were being held back by extraterrestrial demons of the soul transformation realm. Although they could win, they would have to pay a heavy price. At this rate, for the human race to eliminate all the extraterrestrial demons, they would lose at least half of their combat power. This was a price the human race could not afford, because no one could guarantee whether the extraterrestrial demon's next attack would be even more intense. If too much combat power was lost, what would the human race use to resist the next time, even if they encountered extraterrestrial demons of the same scale? Just as the battlefield fell into a stalemate, golden rain suddenly began to fall from the sky. All the struggling cultivators felt a surge of energy, their exhausted bodies, largely depleted magic power, and wounds were all recovering at an incredibly terrifying speed. This recovery speed was extremely terrifying. Even though they were fighting with all their might at this moment, the speed at which their magic power was consumed was surprisingly slower than the speed at which it recovered. The extraterrestrial demons, however, experienced the exact opposite. For the human race cultivators, these golden raindrops were like life itself, capable of healing injuries. But for the extraterrestrial demons, these golden raindrops were like poison. The skin touched by the golden raindrops began to sizzle with black chi. Especially the weaker extraterrestrial demons, who at this moment seemed to have touched sulfuric acid, their skin instantly became ulcerated, and within a few breaths, they lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. The previously stalemated battle was instantly broken. The human race cultivators' morale soared, and various energy-intensive spells were unleashed at the extraterrestrial demons as if they cost nothing. They also started fighting with a disregard for their own safety, trading injuries. But the extraterrestrial demons discovered in horror that the human race cultivators at this moment seemed to have transformed into cockroaches. No matter how much they were hit, they wouldn't die. No matter how severe the injury, it would automatically heal after a short while, as if every cultivator had a highly skilled physician by their side, constantly healing them. They couldn't die, simply couldn't die. Big Brother has made his move. Gu Bei, who was fighting with all his might, also felt his condition recovering at an extremely fast rate. This familiar feeling, Gu Bei knew without thinking, was Gu Bai's merit light. At this moment, Gu Bai in the sky finally breathed a sigh of relief. This move was precisely his and Tuan Zi's combined skill, capable of comprehensively and perfectly restoring the status of friendly cultivators. And under the transformation of the heavenly Dao, Gu Bai's merit light had an extremely significant killing power against the extraterrestrial demons. The moment he received Ye Fan's message, he rode Tuan Zi without stopping to rush to the battlefield. However, his distance from the bitter cold nail was too great, which was why he only arrived at the battlefield so long after the battle began. This was the original Sky Ruins world. With the help of the teleportation formation, Gu Bai might have been able to reach the battlefield very quickly. But now, the teleportation formations in the Tiangsu world were mostly destroyed, and Gu Bai had only with great difficulty found a teleportation formation and teleport to a place closer to the battlefield before he could arrive to provide support. Gu Bai did not stand idly in the air. He quickly scanned the battlefield with his eyes and soon found many severely wounded nascent soul cultivators at the rear of the battlefield. After all, merit light was a large-scale skill, and for individual cultivators, its effect was not too great. Although severe injuries could also recover quickly, if it was a nascent soul realm cultivator, this speed would be much slower. Gu Bai formed hand seals and directly summoned countless vines beneath the feet of these injured individuals, enveloping these severely wounded cultivators. The vines glowed with green light, and after only a short while, these severely wounded cultivators had completely recovered. Hey, I'm fine. An old man in the late stage of the nascent soul realm walked out of the vines with a slight doubt. He had clearly been severely wounded and on the verge of death just now, but how had he suddenly recovered? Without time to think further, looking at the dense mass of extraterrestrial demons in the distance, the old man re-entered the battlefield. Similar situations were common throughout the battlefield. They were all cultivators who were severely wounded and on the verge of death, dragged to the rear for healing. In this environment where medicinal pills were almost exhausted and spiritual chi was scarce, it would have taken them at least 100 years to fully recover. But at this moment, after Gu Bai's healing, they had completely recovered in a very short time and could re-enter the battlefield. Meanwhile, the extraterrestrial demons currently fighting were somewhat frustrated because they found that the number of human race cultivators was increasing, while their own numbers were diminishing with each engagement. Gu Bei grabbed the bone demon's mouth with both hands, then exerted force, and with a crack, the bone demon's head was torn in half by him. The bone demon's body twitched a few times before completely losing its life. Ye Fan and Su Wuji also simultaneously slew their respective enemies. At this point, this protracted, earth-shattering battle had lasted for a full day and night. The ground near the bitter cold nail was covered with dense piles of extraterrestrial demons and human race cultivator corpses. Innumerable bodies accumulated, forming mountains of corpses, and the bright red blood dyed the earth crimson. However, due to Gu Bai's intervention, not too many human race cultivators died. They probably only lost about a quarter of their numbers. Given that the numbers and combat power of both sides were roughly equal, achieving this casualty ratio could be considered a perfect victory. A large part of the credit for this goes to Gu Bai. Because before Gu Bai arrived, the human race cultivators' casualty ratio was already close to a quarter, while the extraterrestrial demons still had nearly half their combat power. But after Gu Bai arrived, the human race cultivators' casualty ratio almost stagnated. After all, his merit light was simply too overpowered. As long as they didn't die, they could recover quickly. This meant that even if they delved deep into enemy territory and were surrounded by more than a dozen extraterrestrial demons of the same rank, as long as they weren't instantly killed, they could keep fighting. Until the end of the battle, not many human race cultivators died. The very few cultivators who did perish were unlucky enough to encounter an extraterrestrial demon one major realm higher than themselves and were instantly killed. If they were instantly killed and their bodies turned to ashes, even Gu Bai was powerless. He possessed incredibly superb medical skills, even able to revive people who had been beheaded and had only recently died. But he couldn't revive a pile of dust. Even a true immortal might not be able to achieve such a feat. Looking at the battle that had finally ended, Gu Bai finally let out a sigh of relief. As soon as he landed on the ground riding his noob, he was surrounded by a large group of cultivators. Physician Gu, I owe you a favor. The Qin Emperor looked at Gu Bai and said with an extremely serious tone. He had forcibly broken through to the soul transformation realm by relying on his dynasty luck. If he were within the territory of the great Qin Immortal dynasty, with the dynasty luck and a 5th rank grade array, he could even contend with a late-stage soul transformation great expert. But now that the great Qin Immortal dynasty was destroyed, the Qin Emperor also suffered a terrifying backlash, which left him severely injured. And without the blessing of dynasty luck, the Qin Emperor's strength was at the bottom among soul transformation realm cultivators. He had just engaged in a one-on-one battle with a soul transformation realm extraterrestrial demon, but with his current strength, he couldn't defeat the opponent at all. Soon after the battle began, he was severely injured by the opponent, and the other soul transformation realm cultivators were also tied up by extraterrestrial demons, unable to support him. This was almost a certain death situation, and the Qin Emperor had originally planned to use a forbidden technique to self-destruct against the opponent. But Gu Bai's merit light pulled the Qin Emperor back. Under the blessing of the merit light, the Qin Emperor's recovery ability greatly increased. While he couldn't defeat the opponent, he could at least hold them off for a period, waiting for his teammates' support. Thus, the Qin Emperor, who was almost certain to die, survived because of Gu Bai's merit light. There were several other soul transformation great experts who were similar. They had more or less broken through to the soul transformation realm using special methods. Their strength was at the bottom among soul transformation realm existences. If the number of extraterrestrial demons had been fewer in the past, perhaps 2 or 3 of them could have ganged up on an extraterrestrial demon. But this time, more than 20 extraterrestrial demons, comparable to soul transformation great experts, suddenly appeared. This forced each of them to fight one-on-one against an extraterrestrial demon of the same realm. Therefore, Gu Bai's support could be said to have saved their lives. And other soul transformation great experts of average strength might also have perished in their battles with the extraterrestrial demons. After all, their combat power was only average, and they weren't guaranteed to win. There was even a high probability they would be killed by the opponent. Fortunately, with Gu Bai's merit light, they managed to win this battle with difficulty. Therefore, at the end of the war, these soul transformation great experts, without resting, rushed over to thank Gu Bai. As for Gu Bai's extraordinary chi power, all cultivators tacitly chose to ignore it. After all, Gu Bai had genuinely saved their lives. Even if someone was ungrateful and wanted to harm Gu Bai, they would have to weigh whether they had the strength. Behind Gu Bai stood Ye Fan and the other 2 top combatants who could contend with late-stage soul transformation realm experts. Furthermore, Gu Bai was protected by the Heavenly Dao. All cultivators would receive a warning from the Heavenly Dao before attempting to act against him. If they ignored the Heavenly Dao's warning and forcibly acted, it wouldn't just be as simple as being spurned by the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao would even personally intervene, unleashing divine thunder, solely to punish those who dared to attack Gu Bai. After all, Gu Bai was currently deeply beloved by the Heavenly Dao. Anyone who dared to attack Gu Bai would be going against the Heavenly Dao. If something happened to Gu Bai, then the Tiangsu world, the Heavenly Dao, Ye Fan, the entire cultivation world, nearly 90% of physicians and nearly 80% of cultivators, the entire Ya race, and the immortal venerable limitless method would relentlessly seek revenge. No one in the cultivation world could bear that at present, not even immortal venerable limitless method himself. After all, Gu Bai was crucial to the future survival of the cultivation world. Whether the cultivation world could overcome this crisis depended entirely on Gu Bai's performance. Moreover, Gu Bai's role was indispensable. Without Gu Bai, the cultivation tribulation alone could destroy the entire cultivation world. This was not Gu Bai being arrogant, but simply the truth. Gu Bai estimated that 24th order physicians working together would still need at least 10 years to develop an antidote for the nascent soul realm. As for an antidote for soul transformation great experts, it would probably take 50 to 100 years, and that's assuming they found the right research direction and didn't get stuck. By then, it would be too late. No matter how powerful immortal venerable limitless method was, he could only guard one bitter cold nail. Without the assistance of other cultivators, the extraterrestrial demons would quickly occupy the entire cultivation world, and by then, the further weakened cultivation world would be unable to stop the extraterrestrial demons' offensive. Not to mention the subsequent transformation of the entire cultivation world. Without Gu Bai, relying only on the cultivation world's current population, it would take at least 1,000 years to achieve the same effect as Gu Bai. The people of the cultivation world were still counting on Gu Bai to help them rebuild their homes. Therefore, anyone could die now, but not Gu Bai. His life was even more precious than immortal venerable limitless methods. After all, strong support roles are constant, while powerful cultivators emerge periodically, but an all-around support like Gu Bai is truly a once-in-a-million-year occurrence. As for Gu Bai's unique qualities, Ye Fan and those close to Gu Bai didn't inquire too much. Because Gu Bai's feelings were genuine, his contributions were real, and he would never harm them. That was enough. Facing everyone's enthusiasm, Gu Bai didn't put on any airs. Instead, he responded to each person with a gentle smile. But just then, Tuan Ziai, who was at Gu Bai's feet, let out uneasy growls. The surrounding spirit transformation realm cultivators also changed their expressions, and Gu Bai took out a communication talisman to check it. Upon seeing the content, Gu Bai didn't hesitate at all. He immediately activated a nearby teleportation formation, preparing to head to a bitter cold nail guarded by the Ya race. According to the communication talisman, the bitter cold nail on the Ya race's side had also begun to spew out an endless stream of extraterrestrial demons, with its scale being the largest in history. There were no less than 30 extraterrestrial demons at the soul transformation realm, over 10,000 extraterrestrial demons at the nascent soul realm, and countless low-realm extraterrestrial demons. Its scale was even larger than what everyone had just faced. Even though the Ya race was powerful and had the 4 top 5th order demon venerables Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise guarding them, they were struggling to hold on. They had no choice but to urgently send a message to the human race, hoping that the human race could send cultivators to support them. Big brother, I'll go too. Gu Bai and the 2 others didn't hesitate and followed Gu Bai, preparing to support the Ya race. Although they had experienced a major battle, under the blessing of Gu Bai's merit light and their own talents, Gu Bai and the 2 others were still in good condition. I'll go too. Count me in. The spirit transformation realm cultivators exchanged glances and also joined the ranks of support. They were all seriously injured at the moment, but they still had some combat power. The other nascent soul cultivators also didn't hesitate, expressing their desire to go and support the Ya race together. It wasn't that the human race and the Ya race had a particularly good relationship, on the contrary, many people had deep-seated grudges with the Ya race. Everyone understood the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. If the Ya race failed, the entire cultivation world would suffer. And those who were still fighting the extraterrestrial demons now were not afraid of death. Initially, there were indeed some cultivators who were afraid of death, hiding in secret places, unwilling to exert even a tiny bit of effort. If not for the extraterrestrial demons killing everyone they saw, these cultivators might have even wanted to defect to the extraterrestrial demons. However, these people had long been completely annihilated by the furious immortal venerable limitless method many years ago. Gu Bai nodded, and he immediately activated the teleportation formation, first sending himself and many spirit transformation realm cultivators over. Gu Bai only felt his vision go dark, and when he regained consciousness, he had already appeared on the battlefield between the Ya race and the extraterrestrial demons. At this moment, both sides were engaged in the most intense battle, with the Ya race's top Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. The 4 top old ancestors served as representatives, along with 18 fifth-order demon venerables, forming the Ya race's protective grand formation, the quasi-immortal great formation, the 4 symbols formation. And the low-realm Yao beasts also formed a beast tide, engaging in the most intense close-quarters combat with the extraterrestrial demons. Although the Ya race was gaining the upper hand, their losses were also incredibly heavy, with casualties even approaching a 1-to-1 ratio. Even if this war was ultimately victorious, the Ya race would be severely weakened and unable to sustain the next battle. Gu Bai took a deep breath, and he and Little White, Xiao Bai, once again used their combined skill. Golden raindrops immediately began to fall from the sky. His merit light was equally effective for the Ya race. Under Gu Bai's blessing, the Ya race's casualty ratio plummeted, even reaching a 1-to-10 ratio. That is to say, for every Yao beast that died, 10 extraterrestrial demons of the same realm would die on the extraterrestrial demons' side. At the same time, Ye Fan and the 2 others, as well as many spirit transformation realm mighty figures, also began to take action. The previously stalemated battlefield was instantly broken, and the extraterrestrial demons were repeatedly defeated. Moreover, nascent soul cultivators were continuously being teleported to this location from the portal. In this way, in less than half a day, the extraterrestrial demons were completely wiped out. And the Ya race and human race, due to Gu Bai's karma halo, did not suffer too much combat power loss. After the battle ended, Gu Bai did not immediately close the merit light. Instead, he waited until almost everyone on the field had recovered from their injuries before he tiredly closed the merit light. Physician Gu, thank you for helping us this time, our Ya race owes you a favor. Just then, a beautiful woman in a red dress with slowly burning hair spoke solemnly to Gu Bai. She was Feng Qingyu, the leader of the Phoenix clan of the Ya race. Although the Phoenix clan was not one of the 4 sacred races of the Ya race, their status was equal to that of the 4 sacred races. As the leader of the Phoenix clan, Feng Qingyu had a cultivation of the 5th order late stage, and her combat power ranked at least among the top 5 in the entire cultivation world. Gu Bai nodded, not denying this credit, and then he happily chatted with the high-ranking members of the Ya race. The Ya race's 5th order demon venerables were surprised to find that Gu Bai was unexpectedly easy to get along with. And in order to have Gu Bai's help in future battles against the extraterrestrial demons, the Ya race made numerous guarantees, solely to win over Gu Bai, this top-tier support. Gu Bai also readily agreed, but with a prerequisite, that the human race side was not experiencing a large-scale war. Based on this, both sides engaged in a friendly discussion. To win over Gu Bai, Feng Qingyu, the leader of the Phoenix clan, even gave Gu Bai half of her innate immortal blood and bestowed her innate spiritual fire, Nirvana fire, upon Gu Bai. One must know that Nirvana fire is the Phoenix clan's treasured possession, nurtured by successive 5th-order phoenixes, and its quality is already considered immortal fire. And the efficacy of Nirvana fire is also extremely heaven-defying. It possesses the effect of Nirvana rebirth, making it very suitable for alchemy and healing injuries. As for the Phoenix clan's innate immortal blood, it is the top-tier spiritual item in the cultivation world. Drinking it can awaken the Phoenix bloodline. And when one's lifespan is nearing its end, one can undergo a single Nirvana rebirth. Although one will lose all cultivation after rebirth, this spiritual chi is actually used to reshape a new body. The body after Nirvana rebirth will possess the most top-tier talent in the cultivation world. Of course, the opportunity for Nirvana rebirth is only once. After rebirth, the Phoenix immortal blood will be completely consumed. This Phoenix Kingsu before them is the purest quality immortal Phoenix. It is said that she came from the upper realm and has lived for an unknown number of tens of thousands of years. Whenever her lifespan is nearing its end, she will undergo Nirvana rebirth. Of course, after rebirth, she will lose all previous memories, which is essentially equivalent to nurturing a new life. However, by giving Gu Bai half of her innate immortal blood, Phoenix Kingsu will likely need to undergo Nirvana several times, at least tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, to recover. Adding in the Nirvana fire, the Phoenix clan can be said to have gone all out. Besides the Phoenix clan, other Ya race groups also sent their most precious spiritual items. After all, these Ya race members were still hoping that Gu Bai would help them restore vitality to their lands. Although many were just verbal promises, to be given to Gu Bai after the war ended, these spiritual items were far less valuable than those given by the Phoenix clan, but they were still the most top-tier spiritual items in the cultivation world. At the same time, Gu Bai also gained the friendship of almost all the Ya race. Almost all the well-known Ya race groups gave Gu Bai a token, which symbolized Gu Bai's friendship with the Ya race. Whether it was Gu Bai himself or others, as long as they held this token, they would become the most respected guests of the Ya race. And the time limit was infinite. Even if Gu Bai were to ascend to the immortal realm or die of old age in the future, his disciples or descendants holding this token would still find it effective. To ensure its effectiveness, all the Ya race members made a great heavenly Dao oath, making their guarantee under the watchful eye of the heavenly Dao. Once the promise was broken, the Ya race's luck would even be affected. This promise could be said to be quite valuable, even those rare spiritual items were far less important than this promise. This made Gu Bai feel somewhat overwhelmed, because in the history of the Sky Ruins world, no one had ever enjoyed such treatment. This represented the Ya race's complete recognition of him, which could not be achieved by force alone. Even a powerful immortal venerable like Limitless Method, who was invincible throughout the entire cultivation world, could only sign a non-aggression pact with the Ya race. However, it was no wonder the Ya race went to such great lengths, simply because Gu Bai was too important. The future of the Ya race was even in Gu Bai's hands. Currently, Gu Bai had only initially restored the world's vitality. For the cultivation world to fully recover, it would take at least tens of thousands of years. Subsequent intervention from Gu Bai would be needed to shorten this time. Furthermore, the human race and Ya race were previously in an antagonistic relationship, and if Gu Bai were to secretly employ some small tricks, the Ya race would not be able to detect them at all. After chatting with Phoenix King Xu for a long time, Gu Bai finally understood why the Phoenix clan wanted to give him such precious gifts. The Phoenix clan once had an immortal, who was one of the only 10 immortals in the cultivation world. She was the 9th cultivator to ascend in the cultivation world, quite close to the current era. Therefore, before that immortal ascended to the immortal realm, she had foreseen that the cultivation world would face a calamity, and she also foresaw that a cultivator would emerge to overcome it. It was just that too much time had passed, and that immortal could only vaguely calculate that such a cultivator, destined to overcome the calamity, would appear. As for who that cultivator was, whether they were human race or Ya race, or even male or female, was completely unknown. And this natal undying blood, as well as the nirvana fire, were prepared for that person, considered a contingency left by that immortal before she ascended, solely to strengthen the power of that cultivator destined to overcome the calamity as much as possible. Phoenix King Xu clearly believed that Gu Bai was the one destined to overcome the calamity, which was why she gave these precious spiritual items to Gu Bai. Gu Bai's mouth twitched after hearing this. Good heavens, the one destined to overcome the calamity is actually me. If he guessed correctly, the one destined to overcome the calamity should be his disciple Yafan, not him. It was just that he performed too outstandingly, which led others to mistakenly believe that he was the one destined to overcome the calamity. Of course, Gu Bai did not refuse. After all, it was a good thing not to be wasted. Nirvana fire wasn't of much help to him. He could also achieve effects like healing injuries himself. However, he could give it to Yafan. Although Nirvana fire's effects somewhat overlapped with Yafan's vitality fire, there was a very small probability that the two could fuse together and unleash even stronger functions. For others, it was an extremely small probability, but for Yafan, the son of luck, this probability was equivalent to 100%. As for the Phoenix clan's natal undying blood, it was also of little use to him. It wasn't of much use to Yafan either. After all, Yafan's current talent was already top tier. Unless he suffered an irreparable injury, he would need to use undying blood to take a gamble. But with Gu Bai around, it was impossible for Yafan to suffer injuries that could not be healed. So, he and Yafan didn't need it, but Qingning did. Qingning really needed this undying blood to improve her talent. Gu Bai thus happily chatted with the Ya race until all their injuries were healed, and only then did Gu Bai leave. However, he did not return to the human race's bitter cold nail. Instead, he went to Immortal Venerable Limitless Method's location. There were a total of 3 bitter cold nails in the cultivation world, guarded respectively by the human race, the Ya race, and Immortal Venerable Limitless Method. Now that the bitter cold nails of the human race and Ya race had almost simultaneously erupted into chaos, it was likely the same at Immortal Venerable Limitless Method's location. Gu Bai was very worried about Immortal Venerable Limitless Method, who was in a severely injured state, and whether he could single-handedly contend against more than 20 soul transformation realm extraterrestrial demons, as well as countless low-level extraterrestrial demons. When Gu Bai arrived, what he saw was a scene of devastation. Countless corpses of extraterrestrial demons were piled haphazardly on the ground, while Immortal Venerable Limitless Method stood somewhat bored at the very top of the bitter cold nail. From the traces at the scene, Immortal Venerable Limitless Method had also finished the battle not long ago. Physician Gu, you're here. Upon seeing Gu Bai's arrival, Immortal Venerable Limitless Method's eyes lit up. He instantly appeared before Gu Bai, then pulled Gu Bai, and in another instant, they were at the very top of the bitter cold nail. Physician Gu, I tried countless methods just now, but I couldn't destroy the bitter cold nail, nor could I pull it out. So I wanted to ask, do you have a way to close this portal? Immortal Venerable Limitless Method looked at Gu Bai, asking with a hint of expectation. Gu Bai's mouth twitched after hearing this. Good heavens, you called me Physician Gu, so you should know what my profession is. Closing a portal is completely unrelated to my profession. Let me take a look. However, Gu Bai did not refuse. He stood on the bitter cold nail and began to carefully observe it. This was his first close-up encounter with the bitter cold nail. Before, he had been too busy and had no free time at all. Gu Bai stood on the bitter cold nail, continuously scanning it and the enormous portal above with his divine sense. After a long while, Gu Bai finally had some clues. The bitter cold nail was equivalent to an anchor point, only with the bitter cold nail could there be a portal. The simplest and most direct way to close the portal was to destroy the bitter cold nail. But the material of this bitter cold nail was extraordinarily hard, even Immortal Venerable Limitless method could not damage it in the slightest. Furthermore, the bitter cold nail weighed hundreds of millions of tons, and the 3 nails were interconnected, so the weight of one nail was equivalent to 3 nails. Trying to pull up the bitter cold nail was also somewhat impractical. This was also the reason why Immortal Venerable Limitless method was helpless. His strength was very strong, even considered the strongest below the Ascension realm. But he wasn't too strong, he hadn't reached the level of the Ascension realm, so it was difficult for him to destroy the bitter cold nail. Unless it was his Immortal Dao killing move, 5 elements returning Yuan Qi. However, 5 elements returning Yuan Qi is an Immortal Dao killing move after all, and each use of 5 elements returning Yuan Qi would cause Immortal Venerable Limitless method to suffer a great loss of origin Qi. What's more, using 5 elements returning Yuan Qi twice in a row, if the current Immortal Venerable Limitless method doesn't want to die, he needs to recuperate for at least a few more decades before he can use 5 elements returning Yuan Qi again. Of course, at this stage, another method can be used, which is to gather 3 cultivators of similar strength to Immortal Venerable Limitless method and pull out the bitter cold nail together. But unfortunately, the other 2 cultivators simply do not exist in the cultivation world. If it were tens of thousands of years ago, the peak state Immortal Venerable King Yun and Li Emperor, plus Immortal Venerable Limitless method, might have been able to do it. Immortal Venerable King Yun's lifespan is now nearing its end, he must have used a special method to seal his own vitality to live until now. However, performing the 3000 sword chi before caused Immortal Venerable King Yun's body to be completely exhausted, and even with strange recuperation, it would take half a year to regain consciousness and hundreds of years to recover. As for Li Emperor, although his physical body is intact, his divine soul has long since perished. However, after careful study, Gu Bai finally understood the reason for the expansion of the teleportation gate incident. Firstly, it was the strength of the heavenly Dao will of the Heaven Ruins cultivation world. If it were the heavenly Dao in its full glory, the teleportation gate would probably only be able to open a small crack, unable to teleport any high-realm extraterrestrial demons. Secondly, the bitter cold nail continuously sends devilish chi into the cultivation world, and the devilish chi erodes the nearby land. These eroded lands then slowly break away from the control of the Tiangsu world. Strictly speaking, these eroded areas no longer belong to the Heaven Ruins cultivation world. It was precisely because of the decline of the Tiangsu world and the land being eroded by devilish chi that the spatial teleportation gate became larger and larger. Although Gu Bai has been traveling the cultivation world these years, he has already initially repaired the cultivation world, so the first problem has been solved. Next, he only needs to solve the problem of devilish chi polluting the land. Thinking of this, he immediately jumped off the bitter cold nail, stepping on the land soaked in devilish chi. Gu Bai extended his hand and condensed the devilish chi in the air onto his palm. Then, Gu Bai directly swallowed the concentrated devilish chi in one gulp. Immortal Venerable Limitless method, who was in the distance, was shocked to see the scene. He immediately teleported in front of Gu Bai. Physician Gu, are you all right? Looking at Gu Bai, whose face was black, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and on the verge of death, Immortal Venerable Limitless method asked with a trembling voice. This was the first time he had ever been so scared. If Gu Bai had an accident, the cultivation world would probably be doomed as well. I'm fine. Gu Bai spat out a mouthful of black blood, then said with difficulty. He was indeed fine, it was just that the devilish chi was eroding his internal organs, and he was about to die, that's all. However, that was only for other cultivators, for Gu Bai, it was just a mere fatal injury. Gu Bai closed his eyes tightly and began to fully analyze the characteristics of this devilish chi. After a long while, Gu Bai slowly opened his eyes. He immediately activated his immortal talent to purify the devilish chi in his body. After the analysis just now, Gu Bai discovered that devilish chi is somewhat similar to the cultivation tribulation, or rather, the cultivation tribulation evolved from devilish chi. Devilish chi just doesn't have the maddening characteristic of the cultivation tribulation, but in essence, they are almost the same. Once this was clear, things became simpler. He could completely create a purification device similar to the essence water gourd to purify the devilish chi. If so, it should be able to slow down the expansion speed of the teleportation gate, and the teleportation gate might even completely stop growing. He acted on his thoughts immediately. Gu Bai took out a storage pouch and stored a large amount of devilish chi in it, preparing to take it back to the Hall of Returning Spring for careful research. However, just as Gu Bai turned to leave, he was called out by Immortal Venerable Limitless method. Physician Gu, don't leave yet. I need you to deliver these spiritual items to Yafan, Gu Bei, and Suwuji. After Immortal Venerable Limitless method finished speaking, he took out several jade boxes from his storage pouch and handed them to Gu Bai. This is... Looking at the jade boxes in his hand, Gu Bai asked with a slight doubt. These are spiritual items that my master specifically instructed me to give to the destined tribulation takers before his ascension. You should know my master, right? His name is Immortal Lord Chaiwan, the 10th immortal in the cultivation world. Before his ascension to the immortal realm 50,000 years ago, he calculated that the Tiangsu world would face a tribulation. Therefore, he accepted me, Immortal Venerable King Yun, and Li Emperor as his disciples, imparting immortal Dao knowledge to the 3 of us to prepare in advance for that unknown calamity. I inherited his Dao of law, Immortal Venerable King Yun inherited his Dao of sword, and Li Emperor inherited his Dao of body, and all of us cultivated to the extreme and made breakthroughs. It's just a pity that time is merciless. Li Emperor's divine soul was annihilated, and immortal venerable King Yun, due to extreme old age, sealed his vitality and can only make one move. Only I, due to special reasons, have lived until now. At this point, a trace of sadness flashed in immortal venerable Limitless Method's eyes. He took a deep breath and continued. Besides the three of us, my master also specially left behind several spiritual items to strengthen the power of the destined tribulation takers. They are the source of 10,000 thunder, the sword Dao steel, immortal essence blood, and the chi of immortal Dao. These four spiritual items are all true immortal grade spiritual items. The source of 10,000 thunder can strengthen the physique and enhance the power of lightning divine abilities. The sword Dao steel can greatly enhance sword intent. Although it sounds ordinary, for sword cultivators, it is a truly supreme treasure. Immortal essence blood is my master's vital essence blood. After transformation, it can greatly strengthen blood chi, enhance the physique, and the power of blood attribute divine abilities. The chi of immortal Dao is a supreme spiritual item condensed by my master by sacrificing his own cultivation. Just one portion can raise the cultivation of a chi refining cultivator to the late stage nascent soul realm. And the foundation is incredibly solid, so there's no need to worry about problems of unstable foundation caused by a sudden increase in strength. Immortal Venerable Limitless Method said with a slight heartache. Gu Bai's eyes widened, looking at the jade boxes in his hand in disbelief. These four items combined could forcibly turn an ordinary cultivator into an unparalleled cultivator second only to Immortal Venerable Limitless Method. Even if these four spiritual items were distributed among Yefan and the other two, it could greatly increase their strength in a short period. Yefan and the other two, with their expanded strength, would be able to greatly alleviate the problem of insufficient combat power in the cultivation world. Thank you. Gu Bai solemnly accepted the spirit medicine and then said seriously. Although it was prepared specifically for those who would face the calamity, it was, after all, a gift, and such a precious spirit medicine at that. Having accepted something from someone, it was only right to thank them. The future will likely be very difficult. The more combat power we can add now, the better. Immortal Venerable Changchun Limitless Method said in a low voice. Upon hearing Immortal Venerable Changchun Limitless Method's words, Gu Bai also fell silent. At first glance, the cultivation world seemed to have weathered this great disaster, and all problems had a solution. They only needed to wait a few hundred years for the cultivation world's vitality to recover, then pull out or destroy the three bitter cold nails, and the danger to the cultivation world would be resolved. But in reality, the true danger was the extraterrestrial demon outside the cultivation world. According to what Gu Bai learned from other extraterrestrial demons, that powerful extraterrestrial demon was named Devouring Heaven Demon Lord. The extraterrestrial demons invading the cultivation world lived in the demon realm ruled by Devouring Heaven Demon Lord. The demon realm was much larger than the Sky Ruins world, and Devouring Heaven Demon Lord was a powerful expert at the 9th layer of the Ascension realm. He was the absolute overlord of the demon realm and also the first immortal, or rather, demonic lord, of the demon realm. Under his leadership, the demon realm successively occupied and devoured 5 small worlds, plundering all their foundations. What was despairing was that, in addition to Devouring Heaven Demon Lord, the demon realm also possessed 3 other demonic lords in the Ascension realm, and countless powerful extraterrestrial demons comparable to half-immortals. Currently, Devouring Heaven Demon Lord was determined to conquer the Sky Ruins world, but due to the protection of the Tiangsu world's heavenly Dao, he had been unable to capture the Sky Ruins world. However, this did not mean that Devouring Heaven Demon Lord had no other methods, it was just that using the bitter cold nails to slowly erode the cultivation world's power was the most economical method. After all, it was only a few decades or a few hundred years, and for Devouring Heaven Demon Lord, who was already a powerful expert in the Ascension realm and could at least enjoy a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years, he could afford to wait this amount of time. Therefore, what the Tiangsu world faced now was a seemingly endless despair. At least Immortal Lord Changchun Limitless Method saw no hope. His Immortal Dao killing move, 5 elements returning Yuan Qi, could only barely injure Devouring Heaven Demon Lord. The heavenly Dao, representing the power of this world, could only barely keep Devouring Heaven Demon Lord outside the world. Even if Immortal Venerable Changchun Limitless Method broke through to the Ascension realm with the help of the Sky Ruins world, he would still only be an early stage cultivator of the Ascension realm. No matter how astonishingly talented Immortal Venerable Changchun Limitless Method was, even if he could fight 1 against 3 upon entering the Ascension realm, it was impossible for him, with an early stage Ascension realm cultivation, to defeat Devouring Heaven Demon Lord, an old monster in the late stage of the Ascension realm who had lived for countless years and accumulated countless trump cards. I will find a way to solve the problem of the expanding teleportation gate. No matter how strong Devouring Heaven Demon Lord is, he cannot forcibly break through the cultivation world's protection. When Yefan, Gu Bei, and Su Wuji grow up, they will also be peerless cultivators no less than you. Not to mention my son, Gu Changchun, and other juniors in the cultivation world, they are all very outstanding. Moreover, besides your master, the other immortals probably also have backup plans. Now is not the time for despair. We will get through this. Gu Bai, however, showed no despair. He walked to Immortal Venerable Changchun Limitless Method's side, patted his shoulder, and showed a reassuring smile. Seeing Gu Bai's smile, Immortal Venerable Changchun Limitless Method was stunned for a moment, then also started to smile. After seeing Gu Bai's smile, for some reason, his originally agitated heart calmed down, as if as long as Gu Bai was there, no matter how difficult the problem, it could be solved. After bidding farewell to Immortal Venerable Changchun Limitless Method, Gu Bai activated the teleportation formation and arrived at the location of the bitter cold nail guarded by the human race. Only then did the smile on Gu Bai's lips fade. How could he not feel despair? The safety of the entire cultivation world rested on his shoulders, at one point making Gu Bai breathless. But Gu Bai knew he had to hold on. His lover, his family, his brothers, his disciples, everyone he cared about, were all in the Tiangsu world. After adjusting his state, Gu Bai found Ye Fan and the other two who were cultivating. Master, is there something you need us for? Ye Fan immediately stood up when he saw Gu Bai, asking in a low voice. Ye Fan deeply understood how busy his master was, so Gu Bai coming to find them now was definitely not for reminiscing or chatting. These are the spirit medicine that Immortal Venerable Changchun Limitless Method entrusted me to deliver to you. After Gu Bai finished speaking, he gave all the spirit medicine, including the Nirvana Fire, to Ye Fan and the other two. Only by giving the spirit medicine to Ye Fan and the other two could the spirit medicine itself exert its maximum effect. If Gu Bai were to use them himself, he could raise his theoretical combat power to be on par with Immortal Venerable Changchun Limitless Method. But theoretical combat power does not equate to actual combat power. Besides overt combat power, there are also combat experience, combat skills, proficiency in spell, innate divine ability that match one's combat system. A main cultivation technique suitable for combat, excellent combat intelligence, a powerful, fearless heart, and many other factors. Some people might have very impressive theoretical combat power, and the spell they use in combat experience are not bad, but without combat-related divine ability, their combat power is far inferior to other cultivators. Many cultivators who are defeated by those fighting above their realm are due to a deficiency in one or two of these aspects. Gu Bai was very self-aware, he was a logistical support healer. He was not skilled in any of the above. What he was good at was healing and saving people, planting spirit medicine, alchemy, artifact refining, managing sect forces, teaching disciples, fortune-telling, taking care of children, cooking and researching strange things. As for combat, it was fine during the chi refining and foundation establishment realm. His combat power couldn't be called strong, but at least it was not weaker than cultivators of the same realm. However, upon reaching the Golden Core and even Nascent Soul realm, due to innate divine ability, Gu Bai was completely distanced from other cultivators. And the spirit medicine gifted by Immortal Venerable Changchun Limitless Method were all geared towards enhancing combat power, which actually didn't help Gu Bai much. Therefore, leave the fighting to Ye Fan and the others, he would just provide support from the rear. Looking at the extremely precious spirit medicine in his hands and hearing Gu Bai's introduction of their effects, Ye Fan was silent for a moment, but ultimately did not refuse. At this critical juncture for the cultivation world, refusing would seem a bit pretentious. And the distribution of these spirit medicine was also very simple, whoever was suitable would receive them. Given the relationship between Ye Fan and the other two, they wouldn't fight over unequal distribution. After discussions among the three, it was finally decided that the source of 10,000 thunder would go to Gu Bai. The source of 10,000 thunder can improve the quality of thunder-attributed divine abilities and the physique. If he adapts well, he can even awaken an additional thunder-attributed divine ability. This is very suitable for Gu Bai, who cultivates both physique and thunder arts, and possesses the heavenly thunder body, making his efficiency in absorbing lightning several times that of other cultivators. It can be said that in this cultivation world, there is no one more suitable for the source of 10,000 thunder than Gu Bai. As for the sword Dao steel, it was allocated to Suwuji. The steel contains an incomparably pure sword intent. After absorbing it, one can greatly enhance their understanding of the sword Dao. This is very suitable for Suwuji, who is the purest sword cultivator. As for the immortal essence blood, it was given to Ye Fan. Immortal essence blood can improve the quality of all blood-attributed divine abilities and greatly enhance chi and blood, as well as physical strength. This is very suitable for Ye Fan, as he has several blood-attributed divine abilities, and he is also a body cultivator. As for the extra chi of the ascended immortal, it was divided into 3 equal shares among the 3. And the Nirvana fire was personally given to Ye Fan by Gu Bai. After receiving the spiritual treasures, the 3 immediately returned to Lingyan sect and began their secluded cultivation. Fortunately, after the extraterrestrial demons launched a large-scale attack once, they seemed to have suffered heavy losses. Since then, only scattered low-realm extraterrestrial demons have been teleported to the cultivation world. Gu Bai estimated that this loss, even for the demon realm, was quite severe, and it also consumed too much energy from the teleportation gate. The extraterrestrial demons would need to recuperate for at least some time before continuing to attack the cultivation world. This was a rare breathing period for the cultivation world, and Gu Bai also seized the time to return to the Hall of Returning Spring and began to seriously research the devilish chi. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. After 20 years of recuperation, the cultivation world had recovered some of its former appearance, and the spiritual chi concentration had returned to half of what it was before. Furthermore, the number of mortals had also recovered significantly, estimated to fully recover in a few more decades. Gu Bai had long since thoroughly researched the devilish chi and created a filtering device. Because of this, the scale of the teleportation gate finally stopped expanding, at most only able to teleport extraterrestrial demons of the spirit transformation realm, and the number of simultaneous teleports could not be too many. Afterward, Gu Bai traveled throughout the cultivation world, helping various places restore vitality. It was with Gu Bai's help that the cultivation world's recovery speed was so fast. In addition, if too many extraterrestrial demons emerged from the teleportation gate at once, Gu Bai would also use teleportation formations to go and help. It is worth mentioning that after using the spiritual treasures, the strength of Yafan and the other two greatly increased. Gu Bei's heavenly thunder body already had the function of absorbing lightning to strengthen his physique. After absorbing the source of 10,000 thunder, Gu Bei's physique reached an unprecedented height. And the quality of all of Gu Bei's lightning-related divine abilities also increased by a notch, reaching the peak level of great divine powers. In addition, Gu Bei also awakened a top-tier great divine ability called Red Lotus Divine Thunder, which is a red lightning specifically targeting extraterrestrial demons. It must be said that Gu Bei's talent is remarkable. Not long after awakening, Gu Bei fused the extremely Yang Divine Thunder with the Red Lotus Divine Thunder. They combined to form an extremely powerful evil-slaying Divine Thunder. Extremely Yang Divine Thunder and Red Lotus Divine Thunder both represent the purest form of destruction and devastation. And lightning is the most volatile of all attributes, so the destructive power of evil-slaying Divine Thunder is extremely strong. Because of this, Gu Bei's strength increased by another large margin. After Su Wuji absorbed the sword intent from the sword Dao steel, his sword Dao further improved. Although it sounds like a small improvement, the current Su Wuji is very likely the only person in the cultivation world, besides Immortal Venerable Chongsheng Limitless Method, who can harm Gu Bei. After Yafan absorbed the Immortal Essence Blood, his physique was greatly strengthened, and his divine abilities also improved. Although it sounds unremarkable and not as brilliant as Gu Bei and Su Wuji's performances, Yafan possesses countless trump cards. Yafan had previously sparred with Gu Bei and Su Wuji, and whenever Yafan was about to lose, he could always pull out a trump card, not to say he would win, but he could always fight to a draw. The current Yafan's overall ability should be the strongest among the three. As for the chi of the Ascended Immortal, each of the three refined one-third of it. One can only say it lives up to its name as a supreme treasure condensed from an immortal self-severed cultivation. Even with only one-third, it allowed each of Yafan and the other two to precisely break through to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Now, even a single one of the three has far greater combat power than the combined efforts of the three before. Because of this, with the help of Yafan and the other two, even after 20 years, the combat power of the Tiangsu cultivation world did not suffer too much loss. Besides Yafan and the other two, Gu Chongshun and his companions also had outstanding performances on the battlefield. Above the bitter cold nail, Gu Bai stood side by side with Immortal Venerable Chongsheng Limitless Method. Your injuries should be recovering soon, right? Gu Bai glanced at Immortal Venerable Chongsheng Limitless Method, then asked. Almost there. I plan to wait another 10 years, then activate the 5 elements returning Yuan Qi to forcefully destroy this bitter cold nail, Immortal Venerable Chongsheng Limitless Method said with a smile, nodding his head. Don't rush. We cannot push the extraterrestrial demons too hard. We must leave some hope for the Devouring Heaven Demon Lord, otherwise, the Devouring Heaven Demon Lord might use other methods to occupy the cultivation world. Gu Bai, however, shook his head, signaling Immortal Venerable Chongsheng Limitless Method not to rush. It was nighttime, and Gu Bai looked up at the starry sky, beginning to cast the star observation secret technique, wanting to peek into the future. Since the war between the human race ended, the chaotic heavenly Dao finally stabilized. The future also became clear, but almost all diviners could not foresee a future related to extraterrestrial demons. But Gu Bai was different. He was favored by the Sky Ruins world, and during the divination process, he received the blessing of the heavenly Dao. The previous large-scale attacks by extraterrestrial demons were all foreseen by Gu Bai in advance. With the help of the heavenly Dao, Gu Bai quickly saw a vision of the future. Immortal Venerable Chongsheng Limitless Method successfully destroyed one bitter cold nail. The remaining 2 bitter cold nails were forcefully removed by Gu Bai and Yafan working together. But the danger was not lifted. Not long after the bitter cold nails were destroyed, a violent tremor occurred in the cultivation world. Immediately after, the protective membrane of the Sky Ruins world was forcefully broken open. According to the information provided by the heavenly Dao, Gu Bai finally learned that after the Devouring Heaven Demon Lord discovered that slowly wearing down the Tiangsu world was ineffective. He directly manipulated the demon realm to collide with the Tiangsu world. A massive gap was also created in the protective membrane of the Tiangsu world due to the collision. Although the Devouring Heaven Demon Lord and the other 2 demon lords of the Ascension realm still could not enter the Sky Ruins world. Innumerable extraterrestrial demons surged into the Tiangsu world, and in just 3 years, the cultivation world was destroyed. Gu Bai suddenly opened his eyes, then gasped for breath. He hadn't expected the future to be so despairing, completely devoid of any hope of survival. What will happen in the future? Seeing Gu Bai's appearance, Immortal Venerable Limitless Method asked with some concern. Not good, very not good. If the bitter cold nail is forcibly destroyed, the Devouring Heaven Demon Lord will control the demon realm and crash it into the Sky Ruins world. Ultimately, the Sky Ruins world will be occupied by an endless horde of extraterrestrial demons. Gu Bai said in a low voice. No, I must divine again. Gu Bai took a deep breath. He once again performed the star observation secret technique, beginning to divine the future of the cultivation world. With the help of the heavenly Dao, Gu Bai saw that 10 years later, the recovered Immortal Venerable Limitless Method did not choose to destroy the bitter cold nail. The human race thus engaged in a prolonged battle with the extraterrestrial demons. Countless extraterrestrial demons were slain, and human race cultivators also suffered heavy casualties. About 500 years passed like this, and the Devouring Heaven Demon Lord finally could not bear it any longer, once again choosing to control the demon realm and crash it into the Tiangsu world. The protective membrane of the Tiangsu world was still breached, but after 500 years of recuperation, the Tiangsu world had recovered significantly, becoming much less weak. Even after colliding with the demon realm, only a moderately sized breach was created. An endless stream of extraterrestrial demons surged into the cultivation world through the breach. Meanwhile, Immortal Venerable Limitless Method and others led all the cultivators of the cultivation world in a desperate resistance. At this point, the scene Gu Bai was observing suddenly flickered. Ye Fan and the other two, along with several other powerful cultivators, were battling 10 half-immortal realm and hundreds of nascent soul realm extraterrestrial demons. The scene flickered again, and Gu Bai saw that Immortal Venerable Limitless Method seemed to be undergoing a breakthrough. However, the breakthrough process was not smooth. 10 half-immortal realm extraterrestrial demons surrounded Immortal Venerable Limitless Method. And at this moment, Gu Bai himself was standing in front of Immortal Venerable Limitless Method, seemingly acting as a protector for Immortal Venerable Limitless Method. Gu Bai saw himself forming hand seals, his life origin burning frantically, seemingly performing some kind of secret technique or divine ability. The scene suddenly began to flicker violently, as if due to the immense involvement. Beyond this point in the future, even with the help of the Heavenly Dao, what Gu Bai saw was still a blur of chaos. Gu Bai stood in place, frowning in thought. Through the future scenes and existing intelligence, Gu Bai roughly deduced that the demon realm likely possessed several hundred nascent soul realm extraterrestrial demons and over 20 half-immortal realm extraterrestrial demons. And in the future, 500 years from now, Ye Fan and the other two seemed to have also cultivated to the half-immortal realm. Besides them, participating in that future great battle was also Immortal Venerable King Yun, who had already awakened and was preparing to fight to the death. And a white-robed old man with white hair, standing side by side with Ye Fan, who looked very strong at a glance. Gu Bai could still accept these, he had some guesses. But what surprised Gu Bai the most was why he ran to the front lines and single-handedly acted as a protector for Immortal Venerable Limitless Method. One must know that facing him were 10 half-immortal realm extraterrestrial demons. As of now, the entire Tiangsu cultivation world only had Immortal Venerable Limitless Method and the unconscious Immortal Venerable King Yun as half-immortal realm cultivators. Although a typical half-immortal realm cultivator was not a match for Immortal Venerable Limitless Method, they still possessed combat power far exceeding that of a nascent soul realm cultivator. And what about himself at that time? He probably only had a cultivation of the nascent soul realm early stage. No matter how much Gu Bai racked his brain, he couldn't figure out what ability he possessed to be able to withstand 10 half-immortal realm extraterrestrial demons. But given his personality, if he dared to appear on the battlefield, he must have had a way to deal with it. Gu Bai shook his head, deciding not to think further. The current situation had become clear, the cultivation world still had approximately 500 years. And what he needed to do was to increase the combat power of the cultivation world as much as possible within these 500 years. Gu Bai did not hide anything, he told Immortal Venerable Limitless Method everything he had seen of the future without reservation. Immortal Venerable Limitless Method also frowned upon hearing it. The future still made him feel despair, but at least he could see a glimmer of hope. Although the demon realm could breach the cultivation world, that was the extent of it. The breach could at most accommodate half-immortal realm extraterrestrial demons, Ascension realm extraterrestrial demons still could not enter the cultivation world. If he truly succeeded in breaking through to the Ascension realm, then he alone could kill all the extraterrestrial demons invading the cultivation world. By then, the cultivation world would have enough time to recuperate its vitality. Gu Bai and Immortal Venerable Limitless Method discussed together and finally settled on several general plans. Firstly, Gu Bai had to recuperate the vitality of the cultivation world as much as possible within these 500 years, cultivating more cultivators, at least to ensure the Heavenly Dao was not so weak. The number of living beings and the spiritual chi concentration in the cultivation world were related to the strength of the Heavenly Dao. If it were the Heaven Ruins cultivation world in its prime, even the devouring Heaven Demon Lord's full power strike could only barely open a breach in the cultivation world's protective membrane, and the breach would quickly be repaired by the cultivation world. Secondly, it was to integrate all existing resources of the cultivation world to enhance the combat power of their high-level cultivators as much as possible. Thirdly, he himself had to improve his strength as much as possible, at least to cultivate to the nascent soul realm. Although he didn't understand what his future self relied on to confidently resist 10 half-immortal realm extraterrestrial demons alone, improving his strength certainly had no downsides. After clarifying his thoughts, Gu Bai immediately went to the bitter cold nail guarded by the human race cultivators. After decades of development, a city wall had been built near the bitter cold nail. On the wall were 5-level formations carved by all the formation masters of the cultivation world. Behind the city wall, a huge city was also built for the daily lives of all the cultivators guarding against the extraterrestrial demons. This huge city was called Tianyuan City. The center of Tianyuan City was the most spiritual chi-rich place in the entire city, and only this place could satisfy the daily cultivation of soul transformation realm mighty figures. Physician Gu. Hello, Physician Gu. As soon as Gu Bai arrived, he was warmly welcomed by all the great cultivators of the nascent soul realm. After all, no one would dislike someone like Gu Bai, who had a good temper and was a top-tier healer. Of course, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that they were still waiting for Gu Bai to rebuild their hometowns. Helping the cultivation world recover its vitality required Gu Bai to adjust the spiritual veins, so Gu Bai's power was astonishingly great now. If anyone provoked Gu Bai, and Gu Bai moved the spiritual veins of the area to another place, others wouldn't notice a thing. If others asked, he would just say it was the most reasonable method, and in the face of the great righteousness of the entire cultivation world's safety, no one dared to say anything more. That's the situation. To cope with the upcoming calamity, the cultivation world needs to increase its combat power as much as possible. The alliance leader of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, has agreed to take out all the treasures of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Therefore, I hope that all of you will also take out the gifts from your treasuries and share them with everyone. Who lost and who gained, I will record it, and we will discuss it after this matter is over. Gu Bai said in a deep voice, looking at the more than 20 soul transformation realm mighty figures present, as well as the managers of the major top forces. The dozens of cultivators present were representatives of all the top forces in the cultivation world. If it weren't for Physician Gu, my great Qin dynasty would probably still be a wasteland by now. Therefore, I am willing to take out the spiritual objects that my great Qin dynasty has treasured for hundreds of thousands of years. Here, I make a heavenly Dao oath. Every word I say is true. If there is any falsehood, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. After hearing Gu Bai's words, Qin Emperor was the first to stand up and express his support. Rumble. At this moment, a low rumble of thunder suddenly came from the sky, seemingly hinting at something. I also support this. If the cultivation world is finished, then having more treasures is useless. My Duobao Chamber of Commerce is willing to take out its accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years. I also make a heavenly Dao oath here. Every word I say is true. If there is any falsehood, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. A white-haired, plump old man said with a smile. My Luo Palace. My Bihan Immortal Palace. As Qin Emperor and the Duobao Chamber of Commerce took the lead, most of the cultivators present also spoke up, expressing that they would take out all their possessions. The remaining small number of forces, seeing that most of the forces were willing to take out all their treasures, were forced by the pressure of the situation to make a heavenly Dao oath, stating that they were willing to take out all their treasures. After reaching a consensus, all forces dispatched cultivators within their forces to transport all the spiritual objects from their treasuries to Tianyuan City. Although the cultivation world suffered a great disaster, most of the land was destroyed. However, each force would build its treasury deep underground and set up layers of formations for protection. Therefore, even though the cultivation world suffered such a great disaster, most of the treasuries were unharmed. Because Gu Bai had already built many teleportation gates in various places in the cultivation world in advance, all forces sent their spiritual objects to Tianyuan City in just 1 month. The Ya race side was also the same. All top Ya race made a heavenly Dao oath, stating that they would send all the spiritual objects in their clans to Tianyuan City for unified distribution. Looking at the boxes piled up throughout the square, and feeling the spiritual object fluctuations emanating from the boxes, Gu Bai couldn't help but smile. It could be said that almost all the spiritual objects in the entire cultivation world were gathered in this small square at this moment. Gu Bai just roughly sensed it and found hundreds of fifth-order spiritual objects, hundreds of Dao artifacts, and countless types of heaven and earth spiritual objects. At this time, these spiritual objects were neatly arranged together. Weapons, medicinal pills, spiritual objects that improve aptitude, and so on, were all placed on various shelves. And at this time in the square, more than 20 soul transformation realm mighty figures from the cultivation world and more than 30 fifth-order demon venerables from the Ya race were gathered. As for the bitter cold nail guarded by the Ya race, there was no need to worry for now. Extraterrestrial demons did not continuously attack the cultivation world, but rather attacked once every few years. And since there were teleportation formations, even if extraterrestrial demons really came to attack, the Ya race could use the teleportation formations to return quickly. The task of distributing the spiritual objects was handled by Gu Bai. Only his character was trusted by all cultivators. Standing among the many big shots, Gu Bai was not nervous at all. Gu Bai first began to distribute medicinal pills. If there were cultivators in the early stage of soul transformation who were about to break through to the middle stage, they would be allocated more medicinal pills. Or cultivators in the late stage of nascent soul who were about to break through to the soul transformation realm would also be allocated more medicinal pills. If it was a cultivator who had just broken through to the soul transformation realm, or a soul transformation realm cultivator with weak combat power, they would hardly receive any medicinal pills. Soon, hundreds of fifth-order medicinal pills and thousands of fourth-order medicinal pills were completely distributed by Gu Bai. Among them, Ye Fan and the other two received the most medicinal pills. This was not because Gu Bai was biased, but because among all soul transformation cultivators, Ye Fan and the other two were the strongest. Gu Bai distributed the spiritual objects one by one in this way, until dark, when Gu Bai had finished distributing most of the spiritual objects. The strength of the cultivators present could be said to have improved significantly. Human race cultivators were given many spiritual objects that could improve their strength, while the Ya race was given many Dao artifacts and medicinal pills. Ye Fan and the other two also received many good things. Su Wuji was given a Dragon Soul Essence and many high-quality spiritual swords. Dragon Soul Essence was all the essence from a fifth-order Dragon Venerable's entire body. After absorbing the Dragon Soul Essence, Su Wuji's physique should improve significantly, greatly enhancing Su Wuji's survival ability. Many high-quality spiritual swords could be absorbed by Su Wuji's Wuji sword to improve its quality. Ye Fan was given a Blood Sea sword, which was a top-grade Dao artifact and very suitable for Ye Fan. In addition, Ye Fan was also allocated many spiritual objects that could improve his cultivation. As for Gu Bai, the spiritual object he received was the treasure of the Myriad Thunder sect, the Earth Core Divine Thunder. Like the Nirvana Fire of the Phoenix clan, these were rare spiritual objects in the cultivation world. After refining the Earth Core Divine Thunder, Gu Bai would gain mastery of a top-tier lightning attributed great divine power for no reason. Looking at the remaining spiritual objects in front of him, Gu Bai nodded with satisfaction. These were specially left by him, just to create a body. Ye Fan specifically sought him out some time ago and confessed his situation to Gu Bai. and requested Gu Bai to create a body for the old man inside him, who was Yu Yezi. Gu Bai naturally agreed happily, because according to his understanding, the wisp of remnant divine soul within Ye Fan's body should be immortal venerable King Yun's most outstanding disciple. Yu Yezi, nicknamed Sword Formation Dual Perfection, was a peerless cultivator in the late stage of soul transformation, whose strength was second only to Chongsheng limitless method immortal venerable. It was a pity that he was ambushed back then and ended up with his divine soul extinguished. Gu Bai did not expect that Yu Yezi had not died, but instead resided within Ye Fan's body. And if Yu Yezi had a body, wouldn't that be another top-tier combat power? 9 Great Snow Lotus, the bones of a soul transformation realm late-stage bone demon, divine soul essence, a wisp of immortal essence blood, precious 5th order spiritual iron, excellent, all the materials are complete. Because of his experience in making mechanical arms, Gu Bai did not intend to recast Yu Yezi's body. He planned to create a puppet for Yu Yezi to control. Gu Bai quickly found Chongsheng limitless method immortal venerable. He planned to join forces with Chongsheng limitless method immortal venerable to create a puppet suitable for Yu Yezi. So it was that kid. His strength is decent. If he had enough Dao artifacts to form a sword formation in the late stage, he could even temporarily contend with me. It's a pity that heaven envies genius, he was ambushed in his later years and died. I didn't expect him to still be alive. After hearing the whole story, Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable said thoughtfully. He and Immortal Venerable King Yun were good friends, so he naturally knew the disciple Immortal Venerable King Yun had taken in. After Gu Bai and Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable discussed for a moment, they began to create the puppet. First, the Divine Soul Essence was refined by Yu Lao, as Divine Soul Essence can greatly nourish the Divine Soul. Yu Lao now only had a wisp of residual Divine Soul. After refining the Divine Soul Essence, Yu Lao's Divine Sense strength would greatly improve, and he should be able to recover to his peak. Secondly, a physical body was forged from 9 Great Snow Lotus, and the skeleton was made from various precious 5th-tier spirit iron. Then, a trace of immortal essence blood left by Ye Fan was mixed with other spiritual blood to serve as blood. Finally, Bone Demon's exoskeleton was used to create a close-fitting armor. To create this puppet, at least a 5th-tier peak artifact refiner was required, but Gu Bai himself was only a 4th-tier artifact refiner. However, Gu Bai did not need to personally forge it, he was only responsible for the design blueprints, and it would be jointly created by Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable and all artifact refiners in the cultivation world. It took a total of 10 years to finally complete its creation. Not bad, not bad. Looking at the completely black puppet in front of him, with distinct edges and corners all over its body, resembling a modern exoskeleton armor, which looked very explosive, Gu Bai nodded in satisfaction. This puppet was the peak work of artifact refining in the cultivation world. Even without a person controlling it, relying solely on its instincts, it possessed the combat power of a nascent soul realm late stage. Furthermore, the puppet's armor was incredibly hard, forged from the Bone Demon's exoskeleton and many precious 5th-tier spirit iron. How is this body? Are you very satisfied? Gu Bai looked at Ye Fan next to him and said with a hint of pride. Ye Fan's eyes widened, staring at the puppet in front of him with shining eyes. This puppet, with its distinct edges and corners and sense of killing intent, held a fatal attraction for Ye Fan, this young man. What I wanted was a normal human body. How will I face anyone looking like this? A slightly old voice suddenly came from within Ye Fan's body. Yu Lao's divine soul detached from Ye Fan's body, floating in the air. He looked at Gu Bai and said with a slight hint of speechlessness. Yu Lao was already very old when he died, and coupled with Immortal Venerable King Yun being rather rigid, he was also a relatively conservative cultivator. He was a bit unable to accept the handsome puppet created by Gu Bai. Don't worry, the puppet's armor can be retracted into its body. Gu Bai clapped his hands with a smile, and the black puppet also seemed to receive a command, as its black armor retracted into its body. What appeared before everyone was an old man with silver hair, a benevolent face, and skin as delicate as a child's. This was the effect of the 9 Grade Snow Lotus. As a supreme treasure of the cultivation world, a physical body forged with 9 Grade Snow Lotus would have skin like white jade. Excellent, excellent. Looking at the puppet's true appearance, Yu Lao nodded excitedly. Although this puppet had the appearance of an elder, he had white hair and a youthful face, like a benevolent immortal, looking even better than his own original appearance. His divine soul immediately attached to the puppet, and the puppet, which had its eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them. Yu Lao gripped his hands in disbelief. From this puppet, he felt an unprecedented power. This far exceeded Yu Lao's imagination. The power contained within this body was even much stronger than when he was at his peak. Moreover, Yu Lao felt that the speed of spiritual energy circulation within this body was incredibly smooth. And his magic power surged vigorously, as if it was inexhaustible and endless. This was Gu Bai's ingenious idea. The operation of the puppet required the consumption of spirit stones, so Gu Bai carved a storage space inside the puppet's body. The storage space contained hundreds of thousands of high-quality spirit stones, and a conversion formation was attached within the space, capable of converting spirit stones into spiritual chi at any time. The amount of spiritual chi was enough for Yu Lao to fight at full strength dozens of times. Now, Yu Lao had reached the limit of a nascent soul realm expert in all aspects, especially in terms of endurance and defensive capabilities, far exceeding normal nascent soul realm experts. I heard that Yu Lao, you are skilled in both sword formations and arrays, and what you are best at is sword formations. The more treasured swords you possess and the higher their quality, the greater the power of the sword formation. In an ideal state, you could even rival Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable. Therefore, I have specially prepared thousands of magic swords for you Lao. Gu Bai said with a smile. After speaking, he took out thousands of long swords from his storage pouch and placed them in front of Yu Lao. Although that was an ideal state, even at Yu Lao's peak, his strength could not compare to Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable. Yu Lao's character had been doubly certified by Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable and Ye Fan. Therefore, in order to maximize their combat power, Gu Bai had almost acquired all high-quality immortal swords from the entire cultivation world over the years. Then he had all the artifact refiners in the cultivation world work overtime to forge immortal swords. Finally, they successfully created over 2,000 pure Yang spirit treasures, over 100 Dao artifacts, and 4 top-grade Dao artifacts. The power of the sword formation composed of these high-quality immortal swords would likely be extremely terrifying. Thank you. Looking at the thousands of long swords before him, Yu Lao said with a slight excitement. Even in his previous life, he had never fought such a well-equipped battle. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless treasured swords, under Yu Lao's control, suddenly flew into the sky and combined with each other. This formation was named the Immortal Slaying Formation by Yu Lao, a supreme killing formation composed of 4 top-grade Dao artifacts as the main controllers. This was very likely the number 1 killing formation in the cultivation world. Come, Ye Fan, let's have a spar. Yu Lao looked at Ye Fan not far away and said with high spirits. In a sense, Ye Fan was also half his disciple. Yu Lao was very pleased with Ye Fan's growth. But at the same time, he also wanted to try, comparing himself, who had returned to his peak, or rather, surpassed his peak, with Ye Fan, whom he had nurtured, to see who would win. I was just thinking the same thing. Ye Fan was not at all timid, he said with high spirits. Of course, with their current strength, it was impossible for them to fight here. Their figures flickered, and they arrived at the Tianyuan Desert. The Tianyuan Desert was still the same, with sand filling the sky, and no trace of life could be seen. This place was very suitable for the two of them to spar. Come on. Ye Fan's entire body was engulfed in blood-red blood flames and white flames. The gourd at his waist was also opened, and countless fresh blood surged out from it. Under Ye Fan's control, the blood transformed into a terrifying blood beast over 10,000 meters tall. Countless fresh blood condensed into a blood-colored armor on the surface of the blood beast. Looking at the monstrous blood beast in front of him, Yu Lao, however, revealed a smile of excitement. Under his control, countless treasured swords condensed into a colossal long sword phantom. Boom! Boom! Countless long swords, like sharp bone-cutting knives, frantically sliced through the bloody beast's flesh. This move was a simplified version of the Immortal Dao killing move, 3000 Sword Chi, from Master Immortal Venerable King Yun. In just an instant, Ye Fan's bloody beast was completely stripped bare. But Ye Fan was not to be outdone, he controlled the bloody beast and pounced towards Tuanzi. Before Tuanzi, a sword chi barrier composed of countless long swords appeared. Ye Fan's attacks caused ripples on the barrier but could not truly harm Tuanzi. The two thus fell into a prolonged battle. Ye Fan's bloody beast had extremely strong recovery abilities, after all, it was composed of pure chi, and any severed parts could recover in a flash. For Ye Fan, this caused no real loss unless fire or other means were used to annihilate the chi. But even if the chi was annihilated, the gourd at Ye Fan's waist contained centuries of his stored blood, which was inexhaustible. Tuanzi was similar, he had hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones stored within his body, so he was not afraid of a war of attrition. The two fought from day to night, finally ending in a draw. Of course, this was merely a friendly sparring match between the two. In reality, both Ye Fan and Tuanzi still had trump cards they had not used. However, being able to fight to a draw openly already made Gu Bai very pleasantly surprised. This meant that his side had gained another great general, and the hope of defeating Devouring Heaven Demon Lord in the future had increased by a few points. Ever since helping Tuanzi forge a body, Gu Bai had traveled the cultivation world with Tuanzi, continuously casting merit light without a moment's rest. Under the illumination of merit light, the spiritual chi in the cultivation world was gradually recovering, and the heavenly Dao was slowly emerging from its weakened state. Of course, Gu Bai, traveling the cultivation world with Tuanzi, wasn't always just casting merit light and doing nothing else. In the past, Gu Bai might have needed to concentrate intently to operate merit light. But now, Gu Bai had reached a point where he could activate merit light purely by instinct, without needing to think at all. And being bored, he sat on Tuanzi's head and began to read a book. The book Gu Bai was reading was no ordinary book, these were the ultimate secret manuals of various top-tier forces. Under normal circumstances, these secret manuals would never be shown to outsiders, only core disciples were allowed to view them. But now, the cultivation world was on the verge of destruction, so the various forces naturally didn't bother with such restrictions. Anyone who wanted to read them could, as long as it could increase their combat power by even a sliver. Gu Bai, who loved to learn, had naturally copied almost all of the ultimate secret manuals of the top-tier forces into his storage space. He was reviewing these ultimate techniques for his own benefit. The cultivation technique he cultivated, Ancient Wood Evergreen Skill, had its later stages created by himself. Therefore, this cultivation technique was the most suitable for him, but it also had a drawback. The subsequent cultivation path needed to be researched and created by Gu Bai himself. The transition from nascent soul realm to spirit transformation realm was a qualitative change. Originally, Gu Bai, by cultivating step by step, could have deduced the cultivation technique to the spirit transformation realm when he reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm. But shortly after Gu Bai broke through to the nascent soul realm, he was directly infused with cultivation by the heavenly Dao, forcibly raising him to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. The cultivation infused by the heavenly Dao was incredibly pure. This cultivation was even more stable than what Gu Bai had cultivated himself, and Gu Bai did not need to worry about the issue of an unstable foundation. However, this created a new problem. The progress of the cultivation technique he was deducing had fallen behind. Therefore, even if there was an opportunity to break through to the spirit transformation realm, Gu Bai would be unable to break through until he had deduced the cultivation technique to the spirit transformation realm. Fortunately, at present, he was deeply favored by the heavenly Dao, and the heavenly Dao would periodically bestow blessings. These blessings could enhance Gu Bai's comprehension ability, coupled with the fact that he could freely peruse the ultimate techniques of various top-tier forces. Even though he had only recently broken through to the nascent soul realm, Gu Bai was already close to deducing his cultivation technique to the spirit transformation realm. Gu Bai estimated that he would need about another 100 years to deduce his cultivation technique to the spirit transformation realm. And besides Gu Bai, no one else was idle. Tianyuan City, at the border of the human race and extraterrestrial demons battlefield. The demon realm gate glowed brightly, and an endless stream of extraterrestrial demons poured out of the demon realm gate, rushing towards Tianyuan City in the distance. The scale of this extraterrestrial demon surge was the largest in the past 5 years, with a total of 10 extraterrestrial demons in the spirit transformation realm, and countless low-realm extraterrestrial demons. As soon as these extraterrestrial demons appeared, dense attacks followed closely. Large numbers of extraterrestrial demons died under these dense attacks. But a small number of extraterrestrial heart demons still struggled to advance towards Tianyuan City, enduring the dense attacks. When the extraterrestrial demons finally reached Tianyuan City, the city walls emitted golden light, and all extraterrestrial demons who touched the golden light were repelled by it. This was Tianyuan City's 5th-tier offensive and defensive formation. Under the advantage of the formation and numbers, the human race cultivators' casualty rate these years was almost zero. Extraterrestrial demons below the nascent soul realm could not even approach the city walls. Just as the extraterrestrial demons were being beaten back, a black sword chi flew towards the city wall at an extremely fast speed. This was the sword chi of a late-stage spirit transformation realm sword demon. With the power of this sword chi, even if it couldn't break through the formation's defense, it could still cut a gap in the city wall. And at this moment, a silver sword chi suddenly appeared, and the silver sword chi collided with the black sword chi. In just an instant, the silver sword chi easily cut through the black sword chi, and then the silver sword ki power remained undiminished. It directly slashed towards the endless extraterrestrial demons behind, until it cut hundreds of nascent soul realm extraterrestrial demons in half. Only then did the silver sword chi slowly dissipate. Immortal Venerable Wuji has made his move. Seeing this sword chi, the cultivators on the city wall immediately said excitedly. So Wuji ignored the other cultivators. With a flicker, he appeared alone above all the extraterrestrial demons. The 10 spirit transformation realm extraterrestrial demons also flew into the air, opposing So Wuji. So Wuji said nothing unnecessary. He raised the Wuji sword in his hand and began a fierce battle with these 10 extraterrestrial demons. So Wuji had been guarding Tianyuan City all these years, and he had not missed any battle with the extraterrestrial demons. Other spirit transformation realm great powers were not as eager for battle as So Wuji. They would avoid making a move if possible. Because of this, in recent years, most of the spirit transformation realm extraterrestrial demons who attacked Tianyuan were slain by So Wuji. The battle did not last too long. In just a few incense sticks' time, these 10 extraterrestrial demons were easily slain by So Wuji. Boring. So Wuji, who was spotless, said indifferently. His figure instantly vanished, leaving only the astonished crowd. Ha ha ha, I'm so f***ing handsome. After returning to his immortal cave in Tianyuan City, So Wuji no longer maintained a poker face. Instead, he laughed heartily without any rhythm. After such a long period of tempering, So Wuji's strength had improved significantly. First and foremost, his physique had reached the level of a nascent soul realm body cultivator due to absorbing the essence of the dragon soul. Although he couldn't compare with Gu Bei and Ye Fan, he far surpassed ordinary nascent soul realm cultivators. An attack that could severely injure a late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator would at most lightly wound So Wuji. This was a huge improvement for So Wuji, meaning he had more room for error and was no longer limited to 1 or 2 mistakes when facing opponents of the same rank, unlike before. His sword Dao had also been cultivated to a level second only to Immortal Venerable King Yun. Now that Immortal Venerable King Yun's lifespan was nearing its end and he was in a coma, So Wuji, strictly speaking, was already considered the number 1 sword Dao cultivator in the cultivation world. However, even so, So Wuji still didn't relax. He always charged to the front lines of the battlefield, tempering his sword techniques by fighting multiple enemies, all in preparation for the decisive battle in the future. Meanwhile, at another bitter cold nail. This bitter cold nail was guarded by Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable alone. He alone could withstand all extraterrestrial demons. Yes, you must skillfully master the mutual generation and restraint of the 5 elements, and cultivate the 5 types of spiritual chi metal, wood, water, fire, and earth within your 5 internal organs. Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable was earnestly guiding Ye Fan. Ye Fan listened with a serious expression. Indeed, to improve his strength, Ye Fan planned to learn Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable's ultimate skill, the Immortal Dao killing move, 5 elements returning Yuan Qi. Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable was naturally happy to do so. Since Ye Fan wanted to learn, he would naturally teach. Ye Fan's talent also did not disappoint Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable. In just a few years, he had completely comprehended the 5 elements returning Yuan Qi. Now, Ye Fan only needed to nurture the true qi of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth within his 5 internal organs, respectively, and when the time was right, he could unleash the 5 elements returning yuan qi. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the very bottom of the 9 Serenity Ice Spring in the northern cold land of the cultivation world, this place was the coldest place in the cultivation world. The northern cold land was covered in glaciers, and the reason it was so cold was due to its special geographical location, which produced ice-attributed spiritual qi. Ice-attributed spiritual qi would slowly sink underground over time, and this 9 Serenity Ice Spring was the accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years in the northern cold land. The 9 Serenity Ice Spring was extremely cold, just a single drop could turn an area of 100 li into a world of ice and snow. And at this moment, within this 9 Serenity Ice Spring, a cultivator was actually sitting cross-legged. If it were an ordinary cultivator, even a nascent soul realm mighty figure, if immersed in the 9 Serenity Ice Spring, they would probably be instantly frozen into an ice block. However, not only was this cultivator not frozen into an ice block, but he was slowly absorbing the power of the glacier. That's right, this person was Gu Bei. He was currently using this 9 Serenity Ice Spring to temper his physique. As long as the Wang Undying body tempering art was cultivated to the 6th layer, an ascended immortal realm body could be tempered. Currently, Gu Bei had cultivated the Wang Undying body tempering art to the perfection of the 5th layer, and was only one step away from the 6th layer. However, cultivating to the 6th layer was even more difficult than cultivating from the 1st layer to the perfection of the 5th layer combined. Gu Bei had been stuck at the perfection of the 5th layer for a long time, but had made no progress. In the cultivation world, perhaps only Li Emperor himself had cultivated to the 6th layer, and perhaps only Li Emperor himself knew how to break through to the 6th layer. Li Emperor was also the first cultivator in the cultivation world to achieve immortal ascension through the body, and his strength even surpassed Chongsheng limitless method Immortal Venerable. It was a pity that achieving immortal ascension through the body did not allow ascension to the immortal realm, and although the body was immortal, the divine soul would still age. After living for over 10,000 years, Li Emperor finally passed away, leaving behind only an immortal body. Fortunately, Chongsheng limitless method Immortal Venerable had a good relationship with Li Emperor, and therefore knew how to break through to the 6th layer. First, the body, which had been tempered to the extreme, needed to be hammered again. However, ordinary hammering was already useless, only the extreme cold power from the northern cold glacier and the 9 Serenity Ice Spring, the blazing sun fire nurtured for hundreds of thousands of years beneath the blazing sun mountain, and the heavenly Tao's strongest lightning tribulation, the annihilation divine lightning, would suffice. Only after undergoing these temperings could the Wang Undying body tempering art be cultivated to the 6th layer. Currently, Gu Bei was fully tempering his physique, hoping to cultivate the Wang Undying body tempering art to the 6th layer before 500 years. Besides the 3 of them, Qingzhou was also developing rapidly during this period. As one of the few places in the cultivation world that was spared from the ravages of war and had abundant spiritual qi, Qingzhou almost became a retirement haven for cultivators who had lost their homes. And Qingzhou, during these years of war, constantly treated the wounded and continuously transported talents to the cultivation world. Gu Chongshun and the other 2 had also been fighting against the extraterrestrial demons during these years. 500 years would be enough time for the 3 of them to cultivate to the nascent soul realm, and by then, they would be able to add more combat power to the cultivation world. As for Qingning, she did not hide in the rear. She had also been actively fighting the extraterrestrial demons on the front lines during these years. During this period, she encountered multiple life and death crises, but fortunately, Gu Bei, Ye Fan, and others had placed life-saving measures on Qingning. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 50 years had passed. On this day, Gu Bei returned to the sect early and went to the Hall of Returning Spring. However, besides Gu Bei, a large number of the cultivation world's top physicians were also gathered in the Hall of Returning Spring. Upon seeing Gu Bei, these physicians respectfully greeted him. Even 4th-order physicians were no exception, and Gu Bei responded with a smile to each of them. The reason he returned to the sect was that Immortal Venerable King Yun, who had been recuperating in the Hall of Returning Spring, had almost recovered from his injuries and was about to wake up. Soon, Gu Bei arrived at the depths of the Hall of Returning Spring, pushed open the door of the room, and instantly felt a rich wood attribute qi and the fragrance of medicinal herbs. This was the room where Immortal Venerable King Yun was recuperating, filled with dense wood attribute qi. An ordinary mortal, in this room, could live to be 100 years old even if they only took a few breaths. Low-realm cultivators, if they absorbed some, could greatly increase their cultivation. At this moment, these extremely precious wood attribute qi were slowly absorbed into the body of an old man in the center of the room, like a whirlpool. The old man was dressed in a green robe, although he was unconscious, even so, the sword qi he subconsciously emitted was still incredibly sharp. This old man was the severely injured and unconscious Immortal Venerable King Yun. Gu Bei slowly walked in front of Immortal Venerable King Yun, placed his hand on Immortal Venerable King Yun's chest, and then a green light appeared in his hand, beginning to treat Immortal Venerable King Yun. Under Gu Bai's treatment, Immortal Venerable King Yun, who had already mostly recovered, finally slowly regained consciousness. His fingers twitched slightly, and then he suddenly opened his eyes. Who are you? Just as Gu Bai was about to greet him, Immortal Venerable King Yun suddenly vanished from Gu Bai's sight, and then a long blade was placed against Gu Bai's neck. Clearly, Immortal Venerable King Yun had just awakened and was still a bit disoriented. Calm down, I am a physician treating your injuries. Gu Bai raised his hands high and said in an extremely gentle tone. Perhaps it was due to Gu Bai's affinity talent, or perhaps the influence of Gu Bai's own gentle demeanor. After Immortal Venerable King Yun roughly sensed the surrounding environment and confirmed his safety, he finally relaxed. He slowly withdrew the long blade from Gu Bai's neck. I'm sorry, I just woke up, and I might have been a bit too nervous, Immortal Venerable King Yun said, his voice somewhat hoarse. It's alright, but your body is still too weak right now. I need you to recuperate, Gu Bai said, not minding Immortal Venerable King Yun's previous actions. Gu Bai still held immense respect for this top combatant of the cultivation world, the peerless sword cultivator who had repelled the devouring heaven demon lord with a single strike. Immortal Venerable King Yun remained silent for a moment, but ultimately nodded. He was actually a bit confused himself. Tens of thousands of years ago, when he was nearing the end of his lifespan, he sealed his vitality and fell into a deep slumber to cope with a great catastrophe in the cultivation world. Upon being awakened, he immediately saw the gigantic hand of the devouring heaven demon lord. Without time to think, Immortal Venerable King Yun immediately unleashed his essence of Immortal Dao killing move, 3000 Sword Chi. He, along with Changchun Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, repelled the devouring heaven demon lord. However, Immortal Venerable King Yun, having just recovered, forcibly used 3000 Sword Chi, causing him to directly fall into a coma. Given his condition at the time, Immortal Venerable King Yun thought he was surely dead, and he never expected to wake up again. With Gu Bai's patient explanation, Immortal Venerable King Yun finally understood the current situation. Young and promising, the aged Immortal Venerable King Yun said, looking at Gu Bai with a slightly complex expression. Gu Bai reminded him of his master, who had ascended many years ago. His master was also a gentle person like Gu Bai. It was precisely his master's patient guidance that allowed him to cultivate Li Emperor and Changchun Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, these three top cultivators. Master. Just as Immortal Venerable King Yun was filled with emotion, Yu Yezi pushed open the door and entered. You are Yu Yezi. Immortal Venerable King Yun said, looking at the old man before him with some uncertainty. It is I. Yu Yezi nodded excitedly, never expecting to see his master again. Gu Bai smiled and quietly left, giving the two elders some space. Under Gu Bai's care, Immortal Venerable King Yun, in his current state, could likely live for another 1,000 years or so. Although his strength had declined due to extreme aging, this did not negate Immortal Venerable King Yun's power. When the extraterrestrial demons attack the cultivation world in the future, the chances of victory would increase slightly. Upon learning of Immortal Venerable King Yun's awakening, Su Wuji, for once, left Tianyuan City and immediately sought to spar with Immortal Venerable King Yun. As a sword cultivator, Immortal Venerable King Yun naturally wouldn't refuse. Their spar was a friendly one, not using their full strength, and ultimately ended with Su Wuji's defeat. But even in defeat, Su Wuji showed no signs of disappointment, instead, he laughed heartily up at the sky. Although he lost, in his battle with Immortal Venerable King Yun, he gained new insights into swordsmanship, and his sword techniques improved to a higher level. The two became friends through their encounter, drinking and discussing the Dao of the sword that same night. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 40 years had passed. After nearly 100 years, Gu Bai had finally successfully deduced his cultivation technique, ancient wood evergreen skill, to the spirit transformation realm. Sitting cross-legged in the sect's secret chamber, Gu Bai slowly absorbed the essence of Immortal Dao in his hand and began his breakthrough. Although the essence of Immortal Dao in the cultivation world had been used up, this did not mean Gu Bai couldn't obtain more. Essence of Immortal Dao was a spiritual substance produced by the heavenly Dao of the Sky Ruins world, and given Gu Bai's relationship with the heavenly Dao, he didn't even need to ask. When he was preparing for his breakthrough, the heavenly Dao naturally manifested a stream of essence of Immortal Dao before Gu Bai. Furthermore, according to Gu Bai's observations, the essence of Immortal Dao bestowed by the heavenly Dao clearly contained more potent celestial chi than normal essence of Immortal Dao. If normal essence of Immortal Dao contained 10 units of celestial chi, then the essence of Immortal Dao in Gu Bai's hand contained 20 units of celestial chi. Soon, Gu Bai absorbed all the essence of Immortal Dao into his body, and Gu Bai's aura rapidly climbed. Gu Bai's cultivation was directly infused by the heavenly Dao, so his magical power was naturally extremely pure, thus he did not worry about an unstable foundation, and the breakthrough process was incredibly smooth. Gu Bai quickly successfully broke through to the spirit transformation realm. Next, he only needed to successfully pass the lightning tribulation and accept the attraction of the lightning tribulation to awaken a new divine ability, becoming a true soul transformation realm grandmaster. Of course, given Gu Bai's current relationship with the heavenly Dao would naturally not strike Gu Bai with a lightning tribulation. At this moment, thick clouds of karma and auspiciousness suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately after, a golden lightning bolt, incredibly gently, struck Gu Bai. This was the largest karma lightning tribulation in the history of the cultivation world, and only Gu Bai was qualified to trigger such a massive karma lightning tribulation. After all, Gu Bai could now be said to possess boundless karma, both for the human race and the Ya race. If not for Gu Bai, the cultivation world would likely have been destroyed in a single generation. Under the baptism of the karma lightning tribulation, Gu Bai only felt that the quality of all his current divine abilities was rapidly increasing. In just a moment, all four of Gu Bai's divine abilities were elevated to the limit of great divine power. In addition, Gu Bai also awakened a new divine ability, a rare time element divine ability called Past Self. When this divine ability was activated, Gu Bai could adjust his physical state to how it was an incense stick's time ago. Of course, this divine ability had limitations, it could only be used twice at most, and then it would require a period of recuperation to recover. But even so, this was a top-tier great divine power, having it was equivalent to having half a life. Of course, this was not the limit of the heavenly Dao, but Gu Bai's own limit. Above great divine power were celestial path divine abilities, which only Ascension Realm immortals could master. The heavenly Dao could infuse a large amount of heavenly Dao origin, forcibly elevating one of Gu Bai's divine abilities to a celestial path divine ability. However, with Gu Bai's soul transformation realm cultivation, his body could only withstand one celestial path divine ability at most. Therefore, the heavenly Dao asked Gu Bai to choose carefully. It could elevate the divine ability Gu Bai chose to a celestial path divine ability. Celestial path divine abilities, in the cultivation world, no cultivator currently possessed any. Even the heavenly Dao needed to expend an extremely expensive price to elevate a great divine power to a celestial path divine ability. In the history of the cultivation world, only Gu Bai alone could enjoy this benefit. Gu Bai pondered for a moment, then decided to take a gamble and choose to elevate his newly awakened divine ability, past self, to a celestial path divine ability. None of his 4 divine abilities were bad. In particular, Merit Light was simply the divine ability of divine abilities. Enlightenment also provided Gu Bai with a lot of help. Without enlightenment, which increased his learning speed and comprehension ability, he could still achieve his current accomplishments, but it would definitely take longer. However, these divine abilities all had a very obvious drawback: they lacked strong offensive power. Even when upgraded to celestial path divine abilities, they couldn't reverse the tide of battle. Therefore, Gu Bai decided to take a gamble and reserve this opportunity for past self. Past self was actually not well suited for Gu Bai, providing almost zero improvement for him. After all, being able to adjust one's own time to the most perfect state was almost useless for Gu Bai, who was immortal and always in a perfect state. However, past self was an extremely rare time-based divine ability. Time-based divine abilities had rarely appeared in the history of the Tiangsu cultivation world. Any time-based divine ability possessed an extremely high upper limit. The moment Gu Bai chose past self, an incredibly vast essence of immortal Dao appeared from the sky and then surged into Gu Bai's body. Gu Bai closed his eyes tightly and began to wholeheartedly refine this essence of immortal Dao. Crack, crack, crack. With a series of cracking sounds, his divine ability, past self, finally broke through its restraints, advancing from a great divine power to a celestial path divine ability. Having reached this stage, the heavenly Dao did not stop. More essence of immortal Dao emerged from the sky. Gu Bai also did not stop. He continued to absorb this essence of immortal Dao, and the quality of his celestial path divine ability was improving at an extremely rapid pace. Although his body could only bear one celestial path divine ability, the heavenly Dao could maximize the quality of this celestial path divine ability. Soon, Gu Bai's celestial path divine ability had been elevated to the peak of celestial path divine abilities within the Ascension realm. Gu Bai slowly opened his eyes, and after perceiving the specific effects of the upgraded divine ability, Gu Bai couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. It seemed he had gambled correctly. After past self advanced, its name changed from past self to first unparalleled. Its effect also completely changed. Gu Bai could now use a medium to travel to the time river and summon strong individuals from the past. Of course, this also had limitations. There had to be a medium related to the past strong individual, and Gu Bai also needed to gain the past strong individual's approval before he could summon them. Furthermore, limited by Gu Bai's cultivation, the body Gu Bai constructed could only reach the spirit transformation realm at most. But even with these numerous restrictions, this was still a considerably heaven-defying divine ability. Gu Bai immediately flashed before Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws and explained his situation to him. So, do you still have any personal items of your master, Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws, preferably something he wore for a long time? I want to test the effect of my divine ability. Gu Bai said in a deep voice. The cultivation world had countless strong individuals in the past, but the strongest were the 10 immortals who were the only ones to ascend from the cultivation world. The cultivation world's million-year history had only produced 10 immortals. Their combat power was the pinnacle of the cultivation world, and each was a genius rarely seen in 100,000 years. As long as one could be successfully summoned, it would be a huge improvement for their side. My master. Hearing Gu Bai's words, Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws pondered for a moment, then took out a jade pendant from his storage pouch and handed it to Gu Bai. This was my master's personal jade pendant when he was young. It's a Dao artifact that can release a defensive barrier capable of withstanding a full-strength attack from a nascent soul realm cultivator when encountering danger. My master gave me this jade pendant before his ascension. Gu Bai solemnly accepted the jade pendant. This item must have been very important to Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws. Holding the jade pendant in his hand, Gu Bai immediately activated the first unparalleled divine ability. In a trance, a vast, endless river seemed to appear before Gu Bai. He stood in the middle of this long river, and in the upper reaches of this river were scenes related to the future. However, these scenes were shrouded in mist and completely unclear, while the lower reaches were the past that had already occurred. The jade pendant in Gu Bai's hand was also closely connected to the time river. Through first unparalleled, Gu Bai could see the past scenes of this jade pendant. This included how the jade pendant was crafted, who its previous owner was, and how it was acquired by Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws. Soon, Gu Bai chose an anchor point, the moment Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws handed the jade pendant to Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws before his ascension. Using the jade pendant as a guide, Gu Bai stepped into the time river. His consciousness soon arrived in the past tens of thousands of years ago, and he pulled Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws' consciousness into the space constructed by the divine ability. Is this the immortal realm? Looking at Gu Bai before him, Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws asked with some confusion. Hearing this, Gu Bai's mouth twitched. The time he chose was too coincidental. precisely the moment Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws ascended. This is not the immortal realm. I am from the future. The reason you are here is because I would like to ask for your help. Gu Bai helplessly waved his hand and explained the situation to Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws. So that's how it is. There is such a miraculous divine ability in this world. I see you're a good person. When needed, I can assist you in battle. After understanding the details, Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws nodded with a smile. The moment Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws agreed, Gu Bai suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately after, a puff of smoke suddenly rose before Gu Bai, and then the figure of Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws appeared before Gu Bai. This was Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws, conjured by Gu Bai using the first unparalleled divine ability. Most importantly, the Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws before him was not an unconscious puppet, he possessed all his previous memories. Gu Bai used his divine ability to pull the consciousness of Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws from that time segment out of a section of the time river from the past. In a sense, the Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws before him was the Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws himself from before his ascension in the past. However, the body was constructed by his divine ability, and thus only had a late-stage soul transformation realm cultivation. Master, is that you? Looking at the figure that was too familiar to be unfamiliar, Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws asked with some anticipation. Foolish disciple, of course it's me. Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws turned his head and saw Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws, who was shedding tears. Seeing this, Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws shook his head helplessly. He walked to Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws and gently patted his shoulder. Foolish disciple, you've worked hard all these years. This disciple has let Master down, failing to protect the Tianxia world and fulfill Master's dying wish before his ascension. Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws lowered his head like a child, saying with a hint of bitterness. This isn't your fault. You've already done very well to reach this point, Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws said with a benevolent tone. The two chatted for quite a while, and then Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws, using the excuse of checking his disciple's progress, sparred with Immortal Venerable Limitless Method. As for the final battle result, Immortal Venerable Limitless Method was slightly better. Immortal Venerable Limitless Method was, after all, a half-immortal realm expert who had lived for tens of thousands of years. It could be said that he had achieved major achievement in Limitless Method, only a step away from ascension. The reason he hadn't ascended was to remain in the cultivation world and deal with this great catastrophe. In terms of overall strength, he was already stronger than Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws before his ascension. Furthermore, Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws was only in the nascent soul realm. Even with the divine ability of First Unparalleled, which granted infinite magic power and the ability to infinitely reconstruct his body, he was still no match for Immortal Venerable Limitless Method. Not bad, not bad. You've truly grown a lot. Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws, whose body had fully recovered, looked at Immortal Venerable Limitless Method before him and said with great satisfaction. Immortal Venerable Limitless Method was his favorite among his three disciples, and the only one who had truly inherited his legacy. Before his ascension, his disciple was just an ordinary nascent soul realm cultivator. He never expected that after he was pulled into the future, his disciple would have already become an unparalleled cultivator, not inferior to him. Watching this heartwarming scene, Gu Bai smiled. He quietly retreated to a distance, not disturbing their reunion. Soon after, Immortal Venerable King Yun also arrived. The long-separated master and disciple talked through the night. It wasn't until the next morning that Gu Bai finally deactivated his divine ability, First Unparalleled. Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Law's body transformed into a golden light, slowly disappearing before them. When Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Law's consciousness returned to the past, he would not reveal any information about the future to others. For Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws, everything he experienced in the future was like a dream. When he returned to the past, he would forget everything he had experienced in the future. Only when Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws was summoned to the future again would he recall everything he had experienced. Looking at Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws slowly disappearing before his eyes, Gu Bai instinctively thought. Since Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws could be summoned, could Elder Zhang also be summoned? The more he thought about it, the more Gu Bai realized that the possibility was extremely high. His divine ability, in essence, was to transmigration the time river, using a medium to extract a wisp of a past person's will. Then, using the special nature of the divine ability, he could directly condense a body of the same proportion. There was no clear restriction on the strength of the past person, even a mortal could still be summoned to the present by Gu Bai. Thinking of this, Gu Bai no longer hesitated. After bidding farewell to Immortal Venerable Limitless Method, he flashed and returned to Lingyun sect, to his own small courtyard. Looking at the familiar scene in the small courtyard, Gu Bai felt a momentary trance. It seemed that ever since the extraterrestrial demons attacked the cultivation world, he had never stayed in his own small courtyard again. He barely even had time to rest. There was no other way, the burden on his shoulders was simply too heavy. Gu Bai even forgot when he last slept. Fortunately, his small courtyard was equipped with a formation, so even if no one lived there for half a year, the courtyard would not appear dilapidated. Gu Bai took a deep breath. From his storage pouch, he took out a token. This was the token that Elder Zhang had given him when he first joined the sect. Gu Bai looked at the unusually worn-out token with some nostalgia. This token had been kept close to him ever since he stepped into the cultivation world. Even now, he would occasionally take out this token and examine it carefully. Elder Zhang had too great an influence on him. It could be said that a large part of Gu Bai's gentle and kind personality was due to Elder Zhang. It was Elder Jiang's benevolence and his affection for Gu Bai that made Gu Bai hold the same attitude towards the cultivation world. Gu Bai took a few deep breaths, calming his emotions, before activating his divine ability, first unparalleled. The familiar time river once again appeared before Gu Bai. Following the guidance of the medium, Gu Bai finally found Elder Jiang's past. He saw how, during the sect battle, Elder Zhang and Elder Qian worked together to kill a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. For the current Gu Bai, a Foundation Establishment cultivator was an ant that could be crushed at will, but for Elder Zhang back then, a Foundation Establishment cultivator was an almost unbeatable existence. Looking at Elder Jiang's familiar, benevolent face, Gu Bai was momentarily moved to tears. Elder Zhang, who was wiping his long sword, preparing for a desperate fight, suddenly felt a blackness before his eyes and appeared in a mysterious space. And before them stood a cultivator dressed in white, with beautiful long silver hair. He exuded an indescribable gentle aura, like a banished immortal, and was staring at them in a daze. You are? Gu Bai. Looking at the person before him, Elder Zhang asked with some hesitation. Logically speaking, the current Gu Bai should be outside the sect, treating the wounded and resisting foreign enemies, so it was impossible for him to appear before them. Furthermore, the person before him had a significant difference in appearance from Gu Bai. In Elder Jiang's impression, Gu Bai was not as handsome or as mature as the person before him. But a vague intuition made Elder Zhang firmly believe that the person before him was Gu Bai. Yes, I am Gu Bai from the future. Due to some special reasons, my consciousness can return to the past. Gu Bai nodded and said softly. Tisk, 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 I never thought that you, kid, would be so awesome in the future, and so handsome too. Elder Zhang looked Gu Bai up and down, exclaiming in wonder. Ha 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 ha, the future me is a great hero who saved the entire cultivation world. Gu Bai smiled, speaking with a hint of pride. You save the cultivation world. Did I hear that right? Elder Zhang looked at Gu Bai before him, saying in disbelief. In his opinion, Gu Bai only had an inferior aptitude. Even with the highest talent, at most, he could only cultivate to the Golden Core realm. As for higher realms, that was already beyond his imagination. But when Elder Zhang saw Gu Bai's serious eyes and the mature and steady aura emanating from Gu Bai, Elder Zhang fell silent for a moment. He slowly walked in front of Gu Bai and gently embraced him. Brat, saving the cultivation world is not an easy task. This process must have been very tiring, right? If you're tired, just rest. It's okay. He didn't know what Gu Bai had experienced, nor did he know what crisis the cultivation world had encountered. As a low-level cultivator, Elder Zhang knew that achieving all of this would probably be very difficult for Gu Bai, who did not have good aptitude. During this process, Gu Bai must have endured a great deal of hardship and suffered unimaginable tribulations. Therefore, besides being happy that Gu Bai could save the world, he also felt heartache for Gu Bai. Although Gu Bai didn't say anything, those familiar with Gu Bai knew that Gu Bai must have been very, very tired. Hearing Elder Jiang's long-lost kind voice and his concern for him, Gu Bai felt a little dazed for a moment. This was his Elder Zhang truly regarded Gu Bai as his own child. No matter how Gu Bai was doing, the first thing he thought of was whether Gu Bai was working hard or feeling tired. I'm not tired at all. I eat well and live a good life every day. Gu Bai revealed a gentle smile. He did not tell Elder Zhang about the current situation in the cultivation world. Elder Zhang was, after all, only a cultivator at the Qi refining realm. Even if he knew the current situation, he would be powerless and would only worry more. Gu Bai only roughly told Elder Zhang about his experiences over the years. Of course, Gu Bai only picked the good parts to tell, glossing over the bad ones. For example, he became the sect master, and under his leadership, the sect became the overlord of Qingzhou, and other such good news. I have now cultivated to the spirit transformation realm and mastered the divine ability first unparalleled, which is why I can meet you. So, old Zhang, do you want to come to the future and have a drink with me? Gu Bai looked at Elder Zhang and said in a deep voice. Of course, it's been a long time since I had a good chat with you, Elder Zhang said with a smile. After getting Elder Jiang's consent, Gu Bai slowly opened his eyes. His divine ability also instantly materialized Elder Jiang's body. Elder Zhang opened his eyes and looked at the scenery of Gu Bai's small courtyard, exclaiming in wonder. I never thought you'd become a sect master and still live in such a remote place. Standing at the entrance of Gu Bai's small courtyard, Elder Zhang complained with a slight sense of speechlessness. He remembered that Gu Bai had lived on this remote mountain peak since he first entered the sect, and even after cultivating to the Foundation Establishment realm, Gu Bai hadn't changed his residence. He had also tried to persuade Gu Bai to move to a place with richer spiritual qi in the inner sect, but Gu Bai had refused every time. Elder Zhang eventually stopped persuading him, but he never expected that Gu Bai, having become a sect master and cultivated to the spirit transformation realm, would still reside in such a remote area. Ha ha ha, I'm used to it. Gu Bai looked at the extremely familiar scene in the small courtyard. He reached out and stroked the fruit trees he had personally planted, saying with some emotion. He was a nostalgic person, he would never throw away an item, no matter how old, unless it was broken or could no longer keep up with his strength. He had a very special affection for his residence. His memories of drinking tea with Elder Zhang, his memories with Xing Ning, his memories of teaching Ye Fan. This small courtyard held too many of his memories. After chatting with Elder Zhang for a while, Gu Bai graduated again. He activated his divine ability and also summoned Elder Qian, He Physician, and Su Physician, these old acquaintances, to the small courtyard. Ha ha ha, old Qian, our Gubai is awesome. Looking at Elder Qian, Elder Zhang laughed heartily and said. He Physician and Su Physician also looked at Gubai with faces full of relief. They already knew about Gubai's experiences. The two old men truly never expected that Gubai would become the leader of physicians in the cultivation world in the future. And as Gubai's masters, they were also remembered by all physicians in the cultivation world. This was not Gubai lying, it was simply the truth. His two masters, though not highly skilled in medicine, were qualified masters. His story with his two masters had long spread throughout the cultivation world, and almost all physicians knew about these two ordinary but kind old men. Gubai set up a table in the courtyard, then brewed several cups of tea, and began to talk with the old men through the night. Gubai had too many things he wanted to say to the old men, but when the words reached his lips, Gubai didn't know how to begin. This led to almost the entire night being spent with the old men talking, and Gubai only occasionally responded. They talked through the night until dawn, until the sun was about to rise. Gubai and the old men lay neatly in their recliners, watching a sunrise together for the first time in a long while. Watching the sun slowly rise, Gubai felt his constantly taut nerves slowly relax, and his heart felt a long-lost sense of peace. Brat, we old men won't waste your time. From now on, you'll have to walk your own path. Just then, Elder Jiang's voice suddenly rang in Gubai's ears. Gubai turned his head in surprise, and he found that his connection with Elder Jiang and the others had been forcibly interrupted. A faint golden light emanated from the old men, and their figures were rapidly dissipating. See you later. Gubai did not try to keep them. Instead, he smiled and bid farewell to the old men. Gubai also knew in his heart that they were just a wisp of consciousness he had extracted from the time river of the past. The old men would eventually have to return, they could not accompany him for too long. However, this did not mean that they could never meet again in the future. Once he had free time and resolved this crisis, Gubai could summon Elder Zhang and the others from time to time to chat with him. Gubai stood quietly in his small courtyard for a long time before finally turning to leave. There were still a lot of things waiting for him in the cultivation world, and he couldn't delay for too long again. Next, Gubai carefully experimented with his divine ability and finally obtained detailed data. Firstly, although he could summon ancient people, and these ancient people had infinite magic power and were indestructible, the consumption was enormous. Fortunately, he was immortal and his life origin was inexhaustible, so he was not afraid of any consumption. Secondly, through experimentation, Gubai found that he could summon a maximum of 10 people from the past simultaneously, regardless of their strength. Even if he only summoned mortals, he could only summon a maximum of 10. Finally, Gubai discovered that he had an equal relationship with the summoned individuals. He had to obtain the consent of the people from the past to summon them to the present. Furthermore, the people from the past could unilaterally break the contract. That is, if a person from the past was fighting and suddenly didn't want to fight anymore, they could unilaterally break the contract and return directly to the past. Of course, even so, it still could not conceal the heaven-defying effect of this divine ability. Over the past few days, Gubai had already summoned all the famous and powerful individuals from the cultivation world's past. Especially the 10 immortals of the cultivation world. They all established a contractual relationship with Gubai. As long as Gubai summoned them, they could accept the summons and assist Gubai in dealing with enemies, provided it was to fight against extraterrestrial demons or for matters beneficial to the cultivation world, and not to help Gubai himself gain profit. These 10 immortals all possessed unique skills. Although they could only maintain the combat power of the soul transformation late stage, when they truly fought, each of them had combat power not inferior to a half-immortal. Coupled with Gubai himself being completely unafraid of consumption, it meant that Gubai alone could now contend against 10 half-immortal realm extraterrestrial demons. Gubai finally understood why his future self dared to face 10 half-immortal realm extraterrestrial demons alone. It wasn't because he was arrogant, but because he truly had the strength. In addition, after breaking through to the soul transformation realm, his overall strength was greatly enhanced. Gubai continued to ride Tuanzi, constantly casting the merit light to restore the vitality of the cultivation world. Now, as a top great divine power, the effect of Gubai's merit light was once again strengthened. A barren land, under the illumination of Gubai's merit light, could be transformed into a spiritual field containing rich spiritual qi in just a short while. It might not sound like much, but Gubai only took 1 month to transform the Tianyuan desert into a blessed land with abundant spiritual qi. Of course, during this process, Gubai did not forget to study. With the blessing of the top divine ability enlightenment, his learning speed increased by about 5 times. Coupled with the soul transformation realm, his inherent learning speed was greatly enhanced. It can be said that the knowledge Gubai gained in 1 day of study was equivalent to half a month of study in the nascent soul realm. Time flowed slowly, and Gubai's knowledge reserves also increased at an astonishing rate. 300 years later, Gubai, who was sitting on Tuanzi's head, slowly closed the book in his hand. Over 300 years, with the blessing of enlightenment, Gubai had almost read through all the high-level cultivation techniques and secret manuals in the cultivation world. His understanding of the Dao became increasingly profound, and at the same time, Gubai's medical skills also improved significantly. After all, he had his own body for experimentation, coupled with the foundation Gubai had accumulated before. As soon as he broke through to the soul transformation realm, Gubai naturally became a 5th-order physician. And after 300 years of study, he went further and further down the path of medical skills. Gu Bai had even ascended to the peak of the medical Dao in the Sky Ruins world. In Gu Bai's view, there was no longer any path ahead. Because he had learned all the medical skills in the cultivation world. Gu Bai had read through all the ancient medical texts, even during the period 500,000 years ago when the medical Dao was extremely prosperous. Gu Bai could not find a single physician who could compare with him. The most advanced medical Dao secret manuals, in Gu Bai's current view, were merely basic knowledge. Now, Gu Bai could even call himself the foremost person in the medical Dao throughout the history of the cultivation world. In addition to Gu Bai's own improvement, with his efforts, after such a long time, the cultivation world had fully recovered its vitality. The number of mortals and low-realm cultivators had surpassed the period before the extraterrestrial demons attacked the cultivation world. And many geniuses were born in the cultivation world, which can be described as a flourishing era where 100 flowers bloomed. As long as these geniuses were given enough time, they would be able to grow into nascent soul, and even soul transformation realm cultivators. The only drawback was that the time was too short. Even the fastest cultivating genius had only cultivated to the golden core realm. But even so, the current prosperity of the cultivation world was almost comparable to its peak period. The only slight flaw was that the spiritual chi concentration was about 20% thinner than during its peak period. This was not because Gu Bai was not capable, but because the three most important ancestral veins of the cultivation world had their spiritual chi flow blocked by the bitter cold nail. Otherwise, the spiritual chi concentration in the cultivation world would probably be about 10% to 20% denser than during its peak period. Of course, these were secondary. What Gu Bai was most worried about recently was the lack of high-end combat power in the cultivation world. Over 400 years, the bitter cold nail dispatched a batch of extraterrestrial demons to attack the cultivation world every few years. After more than 400 years of attrition, even with formations and excellent tactics, the human race's high-realm cultivators still suffered heavy losses. Originally, there were over 10,000 nascent soul cultivators, but now there were only about 5,000 nascent soul cultivators left. The Ya race was also similar. Originally, there were over 20,000 fourth-order demon emperors, but now there were only over 7,000 Ya beasts left. The nascent soul great experts also suffered heavy losses. The human race had only about 15 nascent soul great experts left, and this included Gu Bei and the other two, as well as Gu Chongchen and the other two who had just broken through not long ago. The Ya race was also extremely tragic, with only 11 fifth-order demon venerables remaining. Now, the nascent soul great experts of the human race and the Ya race combined did not exceed 30 individuals. One must know that during its peak, the Ya race had as many as 30-odd fifth-order demon venerables. Fortunately, although the human race and the Ya race were badly beaten, those who died were basically the weaker ones. The cultivators who survived until now had all experienced 400 years of deadly combat and belonged to the elite of the elite. Calculating the time, there was only about 100 years left until the demon realm collided with the Sky Ruins world. As the Sky Ruins world gradually recovered from its weakened state, the devouring heaven demon lord became increasingly anxious. In recent decades, the cultivation world would occasionally tremble. This was the devouring heaven demon lord trying to break through the Sky Ruins world's protective shield from outside. The reason why the devouring heaven demon lord succeeded last time was that he chose a good time, launching his full power strike when the Tiangsu world's heavenly Dao was completely unprepared. Only then did he create a moderately sized gap in the cultivation world's protective shield, followed by the devouring heaven demon lord's shameless poisoning. This led to the outbreak of the cultivation tribulation in the Sky Ruins world, where almost all forests died, giving the devouring heaven demon lord an opportunity. But this time, the Tiangsu world learned its lesson and gave the devouring heaven demon lord no opportunity at all. This resulted in the devouring heaven demon lord attempting dozens of times without breaking the cultivation world's barrier. And in recent times, more and more extraterrestrial demons have emerged from the devouring heaven demon lord's side. From the original large-scale attacks every few years, with about 10 soul transformation realm extraterrestrial demons per large-scale attack, to now, they attack on average once a year, with 20-odd soul transformation realm extraterrestrial demons dispatched each time. If it weren't for the sudden emergence of Yafan and the other two, the casualties of the human race would probably be even greater. Gu Bai has now begun to integrate all existing combat power in the cultivation world, preparing for the battle 100 years from now. First is the 7 stars Sex Guardian formation, the 7 stars Locking Heaven formation. This is a top-tier 5th-order formation, requiring 7 soul transformation realm cultivators, each controlling a formation flag, to operate the 7 stars Locking Heaven formation. Gu Bai has already found 7 soul transformation realm middle-stage cultivators to form this 7 stars Locking Heaven formation. If a real fight breaks out, this 7 stars Locking Heaven formation should be able to trap about 20 soul transformation realm extraterrestrial demons for a short period. In addition, there is the 10,000 Immortals formation, led by a soul transformation late-stage great expert, with 5,000 nascent soul cultivators, hundreds of thousands of golden core cultivators, and countless low-realm cultivators. This 10,000 Immortals formation can gather the power of all cultivators, and its unleashed might is enough to contend against 30 to 40 soul transformation realm extraterrestrial demons. Of course, these are just extras. The most important factor remains the top-tier combat power of Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable. Even after 500 years, Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable's strength hasn't changed much. However, Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable at his peak was the true pinnacle of the cultivation world. He alone could contend against at least 100 soul transformation realm extraterrestrial demons. Furthermore, as a half-immortal cultivator, Longevity Limitless Method himself claimed he could face 5 half-immortals without falling into a disadvantageous position. Yu Lao, Yu Yezi, his strength has also improved over such a long period. The most significant improvement is his sword formation. Over this long time, he has gathered 3,000 pure Yang spiritual treasure level magic swords and 30 Dao artifact level magic swords. Most of these magic swords came from cultivators who died in battle. Secondly, his puppet body, Gu Bai, upgraded it again during this period, which further enhanced Yu Lao's overall combat power. Now, Yu Lao can fight Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable without falling into a disadvantageous position. The Heaven Punishing Sword formation, controlled by him, when fully unleashed, its power is second only to Immortal Venerable King Yun's 3000 sword chi. Immortal Venerable King Yun's body has finally recovered from its weakness after Gu Bai's recuperation, and he can temporarily return to his peak state through a secret art. Although he can no longer use the 3 Qing sword chi, his overall strength is only inferior to Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable. Next, there are the new generation of cultivators like Ye Fan. After a long period of study, Ye Fan has learned Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable's ultimate skill, the Immortal Dao killing move, 5 elements returning Yuan Qi. And with the infusion of Heavenly Dao power, he has broken through to the half-immortal realm. Most importantly, due to the unique nature of Ye Fan's divine ability, he can use his essence blood to cast 5 elements returning Yuan Qi. And Ye Fan has stored hundreds of years of essence blood, which allows him to cast 5 elements returning Yuan Qi multiple times without worrying about exhausting himself. Although his overall combat power cannot compare to Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable due to his short cultivation time, if he truly fights with his life on the line, Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable is not Ye Fan's opponent. This is not Ye Fan boasting, but rather personally admitted by Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable himself. Gu Bei, after many years of arduous cultivation, coupled with the personal guidance of the former Li Emperor, he finally cultivated the Wang Undying body tempering art to the 6th layer, which is the immortal body. Moreover, this is the body strength of an ascended immortal body cultivator, not an ordinary immortal body. With the strength of his physical body alone, Gu Bei can battle ascended immortal realm powerhouses. In terms of direct combat ability, Gu Bei is the strongest among everyone. Even if Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable and Immortal Venerable King Yun join forces, it would be difficult to harm Gu Bei's body. Unless it's their ultimate moves, but even then, their ultimate moves would at most only severely injure Gu Bei. Su Wuji has been fighting on the front lines all these years. Almost all high realm extraterrestrial demons were slain by Su Wuji. This also forged Su Wuji's monstrous sword intent. As a soul transformation realm mighty figure, as the hidden backing of a top-tier sect, he would almost never make a move. Soul transformation realm cultivators are like nuclear bombs. Most soul transformation realm cultivators will not make a move once in thousands of years. Some soul transformation realm cultivators, even after breaking through to the soul transformation realm, never truly made a move until their demise. But Su Wuji is different. Ever since he began cultivation, he would fight someone every now and then. Especially after breaking through to the Golden Core, he experienced several rounds of sect wars and wars between the human race. Afterward, he ventured into the cultivation world and experienced countless life and death battles. After breaking through to the soul transformation realm, he fought life and death battles with extraterrestrial demons of the same realm in Tianyuan City every now and then. Over these 400 years, almost all soul transformation realm extraterrestrial demons were slain by Su Wuji. This is not because Ye Fan and the others are not capable, but because the cultivation world needs to hide its combat power. Therefore, the cultivation world's overt powerhouses are only Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable and Su Wuji. And as is well known, the fastest way for a sword cultivator to increase their strength is to fight others. Especially against enemies of the same realm, or those stronger than themselves. After a life and death battle, their strength will rapidly increase. And Su Wuji, as a pure sword cultivator, has experienced hundreds, even thousands of times more battles in his life than other sword cultivators. Su Wuji has also forged a pure and sharp sword chi that pierces the heavens. Even Immortal Venerable King Yun was amazed by Su Wuji's sword intent, even commenting that Su Wuji's sword intent had surpassed his own. Su Wuji's current hard strength is already similar to Immortal Venerable King Yun's. Su Wuji now only lacks some accumulation. In a few hundred to 1,000 years, his combat power will probably surpass Immortal Venerable King Yun. Including Su Wuji, the overt combat power of the cultivation world consists only of Su Wuji and Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable. The awakened Immortal Venerable King Yun, Yu Lao who successfully constructed his body, Ye Fan who cultivated the 5 elements returning Yuan Qi, Gu Bei whose physique has ascended to immortal, and Gu Bai who possesses the first unparalleled divine ability. These are all hidden combat powers. They have almost never made a move, and there is also the Sky Ruins world shielding karma. Therefore, even Devouring Heaven Demon Lord is unaware that the cultivation world hides so much combat power. He at most only knows that the cultivation world has Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable and Su Wuji, 2 cultivators with decent combat power. If Devouring Heaven Demon Lord knew that the cultivation world still hid so much combat power, he wouldn't wait another 100 years, he would probably control the demon realm to crash into the Sky Ruins world now to eliminate future troubles. Of course, even without knowing that the cultivation world still hides so much combat power, Devouring Heaven Demon Lord has been acting increasingly anxious recently. Gu Bai estimates that, as predicted, if the extraterrestrial demons emerging from the bitter cold nail have not yet occupied the cultivation world in about another 100 years, Devouring Heaven Demon Lord's patience will be completely worn out. However, in Gu Bai's opinion, Devouring Heaven Demon Lord is no longer an insurmountable existence. Anyway, devouring heaven demon lord cannot enter the cultivation world, and the number of extraterrestrial demons emerging from the bitter cold nail at one time is limited. Even if devouring heaven demon lord controls the demon realm to crash into the Sky Ruins world, creating a breach in the Sky Ruins world, devouring heaven demon lord himself cannot enter the cultivation world, and neither can his two ascension realm subordinates. At most, he can only send half immortal realm extraterrestrial demons to attack the cultivation world. But as long as they are not facing ascension realm extraterrestrial demons, with the cultivation world's current accumulation, if the number of half immortal realm extraterrestrial demons does not exceed 30, the Sky Ruins world will not be afraid at all. Gu Bai plans to pull out the 3 bitter cold nails in the cultivation world in 100 years, before the demon realm crashes into the Sky Ruins world. With the combat power currently displayed by the cultivation world, it is already capable of pulling out these bitter cold nails. The reason for not pulling them out is to allow sufficient time for development. At the top of the bitter cold nail, which was guarded by the longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable, Gu Bai and the longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable stood with their hands behind their backs, overlooking the entire cultivation world. Gu Bai, I plan to break through to the Ascension realm soon. This way, when we fight against the devouring heaven demon lord in the future, we'll have a higher chance of winning. The longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable said in a deep voice with his hands behind his back. Won't that be too risky? What I calculated back then was that the devouring heaven demon lord would attack the cultivation world 500 years from now, and you would be undergoing tribulation at that time. If you undergo tribulation now, it will cause a huge commotion. Even if the heavenly Dao hides your tracks, the devouring heaven demon lord is very likely to sense it and attack the cultivation world early. Gu Bai frowned, speaking with a slight worry. The devouring heaven demon lord will eventually attack the cultivation world anyway, so why shouldn't I break through before he attacks the cultivation world? By then, even if the cultivation world is breached, the devouring heaven demon lord won't be able to enter. As long as I successfully break through to the Ascension realm, the cultivation world will have more confidence. Even if I fail in the end, it might have an impact on the current cultivation world, but it won't be to the point of causing irreparable damage. The longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable, however, smiled and shook his head. For him, the benefits of a successful breakthrough far outweighed the probability of failure. If it were in the past, even if the probability of success was high, the longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable would not have tried. Because he was the strongest in the cultivation world. The cultivation world could function without anyone else, but not without him. But now it was different. Ye Fan, Gu Bai, Su Wuji, and other excellent juniors had already grown up. Immortal Venerable King Yun Yu Yezi also possessed considerable battle power, and there was Gu Bai to manage the overall situation. He was no longer the most special one. Even if he failed to break through and perished, it wouldn't have too much of an impact on the cultivation world. When do you plan to break through? I'll organize people to be your protector. Gu Bai said in a deep voice. He did not intend to stop the longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable, just as the longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable had said, the benefits of a successful breakthrough were simply too great. And even if he failed, it wouldn't have too much of an impact on the battle. 80 years from now, you predicted that the devouring heaven demon lord would completely lose patience in about 100 years. Then I will break through 80 years from now, leaving the cultivation world with enough time to develop. The longevity limitless method Immortal Lord said in a deep voice. Gu Bai nodded after hearing this. The two of them stood on the bitter cold nail, neither speaking, and the atmosphere became somewhat heavy for a moment. Alas! After a long while, Gu Bai let out a soft sigh. He turned and left, beginning to prepare for the longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable's subsequent breakthrough. There was nothing more to say. Everyone was for the sake of the cultivation world, and the cultivation world urgently needed an ascended immortal expert to stabilize the situation. And the most suitable candidate was the longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable. Immortal Venerable King Yun was too old, and the probability of his breakthrough was not high. Yu Lao was a puppet and could not break through. The accumulation of Ye Fan and the other two was still somewhat shallow. Forcing a breakthrough would most likely also result in failure. Only the longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable, who was proficient in all Dao in the world and had lived for tens of thousands of years, had an incredibly profound foundation. He could have ascended many years ago, but he didn't break through precisely to stay in the cultivation world and deal with the extraterrestrial demons. Gu Bai could only silently bless the longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable. Time flowed by, and 80 years passed in the blink of an eye. On a small island in the center of the endless sea, the longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable sat cross-legged. At this moment, the spiritual chi within the small island condensed into mist, and even rain composed of spiritual chi began to fall from the sky. Breaking through to the Ascension realm required an incredibly vast amount of spiritual chi. Originally, the spiritual chi on this small island was extremely thin, completely insufficient to support the longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable's breakthrough. It was Gu Bai who led many formation masters to set up tens of thousands of spirit gathering formations with the small island as the center, covering half of the cultivation world. Gu Bai also used the heavenly Dao's authority to adjust the spiritual vein of the cultivation world, working tirelessly for nearly 80 years. Only then did he transform this small island into the most spiritual chi-rich place in the cultivation world. The spiritual chi concentration on the small island was more than enough to support the longevity limitless method Immortal Lord's breakthrough, with plenty to spare. Logically speaking, even if a breakthrough required a lot of spiritual chi, there was no need for such an elaborate effort. Gu Bai did this to create a battlefield. The power of battles at the soul transformation and even half-immortal realm was simply too strong. Even the aftershocks would cause immense destruction to the cultivation world. And this small island was in the center of the endless sea, with no human habitation for hundreds of millions of miles around. Even if a half-immortal realm expert fought without restraint, it would not cause too much impact on the cultivation world. Moreover, a large amount of spiritual chi was gathered here, which could accelerate the recovery speed of cultivators. However, extraterrestrial demons had a system somewhat different from cultivators. They typically used devilish chi, which was completely opposite to spiritual chi. Spiritual chi was useless to them and could even have negative effects. Beside the longevity limitless method, Immortal Venerable stood Gu Bai, Ye Fan, and many other cultivators. The small island and its surroundings were covered by a fifth-order shielding formation set up by Gu Bai. Layers of formations combined to completely block the longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable's aura. Furthermore, above the small island, the Heavenly Dao also personally intervened, completely shielding the longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable's karma and destiny. Gu Bai naturally hoped to conceal the commotion of the longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable's breakthrough. If the longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable could break through silently, then the subsequent battle would be stable. But that was only the best outcome. Just as the longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable's aura was rising steadily and his magical power was slowly condensing into immortal chi, Gu Bai and all the cultivators, including Ye Fan, felt an ominous premonition. The moment this thought arose, the sky suddenly darkened. Gu Bai looked up and saw a black planet rapidly approaching the cultivation world. This was the demon realm, controlled by the devouring heaven demon lord. Compared to the demon realm, the sky ruins world was like a child. In the sky, a golden barrier began to appear. This was the materialization of the heavenly Tao's power. This barrier could resist all things. Boom. 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 The sky ruins world and the demon realm's barriers collided, finally emitting an earth-shattering sound. The entire cultivation world began to shake violently, and the golden barrier also dimmed from the impact. But in the end, the sky ruins world finally blocked this attack. However, before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, an incredibly huge black iron fist suddenly appeared. This was the devouring heaven demon lord's fist. It aimed at the sky above the small island where the longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable was undergoing tribulation. Boom. 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 The already dim golden barrier, after all, could not withstand the devouring heaven demon lord's fist and was punched through, creating a gap. Countless extraterrestrial demons poured into the entire cultivation world through this gap, and the decisive battle was about to erupt. Whoosh! Countless flying boats surged from the bottom of the sea. These flying boats were crafted from almost all the spirit wood in the cultivation world, along with various precious materials. The head of every flying boat was equipped with a spiritual energy cannon designed by Gu Bai. The spiritual dragon cannon only required a small amount of spiritual chi to fire powerful cannonballs. A dense barrage of countless cannonballs flew towards the extraterrestrial demons above. Innumerable giant puppets also emerged from the bottom of the sea. These giant puppets were forged from various precious spiritual iron, and at least tens of thousands of cultivators operated them from within. The lowest grade, third-order giant puppets required one golden core realm powerhouse and over 100 foundation establishment realm powerhouses to control. The highest grade, fifth-order giant puppets required a soul transformation realm grand cultivator and hundreds of nascent soul cultivators. Countless spell cultivators and sword cultivators unleashed their full power attacks towards the sky. In an instant, tens of millions of extraterrestrial demons were reduced to ashes. This was not all. Gu Bai and Ye Fan transformed into golden giants and blood-colored giants, tens of thousands of meters tall. Yin-Yang Extremes Divine Thunder. Immortal Dao Killing Move, 5 elements returning Yuan Qi. Extreme Blade, Azura World. Gu Bai, Ye Fan, and So Wuji all unleashed their strongest attacks towards the sky. Heaven Punishing Sword Formation. Azure Origin Sword Qi. Yu Lao and Immortal Venerable King Yun, along with many soul transformation realm cultivators, also unleashed their strongest attacks. Boom. In an instant, billions of extraterrestrial demons in the sky vanished. It could be said that to prepare for this battle, Gu Bai had gathered almost all golden core and above cultivators from the cultivation world. Nearly 90% of foundation establishment cultivators were also brought in by Gu Bai using various methods. Many foundation establishment cultivators even spent decades traveling to this location. On the Yao race side, Yao beasts of third order and above were also brought in by Gu Bai. The Heavenly Dao also lent its strength this time, directly pouring all its stored Heavenly Dao power into the cultivators of the cultivation world. Many cultivators on the verge of breakthrough directly broke through to higher realms with this infusion. The human race originally had only about 5,000 nascent soul cultivators, but with this boost, their numbers nearly doubled. The Ya race also saw a similar increase, with the number of fourth-order demon emperors almost doubling. The divine abilities of many soul transformation and even more powerful nascent soul cultivators were significantly enhanced. It could be said that the Heavenly Dao of the Sky Ruins world had done its best, emptying out all the reserves it had accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years. After all, if this team battle was lost, the Tiangsu world would be finished, and having more reserves would be useless. Therefore, now was the most prosperous period for the cultivation world. Even the most flourishing period of the cultivation world 300,000 years ago could not compare to the present. However, the extraterrestrial demons should not be underestimated. The first wave of extraterrestrial demons could at best be considered a vanguard force. Within the breach, dense masses of extraterrestrial demons continued to pour out. Even though the vast majority of extraterrestrial demons were instantly shattered by the dense attacks as soon as they appeared. Still, a small number of luckier extraterrestrial demons charged to the vicinity of the small island, attempting to prevent Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable from breaking through. However, these extraterrestrial demons were intercepted by the cultivators guarding nearby before they could get close. A few extremely rare soul transformation realm extraterrestrial demons, who had masked their aura, tried to stealthily infiltrate the small island but were blocked by a transparent barrier. To counter the sneak attacks of the extraterrestrial demons, Gubai had already set up a fifth-order defensive formation on the small island. As soon as these hidden extraterrestrial demons appeared, they were surrounded and beaten to death by numerous cultivators. As soon as the two sides clashed, it was the most intense, white-hot battle. Gubai stood in the center of the small island, his merit light fully activated. All cultivators were enveloped in the golden light, and their recovery abilities were elevated by several levels. Especially the lower realm cultivators, who fought with increasing ferocity like immortal maniacs, as long as they weren't instantly killed, they could fully recover within a few breaths, and their magic power was seemingly endless. Even if their bodies were severed in two, as long as they crawled over and pieced themselves back together, and waited for about 10 breaths, their severed bodies would reattach. Although the effect of the merit light on high realm cultivators was not as strong as on low realm cultivators, it still allowed high realm cultivators to disregard their injuries and the consumption of their magic power. However, extraterrestrial demons enveloped by this merit light would only have their combat power greatly reduced. Of course, to maintain such a large-scale merit light, Gubai's own consumption was extremely terrifying. Every moment, he would lose thousands of years of lifespan. It could be said that Gubai's lifespan recovery speed was already at its maximum. But even so, their side still couldn't suppress the extraterrestrial demons. The reason was simple: the sheer number of extraterrestrial demons was far too great. The extraterrestrial demons dispatched this time had almost emptied the entire demon realm. There were over 300 soul transformation realm extraterrestrial demons alone, and more than 20 half-immortal realm extraterrestrial demons. The 7 stars trapping heaven formation, 10,000 immortals formation, and other preemptive measures Gubai had prepared in advance directly trapped over 100 soul transformation realm extraterrestrial demons. Yu Lao controlled a sword formation to form the immortal slaying formation, single-handedly holding back over 100 soul transformation realm extraterrestrial demons. Immortal Venerable King Yun also conjured countless magic swords, similarly holding back over 100 soul transformation realm extraterrestrial demons with his own power. As for the lower realm extraterrestrial demons, they were resisted by the cultivators of the cultivation world. Although the numerical disparity between the two sides was vast, under the illumination of Gubai's merit light, they were still able to fight. The only truly troublesome ones were the 20 half-immortal realm extraterrestrial demons. Each half-immortal was equivalent to 10 late-stage soul transformation realm grand cultivators. Fortunately, their side also had many top-tier combatants. Gubai single-handedly forcefully blocked 10 half-immortal realm extraterrestrial demons. The remaining 10 should be easily intercepted by Yefan and Suwuji. But just then, an extraterrestrial demon with black flames burning on its body and an extraterrestrial demon holding a black scythe directly intercepted Gubai and Yefan. These two extraterrestrial demons were also half-immortal realm, but their strength was terrifyingly powerful. Even powerhouses like Yefan and Suwuji could only fight these two extraterrestrial demons to a stalemate. Myriad Flames Demonic Lord, Demonic Spirit Evil Venerable. Standing on the small island, Gubai's mouth twitched as he watched the two extraterrestrial demons fighting Yefan and Suwuji in the air. He hadn't expected Devouring Heaven Demon Lord to be so ruthless. These two extraterrestrial demons were precisely Devouring Heaven Demon Lord's two ascended immortal realm subordinates. Originally, these two ascended immortal realm extraterrestrial demons could not enter the cultivation world. But to eliminate future troubles, these two ascended immortal realm extraterrestrial demons actually self-severed their cultivation, causing their cultivation to fall to the half-immortal realm, which then allowed them to enter the cultivation world. However, even though they were only in the half-immortal realm, the magic treasures, battle experience, divine abilities, and even physiques of these two extraterrestrial demons were no different from those of ascended immortal realm powerhouses. These extraterrestrial demons, whose strength far exceeded that of normal half-immortal realm beings, were able to firmly hold back Yefan and Suwuji. The remaining 10 half-immortal realm extraterrestrial demons approached the small island, preparing to forcefully break through the formation and prevent Immortal Venerable Chongsheng Limitless Method from achieving a breakthrough. Gubai slowly rose, shielding Immortal Venerable Chongsheng Limitless Method behind him. The scene at this moment was no different from the scene he had been unable to see 500 years ago. In his early stage soul transformation realm, he stood before Immortal Venerable Chongsheng Limitless Method, facing 10 half-immortal realm extraterrestrial demons alone. But at this moment, Gubai showed no fear. He took a deep breath and directly activated his divine ability, first unparalleled. In an instant, 10 cultivators, each with a distinct style but all radiating formidable power, appeared before Gubai. These were the 10 ascended immortals of the cultivation world. Gubai had summoned their consciousness from before their ascension to the present to assist him in fighting the extraterrestrial demons. Because they had already communicated beforehand, these 10 immortals showed no surprise upon seeing the extraterrestrial demons before them. Instead, they were filled with boundless battle intent. After all, Tianxu world was where they had been nurtured. Now that Tianxu world was being invaded by extraterrestrial demons, they naturally wouldn't stand by idly. The 10 immortals immediately engaged in fierce combat with the 10 half-immortal realm extraterrestrial demons. Although due to Gubai's own reasons, these 10 immortals only possessed a late-stage soul transformation realm cultivation at most. But these 10 immortals were the 10 most astonishing and peerless cultivators in the cultivation world over millions of years. Even with only late-stage soul transformation realm cultivation, they could steadily suppress the half-immortal realm extraterrestrial demons. Thus, under Gu Bai's preparations, Tianxia world truly managed to stop the extraterrestrial demons. Gu Bai stood in the middle of the battlefield, his divine sense constantly sweeping across it, controlling the entire battlefield at all times. Mainly because Gu Bai had extraordinary talent and was operating absolute rationality, his head was already emitting wisps of mist at this moment. Gu Bai also held a compass in his hand. Under the urging of his Dao, the compass materialized into the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, the 4 sacred beasts of the Ya race, all in the late-stage soul transformation realm. These 4 Ya race phantoms formed the 4 sacred formation, which further held back dozens of soul transformation realm extraterrestrial demons, greatly reducing the pressure on their side. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Bai coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The speed of his magical power operation had already far exceeded the limit his body could withstand. His body emitted mournful groans of unbearable strain, his skin cracked, and his meridians snapped, but the next second, they fully recovered. Gu Bai maintained his divine ability with difficulty, caught between constant destruction and recovery. One could only say he truly did his best. He did everything an early-stage soul transformation realm cultivator could do. Over these 500 years, he wished he could be 10 people at once. He developed the antidote for the cultivation tribulation, and he arranged the recovery plan for the cultivation world. He was responsible for treating injuries, nurturing the cultivation world, preparing logistics, and adjusting the entire cultivation world's combat strength. He set up formations, refined medicinal pills, crafted magical artifacts. The puppet body of Old Man Yu was designed by him, and immortal venerable King Yun was nurtured by him. These were still only a part of Gu Bai's work. Gu Bai could even work while studying. Whether treating injuries, nurturing the cultivation world, or arranging personnel, Gu Bai spent most of his time with a book in his hand. He multitasked, working and studying simultaneously, and also had to deduce his own cultivation technique. It could be said that Gu Bai worked harder than an ox or a horse during these 500 years. Since the extraterrestrial demons attacked the cultivation world until now, Gu Bai had barely rested. Sleep was out of the question. This was even with Gu Bai's extremely high work efficiency, where one person could do the work of 10 or even 100, and his arrangements for his subordinates were extremely reasonable. If it were anyone else, even with the same level of knowledge as Gu Bai, they could at most achieve less than 1/10 of what Gu Bai did. With Gu Bai's work intensity, even an ascended immortal powerhouse would not be able to endure it. Only because Gu Bai was immortal and his body would not die no matter how much he pushed it, could he sustain himself until now. It could be said that Gu Bai was responsible for at least 90% of the reason why the cultivation world was not destroyed. Without Gu Bai, the first wave of the cultivation tribulation alone could have destroyed the cultivation world, let alone the subsequent series of attacks from the extraterrestrial demons. Boom. Rumble. 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 At this moment, the battlefield seemed to have transformed into a meat grinder, with a large number of cultivators dying every moment. The corpses of extraterrestrial demons and cultivators fell from the sky like raindrops. In the sky, rain mixed with corpses and blood began to fall. In no time, the sea surface was piled high with dense corpses and blood, even dyeing the nearby sea red. Most of these corpses were extraterrestrial demons, but a small portion were human race and Ya race bodies. Even if Gu Bai's merit light had a heaven-defying effect, it only enhanced recovery ability. If one's head was severed, one would still die. On a battlefield like a meat grinder, being instantly killed was a common occurrence. As time passed, Tianxia world seemed to be falling into a disadvantage. Ye Fan and Su Wuji both simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood. They had only just broken through to the half-immortal realm, and their cultivation had risen too quickly, lacking some accumulation. On the other side were ascended immortal powerhouses who had lived for countless years, who had self-severed their cultivation but still possessed the peak half-immortal realm cultivation. Let's risk it all. Ye Fan and Su Wuji exchanged glances, deciding to fight with all their might. If immortal venerable Chongsheng limitless method successfully broke through, then the 2 extraterrestrial demons before them would escape. And this was the weakest moment in history for these 2 ascended immortal realm extraterrestrial demons. If they could kill these 2 extraterrestrial demons here, then devouring heaven demon lord would lose 2 great generals. Ye Fan took out 9 dragon hairpins from his storage pouch, then inserted these hairpins into his spine. These were the dragon clan's treasured artifacts. Each dragon hairpin contained all the Dao of a late-stage soul transformation realm being. Inserting 1 dragon hairpin was equivalent to stacking the cultivation of 1 late-stage soul transformation realm cultivator, and Ye Fan inserted 9 at once. In just an instant, Ye Fan's aura surged, quickly reaching the limit of the half-immortal realm. Ye Fan, holding the Blood Sea Sword, immediately beat the opposing extraterrestrial demon until he couldn't lift his head. Su Wuji also swallowed a blood-red medicinal pill. This was a 5th-grade medicinal pill, the life-burning mad demon pill. It could burn one's lifespan to temporarily increase one's strength. Anyway, with Gu Bai, a top-tier physician, any lost lifespan could be replenished later. With his strength greatly increased, Su Wuji also suppressed the opposing extraterrestrial demon, making him unable to lift his head. As time went on, their side's advantage grew. First, Yu Lao and immortal venerable King Yun, in a very short time, killed more than half of the 100 soul transformation realm extraterrestrial demons. After defeating their opponents, they began to support Gu Bai, assisting him in slaying the 10 half-immortal realm extraterrestrial demons. Secondly, Ye Fan and Su Wuji, fighting desperately, also severely wounded the two extraterrestrial demons. Looking at the current situation, victory seemed to be only a matter of time. And even better news was that longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable's aura had reached its peak, and he would soon successfully break through to the Ascension realm. Yin Yang Extreme's Divine Thunder. A red lightning bolt struck directly towards a half-immortal realm extraterrestrial demon. The extraterrestrial demon, unable to dodge, was directly struck and severely wounded. Yu Lao and Immortal Venerable King Yun's attacks followed closely, and countless dense sword chi directly tore the extraterrestrial demon to pieces. At this point, all the extraterrestrial demons that Gu Bei had been fighting were dead. This one was the last half-immortal realm extraterrestrial demon. The three did not rest and immediately went to support Ye Fan and Su Wuji. Facing the encirclement of 5 top powerhouses, these two extraterrestrial demons turned and tried to escape. Although their strength far exceeded that of normal half-immortal realm cultivators, Ye Fan, Gu Bei, Su Wuji, Yu Lao, and Immortal Venerable King Yun also far surpassed ordinary half-immortal realm cultivators in strength. Especially Gu Bei, his abundant vitality and powerful physique were something these two extraterrestrial demons had never seen in their lives. Their full power attacks could not even leave a mark on Gu Bei's body. And Gu Bei's Yin Yang Extreme's Divine Thunder made even them feel a surge of fear, not daring to take it head-on. But their escape route had been sealed. A large formation for trapping enemies, composed of thousands of Dharma swords, made it very difficult for them to break through in a short time, even with their strength. At the same time, in another battlefield, the battle between the 10 immortals and the 10 half-immortal realm extraterrestrial demons also came to an end. The 10 immortals had all dealt with their opponents. After all, with Gu Bai providing protection for them from behind, they were essentially enjoying buffs of infinite magic power and immortality. At the same time, longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable's aura was also reaching its peak, and he would soon be able to break through to the Ascension realm. Everything seemed to be developing in a good direction. But just then, a large hand, passing through the gap, forcefully entered the cultivation world. This enormous black palm held a black longsword. Countless golden chains, imbued with supreme Dao runes, wrapped around the black palm at an extremely fast speed. The part of the palm entangled by the golden chains emitted wisps of white smoke. Devouring Heaven Demon Lord himself could not enter, but he could extend an arm. Although the arm could not stay in the cultivation world for a long time, it could still unleash 1 or 2 sword chi. The black palm unleashed an enormous sword chi directly at longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable. Countless golden chains immediately appeared in the sky, trying to block this sword chi. But this sword chi was a full power strike from an Ascension Realm peak powerhouse, and it was not so easy to block. All the golden chains that tried to block the sword chi were easily cut off by the sword chi. The sword chi flew directly towards the breakthrough longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable. If he took such a sword chi, longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable would surely die. Ye Fan, Gu Bei, and others, seeing this scene, their pupils contracted violently. They all used their signature techniques, hoping to block this sword chi. Yin Yang Extreme's Divine Thunder. Gu Bei reached out and condensed a ball of red lightning. The lightning collided with the sword chi and was instantly annihilated by it. Even Gu Bei's Yin Yang Extreme's Divine Thunder could only dissipate about 1/5 of the sword ki power. Wuji Sword Blade. King Yun Sword Chi. Su Wuji and Immortal Venerable King Yun also attacked simultaneously. Their sword chi collided with Devouring Heaven Demon Lord's sword chi, but even combined, they only dissipated about 1/5 of the sword ki power. 5 elements returning Yuan Chi. Ye Fan's attack followed closely, colliding with the sword chi, but it could only barely dissipate about 1/5 of the sword ki power. Heaven Punishing Sword Formation. Yu Lao also attacked at this moment. Innumerable flying swords formed a defensive formation, firmly protecting longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable within. Boom. 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 The sword chi collided with the sword formation. In an instant, the sword formation was cut in half, thousands of flying swords shattered simultaneously, and their light dimmed considerably. But even at the cost of thousands of Dharma swords being completely destroyed, the sword formation only dissipated 1/5 of the sword ki power. After so much dissipation, Devouring Heaven Demon Lord's sword chi still retained about 1/5 of its power. But even with only 1/5 left, this sword chi could instantly kill any half-immortal realm cultivator. If an Ascension Realm cultivator failed to dodge, he would also be severely wounded or even die. This was Devouring Heaven Demon Lord's true strength. Just one strike forced longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable into a desperate situation. At this moment, it was the most critical time for longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable's breakthrough. All of longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable's concentration was focused on the breakthrough, making him completely unaware of any external dangers. Gu Bai stood in front of longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable. He saw the sword chi flying towards him, but he showed no fear. Instead, he revealed a confident smile. Just as the sword chi was only dozens of meters away from Gu Bai's figure disappeared, and Gu Bai suddenly appeared in Gu Bai's place. This was a contingency plan Gu Bai had prepared beforehand. He had long ago carved teleportation formations on himself and Gu Bai. With the formation, he could swap positions with Gu Bai. Gu Bai had prepared for situations like the current one, and fortunately, his efforts were not in vain. Clang! The sword chi struck Gu Bai's body, emitting a metallic clang. This incredibly terrifying sword chi was actually blocked by Gu Bai with his own body. And such a terrifying sword chi only left a not too deep, not too shallow wound on Gu Bai's chest. Moreover, the wound was slowly healing at a visible rate under the restorative Yin Yang Extreme's Divine Thunder and Gu Bai's treatment. Before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, devouring heaven demon lord's giant hand suddenly emanated demonic flames. With the enhancement of the demonic flames, the giant hand's power increased by another level. Clearly, devouring heaven demon lord had used some secret art to temporarily boost the power of his arm. Crack! 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 As the arm moved, the dense golden chains wrapped around it snapped one after another. The black giant hand unleashed another sword chi, which flew towards Gu Bai at an extremely high speed. Gu Bai's eyes twitched as he saw the sword chi rapidly approaching him. The power of this sword chi was even about 30% stronger than the previous one. Not to mention Gu Bai, a soul transformation cultivator, even a true Ascension Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. It was clear that devouring heaven demon lord had finally understood, for him, the greatest threat had never been Immortal Venerable Limitless Method. After all, Immortal Venerable Limitless Method was just a bit stronger in combat power, but when it came to combat power, devouring heaven demon lord had never feared anyone. Even if Immortal Venerable Limitless Method breakthrough to the Ascension Realm, it wouldn't pose too much of a threat to him. But Gu Bai was different, he had never seen such an outrageous support cultivator like Gu Bai. The dark ominous chi he spread in the cultivation world was a great sharp weapon for him to conquer worlds. Among the 5 cultivation worlds he had previously occupied, 4 of them were destroyed by the dark ominous chi. The only cultivation world that survived was because its medical deo was highly developed, even possessing several 5th-rank physicians. But even so, those few 5th-rank physicians still had to work together for several years to barely develop an antidote. However, because they couldn't repair the damage to the cultivation world, they could only let the environment worsen, and after barely resisting for a few decades. Because the spiritual chi became increasingly scarce, the increasingly weakened heavenly deo finally couldn't withstand his attack and was forcibly broken through its world's defenses by him. Yet, the Tiangsu cultivation world, despite being severely damaged, only took a few short decades to initially recover its vitality, and then completely recovered its vitality over the next few centuries. Among the cultivation worlds he had conquered, the Sky Ruins world's overall strength was only below average, with no outstanding features. Even figures similar to Immortal Venerable Limitless Method, he had encountered them in other worlds, but they all ultimately died at his hands. But surprisingly, the Tiangsu world, a world with no outstanding features, precisely because of Gu Bai's existence, stubbornly resisted him for over 500 years. And it grew stronger with each battle, even causing him to lose the accumulated wealth of tens of thousands of years. Looking at the sword chi approaching him, Gu Bai did not choose to dodge. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but with his current strength, he simply couldn't dodge. Big brother. Just as Gu Bai was about to give up resistance, he sensed that the teleportation formation on his body was suddenly activated. This was Gu Bai wanting to swap places with Gu Bai to block this fatal blow for Gu Bai. Gu Bai's pupils constricted violently, he wanted to stop it but was powerless. To be on the safe side, he had specially set the teleportation formation to be single-person activated, meaning only one person needed to activate it to swap places. Gu Bai couldn't guarantee whether Gu Bai's physique could withstand this fatal blow. Clang! Gu Bai, who had swapped bodies with Gu Bai, only had time to raise his hands to protect himself before being struck by the sword chi. In an instant, both of Gu Bai's arms were completely severed, and a huge sword mark was left on his chest. The sword chi ran from his left shoulder to his right waist, almost cutting Gu Bai's body in half. Black blood slowly flowed from this enormous wound, and Gu Bai fell to his knees with a thud, his aura extremely weak. This sword chi not only caused physical damage but also inflicted great harm to the mind and even the soul. At the same time, the sword chi also contained extremely pure devilish chi, which was continuously eroding Gu Bai's wound. Gu Bai's physique was very strong, but his soul and spiritual aspects were his weaknesses. Fortunately, most of the damage was blocked by Gu Bai's physical body, his soul and spirit were severely damaged, but ultimately, he did not die. Meanwhile, after unleashing this sword chi, devouring heaven demon lord's arm was finally driven out of the cultivation world. Immortal Venerable Limitless Method, after his aura climbed to its peak, finally break through to the Ascension Realm. But Gu Bai did not feel the slightest bit of happiness, he ran frantically to Gu Bai's front. Kneeling in front of Gu Bai, looking at the wounds on Gu Bai's body, Gu Bai gasped for air, his hands trembling slightly. Gu Bai's condition at this moment was quite bad, this was the most severe injury he had ever suffered. Even though Gu Bai's Yin Yang Extremes Divine Thunder was fully repairing the wounds, his aura was becoming increasingly weak. If left untreated, Gu Bai might die completely in just a short while, and it would be soul flying away and spirit scattering, unable to undergo reincarnation, a complete and utter death. Gu Bai took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He reached out and pressed his hand on Gu Bai's chest, he did not immediately heal him but began to fully analyze Gu Bai's injuries. Soon, Gu Bai concluded that he couldn't heal Gu Bai. Because the devilish chi remaining in Gu Bai's chest and spiritual chi were two completely opposite substances, once they came into contact with any substance related to spiritual chi, the devilish chi would react violently. This would accelerate Gu Bai's death, but if left untreated, the devilish chi would also slowly erode Gu Bai's life. Furthermore, Gu Bai's soul and even his spirit were on the verge of shattering. Gu Bai frowned, Gu Bai's injuries were the most troublesome he had encountered since becoming a physician. He couldn't use medical deo to treat him, not even spirit medicine, because spirit medicine also contained spiritual chi. But if left untreated, Gu Bai would surely die. Gu Bai did not activate absolute rationality, because even if he became absolutely rational, he wouldn't be able to come up with a solution, only in his normal state, with a flash of inspiration, could he possibly devise a countermeasure. Gu Bai quickly flipped through the medical Dao secret art texts he had learned in his mind, hoping to find similar cases. But after thinking for a long time, Gu Bai couldn't come up with a good method. Gu Bai could only treat Gu Bai's spirit and soul first. Injuries to the spirit and soul were the most difficult to recover from, but Gu Bai was not without a way. He took out spiritual items similar to divine soul essence from his storage pouch. Then he performed the medical Dao secret art to treat Gu Bai's divine soul and spiritual injuries. Under Gu Bai's treatment, Gu Bai's spirit and soul finally stabilized, his soul would at least not collapse in the short term. But due to the medical Dao secret art, the devilish qi and spiritual qi reacted violently and directly exploded. At this moment, the devilish qi had already spread throughout Gu Bai's internal organs and limbs. With a bang, Gu Bai's meridians were shattered, and his flesh was mangled. It was fortunate that Gu Bai had cultivated the profound yellow indestructible body, which gave him extremely tenacious vitality. If it were any other cultivator, they would have died many times over. But even so, Gu Bai's life was in critical condition, just one step away from death. This attack was clearly intentional by devouring Heaven Demon Lord, aimed at putting Gu Bai to death. Devilish qi eroding the body, even Gu Bai himself had no solution. However, Gu Bai did not give up, he planned to change his approach. Since the devilish qi could not be eliminated, he would simply not eliminate it. Gu Bai intended to use something to draw the devilish qi out of the body. This something could not have any relation to spiritual qi, but it had to have a fatal attraction to devilish qi. After a moment of thought, Gu Bai finally had an idea. If there was one substance in the cultivation world that had a fatal attraction to devilish qi, it could only be the world origin. World origin is a more advanced energy than spiritual qi, essence of immortal Dao is even just a derivative of world origin. The devouring Heaven Demon Lord attacked the Sky Ruins world precisely to obtain the Sky Ruins world's world origin. Gu Bai speculated that world origin should have a fatal attraction to devilish qi. Thinking of this, Gu Bai immediately used the Heavenly Dao mark to contact the Heavenly Dao and told it his needs. Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, the Heavenly Dao hesitated for a moment. Because world origin was too important to the Heavenly Dao, but it only hesitated for a moment, and the Sky Ruins world ultimately released world origin. Below the ground in front of Gu Bai, a drop of golden liquid slowly emerged. Just by seeing this first drop of liquid, Gu Bai felt a fatal attraction. It was as if this was something his body needed. Gu Bai's body was telling him that as long as he absorbed this drop of liquid, he would undergo a complete transformation. Gu Bai suppressed the instinct to absorb the liquid. He took out a jade bottle and carefully placed this world origin into the bottle. Gu Bai opened a small slit in the bottle containing the world origin, then aimed the slit at Gu Bai's wound. The devilish qi within Gu Bai's body, upon sensing the world origin, instinctively surged towards the world origin. The devilish qi at Gu Bai's wound grew denser and denser, eventually transforming into a thick liquid that slowly crawled towards the jade bottle. The moment the devilish qi left Gu Bai's body, Gu Bai, with quick eyes and hands, immediately enveloped the devilish qi with his divine sense. Thus, with Gu Bai's series of actions, most of the devilish qi accumulated in Gu Bai's body was instantly drawn away. A small portion of the remaining devilish qi was already deeply rooted in Gu Bai's body and could not be removed even if it wanted to. However, this small amount of devilish qi could no longer pose a life-threatening danger to Gu Bai. The spiritual qi remaining in Gu Bai's body began to fight against the devilish qi, subtly gaining the upper hand. Only then did Gu Bai finally breathe a sigh of relief. It had been too dangerous just now, a slight mistake and Gu Bai might have lost his life here. When he treated Gu Bai's soul injury, he only used a tiny bit of spiritual qi, and that tiny bit of spiritual qi almost cost Gu Bai his life. If he hadn't checked Gu Bai's body and had directly used the medical Dao secret art, the devilish qi in Gu Bai's body would have been fully detonated, and no matter how strong Gu Bai's physique was, he would have died here. Of course, the most important thing was the world origin. Without world origin, even Gu Bai would have been helpless. Looking at the world origin in his hand, which emitted a faint golden light, Gu Bai's lips curled slightly. He directly ignored the Sky Ruins world's words in his mind, telling him to return the world origin. Even when the Tiangsu world pitifully begged Gu Bai chose to ignore it. Are you kidding? The item is already in hand, there's no reason to return it. Since the Tiangsu world gave it to him, then this world origin was his. After all, the devilish qi purification devices spread throughout the cultivation world were developed by him. Afterward, he had been busy for over 500 years, and the merit light never stopped, constantly striving to restore the vitality of the Sky Ruins world. Subsequent tasks such as planting spirit medicine and improving the land were also handled by people he dispatched, and all plans were personally designed by him. If it weren't for him, it would have been absolutely impossible for the Sky Ruins world to recover from a desolate wasteland with almost dissipated spiritual qi to its current state of abundant spiritual plants, dense spiritual qi, and vibrant vitality within 500 years. According to Gu Bai's estimation, if it weren't for him, the Sky Ruins world would probably have become increasingly weak until the Heavenly Dao completely fell into slumber, thus entering the age of Dharma decline. Even with cultivators helping to restore vitality, it would take thousands, even tens of thousands of years to recover, let alone return to its peak state. Being directly granted immortal ascension seemed somewhat meager compared to everything Gu Bai had done. However, Gu Bai was also a bit surprised. If it was just to attract devilish qi, he only needed a wisp of world origin. He didn't expect the Heavenly Dao to be so generous, directly giving him a whole drop of world origin. One must know that a middle thousand worlds like the Sky Ruins world, even with a history of millions of years, would normally only have a maximum of 10 drops of world origin. A cultivator at the spirit transformation realm, by refining just one drop of world origin, could directly break through to the Ascension realm. Cultivators like the Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws, who had reached the half-immortal realm many years ago, would only need half a drop or even less than half a drop of world origin to break through their shackles and break through to the Ascension realm. The Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws was able to break through so smoothly also thanks to the half drop of world origin given by the Sky Ruins world. For cultivators to break through to the Ascension realm, world origin is indispensable. Unless you are a super genius rarely seen in a million years, but even if you manage to break through by chance, your strength would not be as good as an ordinary Ascension realm cultivator. It is precisely because of this that immortals who can ascend from the Tiangsu world are so rare. Because in addition to having their own talent meet the standards, they also need to make significant contributions to the cultivation world. The Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws, the master of the Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws, was exceptionally talented and also very skilled at teaching disciples. In the 50,000 years before his ascension, he trained over 30 soul transformation realm powerful figures, as well as the Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws, Immortal Venerable King Yun, and Li Emperor, these three half-immortal realm cultivators. Before the Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws, the number of human race soul transformation cultivators was normally only about a dozen. It was precisely because of the existence of the Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws that the number of human race soul transformation realm powerful figures could be maintained at around 30. After the Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws, the Phoenix Immortal Venerable of the Ya race, the Heavenly Edge Immortal Venerable, and others, all made significant contributions to the cultivation world. The Sky Ruins world would then give world origin as a reward, allowing these individuals to become Ascension realm powerhouses and ascend to the Immortal realm. The one drop of world origin in Gu Bai's hand could cultivate at least 2 to 3 Ascension realm powerhouses. Of course, Gu Bai did not intend to use it himself. He had the Tiangsu world's promise that once his cultivation reached the standard, the Tiangsu world would directly infuse world origin, allowing him to become an Ascension realm powerhouse. He planned to save this drop of world origin for Yafan and the others, for unforeseen needs. Even if Yafan and the others didn't use it, he could keep it as materials. One must know that world origin is a versatile treasure. In addition to improving cultivation, it is also the most top-tier alchemy material or artifact refining material. Gu Bai fed Gu Bei several medicinal pills and used his law to help Gu Bei refine the medicinal power until Gu Bei's aura completely stabilized. Then he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Next, Gu Bei only needed to recuperate for several decades under his treatment, and his physical injuries should recover. After a few more centuries of rest, the injuries to his soul and spirit would also recover mostly. And after his injuries recovered, Gu Bei's strength should be able to improve significantly again. The Wang Undying body tempering art he cultivated was, in essence, a continuous process of destroying and repairing the body. Gu Bei suffering such severe injuries this time was, in essence, also a form of body tempering. Without time to rest, Gu Bai immediately treated Yafan and Suwuji. After they forcibly increased their strength, they also suffered extremely severe side effects. Yafan overdrawn his body's potential, making further progress almost impossible, while Suwuji burned most of his lifespan, and his meridians were severed, leaving him a cripple thereafter. Of course, this was only under normal circumstances. With Gu Bai, a top-tier 5th-rank physician, as their backing, both of them only needed to recuperate for a period of time to fully recover. At this moment, the battle was not yet over. Although the top-tier combat power of the extraterrestrial demons had been mostly eliminated, the created gap had closed, and Devouring Heaven Demon Lord was isolated outside the world. However, the tens of billions of extraterrestrial demons who had entered the cultivation world through the gap were still fighting against the cultivators of the cultivation world. After stabilizing Yafan and Suwuji's injuries, Gu Bai was about to rise and take charge of the battlefield when he heard the voice of Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable. Freeze. With just one word, time and space seemed to solidify. All cultivators, including Gu Bai, were fixed in place by an unknown force. And the tens of billions of extraterrestrial demons were likewise affected. At this moment, everyone turned into statues, only able to maintain the most basic thought. Transfer. Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, floating in the air, lightly uttered 2 words, and as his voice fell, all human race and Ya race in the air and nearby were transferred to a safe place hundreds of millions of miles away. Fire. Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable again lightly uttered 1 word. A sea of flames instantly surged in the air, enveloping all extraterrestrial demons. Refine. The flames began to burn fiercely. In just an instant, all extraterrestrial demons were burned to ashes by the flames, leaving only wisps of the purest essence. After Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable broke through to the Ascension realm, his strength increased by at least dozens of times. And he also awakened a heaven-defying immortal Deo divine ability called Words Follow the Law. A single word from him could influence the changes in heaven and earth, allowing him to do whatever he wished, like an omnipotent god. Of course, this divine ability also consumed a great deal of immortal chi. Just those few words almost completely exhausted Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable's immortal chi. However, the effect was extremely heaven-defying. With just a few words, hundreds of millions of extraterrestrial demons were completely refined. This was the terrifying combat power of an Ascension realm expert. As the saying goes, all below an immortal are ants. Even a half-immortal realm cultivator, in the eyes of an Ascension realm cultivator, is nothing more than a slightly larger ant. And in this dog-eat-dog cultivation world, the corpses of cultivators are naturally also a resource. As the defeated party, most of the cultivator corpses would be sold to the black market and then refined into pure blood pills by chi refining masters. Because pure blood pills are refined from the bodies of cultivators, they are the medicinal pills most compatible with the human race. Taking pure blood pills produces almost no drug resistance and can simultaneously improve cultivation and physique, making them rare medicinal pills. In addition to being refined into medicinal pills, the bodies of deceased cultivators can also be refined into puppets to help in combat. Furthermore, many demonic cultivators' weapons are made from human bodies. For example, bone-made corpse armor, and human skin puppets made from skin. The flesh and blood of the Ya race can also be used to refine spirit blood pills, which, when consumed, can boost chi and blood and strengthen the physique. The bodies of human race cultivators are also invaluable tonics for the Ya race. If they treat their own kind so cruelly, let alone a great enemy like the extraterrestrial demons. Although the physical bodies of extraterrestrial demons and the devilish chi they contain are highly poisonous to human race cultivators. However, no matter what, cultivators can refine it into something useful for themselves. If extraterrestrial demons are completely refined using special methods, a wisp of life essence can be refined. Life essence is the essence contained within a living being, and after refining, it can enhance physique and magical power, making it a rare spiritual item. Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, being proficient in all Dao in the world, naturally also mastered this refining method. Therefore, he used words follow the law to refine all these hundreds of millions of extraterrestrial demons. Even if a single extraterrestrial demon can only produce a wisp of essence, the number of extraterrestrial demons invading the cultivation world was simply too large, reaching hundreds of millions. This was the accumulation of tens of thousands of years in the demon realm, the number was more than 10 times that of the cultivators in the Sky Ruins world. Even if each extraterrestrial demon could only refine a very small wisp of essence, hundreds of millions of extraterrestrial demons could produce a very large amount of life essence. Looking at the large jar full of life essence before him, Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, whose face was usually solemn, couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. These life origins alone, if used to cultivate cultivators, could forcibly cultivate dozens of nascent soul realm cultivators. However, Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable did not put this life essence into his storage pouch. Goodbye, look what this is. A whole jar full of life essence. Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable instantly appeared before Gubai, presenting the large jar of life essence to Gubai as if offering a treasure. He had already ascended to the Ascension realm, so life origin was of little use to him. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, his relatives and friends had long since passed away, so there was no one he cared about too much. Moreover, this battle was not his achievement alone. If it weren't for the cultivators of the cultivation world helping him hold back the extraterrestrial demons, he would not have been able to break through at all. Therefore, instead of keeping this life essence to gather dust, it was better to give it to his friend Gubai, so that Gubai could distribute it. Gubai's character was recognized by everyone, and he held extremely high prestige in the cultivation world, even Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, who had just broken through to the Ascension realm and turned the tide. In terms of prestige alone, he was not qualified to compare with Gubai. Of course, this was just the official statement. In reality, there would be no problem if Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable himself distributed the life essence. Although his prestige was not as exaggerated as Gubai's, distributing life essence would certainly not be an issue. The reason Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable threw the life essence to Gubai was simply because he was lazy. Distributing life essence was no simple task. The distributor needed to tally the contributions of all cultivators in this battle. Then, based on the overall situation, they had to make the distribution, ensuring that all cultivators had no complaints. This was quite difficult. Some cultivators contributed little themselves, but their entire faction had been wiped out. How much life essence should be allocated to them? Some cultivators didn't slay many extraterrestrial demons themselves, but their support abilities were first-rate. How much life essence should be allocated to them? Just thinking about these things made Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable's head ache, which was why he tossed the life essence to Gubai. Sigh, it's overtime again. Looking at the life essence before him, Gubai sighed. He could only helplessly accept the jar. Gubai thus began the arduous task of tallying casualties and distributing spoils. Of course, Gubai wasn't working alone. Over these 500 years, he had also cultivated countless assistants. These assistants could help him with 99% of the work, he only needed to oversee the general framework. Otherwise, no matter how capable Gubai was, he couldn't possibly finish it all by himself. With the help of countless assistants, Gubai only spent 3 days completing tasks such as casualty statistics and spoil distribution. This efficiency could be described as terrifying, because almost all cultivators in the entire cultivation world participated in this battle. Tens of billions of people participated in the battle, and after a long chaotic fight, nearly half of the human race suffered casualties. It was no simple task to clearly compile these statistics. Because this involved all major human race factions, and even Ya race factions had to be accounted for. If it were Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, just the statistics alone would take at least several years, and as for the subsequent work, it wouldn't be done in less than a decade. But Gubai only spent 3 days to perfectly handle everything, and both the human race and Ya race were very satisfied, without the slightest complaint. This also indirectly showed how strong the sense of security Gubai gave people was. The cultivation world, once on the brink of destruction, completely recovered its vitality in just 500 years under Gubai's management. And in the death struggle against the extraterrestrial demons, a battle with such a high mortality rate, it was estimated that only a very small number of cultivators would be willing to fight. But Gubai forcefully gathered almost the entire cultivation world together. It seemed that as long as he was there was no need to worry about anything other than the battle itself. Daily cultivation resources, magic treasures, weapons, cultivation techniques, secret manuals. Gu Bai could arrange almost everything properly. Even wives, if there was a need, Gu Bai could arrange a confidant for you. After handling all matters, Gu Bai found Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable and began discussing future development plans with him. Although this battle was a great victory, it was not the end. The cultivation world's greatest enemy, Devouring Heaven Demon Lord, still lived. Although Devouring Heaven Demon Lord could not enter the cultivation world, no one could guarantee that Devouring Heaven Demon Lord would forever be unable to enter the cultivation world. As a strong individual in the Ascension Realm late stage, Devouring Heaven Demon Lord surely had other trump cards. Therefore, Tianxu world must seize this rare period of peace and enhance its combat power as much as possible. Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable had broken through to the Ascension Realm, and logically, he could ascend to the Immortal Realm. After all, once a cultivator reaches the Ascension Realm, they need to absorb immortal chi to improve their cultivation. However, Sky Ruins world did not have immortal chi for Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable to absorb. Absorbing spiritual chi could only barely maintain his daily consumption. Therefore, most cultivators, after breaking through to the Ascension Realm, would choose to ascend to the Immortal Realm to pursue a higher stage. However, for the sake of the battles to come, Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable did not choose to ascend. I believe the most urgent task now is to first pull out the 3 bitter cold nails. After that, we must do our best to handle the relationship between the human race and the Ya race, lest Devouring Heaven Demon Lord hasn't even attacked yet, and our human race and Ya race start fighting amongst ourselves. Also, I think we should establish an academy to teach those prodigies who are exceptionally talented but lack backing. I've even thought of the academy's name, Supreme Beginning Holy Land. I've already arranged for the teachers and such. I believe that under the guidance of Supreme Beginning Holy Land, the cultivation world will produce even more prodigy disciples in the future. And also, Gu Bai chattered incessantly to Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, detailing his future plans for a good half an hour. These were things he had thought about long ago, but he had been too busy before and never had time to implement them. Now that he had time, Gu Bai naturally found Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, wanting to discuss them thoroughly with him. MHM, I'll listen to you. Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, with his arms crossed, just kept nodding and murmuring, not offering any useful opinions. I say, Limitless Method, at least give me some opinions. Weren't these originally your responsibilities? Gu Bai covered his forehead, saying with great helplessness. Managing the cultivation world and its future development, these should be under the purview of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, and as the alliance leader of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, these should all be Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable's responsibilities. But ever since the extraterrestrial demons invaded the cultivation world, Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable gradually handed these tasks over to Gu Bai. At first, it was fine, Gu Bai only needed to offer suggestions from the side, with Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable doing most of the work. But as time went on, Gu Bai took on more and more work. Eventually, Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable even directly handed over the Alliance Leader token of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance to Gu Bai. Holding this token was equivalent to being the Alliance Leader of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance himself. Ha 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 ha, what you said is absolutely right. I have no objections whatsoever. Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable scratched his head, saying with a slight awkwardness. It wasn't that he didn't want to offer suggestions, but Gu Bai's plan was already close to perfect, he couldn't find a single flaw. How about this, I'll just pass on this position of 10,000 Immortals Alliance Leader to you. How about you become the Alliance Leader? Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable seemed to suddenly think of something. He looked at Gu Bai, saying with a slight excitement. The reason he became this Alliance Leader was because his master said that a great disaster would erupt in the cultivation world in the future, which was why he became this Alliance Leader to manage the cultivation world. At the very least, he had to ensure that the cultivation world wouldn't fall into a large-scale war. But honestly, Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable had actually wanted to stop being this Alliance Leader for a long time. He had been looking for a successor before. But after searching for tens of thousands of years, Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable had not found a successor that satisfied him. Either their strength was too weak to command respect, or their strength was barely adequate but their mind wasn't up to par. People who were both strong and intelligent often had poor character. Now that he finally met Gu Bai, this high-quality workhorse with maxed-out intelligence and noble character, Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable naturally wanted to pass on this Alliance Leader position to Gu Bai. As for whether Gu Bai's strength was too weak to command respect, Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable indicated, was he really to be considered non-existent? If anyone dared to make things difficult for Gu Bai, he would be the first to be displeased. No. Gu Bai shook his head without hesitation, firmly refusing. Are you kidding? Let whoever wants to do this crappy job do it. It's only because it's a special period that he's working so hard. After all, if he didn't work harder, the cultivation world might really be doomed. If the war ended, he would definitely seclude himself with Xing for a few hundred years before doing anything else. But if he accepted the position of Alliance Leader of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, even if the war ended, he would still have to bitterly deal with various affairs every day. Being the Alliance Leader is great. Think about it, the Myriad Immortals Alliance is the largest organization in the cultivation world. As the Alliance Leader, there are countless benefits. Are you sure you don't want to be the Alliance Leader? Immortal Venerable Changchun Limitless Method stared at Gu Bai pitifully. No, let whoever wants to be this alliance leader be it. I'm not doing it, anyway. Gu Bai still refused directly, without a second thought. However, I can recommend a candidate to you, and that is my daughter, Gu Qingyu. She recently had a breakthrough to the spirit transformation realm and became the second fifth-rank physician in the cultivation world. She also enjoys a very high prestige in the cultivation world. As for her ability, although she is far inferior to me, she is stronger than you. Gu Bai pondered for a moment and decided to throw his daughter out. He wasn't exaggerating, his daughter was indeed as excellent in all aspects as he described. Moreover, being the alliance leader of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance would just happen to temper her character. This little girl kept hanging out with Gu Chongshan and Lin Yuhan, and even though she wasn't good at fighting, she insisted on following them. Gu Bai had long been displeased, a physician should stay in the logistics. Really? Hearing Gu Bai's words, Immortal Venerable Chongshan Limitless Method's eyes lit up. Absolutely true. I've taught her since she was little. If you encounter any problems, just come to me. Gu Bai patted his chest, assuring him. After hearing Gu Bai's words, Immortal Venerable Chongshan Limitless Method waved his hand and summoned Gu Qingyu, who was far away in Qingzhou, before them. Gu Qingyu, who was reading a book, looked around in a daze. Qingyu, this is your uncle Limitless Method. Quickly say hello to him, Gu Bai said with a smile, looking at the bewildered Gu Qingyu. What uncle? I'm not that old. She should call me older brother instead. Immortal Venerable Chongshan Limitless Method said discontentedly. Don't listen to his nonsense. Just call him uncle. Gu Bai's mouth twitched, and he said with a slight helplessness. An uncle, hello. The bewildered Gu Qingyu said somewhat hesitantly. Since you've called me uncle, then this position of alliance leader of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance is yours. Immortal Venerable Chongshan Limitless Method smilingly handed the alliance leader token to Gu Qingyu, and then, before Gu Qingyu could react, he instantly vanished from her sight. Gu Qingyu, who had been bewildered the entire time, looked at the token in her hand, somewhat perplexed. What? Let me tell you about the handover. After this, you'll be responsible for everything. Gu Bai smilingly handed his plan to Gu Qingyu. Finally, with a bang, he also turned into a streak of light and disappeared from Gu Qingyu's sight. Only a bewildered and even more bewildered Gu Qingyu was left on the scene. No. Not this. After a long while, Gu Qingyu, who finally understood the situation, cried out in despair. But there was nothing she could do. She had already accepted the token, so she could only take on this bitter position of alliance leader. Fortunately, Gu Bai wasn't really abandoning Gu Qingyu. Most of the work was still done by Gu Bai, and Gu Qingyu was just learning by his side. She would only truly take on the position of alliance leader after the battle between the Sky Ruins World and the Devouring Heaven Demon Lord ended and she had truly matured. Another year passed like this, and Gu Bai finally completed the development plan for the cultivation world for the next 1,000 years, and even arranged all the personnel. That night in Qingzhou, at Lingyun Sect, on Nameless Mountain Peak, under the peach tree, Gu Bai performed the star observation secret technique, hoping to observe the future of the cultivation world with the help of the heavenly Dao. But perhaps because the Devouring Heaven Demon Lord was prepared, even with the heavenly Dao's blessing, Gu Bai could only vaguely calculate that there would be a calamity in the cultivation world 1,000 years later. As for what the specific calamity was, Gu Bai wasn't even clear about the general time. However, Gu Bai, on the contrary, breathed a sigh of relief, because this meant that the cultivation world still had 1,000 years of peace. Only then did Gu Bai's constantly tense nerves slowly relax. Thud. As Gu Bai relaxed, he felt his mind grow hazy, and then he lost consciousness, falling to the ground with a thud. He lay on the ground and snored loudly, completely without image. Since the extraterrestrial demons attacked the cultivation world over 500 years ago, Gu Bai had never rested. For 500 years, Gu Bai had never rested, not even once. All his time was perfectly utilized. But Gu Bai was not a god after all, he also got tired. Even if immortality could infinitely restore his physical body, the mental fatigue could not be restored. Not long after Gu Bai fell, Ye Fan and Su Wuji, who were recuperating in the sect, as well as Qing Ning, noticed Gu Bai's abnormality. Master, you. When Ye Fan saw Gu Bai in this state, he immediately became anxious and wanted to step forward to check Gu Bai's condition. Shh. Su Wuji, who was beside him, quickly pulled Ye Fan back. Qing Ning also gently shushed him, indicating that Ye Fan should not speak. As the former sect master of Lingyun sect, Su Wuji naturally knew how immense Gu Bai's workload had been during these 500 years. It could be said that it was more tiring than managing 100 Lingyun sects at the same time. Now that the war had finally come to an end, he naturally wouldn't let anyone disturb Gu Bai's rest. And although Qing Ning didn't know how great Gu Bai's workload was, as Gu Bai's Dao companion, even if Gu Bai disguised it well, she could still see that unbearable fatigue in Gu Bai's expression. Qing Ning was very distressed by this and had repeatedly advised Gu Bai to rest, but Gu Bai just wouldn't listen. Now that Gu Bai could finally rest, she naturally had to protect her Gu Bai and not let anyone disturb Gu Bai's rest. My mistake, my mistake. Ye Fan said softly, somewhat awkwardly. He also instantly realized that he had almost caused trouble. The three of them tiptoed, carrying Gu Bai to the bed in his immortal cave. Qing Ning gently covered Gu Bai with a quilt, and only after seeing that Gu Bai was still sound asleep did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Qing Ning, Ye Fan, and Su Wuji guarded the entrance of Gu Bai's immortal cave like this, not allowing anyone to disturb Gu Bai's rest. Gu Bai slept peacefully for almost half a month before slowly waking up from his dream. Pulling back the quilt, Gu Bai sat up. He slowly stretched and then let out a comfortable sigh. Feeling refreshed, his previously hazy mind was now clear and cool, and the bone-deep fatigue had completely dissipated. Gu Bai, you're awake. Xing Ning, who had been guarding the door, saw Gu Bai finally wake up, her eyes lit up, and with a plop, she hugged Gu Bai into her arms. I'm awake. Now I'll have enough time to spend with you. Gu Bai patted Xing Ning's shoulder, speaking in an incredibly gentle tone. To be honest, he felt quite apologetic to Xing Ning. As Xing Ning's Dao companion, he should have spent enough time accompanying her. But ever since the extraterrestrial demons invaded the cultivation world, Gu Bai had been tied up with troublesome matters and simply had no time to be with Xing Ning. During these more than 500 years, the number of times he and Xing Ning met was countable on one's fingers, and even if they occasionally met, they could only chat for a few words. Fortunately, the war has now come to an end, and Devouring Heaven Demon Lord is temporarily trapped outside the cultivation world. At least for 1,000 years, the cultivation world will not erupt in war. He can finally extricate himself from his busy affairs and spend time with Xing Ning. Of course, he still has one last thing to deal with. The bitter cold nail, tens of thousands of miles high, was like a nail, firmly driven into the cultivation world. Beneath the bitter cold nail, demonic chi continuously surged out. As soon as the demonic chi appeared, it was purified by the purification formation next to it. It's time to deal with this nail, Gu Bai said coldly, looking at the bitter cold nail before him. He had already fully restored the vitality of the cultivation world, and the number of spiritual veins and spiritual plants was even greater than before, but the spiritual chi of the cultivation world still couldn't compare to its peak period. This was because of these three bitter cold nails. The bitter cold nails could not only open the demon realm's gate and transport extraterrestrial demons to the cultivation world. They also fixed the root of all spiritual veins in the cultivation world, blocking the flow of spiritual chi. Furthermore, the bitter cold nails possessed the weight of several states and were indestructible. Attacks below the immortal realm found it difficult to damage them. This was Devouring Heaven Demon Lord's malicious plan. If he encountered a slightly weaker world, Devouring Heaven Demon Lord wouldn't even need to make a move, the bitter cold nails alone could conquer that world. Of course, Changchun Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, Su Wuji, Gu Bei, Ye Fan, and others could destroy the bitter cold nails. But to prevent Devouring Heaven Demon Lord from making a desperate last stand, Gu Bai had waited until now, precisely to give the cultivation world enough time to develop. And now that the war was over, the extraterrestrial demons of the demon realm were almost all dead, and Devouring Heaven Demon Lord couldn't enter the cultivation world. It was time to pull out these three bitter cold nails. Limitless Method, I'm counting on you. Remember, you absolutely must not damage the bitter cold nails, I have great use for them. Gu Bai patted Changchun Limitless Method Immortal Venerable's shoulder, saying with a smile. Don't worry, Changchun Limitless Method Immortal Venerable nodded with a smile. He flew into the sky and gently uttered a single word towards the bitter cold nail before him. Rise. As Changchun Limitless Method Immortal Venerable's voice fell, the three bitter cold nails fixed in the cultivation world began to vibrate violently. As the frequency of the vibrations grew faster and faster, these three bitter cold nails finally slowly rose, completely pulling out of the cultivation world. As the bitter cold nails were pulled out, the spiritual chi, which had been blocked for a long time, finally began to flow again. Pang! Countless underground waters filled the gap left by the bitter cold nails, and then these underground waters were pushed away by the surging spiritual chi, forming an enormous fountain. The bitter cold nails began to slowly rain down spiritual spring water with extremely high spiritual chi concentration. After a long time, the fountain finally gradually shrank and eventually returned to calm, leaving only an enormous lake in its place. Because the area beneath the lake was where spiritual chi converged, the spiritual chi in this lake was denser than anywhere else in the cultivation world. White mist floated above the lake. These mists were formed by extremely dense spiritual chi. At the same time, the total spiritual chi in the cultivation world also increased by about 30 to 40%. This increase can be said to be quite terrifying. The spiritual chi concentration of many small sects is only about 50% denser than that of the mortal world. This 30 to 40% increase can make the spiritual chi in the outer sect of most sects comparable to the inner sect. The spiritual chi here is incredibly dense. Why don't we establish the Supreme Beginning Holy Land here? Gu Bai said with a smile, looking at the lake before him. The Supreme Beginning Holy Land was the academy he envisioned. As long as one's talent met the criteria and their character was decent, they could join the Supreme Beginning Holy Land to learn cultivation techniques and secret manuals. If they didn't have combat talent, they could also learn various cultivation arts like alchemy, artifact refining, and medical dao. Whatever you want. Anyway, I'm no longer the Myriad Immortals Alliance leader. Changchun Limitless Method Immortal Venerable waved his hand indifferently. Gu Bai turned to look at Gu Qingyu beside him. With you, I have to work overtime again. Gu Qingyu said, on the verge of tears. Just hearing about establishing the Supreme Beginning Holy Land sounded like a lot of work. That night, on the nameless mountain peak of Lingyun Peak. At this moment, the nameless mountain peak was bustling with activity. Cultivators with names and surnames in the cultivation world had all gathered on this mountain peak. This included Changchun Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, who had already reached the Ascension Realm, the formidable Immortal Venerable King Yun, Ye Fan's convenient grandfather, Yu Lao and Yu Yezi. Ye Fan, Su Wuji, and the newly awakened Gu Bei, along with his Dao companion Xing, Gu Chongchun, Gu Qingyu, and Lin Yuhan, who had broken through to the nascent soul realm and jointly killed dozens of nascent soul extraterrestrial demons in the decisive battle against them. Blazing Sun Immortal Venerable, Ethereal Immortal Venerable, Heavenly Cloud Immortal Venerable, and so on, most of the nascent soul great experts in the cultivation world. Feng Qingxiu, the leader of the Phoenix clan, the Dragon clan leader, and most of the fifth order demon venerables of the Ya race. The big shots who were usually elusive, rarely seen by ordinary cultivators in a lifetime, had all come to the nameless mountain peak at this moment. Whether it was the righteous path or the demonic path, even the human race and the Ya race, they were all chatting harmoniously. After all, no matter how great their grudges were before, they were now comrades in arms who had fought side by side. This small nameless mountain peak gathered 99% of the top combat power in the cultivation world. A gathering of this scale had never occurred in the history of the cultivation world. And the reason these big shots came to the nameless mountain peak was because of one person's invitation, and that person was Gu Bai. To celebrate the temporary repelling of devouring heaven demon lord, Gu Bai specially invited all the prominent cultivators in the cultivation world to the nameless mountain peak. He also personally cooked a wonderfully rich table of food, a rare occasion for him. Gu Bai smiled, chatting and drinking with everyone. The atmosphere was incredibly harmonious, without a trace of awkwardness. This was mainly thanks to Gu Bai. With his personality, Gu Bai had long since become fellow deists with everyone present. With him mediating, even former enemies could sit together and chat peacefully. Of course, most of these people behaved so obediently out of respect for Gu Bai's face. As for those who were restless, Gu Bai wasn't worried they would cause trouble. Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable and Ye Fan's group of 3 were not just for show. Not to mention Ye Fan's group of 3, Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable alone, with just a word, could slaughter the entire cultivation world. This banquet lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and everyone, including Gu Bai, was very happy. After the banquet ended, Gu Bai's life returned to peace. Oriental Yuch managed Ling Yun sect, and Gu Qingyu managed Myriad Immortals Alliance. He only needed to be responsible for the overall framework, not the miscellaneous tasks. However, Gu Bai was not idle. He still spent a lot of time every day learning various knowledge. He no longer acted as frantically as before, and every evening, Gu Bai would spend time with Xing. Sometimes, he would also find Ye Fan's group of 3, or good friends like Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable and Immortal Venerable Qingyun, to drink and chat. Of course, Gu Bai never relaxed his vigilance from beginning to end. The cultivation world would encounter a calamity 1,000 years later, and without a doubt, that calamity was devouring heaven demon lord. He had to improve the existing combat power of the cultivation world as much as possible, and of course, the most important was the combat power of Ascension Realm powerhouses. Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable's strength was not weak, and his talent was even rarer than ancient times, even though he had just broken through, with the blessing of his words becoming reality. Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable could stably defeat an ordinary middle-stage Ascension Realm cultivator. But devouring heaven demon lord was a peak Ascension Realm cultivator who had lived for an unknown number of tens of thousands of years. No matter how astonishingly brilliant Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable was, his accumulation was ultimately too shallow. Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable alone was not devouring heaven demon lord's opponent. Fortunately, Ye Fan, Gu Bai, and Su Wuji all had a chance to break through to the Ascension Realm within 1,000 years. And with their talent, after successfully breaking through to the Ascension Realm, their strength should also not be weaker than middle-stage Ascension Realm cultivators. Moreover, Immortal Venerable Qingyun, this peerless sword cultivator, also had a chance to break through to the Ascension Realm. It was just that his age was too great, and his vitality and magical power were somewhat decaying, which is why the possibility of his breakthrough was cut off. However, these were not an issue in front of Gu Bai. After he broke through to the soul transformation realm, his medical skills improved by another level. Gu Bai was confident that under his care, Immortal Venerable Qingyun could maintain his peak state until his demise. Thus, Immortal Venerable Qingyun would have both the sword techniques of his old age and the physical body of his prime, and should also have a great probability of breaking through to the Ascension realm. At that time, if the 5 of them joined forces, even if they couldn't defeat devouring heaven demon lord, they should at least be able to fight to a draw. Of course, breaking through to Ascension also required consuming world origin. To create 5 immortals, at least 2 to 3 drops of world origin would be needed. Currently, Tianxu world, not counting the 1 drop given to Gu Bai, only had about 7 drops of world origin left. If 3 more drops of world origin were taken out, Tianxu world would only have 4 drops of world origin left. And world origin was the most important thing for a world. If Tianxu world's world origin dropped below 5 drops, the entire world would experience various problems. The decline of spiritual qi was secondary, what was more terrifying was the decline of luck. The luck of a world, though mysterious, was a real existence. If a world had enough luck, it could give birth to enough powerhouses. For example, Ye Fan, he was a typical product of world luck. With the blessing of luck, Ye Fan could always overcome life and death crises, or pick up heaven and earth treasure, encountering all sorts of good fortune. Or the other ascended immortals of Tianxu world, they had more or less the help of world luck to climb to the peak. Moreover, if the world origin was less than 5 drops, the heavenly Dao of Tianxu world would fall into weakness. A weak heavenly Dao might not be able to keep devouring heaven demon lord isolated outside the world. Therefore, the world origin of Tianxu world must absolutely not be less than 5 drops. Fortunately, if his 1 drop of world origin was added, Tianxia world could just barely have 5 drops of world origin left. However, Gu Bai would have to sacrifice himself a bit. After all, being directly guided to immortal ascension required consuming world origin. And the world origin could not be less than 5 drops. With Gu Bai's own aptitude, he would need to consume at least 1 drop of world origin to break through to the ascension realm. Therefore, Gu Bai could only wait until Tianxia world condensed the next drop of world origin before breaking through. But the speed at which world origin condensed was incredibly slow. Tens of thousands of years might not even condense 1 drop. However, Gu Bai was not flustered at all. What was tens of thousands of years? He could afford to wait. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. During these 100 years, under Gu Bai's leadership, the cultivation world also became increasingly prosperous. Supreme Beginning Holy Land was finally established on that extremely concentrated spiritual Qi lake. This incredibly concentrated spiritual Qi lake was exceptionally clear, and every night, it could clearly reflect the moon's appearance, thus Gu Bai named it Silver Moon Lake. Supreme Beginning Holy Land was established on an artificial small island in the center of the lake. Of course, this was only the core area of Supreme Beginning Holy Land. General outer students lived near Silver Moon Lake. The Dean of Supreme Beginning Holy Land was assumed by Yu Lao. And the deans of the Medical Dao branch were Oriental Yuch and Lu Ruyan. The deans of the other branches were also assumed by people Gu Bai trusted. Under Yu Lao's leadership, in just a few decades, a large number of genius students had already appeared in the academy. Whether these people's strength was strong or not was irrelevant, the most important thing was to have good character. The students they taught would also not have bad character. This would form a virtuous cycle. When these students grew up, they could inherit their positions and continue to teach new students. Gu Bai had already implemented this plan in Lingyun sect, and the effect was very good. The only thing that made Gu Bai feel regretful was that Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable did not come to serve as the dean of this academy. Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable was proficient in all the Dao of the world, and he had even thoroughly mastered the 5 elements secret techniques, creating the 5 elements returning Yuan Qi, an immortal Dao ultimate move that could be unleashed even at the half-immortal realm. Coupled with the fact that Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable used a secret technique to live for tens of thousands of years. His accumulation was unfathomably deep. In the cultivation world, Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable knew almost all the famous spells that could be named. He was the most suitable candidate to be the Dean of Supreme Beginning Holy Land, but unfortunately, Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable had a free-spirited personality and directly refused Gu Bai's request. A small boat was floating on the lake of Crescent Moon Lake. Gu Bai sat alone on the small boat, holding a fishing rod, drinking hot tea, and fishing. Xing sat beside Gu Bai, staring intently at Gu Bai fishing. Gu Bai looked at Xing, a doting smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Gu Bai suddenly flicked his rod, pulling a 7-colored glowing carp from the lake. This was a 7-colored flowing light fish, a rare delicacy in the cultivation world. It only grew in lakes with extremely high spiritual qi and clear water. Ever since Silver Moon Lake formed, Gu Bai had deliberately released many 7-colored flowing light fish fry, and after decades of growth, these fry had all matured. After reeling in the 7-colored flowing light fish, Gu Bai's hand moved like a knife, instantly preparing the fish. He then slowly placed it into a pre-prepared small pot, and Gu Bai also took out some tender white tofu from his storage pouch and added it to the pot. Soon, a bowl of fresh and delicious fish soup was completed by Gu Bai. Been waiting long. Gu Bai smiled as he served Xing a bowl of fish soup. Delicious. Xing took the fish soup, took a small sip, and then hummed contentedly. This was his and Xing's daily routine today, fishing by the river together and eating fish. I didn't expect you to be here, no wonder I couldn't find you at Lingyun sect. Just as Gu Bai and Xing were enjoying their time together, a voice suddenly sounded beside them. Gu Bai looked over at the sound and saw that it was Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, who had also sat down on the small boat at some point. Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable's age had also changed. He no longer maintained a youthful state as before, but instead had shrunk his age to childhood, appearing like a little Shota. He was probably less than 10 years old, leaning back in the boat's seat, with his legs crossed, looking incredibly leisurely. This was Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable's energy-saving mode, which allowed him to shrink his age and cultivation realm, suppressing consumption to the lowest. When not in battle, Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable would maintain this state. It was only by relying on this energy-saving mode that he could live for tens of thousands of years consecutively. What are you doing here? Xing was slightly displeased to see the suddenly appearing Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable. She put her hands on her hips and said with great dissatisfaction. Ha 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 ha, I was bored and didn't know what to do, so I came to chat with Gu Bai. Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable scratched his head, looking a bit awkward. He actually didn't want to disturb Gu Bai and Xing's date, but he couldn't help it. The gentle and peaceful aura emanating from Gu Bai made him want to chat with Gu Bai. Subconsciously, he used a divine ability to instantly teleport to Gu Bai's side. Alright, Xing, don't be angry, after all, a guest has arrived. Next time, I'll accompany you the whole time, okay? Gu Bai revealed a gentle smile. He ruffled Xing's beautiful hair, then served Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable a bowl of fish soup. Humph, it's all your fault, Gu Bai, for being too popular. Tomorrow, it'll probably be Yafan and the others coming to find you. Xing crossed her arms, turned her head away, looking unhappy. Gu Bai was quite helpless about this. Whenever he had time, all sorts of people would come to chat and drink with him. Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, Yu Lao, Immortal Venerable King Yun, Ye Fan, Gu Chongchun, they almost took turns, and sometimes they would even come in groups to find him. With Gu Bai's gentle heart nature, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Gu Bai thus drank fish soup and chatted leisurely with Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable. And Qingning was just eating away beside them, awu, awu. Fortunately, there was nothing else in Silver Moon Lake but plenty of fish. When the fish soup was finished, Gu Bai started making grilled fish on the boat. After the grilled fish was eaten, Gu Bai fried the small fish he had caught. Anyway, various kinds of fish took turns, on this small boat, admiring the stunning scenery along the way, then taking a sip of the clear sake brewed by Gu Bai, with the gentle breeze lightly blowing their clothes. It was simply too beautiful. Qingning and Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable certainly enjoyed themselves. As the sky gradually darkened, the three of them sat on the small boat, quietly enjoying the sunset. A full moon slowly rose into the sky, and under the moonlight, a full moon also appeared in the clear lake. Cheers! Gu Bai raised his wine cup, revealing an incredibly gentle smile towards Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable. The moonlight shone on Gu Bai, and in the hazy night, the gentle qi on Gu Bai's body became even more apparent. Coupled with Gu Bai's incredibly soft face and skin even fairer than a woman's, Gu Bai looked like a moon princess, full of mystery and beauty. Seeing this scene, Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable's heart began to pound. Smack! Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable slapped his handsome face. Absurd! He shouted loudly in his heart. If he hadn't reacted quickly and slapped himself awake, he probably would have been bent just now. He knew Gu Bai had great charm, but he didn't expect it to be so immense. The reason he could call Gu Bai his brother before was due to the state of war, where Gu Bai was constantly tense and didn't display much of his charm. But now that the war had temporarily ended, Gu Bai's tense expression relaxed, and his charm naturally revealed itself. Furthermore, Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable had spent such a long time with Gu Bai after a long absence, and they were in the relatively confined space of this small boat, coupled with the beautiful concept of the surroundings. If Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable hadn't lived for tens of thousands of years and possessed an extraordinary hard nature, he probably would have been bent by Gu Bai just now. I have something else to do, so I'll be leaving first. Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable was truly a bit scared. He didn't dare to stay too long, and with a flash, he disappeared from in front of Gu Bai. Why did he suddenly leave? Looking in the direction where Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable disappeared, Gu Bai was a bit puzzled. He had encountered similar situations before, for example, when Su Wuji or Ye Fan and others spent too long alone with him. They would suddenly slap themselves, then find an excuse to abruptly leave, and then for a long time afterward, they would intentionally avoid him. Even if they met, it would be with others. How inexplicable. Gu Bai pondered for a long time but couldn't figure out why. Was he scary? That shouldn't be the case. Gu Bai was quite confident in himself. With the blessing of his affinity talent, no one had disliked him so far. Unless they were mortal enemies, almost no one would dislike him. From the time he stepped into cultivation until now, he had only encountered a few enemies. Gu Bai, you're still thinking about others when you're with me. Just as Gu Bai was pondering, Qingning suddenly pounced, tackling Gu Bai to the ground. I can't do anything with you. Looking at Qingning, who was on top of him, Gu Bai showed a helpless smile. He took out a formation flag from his storage pouch and inserted it into the boat, then formed a hand seal, activating the formation on the formation flag, completely hiding the boat's aura. Sleepless night. In the early morning, Gu Bai emerged from the small boat, feeling refreshed and invigorated. He stretched blissfully. It must be said that a good life always makes people intoxicated. But Gu Bai did not immerse himself in this beauty. To cope with the battle 1,000 years later, he had to make preparations in advance. After leaving breakfast for Qingning, Gu Bai took the teleportation formation back to Lingyun sect. In the back mountain of Lingyun sect, there was a huge open space, and at this moment, 3 enormous bitter cold nails were placed there. Innumerable cultivators were standing on these bitter cold nails, cutting them bit by bit. These 3 bitter cold nails were excellent items, tens of thousands of miles high and 10,000 meters wide, entirely forged from high-grade top-tier iron. If they could be completely disassembled and refined, it would be an astonishing amount of resources. Gu Bai planned to use this spiritual iron to forge an incredibly massive puppet and hundreds of high-grade Dao artifacts. It was estimated to take 500 years, and the final product would be a giant puppet with defensive capabilities comparable to an Ascension Realm body cultivator. This was a puppet that Gu Bai had gathered the power of the entire cultivation world to create specifically for Yu Lao. If hundreds of Dao artifacts and tens of thousands of pure Yang spiritual swords were added, controlled by Yu Lao to form a sword formation, it would almost be equivalent to an Ascension Realm Immortal. Calculated this way, 1,000 years later, the cultivation world might have 6 Ascension Realm combat powers. Gu Bai had been busy forging puppets recently. Fortunately, he only needed to design the blueprints and forge the most core parts. Most of the other parts could be handed over to the cultivation world's artifact refiners. Of course, this was just the beginning. Only a small portion of the 3 bitter cold nails had been disassembled. Gu Bai's main job now was to decipher the defensive formations on the bitter cold nails. Only by deciphering the defensive formations could the cultivation world's artifact refiners barely disassemble the bitter cold nails. With Gu Bai's help, it took years for the 3 bitter cold nails to be gradually disassembled. Then Gu Bai instructed the artifact refiners to throw the disassembled fragments into the furnace for tempering. The material used for the bitter cold nails was demonic iron, which was not suitable for the current cultivation world. Therefore, it needed to go through a complex process to remove the devilish qi and mix in spiritual iron with extremely strong spiritual qi conductivity. Fortunately, Gu Bai did not need to do this himself, he only needed to issue commands. After issuing general commands, Gu Bai flashed and arrived at the depths of the Hall of Returning Spring. At the deepest part of the Hall of Returning Spring, on an ice bed made of 10,000-year-old ice, lay a shirtless, muscular man. Even from a distance, Gu Bai could sense the terrifying power contained within this cultivator's physique. This was Li Emperor, who had died many years ago. To be precise, Li Emperor had not died, his physical body was still alive, and even now, his chest still slightly rose and fell. It was just that his divine soul, due to excessive aging, could no longer control this extremely powerful physical body, which was why his divine soul dissipated tens of thousands of years ago. But in Gu Bai's opinion, Li Emperor had not actually died. There was actually a very interesting theory in the cultivation world, which was that the physical body actually contained a part of the soul. Even if the soul dissipated, a part of the soul was still hidden within the physical body. Gu Bai planned to use a secret method to activate the soul within Li Emperor's physical body and see if he could revive Li Emperor. To other physicians, this was simply a fantasy, purely theoretical knowledge. But for Gu Bai, it was not difficult. Because he had already experimented with his own body before. Due to his immortality, after multiple experiments, Gu Bai discovered that if his soul left his body and was destroyed by external forces, his soul would not resurrect on the spot but would directly revive within his body. This also confirmed Gu Bai's conjecture that the physical body actually contained a part of the soul. Gu Bai walked to Li Emperor's corpse. He pried open Li Emperor's mouth and poured a large cup of the medicinal soup he had refined into Li Emperor's mouth. After drinking the medicinal soup, for some reason, Li Emperor's unconscious body began to twitch instinctively. Finally, Li Emperor's body even sat up, trying to turn and escape. Although Li Emperor was dead, his physical body was not, so his mouth could still taste. Faced with this extremely bitter medicinal soup, even if he had lost consciousness, Li Emperor's body would instinctively try to escape. Don't just watch, come and help. Gu Bai quickly called out to the immortal venerable limitless method, who was beside him, to help hold down Li Emperor's body. To be safe, Gu Bai specifically called immortal venerable limitless method and Gu Bai over, so that even if an accident occurred, they could hold down Li Emperor. Immortal venerable limitless method was somewhat confused but still uttered a fixed character, fixing Li Emperor in place. Gu Bai, however, twitched the corner of his mouth, seeming to recall some unpleasant memory. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Bai still walked to Li Emperor's side and pressed the already standing Li Emperor back down. Gu Bai nodded in satisfaction. He then prepared several more cans of medicinal soup and forcibly fed them to Li Emperor. These medicinal soups could stimulate the dormant soul within Li Emperor's physical body, causing the soul to revive. Of course, stimulating medicinal soups definitely don't taste good, or rather, they are very, very bitter. So bitter that even Gu Bai and immortal venerable limitless method, who were more than 10 meters away, only smelled a hint of it and their faces changed dramatically, continuously dry heaving. And even with Gu Bai and immortal venerable limitless method holding him down, Li Emperor's body couldn't stop trembling. Finally, after drinking several large cans of medicinal soup, Li Emperor, whose belly was slightly distended, unconsciously shed 2 lines of clear tears from the corners of his eyes. For some reason, even though Li Emperor was unconscious, Gu Bai and immortal venerable limitless method could feel Li Emperor's pain from his physical body. That's a wrap. Gu Bai reached out and pressed his hand on Li Emperor's forehead. After sensing Li Emperor's gradually reviving soul and the reappearing yet dormant divine sense, Gu Bai nodded in satisfaction. If nothing unexpected happened, Li Emperor should regain consciousness in a few hundred years. If things went smoothly, the cultivation world would gain Li Emperor, a powerhouse whose physical body could rival an Ascension Realm body cultivator. Calculated this way, if luck was good enough, 1,000 years later, the cultivation world would have immortal venerable limitless method, immortal venerable King Yun, Gu Bai, Ye Fan, Su Wuji, Yu Lao in the form of a giant puppet, and the successfully revived Li Emperor these 7 Ascension Realm combat powers. Especially immortal venerable limitless method and the 3 of Ye Fan, their strength could even rival a cultivator at the middle stage of the Ascension Realm. It could be said that all the combat power that could be thought of had been arranged by Gu Bai. Of course, this was not Gu Bai's limit, he was still preparing to add another Ascension Realm combat power to his side. According to his estimation, with the essence of life and the increasingly rich spiritual qi in the cultivation world, after 1,000 years, the human race in the cultivation world should be able to gather 50 soul transformation realm mighty figures, 500,000 nascent soul combatants, and 1 million golden core combatants. At that time, Gu Changchun and Lin Yuhan, if they consumed precious spiritual items, should be able to break through to the half-immortal realm. Led by the 2 of them, they should be able to form a quasi-immortal tier formation, the 10,000 Immortals Grand Formation. This formation, composed of all the combat power of the human race, should be able to contend against weaker Ascension Realm cultivators in terms of combat power alone. In addition to this, there is the quasi-immortal tier formation, the 10,000 Demons Grand Formation, composed of all 5th Order Demon Venerables, 4th Order Demon Emperors, 3rd Order Demon Beasts, and the Kunpeng Demon Venerable who just break through to the half-immortal realm. It should also be able to contend against weaker Ascension Realm cultivators. This is the entire foundation of the human race and Ya race in the cultivation world. When all the cultivators of the human race and Ya race join forces, their combat power is in no way weaker than an Ascension Realm cultivator. These are all of Gu Bai's preparations. If things go smoothly, after 1,000 years, the cultivation world will have 8 combat powers comparable to the Ascension realm. Although Devouring Heaven Demon Lord is an Ascension realm late-stage cultivator, facing the righteous group attack of the Tiangsu world, even Devouring Heaven Demon Lord should not be able to withstand it. Of course, even after achieving such a degree, Gu Bai still felt it was somewhat insufficient. The combat power is still too little. With this much combat power, what if they can't defeat Devouring Heaven Demon Lord? After pondering for a moment, Gu Bai felt that the current combat power was not yet the limit. Devouring Heaven Demon Lord is an Ascension realm peak cultivator who has lived for an unknown number of tens of thousands of years. Their side's combat power is still too weak. After thinking for a long time, Gu Bai suddenly had an inspiration. He plans to set up a super large teleportation formation, and this teleportation formation will be connected to the Immortal realm. There is a rule in the Immortal realm that after ascension, one cannot return to the lower realm. Therefore, the 10 immortals from the Sky Ruins world, after ascending to the Immortal realm, could not return to the cultivation world. But this does not mean that the Immortal realm cannot establish contact with the lower realm. As long as both sides set up a teleportation formation, it is still possible to connect them. Of course, for the cultivation world's teleportation formation to connect to the Immortal realm, it must require the coordinates of the Immortal realm. Generally speaking, the lower realm cannot obtain the coordinates of the Immortal realm at all and can only passively enter the Immortal realm through ascension. But this cannot stump Gu Bai. He can use a medium to summon immortals who have already ascended to the Immortal realm. At that time, based on the immortal's connection with the Immortal realm, he can reverse engineer the coordinates of the Immortal realm. Although these ascended immortals are forbidden from returning to the lower realm, they can transmit some supplies to the lower realm. If a teleportation formation is truly built and contact is established with the ascended immortals, then the help of immortals can be obtained. At that time, asking Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws or other immortals for some immortal artifacts to enhance the combat power of Changchun Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, Yefan, and others, wouldn't that increase the chance of victory by a few points? Although this is just an idea of Gu Bai's and has a high chance of failure, how can he know if it will succeed without trying? As soon as he thought of it, Gu Bai immediately summoned all 4th Order and 5th Order formation masters in the entire cultivation world. He also called over Changchun Limitless Method Immortal Venerable to study with him the super teleportation formation that could interworld teleportation formation. This is truly a genius idea. Hearing Gu Bai's words, Changchun Limitless Method Immortal Venerable said with a complex expression. He truly hadn't expected Gu Bai to be so resourceful. Currently, he was the only immortal in the cultivation world. But if it developed according to the plan set by Gu Bai, after 1,000 years, the cultivation world would possess 8 combat powers comparable to immortals, and it was highly likely to receive support from the Immortal realm. Don't just stand there, come and help me figure out how to solve this problem. Gu Bai directly placed a large stack of papers in front of Changchun Limitless Method Immortal Venerable. These were all the drafts he had drawn before. Changchun Limitless Method Immortal Venerable also came back to his senses and began to discuss with Gu Bai how to create an interworld teleportation formation. The more Changchun Limitless Method Immortal Venerable discussed with Gu Bai, the more surprised he became. He hadn't expected Gu Bai's growth rate to be so fast. How many years had it been? Gu Bai's attainments in formation had already caught up to his. Moreover, Gu Bai's mind was incredibly sharp, constantly coming up with ideas that even he found astonishing. The more they talked, the more congenial they became, and so the two began to immerse themselves in studying the formation, forgetting about food and sleep. Besides Gu Bai and Changchun Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, Gu Bai also utilized the first unparalleled divine ability from the past history of the cultivation world to summon 10 of the most top-tier formation masters in the cultivation world, including Limitless Method Immortal, who had already ascended to the Immortal realm and become an immortal. Among these 10 formation masters, the lowest in attainment was a 5th Order top-tier formation master, and the highest in attainment, Limitless Method Immortal, was an immortal tier formation master. The famous formations in the cultivation world, including the Zhou Heavenly Stars formation, 10,000 Immortals formation, 10,000 Demons formation, and Immortal Slaying formation, were all invented by these formation masters. Gu Bai thus studied and discussed the Dao of formations with these formation masters and Changchun Limitless Method Immortal Venerable for several decades. Looking at the super large formation in front of him, composed of dozens of blueprints pieced together, divided into several layers, with different dimensions, several main formations, and dozens of sub-formations, it was incredibly complex. Gu Bai nodded in satisfaction. Decades of tireless effort had not been in vain. He and these 10 top-tier formation masters had worked together to painstakingly create the design blueprint for the interworld teleportation formation. Although it was only a theoretical blueprint, Gu Bai and the 10 formation masters had simulated it countless times, and there was almost no possibility of failure. Gu Bai let out a long breath. He had to admit that when a person was pushed to the limit, they could truly achieve anything. In order to protect the cultivation world and the peaceful life between him and Qingning, Gu Bai truly pushed himself to the brink. During these decades, Gu Bai's brain had been thinking at high speed, and the enlightenment divine ability had been running at maximum power without stopping. An ordinary soul transformation realm cultivator would probably not be able to sustain it for even a day, but Gu Bai persisted like this for several decades. Even Changchun Limitless Method Immortal Venerable was shocked and called it outrageous. He also tried to be like Gu Bai. He wanted to study the formation day and night, but even with his immortal body, he only lasted less than a year before he couldn't take it anymore. After all, studying formations is very mentally taxing, and one cannot endure it without rest. Thank you all for your hard work. After Gu Bai bid farewell to the 10 top-tier formation masters, he lifted the effect of his divine ability. For him to be able to devise this interworld teleportation formation, these 10 top-tier formation masters deserved at least half of the credit. It's finally over. Hearing Gu Bai's words, Changshan Limitless Method Immortal Venerable plopped down on the ground. These decades had exhausted him, following Gu Bai's insane internal competition, even with his immortal body, he couldn't endure such high-intensity work. Gu Bai did not rest. To him, this level of work was merely a warm-up. He immediately took the blueprints and arranged for personnel to begin constructing the interworld teleportation formation. The interworld teleportation formation is an ultra-complex formation composed of 6 fifth-tier formations, over 100 fourth-tier formations, and countless third-tier formations. To construct this super-large formation, even if all the formation masters in the cultivation world were gathered, it would still take at least several hundred years. What Gu Bai needed to do now was to assign tasks to these formation masters and lead a team himself to build the core of the interworld teleportation formation. Of course, this was only a part of Gu Bai's work. He also needed to lead all the artifact refiners in the cultivation world to create a giant puppet for Limitless Method, as well as thousands of high-quality magic swords. And lead the cultivation world to cultivate as many strong individuals as possible, especially nascent soul and soul transformation realm cultivators of the human race and Ya race. Within 1,000 years, the human race and Ya race should each have at least 50 soul transformation realm combatants. Only then could the 10,000 immortals formation and 10,000 demons formation, formed by them, unleash the might of an immortal. Besides this, Gu Bai also had to spend as much time as possible with Xing, Su Wuji, Ye Fan, and others. And every year, Gu Bai had to take some time to go to the Supreme Beginning Holy Land to teach the exceptionally talented students there. Of course, self-study and improvement were also very important. Gu Bai had to dedicate a large amount of time each day to self-improvement. Daily cultivation was also indispensable. Gu Bai also had to spend 2 hours a day cultivating. Fortunately, he had already developed a method of cultivating while working, so he could do both simultaneously. An ordinary person would expend all their energy just to complete one of these tasks. But Gu Bai had to complete multiple tasks simultaneously, though he had long been accustomed to this high-intensity work. In his opinion, this wasn't even work, it was merely daily life. Time flew by, and in a blink of an eye, 500 years had passed. More than 600 years had also passed since that earth-shattering battle. Under Gu Bai's leadership, the cultivation world quickly recovered its prosperity. In the open area of Qingzhou, the ground was now piled high with various gigantic parts. The giant puppet being built for Limitless Method was nearing completion, all parts had been forged, and now they only needed to be assembled. Under Gu Bai's command, an incredibly massive puppet was finally slowly pieced together by everyone. How is it? Are you satisfied? Gu Bai looked at Limitless Method beside him and asked with a smile. This puppet represented the peak of artifact refining and puppet deo in the cultivation world, and it was the first puppet in the history of the cultivation world. If this puppet were activated, it could probably punch a nascent soul great expert to death. Moreover, its body was incredibly hard, making it very suitable for blocking damage in the front. Satisfied, very satisfied. Limitless Method stared intently at the puppet before him, his eyes glowing. Try it. The hatch slowly opened, and Gu Bai asked with a smile. Limitless Method nodded and immediately flew into the puppet's head, beginning to connect with the entire puppet. Hiss. A blue light slowly lit up in the puppet's eyes. The sound of gears turning echoed as the puppet slowly stood up under Limitless Method's control. Click, click, click. Under Limitless Method's control, countless openings suddenly appeared on the giant puppet's back, from which countless densely packed magic swords flew out. Under Limitless Method's control, these magic swords actually formed an incredibly vast sword formation. The giant puppet slowly took out a giant shield from its back and stood it in front of itself. This shield was crafted from all the steel of an entire bitter cold nail, and its surface was carved with densely packed defensive formations. As spiritual chi was poured into it, blue light immediately emanated from the black shield. The defensive capability of this giant shield was incredibly heaven-defying, it could block attacks from even an ordinary ascension realm. Inside the giant puppet was nearly half of the cultivation world's spirit stones, enough to sustain the puppet in battle for a considerable amount of time. If combined with the sword formation, whose power rivaled the attacks of an ascension realm cultivator, the current Limitless Method, aside from being somewhat inflexible, should be slightly stronger than an ordinary ascension realm cultivator in overall strength. Originally, Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable wanted to spar with Limitless Method, but Gu Bai quickly stopped him. Are you kidding? Allowing 2 ascension realm powerhouses to fight indiscriminately in the cultivation world, even the aftershocks alone could destroy more than half of the cultivation world. Fortunately, both of them were just joking and didn't really intend to fight. After 600 years, coupled with a massive amount of life essence, the number of powerhouses in the cultivation world had increased explosively. The number of soul transformation cultivators in the human race had recovered to over 30, and nascent soul cultivators numbered more than 40,000. There were also many prodigies who had not yet grown up, and it was estimated that after 400 years, the number of soul transformation realm cultivators in the human race would increase to 60 or 70. The Ya race was similar, the number of 4th and 5th tier Ya beasts was no less than that of the human race, and even much more. Gu Bai had already actively arranged for the top combat forces of the human race and Ya race to begin practicing the 10,000 immortals formation and 10,000 demons formation together. This way, when the decisive battle against the heaven-swallowing demonic army occurred, at least they wouldn't encounter unexpected situations due to unfamiliarity with the formations. Alright, today's training ends here. Gu Bai looked up at the sky, noticing that it was already dimming, and then said in a deep voice. Above the endless sea, a golden giant tens of thousands of meters tall, emanating a faint golden light and holding a sharp sword, and a monstrous beast, also tens of thousands of meters tall, with 3 heads and 6 arms, resembling a dragon but not quite, were performing various difficult maneuvers. Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, the 2 illusory figures dissipated simultaneously, and a sky full of human race and Ya race members appeared in the sky. Under Gu Bai's command, they scattered, forming formations as usual, returning to their respective homes and families. You've worked hard today. Gu Bai smiled and greeted these cultivators, but only after everyone had left did Gu Bai finally relax slightly. Without further delay, Gu Bai himself took a teleportation formation and returned to Lingyun sect. In Gu Bai's small courtyard at Lingyun sect, as soon as he pushed open the gate, he smelled a rich aroma of food. It was clear that Xing had already prepared a sumptuous meal before Gu Bai arrived. Try my newly developed emerald glazed bag, how is it? Upon seeing Gu Bai, Xing immediately said with a smile. Gu Bai also showed a gentle smile, and he and Xing sat together, enjoying this warm dinner. After eating their fill, Gu Bai was pulled into the immortal cave by Xing. A sleepless night. In the early morning, as the sun had just risen, Gu Bai suddenly opened his eyes. He quickly put on his clothes, pushed open the door, and began his day's work. Gu Bai immediately arrived at the center of the Cultivation World, which is the Myriad Immortals Alliance headquarters, the place with the most concentrated chi, by taking the teleportation formation. The interworld teleportation formation designed by Gu Bai was established at the Myriad Immortals Alliance headquarters. At this moment, this grand project was nearing its end, with just a bit more debugging, it could be put into use. Gu Bai did not activate the formation, instead, he and Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws meticulously inspected every part of the interworld teleportation formation. For such a massive interworld teleportation formation, precision down to every detail is crucial, even a single incorrect rune could lead to irreparable consequences. After 3 days of inspection, Gu Bai finally checked every corner of the formation, and finding no errors, he prepared to activate it. The interworld teleportation formation requires 2 formations to be established, one in Sky Ruins world and one in the Immortal realm, to enable mutual teleportation. Furthermore, Gu Bai's side also needed the coordinates of the Immortal realm. For the cultivation world of the past, this was an almost impossible task. Because they simply did not have the ability to create an interworld teleportation formation, even if they managed to build one successfully after expending numerous spiritual materials. The Immortal realm would not idly build a teleportation formation unless they could actively contact the Ascended Immortals from Sky Ruins world. But this brings up another problem: if you don't know the coordinates of the Immortal realm, how can you contact those Ascended Immortals? He originally did not know the coordinates of the Immortal realm. According to Gu Bai's initial plan, he would use his divine ability, Voice of the Past, to summon people from the past. This way, he could vaguely sense the other party's coordinates through a medium. However, after multiple experiments, Gu Bai was still unable to find the Immortal realm's coordinates, clearly indicating that this method was unreliable. But this did not stump Gu Bai. If this method didn't work, he would try another. The first thing Gu Bai tried was asking the Heavenly Dao of Sky Ruins world if it knew the coordinates of the Immortal realm. After all, immortals born in Tiangsu world must have a coordinate to ascend to the Immortal realm, right? But the Heavenly Dao's answer greatly disappointed Gu Bai. The Heavenly Dao actually did not know the coordinates of the Immortal realm either. In the past, those ascended immortals were actively contacted by the Immortal realm, and if these immortals agreed, the Immortal realm would open a teleportation gate to the Immortal realm to allow them to ascend to the Immortal realm. However, this also provided Gu Bai with a new idea. He immediately found Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws, who had already become an Ascension realm cultivator. And he asked Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws to silently recite Ascend to the Immortal realm in his mind, so that the Immortal realm would actively open the teleportation gate. Of course, this was not to make Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws ascend to the Immortal realm, but rather for Gu Bai to use this teleportation gate to obtain the Immortal realm's coordinates. The two hit it off, and Gu Bai finally obtained the specific coordinates of the Immortal realm. Furthermore, Gu Bai directly threw the jade pendant that Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws had given to Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws into the Immortal realm. Besides providing defensive capabilities, this jade pendant could also actively contact Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws. This was specifically crafted by Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws, so that after he ascended to the Immortal realm, he could still contact Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws. However, after Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws ascended to the Immortal realm, perhaps because the Immortal realm was too far from Sky Ruins world, the jade pendant was unable to contact Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws. But if Gu Bai threw the jade pendant into the Immortal realm, Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws would most likely be able to sense its location. As long as Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws found the jade pendant and read the information Gu Bai left in it, then everything would be easy. Gu Bai had already engraved the general situation of the cultivation world, as well as the coordinates of Sky Ruins world, into this jade pendant. As long as Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws found the jade pendant, he would immediately understand the situation of the cultivation world, and if he wanted to help the cultivation world, he would certainly also build an interworld teleportation formation at the same time. Ultimately, Tiangsu world could establish contact with the Immortal realm, and those ascended immortals could also provide assistance to Sky Ruins world through the interworld teleportation formation. Of course, Gu Bai would not foolishly directly disclose the coordinates of the Sky Ruins world. He had long since collaborated with Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws to leave a restriction on the jade pendant. Only Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws himself could open the Jade Pendant's restriction. If it were anyone else, even an immortal of the Ascension realm, they would not be able to read any information from the Jade Pendant without opening the restriction. To ensure absolute safety, Gu Bai also specially disguised the surface of this Jade Pendant, sealing it within a stone and hiding its aura. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary stone. Even an immortal passing by would not notice anything unusual without a careful inspection. Only Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws, who had the coordinates of this Jade Pendant, could find it at the first opportunity. As the formation slowly activated, Gu Bai's heart gradually rose. It was not until the formation glowed with a blue light, indicating successful contact with the other side, that Gu Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, he and Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws did not completely relax. It wasn't until the teleportation gate sent the Jade Pendant back to the cultivation world, along with a large quantity of materials emitting strange glows, that Gu Bai finally completely relaxed. Picking up the Jade Pendant, Gu Bai and Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws also noticed the information stored within it. After carefully reading this message, Gu Bai finally learned about Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws' recent situation in the Immortal realm. It turned out that hundreds of thousands of years ago, the first immortal to ascend from the cultivation world, returning ruins Immortal Venerable, established the Heavenly Immortal Alliance in the Immortal realm. In the beginning, the Heavenly Immortal Alliance only had returning ruins Immortal Venerable, barely able to gain a foothold in the cultivation world. However, the 9 immortals who subsequently ascended from the cultivation world all successively joined the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. After a long period of development, the Heavenly Immortal Alliance was doing quite well. In addition to the 10 immortals from Sky Ruins world, it also had 6 other immortals from the Immortal realm. The Heavenly Immortal Alliance was considered one of the overlords in the region where it was located. The first immortal of the cultivation world, returning ruins Immortal Venerable, had even cultivated to the peak of the Ascension realm and was now preparing to break through to the Earth Immortal realm. After learning about the cultivation world through the Jade Pendant, Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws immediately informed the Heavenly Immortal Alliance of the matter. The 10 immortals who ascended from the cultivation world actually had very deep feelings for the cultivation world. Sky Ruins world was like the mother who gave birth to and raised them. Without Tiangsu world, they would not be who they are today. Therefore, the 10 immortals, including returning ruins Immortal Venerable, immediately agreed and built the interworld teleportation formation on the same day. After Gu Bai's side completed the grand formation, it could successfully connect with the Immortal realm, and a large number of treasures were directly stuffed into the teleportation gate. Gu Bai immediately checked these treasures one by one with Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws. When the exact numbers were tallied, Gu Bai's mouth almost split into a grin. 10 immortals directly sent 10 low-grade immortal artifacts to the Sky Ruins world. Among them, Celestial Venerable of Wonderful Laws sent the most. He directly sent all 3 of the low-grade immortal artifacts he possessed to the cultivation world. In addition to the 10 low-grade immortal artifacts, there was also a puppet with the battle prowess of an Ascension realm immortal. Besides that, the 10 immortals also stuffed a massive amount of resources into the formation. This included over a dozen low-grade immortal pills, over 1,000 tier 5 medicinal pills, and hundreds of thousands of tier 4 medicinal pills. Many immortal-grade spiritual items were also included. These spiritual items could enhance their side's battle prowess. This wave of supplies almost completely emptied the Heavenly Immortal Alliance's liquid assets. If it weren't for the Immortal Realm's rule that immortals are not allowed to go to the lower realm, these 10 immortals would probably have personally intervened to deal with the devouring Heaven Demon Lord. Of course, these supplies were not given for free. In the future, when Limitless Method, Yefan, and others ascend to the Immortal Realm, they would have to return this immortal chi to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance and serve the Heavenly Immortal Alliance for 100,000 years. Limitless Method and the others naturally agreed without the slightest hesitation, as these immortal artifacts were not originally theirs. Moreover, the Heavenly Immortal Alliance was taking a great risk. If they failed and couldn't defeat the devouring Heaven Demon Lord, these immortal artifacts would naturally not be recovered. Furthermore, the lifespan of an Ascension Realm cultivator is measured in millions of years, so serving for 100,000 years is not too long for an Ascension Realm cultivator. After tallying all the supplies, Gu Bai immediately gathered all the top-tier battle prowess in the cultivation world and began distributing the resources. Limitless Method received 2 immortal artifacts, the Wonderful Law Immortal Robe and the 5 Elements Ring. The Wonderful Law Immortal Robe could enhance the power of the user's spell, and the 5 Elements Ring could greatly enhance the power of 5 Elements spells. Gu Bai received an immortal artifact, the Myriad Thunder Pearl, and an immortal-grade spiritual item, the Jade Green Soul Nurturing Pill. The Myriad Thunder Pearl could enhance the power of lightning spells, and the Jade Green Soul Nurturing Pill could nourish the divine soul and increase soul strength, which was exactly what Gu Bai needed. So Wuji received. Gu Bai spent half a month, finally distributing most of the immortal chi resources. It could be said that the strength of every top-tier combatant in the cultivation world had increased significantly. Because of the large number of medicinal pills that could increase cultivation, Gu Bai believed that within the next few hundred years, the number of soul transformation cultivators would double. And most importantly, Gu Bai had finally successfully established contact with the Immortal Realm. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable was also generous. In addition to these supplies, he also gifted many immortal Dao cultivation techniques and secret manuals. Upon learning that Gu Bai was a physician and a top-tier tier 5 physician, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable even specifically collected a large number of medical books, including top-tier tier 5 medical books, and even several immortal Dao medical books. These cultivation techniques and secret manuals further boosted their side's battle prowess by a large margin. For Limitless Method, and for Yefan and others who were about to break through to the Immortal Realm. After they break through to the Ascension Realm, they did not have corresponding cultivation techniques or spells. But now they had cultivation techniques and secret manuals, and immortal artifacts, coupled with their own accumulation, their battle prowess was already capable of crushing ordinary Ascension Realm cultivators. Not long after connecting with the Immortal Realm, Li Emperor, who had been dormant for many years, finally woke up. Inside the Hall of Returning Spring, Li Emperor, who was lying on the profound ice bed, suddenly opened his eyes. He covered his forehead with one hand, sitting up with some pain. Good fellow, you really aren't dead. Seeing Li Emperor wake up, Limitless Method said with some excitement. He, Immortal Venerable King Yun, and Li Emperor were good friends who had fought side by side for many years. Now that Li Emperor had revived, he and Immortal Venerable King Yun were naturally overjoyed. Hiss, I feel like I had a terribly frightening dream. Li Emperor shook his head, saying with some pain. Ha ha ha, you're definitely overthinking it. Let's not talk about that. Let me explain the current situation of the cultivation world to you. Limitless Method laughed awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. Time flew by, and 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. With the support of massive resources, Yefan, Gubei, and Suwuji all cultivated to the peak of the half-immortal realm, and each consumed more than half a drop of world origin, successfully breaking through to the Ascension realm. Under Gubei's care, Immortal Venerable King Yun, who had already recovered to his peak state, also consumed more than half a drop of world origin and broke through to the Ascension realm. The revived Li Emperor also consumed more than half a drop of world origin and successfully broke through to the Ascension realm. Together, they consumed exactly the 3 drops of world origin that Gubei possessed. In fact, with the talent of Immortal Venerable King Yun and Li Emperor, they could have broke through to the Ascension realm much earlier. The only thing they lacked was world origin. However, they had not made any significant contributions to the world, so even in their later years, they did not break through to the Ascension realm. But now, the cultivation world was about to engage in a decisive battle with the devouring heaven demon lord, and the Sky Ruins world could no longer afford to be so restrictive, thus lifting the restrictions on world origin. As a result, the Sky Ruins world now only had 5 drops of world origin left. To cultivate another Ascension Realm Immortal would require at least tens of thousands of years, but the current number of Ascension Realm powerhouses was already sufficient. After many years of preparation, under Gubei's leadership, the Sky Ruins world had reached its most peak state in history. Limitless Method, Immortal Venerable King Yun, and Li Emperor, these 3 veteran cultivators, as well as Yefan, Gubei, and Suwuji, the 3 rising stars, all broke through to the Ascension Realm. There was also a giant puppet, built with the combined strength of the entire cultivation world, capable of rivaling an Ascension Realm, and an Ascension Realm puppet gifted by the Immortal Realm, these 2 Ascension Realm battle powers. After years of development, with the support of a large number of medicinal pills, both the human race and the Ya race had given birth to over 100 soul transformation realm combatants, and over a dozen half-immortals. The 10,000 Immortals Grand Formation and the 10,000 Demons Formation, composed of over a dozen half-immortals, over 100 soul transformation great experts, and hundreds of thousands of nascent soul cultivators, all possessed battle prowess comparable to Ascension Realm powerhouses. If calculated carefully, the Sky Ruins world actually possessed 10 battle powers comparable to the Ascension Realm. And none of them were ordinary early-stage Ascension Realm combatants. Limitless Method himself possessed battle prowess comparable to a middle-stage Ascension Realm cultivator. Gubei and Li Emperor, whose physical realms had both reached the Ascension Realm, were also no weaker than ordinary middle-stage Ascension Realm cultivators. Suwuji and Immortal Venerable King Yun, in terms of attack power, also reached the level of middle-stage Ascension Realm cultivators. Although Yefan didn't have anything particularly outstanding, his swordsmanship and physique were only slightly weaker than Suwuji and Gubei, and his overall strength also reached the middle-stage Ascension Realm level. The giant puppet, built with the combined foundation of the entire cultivation world, had defensive capabilities slightly surpassing ordinary early-stage Ascension Realm cultivators, and in terms of attack, it had the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. The Immortal Slaying Sword formation, with the enhancement of 1 immortal artifact and over 1,000 Deo artifacts, also slightly surpassed ordinary early-stage Ascension Realm cultivators. Although the puppet gifted by the Heavenly Immortal Alliance only had early-stage Ascension Realm battle prowess, it was a top-tier puppet, and its strength also slightly surpassed ordinary early-stage Ascension Realm cultivators. The 10,000 Immortals formation formed by the human race and the 10,000 Demons formation formed by the Ya race had overall strength equivalent to ordinary early-stage Ascension Realm cultivators. With all these battle powers combined, Gubei refused to believe they couldn't defeat the devouring Heaven Demon Lord, an Ascension Realm peak demonic lord. It could be said that he had tried every method that could enhance their side's battle prowess. If they truly couldn't win, then Gubei would accept it. He had genuinely done his best. In Qingzhou, on a nameless mountain peak of Lingyun sect, Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, Yefan, Gu Chongchun, Qingning, Yu Lao, and others were all gathered. These individuals were the main force that would confront the devouring Heaven Demon Lord in the future. Gubei had specifically gathered everyone today to foster deeper bonds. Cheers. Gubei stood at the head, holding a cup of strong liquor, and smiled as he spoke to everyone. Even though most of them had cultivated to the Ascension Realm, with the lowest cultivation being the half-immortal realm, only Gubei, who was merely in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, stood at the very front, in the center position. Yet, no one present had any objections. Cheers. Everyone smiled and drained their cups of strong liquor. Despite Gubei's low cultivation, he absolutely deserved this leading position. Furthermore, their respect for Gubei came from the bottom of their hearts. This was Gubei's terrifying and incomparable charismatic personality. That's not right. After draining the cup of strong liquor, Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable blinked his eyes, feeling that the taste of the liquor was incredibly familiar. Oh my, this is my drunken immortal brew that I've treasured for tens of thousands of years. It was only then that Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable suddenly realized that this was indeed his treasured fine wine. Ha 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 ha, didn't you say before that what's yours is mine? I can take whatever I want. I saw a few jars of fine wine in the treasury, so I brought them out to share with everyone. Gu Bai chuckled awkwardly, he genuinely wanted to share it with everyone, it definitely wasn't because he wanted to drink it himself, absolutely not. How can that be the same? Magic treasure, medicinal pill, you can take whatever you want, but you can't take my treasured fine wine. This is fine wine I've endured for tens of thousands of years and couldn't bear to drink. Give me back my wine. Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable was grief-stricken. He teleported in front of Gu Bai, grabbed Gu Bai's collar, and shook him vigorously. The scene was instantly filled with a joyful atmosphere, everyone was quite happy, except for Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable. On the nameless mountain peak, Suwuji and Immortal Venerable King Yun were discussing the Dao of the Sword, while Yafan and Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable were discussing the Great Dao. Gu Bai and Li Emperor drank heartily together, and after getting drunk, they even found a spot to arm wrestle, to see who was the #1 body cultivator in the Tiangsu world. Yu Lao, on the other hand, found Gu Chongchun and Lin Yuhan, and was kindly instructing the two of them with a benevolent expression. Gu Qingyu stood beside Gu Bai and Li Emperor, loudly cheering for Gu Bai. Gu Bai, who was originally gradually falling into a disadvantage, instantly erupted with immense power upon seeing Gu Qingyu's worshipful gaze, directly turning the tide and pressing down Li Emperor's arm. Although Li Emperor lost, he laughed heartily, smiling with immense satisfaction, as having such an excellent successor as Gu Bai was indeed his good fortune. As for Gu Bai himself, he simply sat in a corner with Qing Ning, leisurely sipping wine and enjoying some delicious bar snacks. The banquet lasted until deep into the night, and by the end, almost everyone was drunk. The fine wine treasured by Chongsheng Limitless Method lived up to its name, drunken immortal brew, even immortals would get drunk if they drank too much. Ha 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 ha, Gu Bai, so many Gu Bai. Qing Ning looked at Gu Bai and let out a lewd chuckle. Gu Bai could only helplessly help Qing Ning up and escort her back to her immortal cave. As for the others, they simply lay on the ground, fast asleep. Anyway, these people were cultivators of the half-immortal to true immortal realm, so there was no need to worry about catching a cold. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 50 years had passed. Recently, Gu Bai had been feeling a sense of unease. Therefore, he deduced that the devouring heaven demon lord was very likely to make a move within the next few decades. This time, Gu Bai did not choose to passively endure, he chose to take the initiative. Everyone boarded the quasi-immortal rank flying boat crafted by Gu Bai and directly left the cultivation world, arriving in the Sky Ruins world, where they ambushed the devouring heaven demon lord in the nearby void realm. The Sky Ruins world was merely a middle thousand worlds, and it simply couldn't withstand the turmoil caused by Ascension Realm powerhouses. If the Sky Ruins world were chosen as the battlefield, even if they ultimately won, the Sky Ruins world might be rendered unrecognizable, or even split into two. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Outside the world was a void realm, filled with void realm turbulence, and there was no spiritual chi or devilish chi, only chaos existed, making it completely unsuitable for any life to survive. Moreover, within the void realm, there lived many incredibly dangerous void realm creatures. These void realm creatures possessed at least nascent soul level cultivation, and a small portion even possessed soul transformation or even true immortal level cultivation. Generally, only cultivators who reached the soul transformation realm possessed the preliminary qualification to survive in the void realm. However, there was no spiritual chi in the void realm, so soul transformation realm cultivators could only stay in the void realm for a short period. It was only because the Sky Ruins world had the protection of a world membrane and could slowly convert chaos chi into spiritual chi that it could nurture the living beings of a world. However, what was incredibly dangerous to ordinary people, the void realm, was not dangerous in Gu Bai's eyes. After all, the flying boat he piloted contained the combat power of his master, who was competing at the Ascension realm, and this combat power could be considered a dominant force in the void realm. After entering the void realm, Gu Bai did not see the devouring heaven demon lord near the Sky Ruins world, even the demon realm, which was not far from the cultivation world, had disappeared. Clearly, the devouring heaven demon lord had temporarily left the Sky Ruins world. After observing in the void realm for a while, Gu Bai immediately, along with Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, began setting up a trap near the Sky Ruins world. Formation flags were inserted into the void realm one by one, and soon, a low-grade immortal rank grand formation, the 5 elements enemy locking formation, was completed by Gu Bai and Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable. This was material gifted by the Heavenly Immortal Alliance to the cultivation world. Its purpose was to temporarily trap Ascension Realm powerhouses, and Gu Bai set it up to prevent the devouring heaven demon lord from escaping even if they defeated him. Gu Bai thus led Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable and the others, hiding within the space of the void realm. Although the environment of the void realm was not suitable for the human race to survive, Gu Bai had long stored enough supplies within the flying boat to sustain everyone for hundreds of years. Now, everything was ready, only lacking the crucial element. As long as the devouring heaven demon lord dared to come, he would be subjected to a righteous group beating. At the same time, far away in the demon realm of the immortal realm, the devouring heaven demon lord, who had already transformed into the size of a normal human, finally purchased the item he desired at the auction. It was a medium-grade immortal rank world-breaking talisman, capable of breaking through the protective membrane of a general medium-grade world. For a world, this medium-grade world-breaking talisman was equivalent to a full-force strike from an Earth Immortal Realm powerhouse. It was enough to completely shatter the world membrane, allowing the devouring Heaven Demon Lord to enter the cultivation world normally. Ha 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 ha, as long as I obtain that world origin, I'll be able to become an Earth Immortal Realm expert. Looking at the talisman in his hand, which emitted bursts of golden light, devouring Heaven Demon Lord couldn't help but burst into laughter. He had led the demon realm in battles for millions of years, destroying 4 or 5 worlds, and finally cultivated to his current level. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of the ascended Immortal Realm, as long as he destroyed the Sky Ruins world and absorbed its world origin, he would be able to advance further. However, in the Sky Ruins world, he stumbled, all his methods were countered by the Sky Ruins world, and the Sky Ruins world even gave birth to an ascended Immortal Realm expert. To avoid prolonged complications, he specifically returned to the demon realm and spent over 1,000 years to finally purchase this medium-grade immortal tier world-breaking talisman. Any conspiracy or trickery appears pale and powerless in the face of absolute strength. Devouring Heaven Demon Lord no longer wanted to play dirty with the Sky Ruins world, he intended to conquer the Sky Ruins world with absolute power. He simply couldn't believe it, with his power at the peak of the ascended Immortal Realm, could he not conquer this small Sky Ruins world? After obtaining the world-breaking talisman, Devouring Heaven Demon Lord immediately returned from the demon realm to the lower realm. Although the Immortal Realm had regulations prohibiting immortals from returning to the lower realm, the demon realm had no such rule. The demonic lords of the demon realm could freely enter and exit the lower realm. Because of this, Devouring Heaven Demon Lord was able to devour 4 or 5 worlds consecutively. Upon arriving in the lower realm, Devouring Heaven Demon Lord immediately reverted to his enormous size. He then unleashed his divine ability and quickly arrived before the Sky Ruins world. Something's wrong. Looking at the Sky Ruins world before him, Devouring Heaven Demon Lord frowned deeply. Because he felt a sense of unease, something he had never experienced to such an extent since he had a breakthrough to the ascended Immortal Realm. It must be an illusion. I am a demonic lord at the peak of the ascended Immortal Realm, who in this lower realm could threaten my life. Is it that longevity limitless method Immortal Venerable who just had a breakthrough to the ascended Immortal Realm? Devouring Heaven Demon Lord muttered to himself. Normally, he would be more cautious. But now, as long as he devoured the world origin of the Sky Ruins world, he would be able to have a breakthrough to the Earth Immortal Realm. Having waited for over 1,000 years, Devouring Heaven Demon Lord no longer wanted to wait. Devouring Heaven Demon Lord slowly flew before the Sky Ruins world, holding the world-breaking talisman, just as he was about to activate it. Bursts of light flashed around him, and in an instant, Devouring Heaven Demon Lord was trapped by the 5 elements tracking formation. 5 elements returning Yuan Qi. Yin Yang Extremes Divine Thunder. Blood Blade. Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable and the others, who had been waiting for a long time, all unleashed their ultimate techniques. Boom. In just an instant, countless large and small wounds appeared on Devouring Heaven Demon Lord's body. 10,000 Immortals Formation. 10,000 Demons Formation. A golden phantom and a giant beast phantom suddenly appeared in the Void Realm. These were the 10,000 Immortals Formation and 10,000 Demons Formation, formed by all the combat strength of the human race and Ya race. At the same time, Gu Bei's Lightning Giant and Suwuji's Blood-Colored Giant also appeared in the Void Realm. The colossal puppet controlled by Yu Lao also appeared before Devouring Heaven Demon Lord, holding a shield. 5 enormous giants firmly surrounded Devouring Heaven Demon Lord. You deserve to die. Seeing this scene, Devouring Heaven Demon Lord roared. He drew the demonic sword from his waist, and with just one swing, he sliced Gu Bei's and Ye Fan's blood-colored giants in half. The Golden Phantom and the Giant Beast Phantom also launched their attacks, leaving wounds on Devouring Heaven Demon Lord's body. Gu Bei's Lightning Phantom and Ye Fan's blood-colored phantom also fully recovered in just a few seconds, continuing their encirclement of Devouring Heaven Demon Lord. Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, Suwuji and the others continuously launched attacks from a distance. These attacks, striking Devouring Heaven Demon Lord's body, all left hideous wounds. However, Devouring Heaven Demon Lord seemed to possess a recovery-type divine ability, as these wounds were slowly recovering at a visible speed. Bang! Devouring Heaven Demon Lord directly shattered the head of the Golden Phantom, which was conjured by the 10,000 Immortals Grand Formation, with a single punch. Several Soul Transformation Realm cultivators and hundreds of nascent soul cultivators within the Golden Phantom were also shattered by this punch. But instantly, countless cultivators flew from other parts into the head, repairing the Golden Phantom's head. Although the injuries recovered, the Golden Phantom's light dimmed a few shades. This was the sorrow of the lower-level cultivators. The gap between them and Ascended Immortal Realm experts was simply too vast, and a slight carelessness could lead to their demise. Facing this battle where death could strike at any moment, not a single cultivator present chose to retreat. Under Gu Chongchun's control, the Golden Phantom once again charged towards Devouring Heaven Demon Lord. Devouring Heaven Demon Lord threw another punch, striking Yu Lao's colossal puppet. Even though Yu Lao swung his shield to block in advance, the colossal puppet was sent flying tens of thousands of miles backward. The shield, which had originally glowed with blue light, was now covered in cracks, and the light it emitted became incredibly dim. There was nothing that could be done, the disparity between the two sides was simply too great. However, Yu Lao did not retreat, he continued to control the colossal puppet and launched attacks towards Devouring Heaven Demon Lord. This battle lasted for a full day and night. The colossal puppet controlled by Yu Lao was torn in half by Devouring Heaven Demon Lord, and his immortal slaying sword formation was completely destroyed. The Heavenly Immortal Alliance's numerous puppets were also hammered into countless fragments by devouring Heaven Demon Lord's fists. The Golden Phantom conjured by the 10,000 Immortals formation and the Giant Beast Phantom conjured by the 10,000 Demons formation were also completely destroyed by devouring Heaven Demon Lord. The remaining human race and Ya race were no longer able to form large formations and could only retreat to the rear to receive Gu Bai's treatment. However, they had already completed their mission, they did not need to kill devouring Heaven Demon Lord, only to do their best to deplete his devilish chi. The effect was naturally evident. After such a long battle, devouring Heaven Demon Lord was already covered in wounds, and his recovery speed had become slow. Devilish chi overwhelming. Devouring Heaven Demon Lord roared, and the demonic sword in his hand suddenly ignited with black flames. He swung the demonic sword, unleashing a black sword chi that flew towards Suwuji at an extremely fast speed. Among all the attacks present, Suwuji's was the most painful, and the wounds he caused, mixed with sword chi and special effects, made it take a considerable amount of time for him to recover. This was Suwuji's Immortal Deo Divine Ability, Endless Edge. This divine ability could greatly enhance the power of Suwuji's sword chi, and the injuries it caused were difficult to heal. Even an expert like devouring Heaven Demon Lord, who was at the peak of the ascended immortal realm and possessed a recovery-type divine ability, found it very difficult to recover from the injuries left by Suwuji. Of course, Suwuji's attack was powerful, but as a traditional sword cultivator, his physique was certainly not strong. Devouring Heaven Demon Lord intended to eliminate Suwuji first. Can't dodge. Suwuji's pupils contracted violently as he watched the sword chi fly towards him. The sword chi wasn't fast, any normal Ascension Realm cultivator could dodge it. However, this sword chi was the devouring Heaven Demon Lord's ultimate move, imbued with a trace of karma. No matter how fast Suwuji was, he couldn't evade this sword chi. Careful. Gu Bei used his escape technique, instantly appearing before Suwuji and placing his hands in front of him. Immediately after, Gu Bei used his defensive divine ability and a defensive secret technique. Clang. With a metallic clang, Gu Bei was sent flying tens of thousands of miles. His arms were severed by the sword chi, and a massive wound appeared on Gu Bei's chest, through which his beating heart was faintly visible. This was the devouring Heaven Demon Lord, just one strike heavily injured Gu Bei. Gu Bei, quick-witted, immediately used his magic to conjure vines and quietly picked up Gu Bei's severed arms. Looking at the arms, Gu Bei immediately placed them into a specially made profound ice jade box. Storing the arms in the profound ice jade box would seal their vitality, allowing Gu Bei to reattach Gu Bei's severed arms with his superb medical skills once the battle concluded. 5 elements returning Yuan Qi. Amplify. Immortal Venerable Limitless Method and Yefan, from a distance, attacked simultaneously. Yefan unleashed 5 elements returning Yuan Qi, while Immortal Venerable Limitless Method used a divine ability to amplify the power of Yefan's 5 elements returning Yuan Qi. After Yefan's breakthrough to the Ascension Realm, the divine ability he awakened was Lord of 5 Elements, which could greatly enhance the power of his 5 elements spells. Therefore, the 5 elements returning Yuan Qi unleashed by Yefan was far more powerful than that of Immortal Venerable Limitless Method. Coupled with Immortal Venerable Limitless Method's amplification, the power of Yefan's 5 elements returning Yuan Qi was terrifying. With just one strike, the 5 elements returning Yuan Qi pierced through the devouring Heaven Demon Lord's chest. Heaven and Earth Transformation. Li Emperor roared, his body rapidly expanding, quickly transforming into a giant similar to the devouring Heaven Demon Lord. Li Emperor clenched his fist and punched the devouring Heaven Demon Lord's face. Bang! The devouring Heaven Demon Lord staggered back from the punch, and Li Emperor immediately pressed his advantage, punching again and again, temporarily suppressing the devouring Heaven Demon Lord. This was Li Emperor's Immortal Deo Divine Ability, Heaven and Earth Transformation, which he awakened upon breaking through to the Ascension Realm. The divine ability could make his body incredibly massive, and unlike Gu Bei, it wasn't composed of pure energy. This was Li Emperor himself, so his battle intent was naturally incredibly fierce. You go too far. The devouring Heaven Demon Lord, having recovered, roared, wielding his demonic sword and continuously swinging it at Li Emperor. Clang, clang, clang. The devouring Heaven Demon Lord's strength was immense. Each sword strike forced Li Emperor back a step and left a gruesome wound on his body. But Li Emperor, after all, managed to hold back the devouring Heaven Demon Lord by himself. Suwuji and Yefan, among others, were not idle. They unleashed their full power, attacking the devouring Heaven Demon Lord. At the same time, Gu Bei stealthily found Gu Bei at the edge of the battlefield. Big brother. Gu Bei was slightly confused, seeing Gu Bei sneak over. Don't move, I'll heal you. Gu Bei immediately opened the profound ice jade box containing the arms, then took out a tiny silver needle and began to sew Gu Bei's severed arms back on. Although Gu Bei's physique was formidable, the tiny silver needle in Gu Bei's hand was a half-step immortal artifact, though incredibly fragile, its tip could pierce through anything. In just a few breaths, Gu Bei's 2 severed arms were completely sewn back on by Gu Bei. From the outside, apart from a faint seam, there was no trace of the arms having been severed. This was Gu Bei's superb suturing skill. Gu Bei had even perfectly sewn Gu Bei's muscle fibers together. Hey! Looking at his perfectly restored arms, Gu Bei dazedly clenched his fists. The feeling was so natural that if he hadn't known his arms were severed, Gu Bei would have thought he hadn't been injured at all. Quickly use your own divine ability to heal yourself. My cultivation is too low to heal your body. Seeing Gu Bei's dazed expression, Gu Bei tapped Gu Bei's head. Although his medical skills were incredibly superb, his cultivation was still too low to heal an immortal's body. Fortunately, Gu Bei himself possessed a recovery-type divine ability, and its grade was quite high, so he didn't need additional healing. Oh, oh, oh. Gu Bei finally reacted. He quickly circulated the Yin-Yang Extremes Divine Thunder, for as the saying goes, Yin and Yang circulate endlessly. Under the enhancement of the Yin-Yang Extremes Divine Thunder, Gu Bei's sutured wounds began to heal rapidly, and it wouldn't be long before they fully recovered. On the battlefield, after being besieged for a long time, the devouring Heaven Demon Lord was on his last breath, covered in wounds, many of which even exposed bone. One arm was also broken, and there was a massive penetrating wound on his chest. Of course, Li Emperor was not much better. In just a short while, Li Emperor was also covered in wounds. Demonic Qi soaring. The devouring Heaven Demon Lord suddenly roared, and from him, endless flames surged forth. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In an instant, Immortal Venerable Limitless Method, Immortal Venerable King Yun, Ye Fan, all were struck by this devilish qi, instantly heavily injured and unconscious. Especially Su Wuji, he was the most severely injured. After taking a blow from the devouring Heaven Demon Lord, Su Wuji was spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Looking at Su Wuji's continuous vomiting of blood, it seemed as if he wouldn't stop until he coughed up his internal organs. Immortal Venerable Limitless Method, Immortal Venerable King Yun, and others, though not as severely injured as Su Wuji, had also fallen unconscious and were unable to fight again for a short period. Although Li Emperor's physique was incredibly formidable, he had just been maintaining heaven and earth transformation, his body immensely large, thus sustaining the most damage, and was also lying on the ground spitting blood. The only one still capable of fighting on the scene was a dazed Gu Bei. And the heavily injured devouring Heaven Demon Lord, after unleashing demonic qi soaring, had shrunk his body to the size of a normal person. The devouring Heaven Demon Lord twisted his neck and slowly walked towards Gu Bei. Having been besieged by everyone for so long, the devouring Heaven Demon Lord had naturally sustained considerable injuries, and his demonic qi was almost completely depleted. The remaining demonic qi was insufficient to maintain his massive form, so he had no choice but to revert to his original appearance. That was a malevolent demon, 2 meters tall, with a pair of sharp horns, its entire body covered in black exoskeleton armor, and so muscular that its muscles seemed to burst through the armor. Although his devilish qi was exhausted, relying solely on his physical strength, the devouring Heaven Demon Lord's battle intent still far surpassed that of an ordinary Ascension Realm middle stage cultivator. Come on! Looking at the approaching devouring Heaven Demon Lord, Gu Bei showed no fear. He tore off his shirt with one hand, revealing his equally muscular upper body. When it came to battles of physique, Gu Bei had never feared anyone. Gu Bei and the devouring Heaven Demon Lord stepped forward simultaneously, both throwing a punch at the same time. Bang! Their fists collided in the air, creating a loud sound. The devouring Heaven Demon Lord took a step back, while Gu Bei transformed into a meteor, instantly vanishing from the devouring Heaven Demon Lord's sight. Humph, trash! The devouring Heaven Demon Lord snorted disdainfully. He took a step forward, instantly teleporting in front of the retreating Gu Bei, then aimed another punch at Gu Bei's head, violently smashing Gu Bei, who was still flying in midair. Gu Bei only stopped when he crashed into the 5 elements trapping formation, causing the formation to tremble. Again. Gu Bei, lying on the ground, suddenly stood up. He pressed his left hand on his right, and with a crack, he reset his dislocated right arm. Gu Bei and the devouring Heaven Demon Lord thus engaged in an incredibly brutal exchange of punches, one after another. After a long time, Gu Bei, his head covered in bumps, spat out bloody saliva mixed with teeth and looked at the devouring Heaven Demon Lord with somewhat clear eyes. At this moment, there was no trace of battle intent in Gu Bei's eyes. It wasn't that Gu Bei didn't want to fight, but that in the previous exchange, he had been dazed by the devouring Heaven Demon Lord's iron fist, and his head was still buzzing. What, not coming anymore? Looking at Gu Bei, the devouring Heaven Demon Lord twisted his neck and spoke with extreme arrogance. In truth, his condition was also somewhat disheveled. Cracks had appeared on his exoskeleton armor, and one of his 2 horns had been broken off by Gu Bei, but overall, he wasn't as miserable as Gu Bei. It seems I'll have to use my ultimate move. Gu Bei took a deep breath, then immediately activated his long-hidden Immortal Deo divine ability. The divine ability Gu Bei awakened was called Lord of All Thunders. This divine ability could greatly enhance his control over lightning. Even the most violent lightning would be at Gu Bei's mercy. Furthermore, Lord of All Thunders could significantly increase the power of lightning spells. Coupled with Gu Bei's heavenly thunder body, it also strengthened Gu Bei's mastery over lightning. Moreover, from the beginning of his cultivation to becoming an Ascension Realm expert, Gu Bei almost exclusively used lightning techniques, thus Gu Bei himself possessed an almost abnormal understanding and mastery of lightning. Under various innate conditions, after Gu Bei breakthrough to the Ascension Realm, he created an extremely terrifying ultimate move, 5-colored Divine Thunder. It was based on 4 top-tier divine abilities: Creation Divine Thunder, Extremely Yin Divine Lightning, Extremely Yang Divine Thunder, Red Lotus Divine Thunder, and the top-tier natural wonder of the cultivation world, Earth Core Divine Thunder. Lord of All Thunders and Heavenly Thunder body served as mediators, allowing the 5 types of Divine Thunder to undergo fusion, ultimately forming this 5-colored Divine Thunder. The principle of 5-colored Divine Thunder is similar to 5 elements returning Yu and Qi, both referencing the operation of the 5 elements. Creation Divine Thunder represents the wood of the 5 elements, Extremely Yang Divine Thunder represents the metal of the 5 elements, Extremely Yin Divine Lightning represents the water of the 5 elements, Red Lotus Divine Thunder represents the fire of the 5 elements, and Earth Core Divine Thunder represents the earth of the 5 elements. Lightning is inherently the most violent element among all elements. Even the fusion of 2 types of lightning is extremely difficult. But if the fusion is successful, it can unleash unparalleled power. The Yin-Yang Extremes Divine Thunder that Gu Bei fused in his early years, even upon reaching the Ascension Realm, had not become outdated, instead, it became even more convenient to use. If the fusion of 2 types of lightning is already so heaven-defying, imagine the fusion of 5 types of lightning. ZZZZT. Before Gu Bei, a bolt of lightning emitting myriad lights slowly appeared. This lightning seemed capable of destroying everything, the space near it was directly obliterated by the lightning. And Devouring Heaven Demon Lord, standing not far from Gu Bei, instantly saw his pupils contract violently the moment the 5 elements Divine Thunder formed. Danger. Devouring Heaven Demon Lord seemed to see a large danger sign above his head. Without any hesitation, Devouring Heaven Demon Lord turned and ran. He even burned his life origin to forcibly recover some magical power, using it to speed up his escape. Bang. But unfortunately, just as Devouring Heaven Demon Lord flew a short distance, he crashed head-on into a transparent barrier. This was the 5 elements enemy trapping formation that Gu Bei had set up in advance. At this moment, Gu Bei finally successfully fused and unleashed the 5-colored Divine Thunder. Rumble 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 rumble. A 5-colored Divine Thunder, not particularly thick but seemingly capable of annihilating all things, struck directly at Devouring Heaven Demon Lord's head. With just one strike, Devouring Heaven Demon Lord's head, along with half of his body, was reduced to ashes. But even at this point, Devouring Heaven Demon Lord was still not dead. His remaining half-body slowly wriggled, and granulation tissue continuously emerged from the wound, attempting to repair it. This was Devouring Heaven Demon Lord's divine ability, which could accelerate his own recovery speed. It was also by relying on this divine ability that Devouring Heaven Demon Lord was able to fight with everyone for so long. Furthermore, after cultivating to the Ascension Realm, Devouring Heaven Demon Lord had almost reached the realm of rebirth from a single drop of blood. As long as even one drop of blood remained, he could slowly undergo rebirth. However, as soon as the granulation tissue appeared, it was completely obliterated by the 5-colored Divine Thunder remaining at the wound. Now, only an Ascension Realm cultivator was needed to successfully slay Devouring Heaven Demon Lord. But after Gu Bei unleashed the 5-colored Divine Thunder, he was also utterly exhausted and completely unable to fight further. Immortal Venerable Limitless Method and others were also severely wounded and unconscious from Devouring Heaven Demon Lord's previous ultimate move, rendering them unable to fight. 5 elements returning Yuan Qi. But at this moment, an attack suddenly slammed into Devouring Heaven Demon Lord's half-body, smashing away a large portion of it. This person was Ye Fan. His physical body was only slightly weaker than Gu Bei's, and at that time, he was relatively far from Devouring Heaven Demon Lord. Therefore, although Devouring Heaven Demon Lord's ultimate move severely wounded Ye Fan did not lose consciousness. After Gu Bei's emergency treatment, Ye Fan finally recovered some combat power. Ye Fan staggered to Devouring Heaven Demon Lord, and he once again unleashed 5 elements returning Yuan Qi. The powerful attack slammed into Devouring Heaven Demon Lord's incomplete physical body, finally completely annihilating it. Ye Fan, utterly exhausted, also fell to the ground with a thud and entered a deep sleep. And the only one still conscious was Gu Bei himself. However, Gu Bei did not deactivate the 5 elements enemy trapping formation. Instead, he activated his divine ability, Karma Halo. With his cultivation only at the soul transformation, the Karma Halo actually had little effect on Ascension Realm cultivators. But Gu Bei activating the Karma Halo now was not for treating the injured. I found you. Gu Bei, who had his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. He used a escape method and instantly appeared in a corner of the formation. In the corner, a very inconspicuous small stone was slowly floating. Even with Gu Bei's nascent soul realm cultivation, after carefully searching with his divine sense for a long time, he found no abnormalities. Extremely hot flames emerged from Gu Bei's hand, and under Gu Bei's refinement, the small stone instantly turned to ashes. But under the burning of the flames, a bright red drop of blood slowly appeared within the ashes. The blood suddenly flew into the distance, but Gu Bei was already prepared. He used his magical power to conjure a pair of invisible large hands, firmly grasping this drop of fresh blood. This blood was Devouring Heaven Demon Lord's drop of vital blood. As long as this drop of blood existed, then over time, Devouring Heaven Demon Lord would slowly be able to restore his physical body. Although he would not be able to return to his peak, he would not fall below the Ascension Realm. Fortunately, Gu Bei had long anticipated that Devouring Heaven Demon Lord had a hidden trump card, so he specifically activated the divine ability Karma Halo. The Karma Halo was a supportive divine ability, as long as it was within the halo, regardless of whether it was an enemy or an ally, as long as it was a living being, it could be detected by the halo. Only after activating the Karma Halo was Gu Bei able to discover this deeply hidden blood. After finding Devouring Heaven Demon Lord's hidden trump card, Gu Bei did not immediately deactivate the 5 elements enemy trapping formation. He immediately began treating the injuries of Immortal Venerable Limitless Method, Ye Fan, and the others. Under Gu Bei's treatment, the severely wounded and unconscious individuals finally regained consciousness. Limitless Method, Ye Fan, you too have many methods. Quickly check the formation to see if Devouring Heaven Demon Lord has any other hidden trump cards. Gu Bei looked at Immortal Venerable Limitless Method and Ye Fan, who had regained consciousness, and said in a deep voice. Understood. Both of them nodded. Immortal Venerable Limitless Method sat cross-legged in place, his hands forming seals, muttering something under his breath, seemingly sensing something. Ye Fan, on the other hand, widened his eyes, and blue light flickered within them. Ye Fan kept his eyes wide open, continuously scanning the surroundings. Got you, Limitless Method Immortal Venerable grabbed, and he caught a wisp of devilish chi that was extremely difficult to detect. Vanish. Limitless Method Immortal Venerable unleashed his divine ability, and as his voice fell, the wisp of devilish chi in his hand twisted for a moment before slowly dissipating in his hand. Ye Fan also seemed to sense something. He reached out and grabbed into the void realm, surprisingly pulling out a soul that was struggling violently from a spatial rift in the void realm. This was the remnant soul of the devouring heaven demon lord. If Gubai had dispelled the formation just now, the remnant soul would have escaped instantly. If the remnant soul were to possess another body and develop for tens or hundreds of thousands of years, the devouring heaven demon lord could resurrect on the spot. Limitless Method Immortal Venerable and Ye Fan each used their own methods to search every corner of the 5 elements enemy trapping formation. Only after no abnormalities were found did Gubai finally deactivate the 5 elements enemy trapping formation. He was now certain that there were no lingering traps of the devouring heaven demon lord within the 5 elements enemy trapping formation. The only thing that worried Gubai was the devouring heaven demon lord's main base, the demon realm, where the devouring heaven demon lord might still have hidden traps. However, the demon realm had already been taken away by the devouring heaven demon lord and hidden somewhere unknown, so Gubai temporarily had no good solution. Nevertheless, the greatest crisis had been resolved. Even if the devouring heaven demon lord had left behind some tricks, he would not appear before the Sky Ruins world for at least 100,000 years. The devouring heaven demon lord's demonic sword naturally became a trophy of the Sky Ruins world. This was a high-grade demonic sword of excellent quality, considered extremely rare even in the immortal realm. Gubai had gained some understanding of the immortal artifact classification through the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Immortal artifacts are divided into 4 qualities: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and supreme grade. Low grade and medium grade immortal artifacts correspond to ascended immortal realm cultivators, while high grade and supreme grade immortal artifacts correspond to earth immortal realm cultivators. Although the devouring heaven demon lord's demonic sword was a demonic artifact, once one reached the ascension realm, demonic artifacts and immortal artifacts were actually not that different. As long as they were refined, a demonic artifact could be refined into an immortal artifact. With the quality of the demonic sword, it was sufficient to be used from the early stage of the ascension realm all the way to the earth immortal realm. Gubai originally wanted to look for the devouring heaven demon lord's storage pouch, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find it. Gubai speculated that the devouring heaven demon lord must have destroyed his storage pouch at the last moment. The materials stored inside naturally drifted into the spatial turbulence. They did not stay in this void realm for too long. After dealing with the devouring heaven demon lord, Gubai led everyone back to the cultivation world. Qingzhou, Lingyun sect, on the nameless mountain peak. Qingning, dressed in a wisp of green, stood beneath a peach tree, looking at the sky with some worry. Decades ago, after Gubai and others led almost all the top combat power of the cultivation world to leave the cultivation world to ambush the devouring heaven demon lord, there had been no news for decades. Until some time ago, the sky suddenly buzzed, and countless giants appeared in the sky, engaging in battle with the devouring heaven demon lord. Even though the battlefield was far away, Qingning, standing on the nameless mountain peak, could feel the ground trembling. Now the sounds had disappeared, and Qingning did not know the outcome of the battle. She could only pray in her heart, hoping that Gubai and the others would return safely. There were many other cultivators in the cultivation world similar to Qingning. They all looked up at the sky at this moment, hoping that the people they cared about would return, and hoping that this war would be victorious. Rumble. Rumble. Just then, a rift suddenly appeared in the sky, and an enormous flying boat slowly flew into the cultivation world. This is great. It's our flying boat. The war is won. Upon seeing the flying boat, the entire cultivation world cheered with joy. They had sacrificed too much for this victory. This is great. It really is great. Looking at the flying boat, Qingning was also so excited that she jumped up and down. I'm back. Just then, an incredibly gentle voice sounded from behind Qingning. Qingning suddenly turned around and saw that incredibly familiar figure. Gubai. Qingning hugged Gubai and began to cry bitterly. It's over. This war, which lasted for 1,000 years, has ended. Gubai smiled and patted Qingning's shoulder, saying with an incredibly gentle tone. Standing beside Gubai, looking at the two embracing deeply, Limitless Method Immortal Venerable felt a wave of awkwardness, so awkward that he could dig out a blessed land with his toes. You'll get used to it. Ye Fan patted Limitless Method Immortal Venerable's shoulder, saying with a somewhat numb tone. Ye Fan was already accustomed to the scene, having seen it since he was young. Of course, Gubai didn't let Limitless Method Immortal Venerable and the others feel awkward for too long. After hugging for a while, he released Qingning from his embrace. Then, Gubai opened his arms and smiled at Ye Fan, Gubei, and the others, his eyes filled with indescribable kindness and affection. Gubei and Ye Fan naturally threw themselves into Gubai's embrace. Hey? Limitless Method Immortal Venerable looked at this scene with some shock. For some reason, a faint sense of jealousy actually welled up in his heart. This gave Limitless Method Immortal Venerable a big fright. He quickly turned his back to Gubai. You'll get used to it. Standing beside him, Suwuji, who also had his arms crossed, said in a flat tone. Of course, if you want to hug him, you can. My son-in-law won't mind. Suwuji turned his head to look at Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, his lips curling slightly, saying with a hint of schadenfreude. What kind of person do you take me for? I'm not that kind of person. Who would want to hug him? I don't want to hug him at all. Limitless Method Immortal Venerable quickly shook his head. As if Suwuji had hit the mark, Limitless Method Immortal Venerable used his escape technique and instantly disappeared from his spot. Ha ha ha, So Wuji smiled and shook his head, looking in the direction Limitless Method Immortal Venerable had left. It could only be said that Gu Bai's charm was truly astonishing. If he weren't a man, he would have long since fallen for him. A month later, Gu Bai finally managed to mostly heal the injuries of Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, Ye Fan, and the others. To celebrate the killing of the Devouring Heaven Demon Lord, Gu Bai held the largest celebration in the history of the cultivation world. Almost all cultivators in the entire cultivation world participated in this celebration. Cheers! Gu Bai flew to the highest point, holding a wine glass, and spoke to all living beings in the cultivation world. Cheers! Everyone else in the cultivation world also held their wine glasses and drank fine wine with Gu Bai. This celebration lasted for more than a month before slowly coming to an end. Although the cultivation world suffered heavy casualties in this battle, with nearly 90% of golden core and above cultivators dying in battle, they finally managed to slay the Devouring Heaven Demon Lord. For the next few thousand or even tens of thousands of years, the cultivation world would likely not experience any more large-scale wars. Chapter 399 Ye Fan and others ascend to the fairyland. After all, the number of high-realm cultivators in the cultivation world had already dwindled to less than 1/10 of its original number. The existing land and resources were already sufficient, even more than enough. Secondly, these surviving cultivators were comrades who had fought side by side, and most of them had relatively good relationships. As for the relationship between the human race and the Ya race, it had been greatly alleviated through Gu Bai's efforts over the years. From being irreconcilable enemies, they could now coexist peacefully. One could even see Yao beasts that had barely taken human form strolling through the Immortal City, and other cultivators, far from being afraid, would smile and greet them. Gu Bai speculated that after 10,000 years, the Tiangsu cultivation world would enter its most prosperous period in history. With both the human race and the Ya race coexisting peacefully, and their top powerhouses knowing each other, a war was almost impossible to break out. On the nameless mountain peak, Gu Bai stood with his hands behind his back, gazing up at the starry sky. Ye Fan and the other two also imitated Gu Bai, standing with their hands behind their backs and looking up at the starry sky. However, after watching for a long time, they couldn't make heads or tails of the starry sky. When do you plan to ascend? Gu Bai asked softly. Ye Fan and the others had already breakthrough to the Ascension Realm. Logically speaking, cultivators should ascend to the Immortal Realm immediately after breakthrough to the Ascension Realm. Even if they didn't ascend, they could only stay for a few years at most. This was because Ascension Realm cultivators consumed immortal qi, but there was no immortal qi in the cultivation world, so they could only absorb spiritual qi. However, 1,000 wisps of spiritual qi could at most be converted into 1 wisp of immortal qi. Therefore, an Ascension Realm cultivator, even if they didn't cultivate and only maintained their own consumption, would consume more spiritual qi than 1,000 soul transformation realm cultivators combined. Such an incredibly terrifying consumption was not something an ordinary middle thousand worlds could afford. The reason Ye Fan and the others didn't ascend was because they had to fight a decisive battle with the Devouring Heaven Demon Lord later. But now that the decisive battle was over, it was time for them to consider ascending. Tomorrow, perhaps. We have already achieved the Ascension Realm, and a slight oversight could destroy this world. There's no point in staying any longer, Ye Fan said in a low voice. Understood. Gu Bai nodded, and the atmosphere became silent for a moment. It would be difficult to meet again after ascension. There were only 5 drops of world origin left, and if Gu Bai wanted to ascend, he would have to wait at least another 10,000 years. Of course, no matter how reluctant they were, Ye Fan and the others would eventually ascend. The water in the cultivation world was too shallow, it could no longer sustain these true dragons like Ye Fan. Only the vast and boundless deep sea of the immortal realm could accommodate these true dragons. The few of them watched the starry sky here all night until the next morning, when Ye Fan and the others began to prepare for their ascension to the immortal realm. Be careful after ascending to the immortal realm. Don't be as reckless as you were in the Sky Ruins world. And Gu Bai, Ye Fan, after you two ascend, you must find girlfriends. If you can't find suitable ones in the Tiangsu world, then so be it. But I don't believe you can't find girlfriends in the immortal realm. As the time for ascension approached, Gu Bai, who had been somewhat silent, suddenly became talkative. He incessantly reminded Ye Fan and the others about the things they needed to pay attention to. Understood. Ye Fan and the other two showed no impatience. They listened carefully to Gu Bai's words. The next time they would hear Gu Bai's nagging might be 10,000 years later. Then, Master, we're leaving. Gu Bai, the matters of the cultivation world are entrusted to you. Ye Fan and the other two, as well as Immortal Venerable Changchun Limitless Method, waved goodbye to Gu Bai, then stepped into the gate of the heavenly realm, officially heading to the immortal realm. Gu Bai watched the 3 of them leave with a smile. In fact, he didn't feel much sadness in his heart. If he wanted to, he could actually sneak into the immortal realm. Although it was stipulated that immortals could not go to the lower realm, it was not stipulated that people from the lower realm could not go to the immortal realm. Although there was only one quota for ascension, as long as a secret method was used to put the person one wanted to take away into a specially made storage pouch, they could secretly blend into the immortal realm. These secret methods were diverse and varied, with all sorts of types, most of which were researched by those ascended cultivators. If successful, they could bring their relatives and friends to ascend to the immortal realm and record the secret method. Even if only 1/10 of the people succeeded, the immortal realm had countless secret methods stored. As a relatively powerful force in the cultivation world, the Heavenly Immortal Alliance naturally collected many similar secret methods. Gu Chongchun, Lin Yuhan, and several other exceptionally talented individuals had already followed Ye Fan and the others to the Immortal Realm, preparing to make a big splash there. However, Gu Bai did not choose to go to the Immortal Realm, because he knew without guessing that he would have to work again after ascending to the Immortal Realm. He had already been busy for several thousand years, and Gu Bai did not want to ascend to the Immortal Realm to be a workhorse. He planned to take a few thousand years of vacation in this lower realm first, and it wouldn't be too late to ascend to the Immortal Realm when he had had enough fun. As for his work, Gu Bai had already handed it over to others. The position of Lingyun Sect Master was passed to Oriental Yuch, and the position of 10,000 Immortals Alliance Leader was taken by Gu Qingyu. The position of Supreme Beginning Holy Land Academy Head was taken by Yu Lao. Let's go fishing. Gu Bai directly pulled Qing Ning, and he often took a small boat to the lake of the Supreme Beginning Holy Land, set up a fishing rod, and began to leisurely fish. Gu Bai actually liked fishing very much. The process was not only fun, but after catching fish, he could also make delicious food. The only drawback might be that it was too time-consuming, so Gu Bai rarely fished before. But now, time? What he lacked least was time. Qing Ning also stayed by Gu Bai's side. She didn't particularly like fishing, she just liked to eat the fish Gu Bai caught. The Silver Moon Lake of the Supreme Beginning Holy Land was one of the few places in the cultivation world with the most concentrated spiritual qi. The water in the lake could even be called liquefied spiritual qi. Gu Bai had specially raised many precious spirit fish in Silver Moon Lake 1,000 years ago. These spirit fish were not very strong in terms of strength, but they were very delicious. And now was the time for harvest. Gu Bai could almost catch a priceless spirit fish every now and then. After catching a spirit fish, Gu Bai would display his culinary skills and cook the fish into a rare delicacy. And Qing Ning would be responsible for gobbling it down beside him. Fishing was prohibited for any students or even teachers in Silver Moon Lake, but with Gu Bai's current status, he could naturally fish however he wanted. Even if he caught all the fish in the lake, no one would say anything. Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you now. Gu Bai said with a smile, looking at Qing Ning's wolfing down appearance. Chapter 400, a peaceful daily life that has not been experienced for a long time. Humph. It's all because Limitless Method was so shameless before, always snatching things from me. Qing Ning swallowed the food in her mouth before speaking resentfully. Alright, don't be angry. Immortal Venerable Limitless Method has already ascended, and now no one will snatch your food anymore. Gu Bai chuckled and ruffled Qing Ning's hair. Immortal Venerable Limitless Method was indeed a bit disrespectful of his age. Every time he came to freeload meals, he would secretly use various secret arts to snatch food from Qing Ning. The most crucial part was that Qing Ning couldn't win against him. Whenever this happened, Immortal Venerable Limitless Method would laugh heartily without any regard for his image. Gu Bai fished in Silver Moon Lake for 3 days and 3 nights, finally fishing to his heart's content. Afterward, Gu Bai and Qing Ning moved into the small courtyard of Lingyun Sect, completely disappearing from the sight of the cultivation world's people, and began a reclusive life. The originally somewhat desolate spiritual fields were once again planted with various vegetables by Gu Bai. Little Bai, look what this is. Your favorite braised bones. Woof woof. Looking at the huge brown bone in front of him, Little Bai, who had already become a ball of fat, rolled around excitedly. Little Bai has now completely become the mascot of Lingyun Sect. When he's bored, he wanders around Lingyun Sect, and when he's tired, he naps in Gu Bai's small courtyard. After more than 2,000 years of cultivation, Little Bai is now a 4th-order late-stage demon emperor. Originally, with Little Bai's aptitude, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the 4th-order late stage in such a short time. However, Gu Bai developed many bloodline improvement liquids over the years, gradually improving Little Bai's aptitude bit by bit. Little Bai also gradually evolved from the lowest grade Silver Moon Bear bloodline to the highest grade Silver Moon Bear bloodline. Coupled with various heaven and earth treasure beneficial to the Ya race, Little Bai was able to cultivate to the 4th-order late stage. Next, Gu Bai plans to cultivate Little Bai into a 5th-order demon venerable. After so many years of cultivation, Qing Ning has actually cultivated to the nascent soul late stage, and can break through to the spirit transformation realm at any time. Besides Qing Ning, Lingyun Sect has also undergone significant changes over the years. During the more than 1,000 years of war with the extraterrestrial demons, Lingyun Sect remained almost completely unharmed. Even during the disaster that swept across the entire cultivation world, Qingzhou quickly restored order under Gu Bai's arrangements, and Lingyun Sect did not suffer too much damage. After so many years of development, Lingyun Sect has also given birth to several soul transformation realm mighty figures, becoming one of the overlords of the cultivation world. Most of Gu Bai's close friends have also cultivated to the nascent soul, or even soul transformation realm. For example, Immortal Lord Frost, this old senior of Lingyun Sect, under the condition of unlimited resources and consuming a large amount of aptitude improving spiritual items, has already breakthrough to the soul transformation realm. Some prodigies with decent talent, such as Zhou Xuet, followed Ye Fan to the immortal realm to develop. Time flowed slowly, and 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 1,000 years, Gu Bai's daily routine was to read books, plant vegetables, or play games with Qing Ning. If he was bored, Gu Bai would also pull Elder Zhang, Elder Qian, and some other familiar elders or fellow deists from the past to accompany him for drinks and chats. Sometimes, Gu Bai would also pull Ye Fan, Gu Bei, and others from the past to the present to chat with him. It has to be said that Gu Bei and Ye Fan from the past were still very cute. Of course, most of Gu Bai's divine ability activations were to pull those famous alchemists and artifact refiners from the history of the cultivation world to discuss the Dao with him. Those who could be pulled over by Gu Bai were all famous figures in the history of the cultivation world. Their comprehension had all reached the 5th order peak, and some had even reached the half-immortal realm. Therefore, Gu Bai benefited greatly during these 1,000 years. Besides the medical Dao, which had already reached its peak, Gu Bai had also reached the 5th order peak realm in artifact refining, alchemy, formation, and other 100 arts of cultivation. And Gu Bai's medical skills had reached the half-immortal realm. This was still limited by his own cultivation. If Gu Bai were to break through to the Ascension realm, given a little time, he could become an immortal rank physician. Immortal rank physicians are extremely rare even in the vast immortal realm. Because becoming a physician is truly very difficult, there is simply too much to learn. It can be said that learning medicine is difficult in the early stage, even more difficult in the middle stage, and as difficult as ascending to heaven in the later stage. Because vast theoretical knowledge is just the foundation, subsequent practical experience is even more immense. Only by treating a large number of injured people can one accumulate a little experience. Therefore, the number of physicians is pitifully small. According to information from the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, in the immortal realm, among 100 Ascension realm cultivators, one immortal grade alchemist can be born. But on average, among 1,000, or even 10,000 Ascension realm cultivators, not a single immortal grade physician will be born. The main reason is that immortal grade physicians find it very difficult to accumulate treatment experience. But Gu Bai is different. He is immortal and indestructible, and can conduct various experiments on his own body. Therefore, Gu Bai's speed of accumulating experience is hundreds or even thousands of times that of other physicians. If Gu Bai were to ascend to the immortal realm and become an immortal grade physician, he would likely be frantically sought after by the forces of the immortal realm. Gu Bai closed the immortal grade medical book in his hand and slowly exhaled a breath of qi. His 1,000-year life, though incredibly peaceful, was equally incredibly fulfilling. It had been a very, very long time since he had been able to calmly and diligently study like this. However, Gu Bai felt that his accumulation was still insufficient. He planned to diligently study for a few more millennia, learning all of his 100 arts of cultivation to the half-immortal realm, and then consider ascending to the immortal realm. For now, his accumulation was still too shallow. Even if he ascended to the immortal realm, he probably wouldn't be of much help. Gu Bai glanced at the sky and found that it was already deep night, with wisps of pure white snowflakes drifting down from the sky. Whoosh! Gu Bai slowly exhaled a mist of qi. He walked through the wind and snow, heading towards nameless mountain peak. Crunch, crunch. Gu Bai walked on the snow, his footsteps making a crisp crunching sound. Snowflakes fell on him, as if adding a touch of decoration. Gu Bai strolled through the sect, and unconsciously, he arrived at nameless mountain peak. If this were in the past, Gu Bai would never waste so much time, he could arrive at nameless mountain peak with a single teleportation. But now, the war was over, and devouring heaven demon lord had been jointly slain. Gu Bai had ample time to stroll through the sect. Standing on nameless mountain peak, looking at the greatly changed Ling Yun sect, Gu Bai revealed a smile of relief. Under his leadership, Ling Yun sect had transformed from its original Golden Core sect status into the absolute overlord of Sky Ruins world. There were as many as 10 soul transformation realm cultivators alone, and the number of nascent soul and Golden Core cultivators was too many to count. Chapter 401 A fantastic adventure in the immortal world. Just as Gu Bai was enjoying the scenery, a jade pendant suddenly flew over from a distance. Gu Bai reached out and steadily caught the jade pendant. This was a jade pendant specially used to store information, capable of storing billions of characters, and also videos or pictures. Generally, secret manuals of cultivation techniques above the 4th rank would choose to be recorded using this special jade pendant. Currently, within the Ling Yun sect's scripture pavilion, there were tens of thousands of such jade pendants, almost recording all the cultivation techniques and secret manuals in the entire cultivation world. Although Ye Fan and the others ascended to the immortal realm, it did not mean that they could not contact Gu Bai. Long before their ascension, Gu Bai had made an agreement with Ye Fan and the others that every 100 years, Ye Fan and the others must transmit their experiences in the immortal realm to Gu Bai. Once 100 years passed, if Ye Fan and the others did not send a message, then Gu Bai would not care about anything else, even at the cost of weakening the Tiangsu world, he would forcibly consume the world origin and ascend to the immortal realm. And this flying jade pendant was transmitted by Ye Fan and a few others from the immortal realm. Gu Bai extended his divine sense into it to examine the messages within the jade pendant. These mischievous boys. After reading all the information in the jade pendant, Gu Bai shook his head with a smile. After Ye Fan and the others ascended to the immortal realm 1,000 years ago, they joined the Heavenly Immortal Alliance as per their agreement and returned all the immortal artifacts previously gifted by the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. The Heavenly Immortal Alliance naturally welcomed Ye Fan, these immortals of considerable strength, and generously left each of them an immortal artifact suitable for them. The addition of Ye Fan and a few others expanded the power of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance significantly, officially making them the overlord of their area, which was Purple Micro Immortal Island. Even in the immortal realm, the number of Ascension realm powerhouses was still extremely scarce. Because the immortal realm did not have world origin, it could only be replaced by other more precious spiritual objects, but the effects of these spiritual insights were not as good as world origin. Therefore, normal Ascension realm cultivators in the immortal realm were much weaker than Ye Fan and the others, and they would not awaken immortal Dao divine abilities. Only cultivators like Ye Fan and the others, who broke through by consuming world origin, could awaken immensely powerful immortal Dao divine abilities. Thus, in the immortal realm, even though Yefan and a few others had just broken through to the Ascension Realm, they possessed combat power comparable to, or even surpassing, Ascension Realm middle stage immortals. This made the Heavenly Immortal Alliance leader, who was returned to the ruins perfected person, overjoyed. Originally, with the Heavenly Immortal Alliance stable for tens of thousands of years, returned to the ruins perfected person should have been able to plan his breakthrough to Earth Immortal. Therefore, after Yefan and a few others joined the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, they were not assigned any tasks. The only task returned to the ruins perfected person gave them was to cultivate diligently, enhance their foundations as much as possible, and cultivate for tens of thousands of years before anything else. Tens of thousands of years, for an Ascension Realm immortal whose lifespan is measured in millions of years and who is almost impossible to naturally age, is not too long. Immortal Venerable Chongsheng Limitless Method and Immortal Venerable King Yun were fine. One had lived for over 10,000 years, and the other for tens of thousands of years, so they could endure the solitude. The two of them came to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance's Scripture Pavilion, where the Heavenly Immortal Alliance's collection of books from over a million years, countless cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and supreme sword arts were all available. For Immortal Venerable Chongsheng Limitless Method and Immortal Venerable King Yun, this place was simply heaven. But this was hard on Yefan and the other two. They were all restless individuals. From the beginning of their cultivation to becoming Ascension Realm cultivators, they almost fought every other day, and life or death situations were as common as eating and drinking. After spending 1,000 years cultivating to the soul transformation realm, the three finally had a little free time and began to study diligently. However, with the help of other predecessors, Yefan and the two others only spent over 1,000 years cultivating to the half-immortal realm, and after defeating the devouring heaven demon lord, they immediately ascended to the immortal realm. From the beginning of their cultivation to breaking through the Ascension realm, Gubei and Yefan were only a little over 2,000 years old, and the oldest, Suwuji, was only nearly 3,000 years old. This age, for a soul transformation realm cultivator, was considered relatively young, let alone an ascended immortal cultivator. Almost every ascended immortal cultivator needed at least 10,000 years of arduous cultivation before ascension, and for some, like Immortal Venerable Chongsheng Limitless Method, it could even take tens of thousands of years. And for Return to the Ruins Immortal Venerable to immediately ask Yefan and the two others, whose average age was a little over 2,000 years, to cultivate diligently for tens of thousands of years, was simply the most difficult task Yefan and the two others had ever heard of. Because in their eyes, after ascending to the immortal realm, shouldn't they encounter more battles? Or, if the Heavenly Immortal Alliance was besieged by several other major forces, would they, like back in the Ling Yun sect, fight with all their might, and after 90% of their cultivators died, finally win a difficult victory? Why, upon just ascending to the immortal realm, do they have to go into seclusion for such a long time? The three cultivated diligently for 500 years, making up for their basic deficiencies, and then they couldn't stand it anymore. This method of diligent study was too slow in their opinion. The truths of spells, the mysteries of sword arts, could all be naturally comprehended by fighting a few battles and experiencing a few life and death crises. But if they were to cultivate arduously, that would require at least tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years. If their strength were compared to the ocean, then learning cultivation techniques and secret manuals little by little would be like drops of water, with only one drop falling after a long time, and a single drop of water being almost imperceptible to the ocean. But if the few engaged in fierce battles, especially life and death battles, their strength would inevitably increase by a small margin after each battle. Therefore, Yefan and the two others, who really couldn't sit still, found Return to the Ruins Immortal venerable, hoping Return to the Ruins Immortal could assign them a few tasks, preferably ones involving combat. For example, sending them to assassinate the Heavenly Immortal Alliance's hostile forces, or simply forming a team to face a few relatively weaker forces. The three statements greatly startled Return to the Ruins Immortal Monarch, who quickly stopped them. Because the Immortal Realm was not as dangerous as the three imagined, or rather, quite the opposite, the Immortal Realm was quite peaceful. Even if there were fights, they were minor skirmishes below the Immortal Realm, and Ascension Realm powerhouses almost never personally intervened. Especially in Purple Micro Immortal Island, where the Heavenly Immortal Alliance was located, battles were incredibly rare. According to Tiangsu Immortal Master, Purple Micro Immortal Island had already enjoyed nearly 100,000 years of peace. During these 100,000 years, Ascension Realm cultivators had almost never taken action. This was quite common in the Immortal Realm, because Ascension Realm immortals had almost infinite lifespan, meaning they were practically immortal under normal circumstances. Therefore, unless it was a major life and death vendetta, Ascension Realm immortals would avoid taking action whenever possible. Even if Yefan and the two others searched through all the Heavenly Immortal Alliance's tasks, they couldn't find any combat-related tasks, but this didn't stump the three. Chapter 402 5,000 Years. As the three discussed, Yefan, the idea man, immediately thought that they could emulate their actions in the Sky Ruins world by robbing cultivator robberses. Unfortunately, there were no cultivator robberses on Purple Micro Immortal Island, and even if there were, their highest realm would only be the Nascent Soul realm. The wealth of Nascent Soul realm cultivators was not even enough to fill the teeth of the three ascended Immortal realm individuals like Yefan. However, the three, being truly bored, still spent over 100 years thoroughly plundering the cultivator robberses on Purple Micro Immortal Island. Any cultivator robbers whose cultivation was at the soul transformation realm, no matter how remote their hiding place, still could not escape death. This was thanks to the divination secret method learned by the three. The divination secret method was extremely difficult to learn, and even an Ascension Realm immortal could not just learn it if they wanted to. But in order to find the hidden cultivator robberses, Ye Fan forced himself to learn the divination secret method. Having plundered the cultivator robberses, the three then set their sights on the surrounding sea area. The immortal realm is vast and boundless, but the realm sea occupies about 60% of the immortal realm's area. Purple Micro-Immortal Island is an immortal island located on the realm sea. Islands similar to Purple Micro-Immortal Island are not rare in the realm sea. In fact, there are too many to count. Moreover, within the realm sea, there are many sea Ya race and water-type gods. After discussing, Ye Fan and the other two decided to head to the realm sea to explore those unknown small islands, and if that didn't work, they could always kill a few water-type gods. Before departing, Ye Fan and the other two also called upon Immortal Venerable Chongsheng Limitless Method and Immortal Venerable King Yun. Although these two could endure boredom, they were not timid, and immediately followed Ye Fan to the realm sea. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable did not stop them. In his opinion, Ye Fan and the other two were simply going out for a normal journey. But Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable did not expect Ye Fan and the five others to be so bold. Only 200 years after leaving Purple Micro-Immortal Island, the five companions, Ye Fan included, set their sights on a water dragon at the Ascension Realm late stage. They did not hesitate at all, acting immediately, and at the cost of severe injuries, directly killed this water dragon. They also plundered the water dragon's dwelling, the Yuan Water Dragon Palace, of all its treasures. When he learned what the five had done, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable was greatly startled, and he immediately forbade the five from going out. The main reason was that the water dragon race holds grudges, and Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable feared that Ye Fan and the others would suffer retaliation from the water dragon race. Fortunately, Ye Fan and the others were experienced. Before leaving, Ye Fan specially used the divination secret method he had learned to completely conceal their traces. Even if the water dragon race had a powerful being skilled in divination, they would not be able to divine anything about Ye Fan and the others. Moreover, it would be difficult to pinpoint Ye Fan and the five through clues at the scene, because Ye Fan and the five were completely random in their actions. They just happened to pass by the Water Dragon King's residence and were somewhat displeased to see this water dragon enslaving humans, so they directly teamed up to take down this water dragon. Even if the water dragon race racked their brains, they probably wouldn't think that the culprits were Ye Fan and a few others, who had no previous grievances with them. Gu Bai shook his head and immediately used his consciousness to write a letter within the jade pendant. The specific content was to tell Ye Fan and the others not to be so reckless after ascended immortal to the immortal realm and to focus on cultivating. Gu Bai then wrote another letter to Sky Ruins Immortal Monarch, the specific content of which was to ask Sky Ruins Immortal Monarch to keep an eye on Ye Fan and the others. Especially that boy Ye Fan, he must be watched closely. It seems I need to plan for ascension as soon as possible. Looking up at the stars in the sky, Gu Bai whispered. There was no other way, Ye Fan and the others were too troublesome. They were already causing trouble everywhere right after ascension, and in a while, they might even turn the heavens upside down. He must ascend immortal to the immortal realm as soon as possible to manage Ye Fan and the others. Time flowed by, and in a blink of an eye, another 1,000 years had passed. During these 1,000 years, Gu Bai had been dedicated to improving the environment of the cultivation world, striving to increase the spiritual qi concentration in the cultivation world as much as possible. He extensively planted spiritual plants in the cultivation world and crossbred and improved them, enabling the spiritual plants to adapt to most harsh environments, even growing slowly in deserts with sparse spiritual qi. Under his efforts, the overall spiritual qi concentration in the cultivation world is now about 40% denser than during its peak. However, Gu Bai was not satisfied. He spent his days traveling around the cultivation world with Tuan Ziai, managing the cultivation world while continuing to delve into medical arts. Although such a life was somewhat monotonous, Gu Bai greatly enjoyed it. Time flowed slowly, and unknowingly, Gu Bai had actually spent 5,000 years in this Tiangsu world. For 5,000 years, Gu Bai rarely appeared, even when tending to the cultivation world, he only provided a general direction and let other cultivators handle it. Gu Bai had completely adopted a reclusive life. Every day he enjoyed sweet moments with Xing or delved into medical arts. In short, his small life was incredibly comfortable. During the 5,000 years, many things happened, and the cultivation world completely transformed. Under Gu Bai's care, the spiritual qi concentration in the cultivation world was a full 10 times greater than during its peak. The number of human race and Ya race cultivators was also increasing exponentially. Currently, the number of human race's soul transformation powerful beings alone has reached over 200, and the Ya race is even more exaggerated, with nearly 400. Even the current Tiangsu world is somewhat unable to bear the consumption of so many living beings. If this were in the past, the cultivation world would likely have erupted into a world-shattering war, whether it be an internal conflict or a war between the human race and human race, neither side would stop until their numbers were reduced to 1 in 10. However, due to Gu Bai's presence, no large-scale wars erupted in the cultivation world, even small-scale wars were almost non-existent. Although Gu Bai had gone into seclusion, this did not mean he was dead. In addition, the Supreme Beginning Holy Land also occupied a part of the function. Students of the Supreme Beginning Holy Land came from all over the cultivation world, and they formed deep friendships in the Supreme Beginning Holy Land. Even after successful graduation, this friendship would not disappear. Therefore, the top powerful beings in the cultivation world now almost all know each other, and those who don't are either their senior or junior fellow disciples. Of course, this is only one part of the reason. The most important reason is the Dean of the Supreme Beginning Holy Land, Yu Lao. Yu Lao is one of the few half-immortal realm combat powers in the cultivation world, and his immortal slaying sword formation is unrivaled in the current era. Not to mention the giant puppets hidden within the Supreme Beginning Holy Land, as well as the immortal grade puppet originally gifted by the cultivation world. These two puppets were completely repaired by Gubai 1,000 years ago. Two Ascension Realm combat powers, aren't you afraid? Unable to fight wars, the major powers of the cultivation world could only try to recruit fewer disciples. They only accepted a small number of disciples each year, and only the most talented disciples could join a sect, which barely curbed the growth rate of cultivators. Gubai estimated that this state wouldn't last too long. Once he and Yulao ascended to the immortal realm, the Sky Ruins world would likely experience the largest war in its history. Gubai didn't actually want to see this outcome, which is why he had been working hard all these years. Although he lived in seclusion within Lingyun sect every day, he wasn't doing nothing. Gubai thought of two solutions for the current situation of the cultivation world. The first method was to increase the existing resources of the cultivation world. Gubai planned to set up a super large immortal rank formation that could encompass the entire Sky Ruins world. He had been preparing for thousands of years, having already refined hundreds of rank 5 formation flags and tens of thousands of rank 4 formation flags. To design the formation blueprints, Gubai had frequently communicated with Heavenly Immortal Alliance's Heavenly Azure Immortal Venerable, the only immortal rank formation master in the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, over the years. After thousands of years of discussion, Gubai finally designed this super large connecting formation, which was the immortal rank Zhou Heavenly Stars formation. This formation consists of 365 rank 5 formation flags, 3,650 rank 4 formation flags, and a large amount of materials from the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Once successfully set up, the immortal rank Zhou Heavenly Stars formation would form a protective shield, securely protecting the cultivation world. This would add an extra layer of insurance for the cultivation world. With this double protection, even peak Ascension Realm cultivators would find it difficult to break through the defenses of the Tiangsu cultivation world. In addition, the immortal rank Zhou Heavenly Stars formation had an incredibly heaven-defying function, slowly transforming the chaos chi from the void realm into spiritual chi. Although the conversion speed was slow, this was spiritual chi generated out of thin air. Gubai was already arranging for people to set up the formation, and he believed it would be completed in about another 1,000 years. Under the continuous nourishment of spiritual chi, the spiritual chi concentration in the cultivation world would likely increase further. Hundreds of thousands of years later, the Sky Ruins world might even advance to a major 1,000 worlds. However, while the first method was good, it couldn't solve the cultivation world's problems in the short term. Therefore, Gubai thought of a second method, building immortal rank flying boats to take the top combat forces of the cultivation world on voyages through the void realm to hunt void realm creatures. One must know that the resources in this vast void realm are incredibly abundant. However, the environment of the void realm is too dangerous. Soul transformation realm cultivators can only stay for a short time and can hardly go out on expeditions. But with the immortal rank flying boat designed by Gubai, it would be different. The flying boat he designed was named Lingyun Immortal Boat, resembling an aircraft carrier from his previous life on Earth. The flying boat had a formation inside that could convert chaos chi into spiritual chi. The Lingyun Immortal Boat would be like a base, allowing cultivators to maintain their daily cultivation, thus solving the problem of cultivators being unable to stay in the void realm for extended periods. Furthermore, the Lingyun airship also contained many smaller flying boats, allowing cultivators from the cultivation world to use the Lingyun airship as a base and control the smaller flying boats to explore the void realm. If they encountered a powerful void realm creature, the Lingyun airship could also escape. If the void realm creatures were not strong, the immortal rank puppets within the flying boat were not to be underestimated. Gubai had also been preparing for this for thousands of years. The cost of the Lingyun airship was equally exorbitant. However, upon learning the specific function of the flying boat, the major top forces in the cultivation world almost emptied their family fortunes to assist Gubai in building this Lingyun airship. After thousands of years of construction by Gubai, the Lingyun airship was now entering its final stages of completion. Gubai silently calculated in his mind, estimating that he would soon be able to ascend to the immortal realm. Under normal circumstances, the cultivation world could condense one drop of world origin approximately every few tens of thousands of years. But this was only under normal circumstances. Currently, the spiritual chi in the cultivation world was exceptionally dense, and the number of living beings was dozens of times more than before. The heavenly Dao had also entered its strongest state in history, naturally speeding up the condensation of world origin by several times. What originally took tens of thousands of years to condense one drop of world origin now took less than 10,000 years. Currently, the Tiangsu world had just condensed one drop of world origin, and one drop of world origin was just enough to forcefully elevate Gubai from the late-stage soul transformation realm, bypassing the half-immortal realm, to the ascension realm. Gubai planned to properly handle the matters of the Tiangsu world before officially ascending to the immortal realm. Just as Gubai was deep in thought, a golden talisman flew from the sky and instantly hovered in front of him. Looking at the talisman before him, Gubai frowned. This was the highest rank sound transmission talisman of Lingyun sect. Only in the most urgent situations would such a golden sound transmission talisman be used. He extended his divine sense into it, and after reading the content of the sound transmission talisman, Gubai sighed deeply. Has something major happened in the sect? Qingning asked, looking at Gubai's expression with some confusion. He and Gubai were not in Lingyun sect but were living in seclusion in the endless sea of flowers in the southern Tianese plains of the cultivation world. Frost Immortal passed away yesterday, Gubai said with a somewhat low tone. Frost Immortal, as an elder of Lingyun sect, was one of the first few golden core powerhouses of Lingyun sect. She witnessed the rise of Lingyun sect, and Frost Immortal participated in every war that Lingyun sect fought. Although she liked Gubai, after being rejected by him, she did not pester him further, but she remained unmarried for the rest of her life. Gu Bai still held some respect for the senior deep in his heart. After the battle with Devouring Heaven Demon Lord ended, Frost Immortal broke through to the Spirit Transformation Realm not long after and had lived until now. However, even after breaking through to the Spirit Transformation Realm, Frost Immortal had already lived for nearly 10,000 years, and it was time for her to pass away naturally. If Gu Bai had been able to rush back before she passed away, Frost Immortal might have been able to live for another few thousand years with Gu Bai's help. But Frost Immortal did not do that, she passed away naturally. Furthermore, before she passed away, she did not tell Gu Bai and prevented others from relaying the news of her impending death to Gu Bai. In Frost Immortal's words, she was already very satisfied with her current life, she had enjoyed everything there was to enjoy in 10,000 years, and there was no point in living longer. The reason she didn't tell Gu Bai was that she didn't want him to see her disheveled appearance before her death. Alas! Putting away the sound transmission talisman, Gu Bai felt a sense of loss. He wasn't sad about Frost Immortal's departure because he had long anticipated it. Gu Bai was merely lamenting that he had lost another friend. As the saying goes, the longer one lives, the fewer friends one has. At his stage, it was very, very rare to make close friends. Even though many people seemed to have a good relationship with Gu Bai, it was merely a superficial friendship. Lingyun sect, Gu Bai, Qingning, Gu Qingyu and everyone in the sect, all dressed in white, came to attend the funeral of Frost Immortal. Gu Bai waved his hand, gently closing the coffin. The mournful sound of Suan arose, and Ice Frost Immortal Master was buried in the back mountain of Lingyun sect. The entire sect was enveloped in a sorrowful atmosphere, and Qingning's expression was also somewhat complex. Gu Qingyu, on the other hand, appeared particularly sad, he cried uncontrollably. After all, Ice Frost Immortal Venerable had watched him grow up since childhood, and Oriental Yuch also cried very sadly. Because when Ice Frost Immortal Venerable was still alive, he often helped Oriental Yuch handle the sect's martial affairs, which greatly reduced Oriental Yuch's burden. At the scene, only Gu Bai maintained his composure. Gu Bai, don't be too sad, aren't I still here with you? Qingning saw Gu Bai in this state and whispered. Gu Bai nodded expressionlessly. From an outsider's perspective, Gu Bai was suppressing his grief, which was why he appeared expressionless. But in reality, Gu Bai was forcefully restraining his face to keep himself from laughing out loud. How does it feel to attend your own funeral? Gu Bai used a secret sound transmission technique to convey this message to the somewhat transparent Ice Frost Immortal Venerable standing beside him. It's very strange. The Ice Frost Immortal Venerable standing beside Gu Bai said with an extremely complex expression. The Ice Frost Immortal Venerable next to Gu Bai was the one Gu Bai had pulled to the present using his divine ability, first unparalleled, just as he was about to pass away. However, Gu Bai did not create a physical body for Ice Frost Immortal Venerable, so only Gu Bai could see Ice Frost Immortal Venerable, others could not. On the second day after Ice Frost Immortal Venerable passed away, which was Ice Frost Immortal Venerable's funeral, Gu Bai kept his first unparalleled divine ability active. Therefore, Ice Frost Immortal Venerable attended his entire funeral. This was also a small prank by Gu Bai, a way to get back at Ice Frost Immortal Venerable for not notifying him before he passed away. Late at night, Ice Frost Immortal Venerable's funeral had ended. Gu Bai sat by a stone table, pouring a cup of wine for himself and for the Ice Frost Immortal Venerable across from him. My friend, I have already sealed the memories of this life within your soul. If you reincarnate and embark on the cultivation journey again, you should gradually regain your memories. If you recover your memories in the future and can ascend to the immortal realm, then let us meet again in the immortal realm. Gu Bai raised the wine cup in his hand and said with a smile to Ice Frost Immortal Venerable. Ice Frost Immortal Venerable also raised his wine cup, and the two of them drank the strong wine in their cups in one gulp, then stood together quietly appreciating the starry sky. After reaching the soul transformation realm, the soul undergoes a qualitative change. If one uses a secret technique passed down from the immortal realm, there is one chance to retain memories. With the experience of a past life, the journey of cultivation would be much smoother. However, it would be difficult to meet again in the future, because after Ice Frost Immortal Venerable's reincarnation, he would not be reborn in the Tiangsu world again. Instead, he would choose any world among the myriad worlds. Therefore, after reincarnation and recultivation, it is difficult to meet one's relatives and friends again, unless both oneself and one's relatives cultivate to the Ascension realm, in which case it is possible to meet in the immortal realm. In fact, such situations are not uncommon. The reason why the myriad worlds now have almost identical cultivation systems is entirely due to these reincarnated individuals. They would revive in barbaric worlds, and after awakening their past life memories, they would bring the cultivation system of their previous world to that world. This world would gain a complete cultivation system, and they themselves would gain a huge amount of karma and ascend to the immortal realm. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. The Sky Ruins world was not without similar reincarnated individuals. The most famous example was the first immortal of the Sky Ruins world, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable. He was a reincarnated person from another world. Before the appearance of Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable, the Tiangsu world was merely a minor thousand worlds and had no concept of cultivators at all. The only extraordinary power was internal energy, and even the strongest among them could barely compare to a current foundation establishment cultivator. It was Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable who brought about reform in technology. He proposed a complete cultivation system, as well as concepts such as alchemy, artifact refining, and formation. This allowed the Heaven Ruins cultivation world to develop rapidly, becoming a middle thousand worlds in a short period of time. And Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable, due to this enormous amount of karma, successfully obtained more than half of the world origin and ascended to the immortal realm, establishing the current heavenly immortal alliance in the immortal realm. If Ice Frost Immortal Venerable was lucky enough to be reincarnated into a world where the cultivation system was just beginning, then he would have a great chance to reform the world and ascend to the immortal realm as a Deo ancestor. We'll meet again in the immortal realm. After Ice Frost Immortal Venerable finished speaking, his figure transformed into a faint light and dissipated with the wind. Gu Bai did not turn back, he simply drank alone on the mountain peak in silence. Although first unparalleled could summon predecessors, it was ultimately just a wisp of consciousness from the time river of the past. Therefore, unless it was a special circumstance, Gu Bai generally would not disturb predecessors. Time flowed slowly, and another 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 1,000 years, the super-large immortal grade formation, the Zhou Heavenly Stars formation, had been completed. A light blue shield enveloped the entire cultivation world, and the formation continuously absorbed chaos chi, converting it into spiritual chi. In addition, the Lingyun airship was officially declared complete. Nearly half of the top fighting forces of the human race and Ya race boarded the Lingyun airship to explore the Void Realm. To ensure that the Lingyun airship could be self-sustaining in the Void Realm, Gu Bai built it to be exceptionally large, its volume even comparable to Qingzhou. The airship's self-sustaining system could support the daily consumption of thousands of soul transformation realm mighty figures, tens of thousands of nascent soul true lords, and tens of even hundreds of thousands of golden core cultivators. Although the mortality rate in Void Realm exploration was extremely high, even late-stage soul transformation realm or half-immortal realm powerhouses could die if they were not careful. However, the gains were also terrifying. A single Void Realm journey, lasting 100 years, yielded a tremendous harvest. The Tianxu world acquired precious resources abundant in the Void Realm, such as sun crystals, Void Realm fire, six-phase ice, and the corpses of void giant beasts. This greatly alleviated the pressure on the cultivation world. The tension, which was originally like a powder keg ready to explode at any moment, instantly disappeared. The problem of too many cultivators leading to insufficient resources simply ceased to exist. After all, while Void Realm exploration yielded high returns, the mortality rate was also persistently high. In just 100 years, although the flying boat returned to the cultivation world, about 30% of the first batch of cultivators who explored the Void Realm had already died. The major top forces worked overtime to recruit disciples, wishing they could have as many people as possible. Various resources, treasured for many years, were also brought out to enhance existing strength. All just to ensure that their own forces could gain more resources during the next Void Realm exploration. Moreover, the people of the Sky Ruins world don't have to worry about the resources they obtain being useless. Don't forget that the Tianxu world also possesses a super-large teleportation formation that is interconnected with the Immortal Realm. Although ascended immortals from the Immortal Realm cannot descend to the lower realm, they can exchange resources with the Immortal Realm through the teleportation formation. Many Void Realm resources are not very useful to cultivators in the Sky Ruins world, but they are extremely scarce in the Immortal Realm. Many common items in the Immortal Realm, such as high-rank cultivation techniques, secret manuals, pill formulas, and medicinal formulas. These things are already rampant in the Immortal Realm. A complete set of secret manuals can be bought for a small amount of spirit stones. Gu Bai can be said to have painstakingly forged a new Dao for the current Tianxu world. Gu Bai doesn't know the future of the Sky Ruins world, but at least compared to the past, where civil wars erupted every few thousands or tens of thousands of years just to reduce the number of cultivators, the current Tianxu world is much better. If the Sky Ruins world proves itself capable and acquires enough resources, they can, based on the blueprints left by Gu Bai, build another immortal rank flying boat to accelerate the efficiency of exploring the Void Realm. Of course, these things no longer have much to do with Gu Bai, he is like a dedicated mother. He raised the Sky Ruins world, bought a house for the Sky Ruins world, which is the immortal rank formation, the Zhou Heavenly Stars formation. He also bought a car for the Sky Ruins world, which is the Lingyun airship, and found a trade route for the Sky Ruins world, which is the interworld teleportation formation connected to the immortal realm. And after the interworld teleportation formation, the Heavenly Immortal Alliance will definitely not trick the Scorpio world. As for the future of the Tianxu world, Gu Bai has already considered it. They can choose to ascend to the immortal realm and join the Tianxu Alliance to develop there, or they can stay in the Tianxu world and continue to lead the Tianxu world in exploring the Void Realm. Gu Bai has arranged everything, the rest of the path is for the Tianxu world to walk on its own. Gu Bai himself also has his own path to walk. If Ye Fan and the others weren't in the immortal realm, Gu Bai might consider staying in the Tianxu world. But Ye Fan, Gu Bai, and other important people have already ascended to the immortal realm, so he will eventually go to the Tianxu world to be with Ye Fan and the others. And Gu Bai plans to formally ascend to the immortal realm today. The main reason is that Qingning, Oriental Starfall, Lu Ruyan, and Oriental Yuch are all nearing the end of their lifespan. Gu Bai plans to ascend to the immortal realm and secretly bring these people with him to the immortal realm, and then find a way to obtain longevity extending items for them. Perhaps using special methods to forcibly raise them to the half-immortal realm, allowing them to live for a few more millennia. Physician Gu, aren't you planning to stay in the Tianxu world for a while longer? Yes, Physician Gu, we all can't bear to see you go. On the day of Gu Bai's ascension, almost all the powerful individuals in the entire world, both human race and Ya race, came. They pitifully surrounded Gu Bai, begging him to stay for a while longer. No, I've stayed long enough, but after ascending to the immortal realm, I won't forget you. If I have a way in the future, I will also try to return to the Tianxu world. Gu Bai smiled and shook his head, then his aura began to rise steadily, and a drop of golden world origin descended from the sky, slowly absorbed by Gu Bai. Without any surprise, Gu Bai easily broke through to the Ascension Realm. The moment he broke through to the Ascension Realm, Gu Bai's consciousness once again arrived above the Time River. Looking at the endlessly flowing Time River, Gu Bai frowned. But before he could react, he was pushed into the Time River by an unknown force. In the Time River, Gu Bai seemed to see an infinite past. When Gu Bai regained consciousness, he had awakened a new divine ability. This divine ability is called First Unparalleled. The prerequisite for awakening this divine ability is to awaken First Unparalleled, and to be proficient in divination and able to travel freely in the Time River. This is very difficult, even the big shots in the immortal realm rarely master divination. Because using divination too much shortens one's lifespan, and for immortals, using it too much damages their origin. Fortunately, Gu Bai doesn't have this trouble, he can divine as much as he wants. During his peak period, Gu Bai consumed over 1,000,000 years of lifespan every day. Only then did he perfect his unparalleled divination method. With the blessing of the Tiangsu world, Gu Bai could even, with the body of a mortal, predict the time of devouring heaven demon lord's attack in advance. All these factors combined allowed Gu Bai to awaken the heaven-defying effect of First Unparalleled right after he broke through to the Ascension Realm. The effect of First Unparalleled is that he can, through a medium, travel to the extremely distant future and pull people from the future to the present to assist Gu Bai in combat. Then, goodbye. Gu Bai took one last look at the cultivation world, then chose to ascend without hesitation. Physician Gu, goodbye, we will miss you. The moment Gu Bai left, the top powerhouses present finally couldn't help but burst into tears. Even those who rarely had conflicts with Gu Bai felt a heart-wrenching pain at his departure. This was simply because Gu Bai's contributions to the cultivation world over the years were too immense. Each of them, to varying degrees, had received Gu Bai's blessings. Their homes were rebuilt by Gu Bai, and almost all of their old ancestors had been treated by Gu Bai. The super-large teleportation formation that could connect to the immortal realm was painstakingly designed by Gu Bai and 10 of the most top-tier formation masters in the Tiangsu world. The two puppets with immortal combat power, one was built by Gu Bai in collaboration with others, and the other was obtained from the teleportation formation. Both had a direct connection to Gu Bai. The super formation protecting the cultivation world was designed by Gu Bai alone. Their reliance for exploring the void realm, the Ling Yun airship, was also designed by Gu Bai. And the large number of physicians in the cultivation world were mostly trained by Gu Bai. It is precisely because of so many physicians that the casualty rate of exploring the void realm is not too high. If there weren't so many physicians, the death rate of exploring the void realm would probably be more than just 30%, the casualty rate would at least be above 50%. The cultivation world was like a child, growing vigorously under Gu Bai's meticulous care. But now, Gu Bai, a figure like a mother to the cultivation world, has left. For many, Gu Bai was already their faith. Now that Gu Bai has left, for these people, it is even more serious than the sky falling. Fortunately, at this moment, Yu Lao timely stepped forward to take charge of the situation, which stabilized the scene. At the same time, in the immortal realm, Gu Bai slowly opened his eyes. He was currently in a dense forest. Every tree in this forest was incredibly thick, with each tree averaging 100 meters in width and 10,000 meters in height. Gu Bai closed his eyes and slightly sensed the spiritual qi concentration in the forest. The spiritual qi isn't as dense as I imagined. Gu Bai was somewhat surprised. The spiritual qi here, though incredibly dense compared to the Sky Ruins world, didn't exceed it by too much. It seemed the immortal realm wasn't as wonderful as he had imagined, it was just much larger than normal cultivation worlds. Beep beep. Just then, the jade pendant at Gu Bai's waist trembled slightly, and then Gu Bai's voice came from within the pendant. Big brother. You've finally come to the immortal realm, we've missed you so much. Hearing the voice from the jade pendant, Gu Bai smiled. He used his escape method and, according to the coordinates within the jade pendant, flew towards the direction where Gu Bai and the others were. As he flew, Gu Bai discovered something was amiss. The immortal realm was much larger than he had anticipated. The speed of an Ascension realm expert was extremely fast. Even in the immensely vast Tiangsu world, Gu Bai would only need 1 day to fly around the Sky Ruins world. But at his speed, it took him a full 3 days to reach the boundary sea from the forest. It was only then that Gu Bai realized that the place he had descended upon was merely a relatively large immortal island. Yet, the area of just this small island was several times larger than the Sky Ruins world. After that, Gu Bai flew over the boundary sea for a full year before finally arriving at Purple Micro Immortal Island, where the Heavenly Immortal Alliance was located. Gu Bai learned that the area where Purple Micro Immortal Island was located was the Misty Sea region, and immortals who ascended from the Tiangsu world would generally appear randomly near the Misty Sea region. This was why the immortals of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance were able to quickly gather together and form the Heavenly Immortal Alliance with Purple Micro Immortal Island. Otherwise, with the foot speed of ordinary Ascension Realm cultivators, if they truly appeared randomly in the immortal realm, even if they knew each other's locations, it would take tens of thousands of years of travel to meet each other. In the central hall of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, Gu Bai, Ye Fan, and others had been waiting for a long time. Big brother, you've finally arrived. A voice came from afar, and Gu Bai looked over, finding it was Ye Fan and a few others. Before Gu Bai could react, Gu Bai and Ye Fan suddenly lunged into Gu Bai's embrace, then took a deep, hearty sniff. A faint scent of plants, mixed with Gu Bai's unique body fragrance, plus Gu Bai's gentle aura. It was that familiar scent, a long-lost embrace, which made the two of them exceptionally intoxicated. The two of them buried their heads in Gu Bai's embrace, sniffing hard, as if addicted, letting out sounds of pure comfort. Alright, let go quickly, so many people are watching. But no matter how Gu Bai struggled, the two remained motionless, holding Gu Bai tightly. Oh, come on, let go. Xing Ning, who was beside Gu Bai, immediately darkened her face. She ran behind Gu Bai and used all her might to try and pull Gu Bai back. But no matter how hard Xing Ning tried, Gu Bai seemed to be stuck to Gu Bai, impossible to pull away. Looking at the two who were tightly embracing him, and the surprised gazes of the other immortals from the Heavenly Immortal Alliance around them. Even with Gu Bai's mental fortitude, his old face couldn't help but flush red at this moment. He pushed hard on their heads, trying to push them away. Cough cough cough, Gu Bai, Ye Fan, you too quickly let go. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable, seated on the high platform, awkwardly coughed. He quickly stopped Ye Fan and Gu Bai. Hearing Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable's words, Ye Fan and Gu Bai reluctantly released their embrace. You are the legendary Gu Bai, aren't you? Looking at the person before him, dressed in white, with long snow-white hair, radiating a strange gentleness and affinity, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable said with some curiosity. Although he had never met Gu Bai, he had heard countless stories about him. Previously ascended ones like Gu Bai, Ye Fan, Su Wuji, and even Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, and Immortal Venerable King Yun, would mention Gu Bai and his deeds whenever they chatted and drank with him. Eventually, most of their conversations revolved around Gu Bai, as if Gu Bai possessed some magical charm. Over the past 10,000 years, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable had heard Gu Bai's story dozens, even hundreds of times. It could even be said that he understood everything Gu Bai had done in the Tiangsu world better than Gu Bai himself. The other immortals of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance were the same, they had all heard Gu Bai's story from Ye Fan and the others. They greatly admired Gu Bai, but they still couldn't believe Gu Bai had such great charm. Today, upon meeting Gu Bai himself, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable gained a clear understanding of Gu Bai's charm. Don't look at how embarrassing Ye Fan and Su Wuji are acting now. In the outside world, these few are renowned kill gods across Purple Micro Immortal Island, and even several surrounding immortal islands. Even he had some trouble controlling these few, but he never expected them to be as gentle as children in front of Gu Bai. Yes, I am Gu Bai. Gu Bai smiled and nodded, speaking in an incredibly gentle tone. Welcome to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. We have prepared a grand banquet for you. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable said with a smile. After speaking, he clapped his hands, and an enormous table instantly appeared before him, laden with all sorts of delicacies. Dragon liver and phoenix gall, immortal peaches and immortal fruits, fine wine and gourmet dishes. Almost every imaginable delicacy could be found on this table. You're too kind, old Su, just a little would have been fine, why so many good things? Looking at the delicacies on the table, Gu Bai said subconsciously. Old Su. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable said with some confusion. He was not unfamiliar with this title, only those close friends of his would call him that. For example, those few immortals in the Heavenly Immortal Alliance with whom he had a very good relationship. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable was not offended by this address, he just couldn't understand. Logically, this should be his first meeting with Gu Bai, so why did Gu Bai act as if he was very familiar with him? Ha ha ha, it's nothing. Gu Bai gave an awkward laugh. Although these 10 immortals of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance didn't know him, he was extremely familiar with them. After all, he possessed the divine ability first unparalleled, and these 10 immortals each had unique skills. When Gu Bai had nothing to do, he liked to pull these 10 immortals from the past to the present to discuss the Dao and chat with him, and even drink wine when they were bored. Although the 10 immortals had no memories of the past, they actually had good relationships with Gu Bai, and a very few had even become extremely close fellow Daists, such as the Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable before him. Gu Bai had used his divine ability to pull the other party over countless times during the past 10,000 years. Although Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable would not retain his past memories, if Gu Bai summoned him again, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable would be able to recall the memories of previous summons. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable himself knew a lot, so after 10,000 years, the past Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable had already become very familiar with Gu Bai. That's why Gu Bai subconsciously called Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable Old Su, because he had already called him that countless times before. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable was a bit puzzled but didn't pay too much attention to it. The banquet proceeded very smoothly. Although it should have been Gu Bai's first meeting with these 10 immortals, Gu Bai showed no signs of unfamiliarity. He very naturally chatted with the 10 immortals of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. As they chatted, the expressions of the 10 immortals, including Heavenly Immortal Master, became a bit strange. It was as if Gu Bai was their longtime friend, or even a rare confidant. Everything they said, even jokes that only they themselves could understand, Gu Bai knew and could smoothly respond to. Moreover, Gu Bai gave people a very comfortable feeling. He spoke with great measure, and even when joking, he wouldn't make crude jokes. And his smile was truly gentle and beautiful. In their eyes, Gu Bai's personality carried a strong immortal qi, especially the aura he exuded, which gave people an incredibly clean feeling. Even a mortal standing in front of Gu Bai would not feel any fear. Furthermore, Gu Bai's body was surrounded by merit light that almost blinded everyone's eyes. This was extremely rare. To possess Gu Bai's aura, one must ensure they rarely kill, or even never kill at all. For cultivators, this is almost impossible, because to progress, you must compete with other cultivators for resources. Even if you possess the most top-tier talent and have the most powerful backing, you still have to fight and compete with others. Almost all the immortals present had fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Even after trying their best to conceal it, the aura they exuded inevitably contained some evil chi, or rather, the unique aura of a strong person. Gu Bai was a complete anomaly in the cultivation world, like a striking white lotus in a pile of black mud. In just one banquet, Gu Bai, relying on his own aura and gentle personality, initially befriended the 10 immortals of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, as well as 6 other immortals. After all, no one would refuse a friend with a gentle personality, noble character, and superb medical skills. As for whether they might have misjudged him, there was absolutely no such possibility. The aura emanating from Gu Bai's body could absolutely not be imitated by those great evildoers. Even if someone could imitate it, they couldn't deceive these immortals who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Of course, most importantly, Gu Bai's merit light couldn't be faked. Any immortal who cultivates special eye techniques can see the extremely pure karma on Gu Bai's body. Karma is also divided into different qualities. It gives you different qualities of karma based on what you specifically did. For example, if you are a human race and kill a Ya race to protect the human race, you can only obtain ordinary quality golden karma. Another example, if you kill an innocent person just to save 10 people, you can only obtain dark golden, the lowest quality karma. The highest rank of karma is the kind on Gu Bai's body, golden white and brilliant, without a trace of impurities. However, obtaining this kind of karma is incredibly difficult. You must be like Gu Bai, restoring damaged homes, finding a new path for a world, selflessly saving others. In this cultivation world where the strong prey on the weak, achieving any of the above is extremely difficult. But Gu Bai not only achieved it, and most of his karma is of the highest quality, and the quantity of karma is astonishingly large. It can be said that a person as benevolent as Gu Bai is an unheard of existence even in the immortal realm. No one would dislike such a friend, even if they don't befriend him, they won't offend him too much. Let alone immortals with good personalities like Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable, even demonic cultivators who slaughter endless beings. As long as Gu Bai doesn't harm their interests, they won't make things too difficult for Gu Bai, and might even help him along the way. After all, everyone hopes that there are more good people and fewer bad people in this world, even evildoers themselves. Halfway through the banquet, seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Gu Bai began to treat the hidden injuries in the bodies of the immortals from the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable, there's a very troublesome immortal sword chi remaining in your arm. I can help you remove it. Gu Bai looked at Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable and said seriously. Ha ha ha, it's an old problem from 100,000 years ago. This sword chi was left over from a battle I had with an Ascension Realm late-stage cultivator. It cannot be removed by normal methods. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable just smiled, not paying much attention. The injury on his hand was serious, yet not serious. It wouldn't jeopardize his combat strength, but it would slightly slow down his cultivation speed when he cultivated. However, to completely cure it, he would have to rely on slow time, or find an immortal rank physician. There were no physicians on Purple Micro Immortal Island or the dozens of nearby immortal islands. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable planned to slowly remove the sword chi in his arm over time. He had heard that Gu Bai was a highly skilled physician, but even the most top-tier 5th rank physician could not compare to an immortal rank physician. Therefore, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable thought Gu Bai was just joking. Gu Bai smiled, walked in front of Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable, placed his hands on Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable's arm, and then a faint golden light appeared. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable let out a puzzled because he found that the immortal sword chi that had troubled him for 100,000 years was actually dissipating little by little under the illumination of the golden light. It's done. I've initially helped you remove the sword chi. Now, you just need to cooperate with good medicine, and in a few years, this arm of yours will fully recover. Gu Bai said in an extremely calm voice, as if it was just an ordinary small matter. Ah. This is it. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable looked at his arm, saying somewhat blankly. The injury that had troubled him for 100,000 years was it solved so easily? Otherwise? It's not a big problem. Gu Bai casually waved his hand and began to treat the other immortals of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Although battles between immortals rarely break out, sometimes not even once in tens or even hundreds of thousands of years. But once they fight, they will inevitably leave injuries that are extremely difficult to recover from. After all, cultivators who can reach this stage must have extraordinary qualities. For example, in Suwuji's battles with others, his monstrous sword intent, combined with his immortal divine ability, meant that any wounds inflicted would be incredibly difficult to heal, even for peak ascended immortals. Gu Bai's 5-colored divine thunder was not only incredibly powerful, but once it wounded an enemy, the lightning from the 5-colored divine thunder would cling to the wound, making it extremely difficult to heal through ordinary means. Of course, for Gu Bai, these extremely stubborn energy-attached injuries were easily dealt with. This was because, in the past, he had experimented on his own body countless times. Whether it was residual sword chi, devilish chi, or divine thunder, Gu Bai had already experimented on himself and figured out the most effective ways to remove them. Gu Bai spent one day treating all the injuries of the 10 immortals from the Sky Ruins world who had ascended to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, as well as the 6 other immortals who had joined later. Gu Bai also thoroughly examined the bodies of his old friends, Ye Fan, Gu Bei, Suwuji, Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, and Immortal Venerable King Yun, and healed any minor hidden injuries within their bodies. Afterward, Gu Bai was still not satisfied. He then unleashed the merit light, completely healing the hidden injuries and other ailments of almost all the soul transformation and nascent soul cultivators in the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Thus, in just one day, Gu Bai, who had just joined the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, had completely established himself. All the immortals in the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, as well as the vast majority of high-level cultivators, held an immense liking for Gubai. After the banquet, Gubai and Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable stood side by side, beginning to discuss the future of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Mostly, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable spoke while Gubai listened. Both occasionally frowned and pondered, but they were both thinking seriously. This is how the Heavenly Immortal Alliance operates. The Heavenly Immortal Alliance is less of a single entity and more of a coalition of multiple forces. And I act as the leader, though I find it quite difficult to manage. It's solely due to my peak ascension realm cultivation and the fact that most immortals come from the same homeland that I can barely manage the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. So that's it. Is this the problem the Heavenly Immortal Alliance is currently facing? Gubai nodded, then frowned in thought. I think we can establish a common academy, where all forces send teachers to jointly instruct the most talented cultivators from all forces. Once these talented cultivators grow, they will naturally develop a sense of belonging to the concept of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Besides that, we can also design uniforms exclusive to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, as well as slogans and similar concepts. This way, within 100 years, the originally dispersed forces within the Heavenly Immortal Alliance will recoalesce and develop a strong sense of belonging to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Gubai said in a low voice. This was the solution he had come up with. There were no special tricks, it was about gradually transforming the entire Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Although incredibly tedious, as long as it was done, it would absolutely be effective. I've thought about this method you mentioned before, but mobilizing personnel is very troublesome. We must persuade each force to send high-realm cultivators to serve as teachers, and we need to ensure that different students don't develop a sense of superiority, and that teachers don't show favoritism towards students from a particular force. If this isn't handled well, the rift between different forces might actually widen. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable nodded in agreement after hearing this, but then said with some helplessness. It's a very simple principle, everyone can talk about grand theories, but putting them into practice is extremely difficult. What Gubai said sounded simple, but once implemented, countless difficulties would arise. That's simple. Anyway, I just ascended to the immortal realm and don't have much to do, so I'll serve as the dean of the academy. I will carefully select the teachers for the academy, choosing only cultivators of high moral character. And I will also find a way to solve the problem of discrimination between students. Gubai said in a relaxed tone. This was not difficult for him, he had extremely rich experience in this area. He had successively managed the Hall of Returning Spring, Lingyun Sect, Qingzhou Alliance, Myriad Immortals Alliance, and the Supreme Beginning Holy Land. Under his management, Lingyun Sect and Qingzhou became top overlords in the cultivation world. The Hall of Returning Spring also transformed from a small department with only him as a second-order physician into a holy land for all physicians in the cultivation world. Under his management, the 10,000 Immortals Alliance was able to perfectly mobilize every bit of power in the cultivation world, uniting everyone's strength. If it weren't for the cooperation of almost all cultivators in the cultivation world, no matter how powerful Gubai was, he wouldn't have been able to restore the vitality of the cultivation world in such a short time. Even if Gubai had designed the blueprints for a giant puppet, there would have been no time to build this giant puppet. Even if Gubai had designed a cross-realm teleportation array, he wouldn't have been able to gather so many materials and so many artifact refiners. All of this was due to Gubai's incredibly formidable mobilization ability within the cultivation world. After the war ended in victory, under Gubai's arrangements, no large-scale wars had erupted in the cultivation world for nearly 10,000 years, and relations between different forces were very good. Even the human race, which originally had a blood feud, had been able to coexist peacefully under his mediation, and even the relationship between the two races was quite good. This laid the foundation for the subsequent cooperation of all living beings in the Sky Ruins world, exploring the Void Realm together with unparalleled tacit understanding. Don't think that Gubai did it easily, in reality, among the myriad worlds and billions of cultivation worlds, very few, like the Sky Ruins world, gathered all their strength to explore the Void Realm. For other cultivation worlds, this was akin to a dream. Although the area of the Immortal Realm had expanded countless times, the land occupied by the Heavenly Immortal Alliance alone was more than 10 times larger than the Sky Ruins world. But for Gubai, it was simply a slightly larger number of people. 100 years was an exaggeration. Gubai even had confidence that within 50 years, he could integrate all forces within the Heavenly Immortal Alliance and generate a strong sense of belonging to the concept of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Within 300 years, he could make all cultivators in the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, including those in the Soul Transformation realm, willing to risk their lives for the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Just like the Lingyun sect back then, even if over 90% of its cultivators died in battle, the remaining cultivators would not have thoughts of retreating. Because Lingyun sect was their home, even if they died, they would not allow the enemy to step into Lingyun sect. Following this, Gubai and Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable engaged in an incredibly detailed discussion on how to foster a greater sense of belonging to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance among the forces within the Alliance, and how to enhance the Heavenly Immortal Alliance's current combat power. The more Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable chatted with Gubai, the more surprised he became. This was because Gubai's understanding of how to manage a force far surpassed his own. Every plan Gubai proposed was incredibly detailed, so much so that no matter what unexpected situation arose, Gubai could always offer a solution. Alright, we'll do as you say. You will serve as the Academy Dean, and as for the name of the Academy, let's call it Heavenly Immortal Academy. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable nodded, directly agreeing to Gubai's request and lending his token to Gubai. Holding Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable's token would grant Gubai extremely high authority within the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, an authority comparable to that of a vice alliance leader. Hey? Seeing this, Gu Bai's eyes widened, wondering if he had seen incorrectly. Hadn't his elder brother just joined the Heavenly Immortal Alliance? How was he already discussing the future of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance with the Alliance leader, and even being gifted a token by Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable? Moreover, judging by how Gu Bai and Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable chatted, they seemed to be on equal footing. Logically, only the most core members of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance should be qualified to converse so freely with Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable. They had been in the Heavenly Immortal Alliance for almost 10,000 years, yet they had never received such treatment as Gu Bai. Most of the time, they were either cultivating within the Heavenly Immortal Alliance or secretly sneaking out to play behind Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable's back. It wasn't that Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable didn't want others to help him with the Heavenly Immortal Alliance's affairs, it wasn't because he valued authority too much, but simply because he couldn't find anyone suitable. Most cultivators who reached the Ascension Realm didn't want to waste time managing a force, as they viewed it as a waste of time. And even the very few who were willing to help lacked the talent for managing a force. Especially individuals like Yefan and Gu Bai, it wasn't that Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable didn't want to discuss the future of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance with them, but rather that their personalities were too erratic. With their personalities, Yefan and the others could lead armies or form teams for exploration. For a force, they were rare talents, but Yefan and his like absolutely could not be allowed to manage a sect. The reason Gu Bai, immediately upon joining the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, could discuss its future with Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable was due to his mature and steady personality, as well as his abnormal management abilities. He led the cultivation world back from the brink, single-handedly integrating the combat power of an entire world, forcefully enabling a middle thousand worlds to possess 10 combatants comparable to the immortal realm. There's no need to elaborate on how strong Gu Bai's management abilities were, and these were verifiable facts. Even in the vast immortal realm, management talents like Gu Bai were extremely rare. Master, do you want to join us on an adventure in the World Sea? With Master's medical skills combined with our combat power, we could dominate the World Sea. Seeing Gu Bai and Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable chatting more and more congenially, Yefan finally couldn't hold back. He bravely spoke up. Yefan had actually wanted to bring his master into the team for a long time, but unfortunately, his master had been too weak before. But it was different now. Gu Bai was at the same realm as them, so he could perfectly join them on adventures. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable glared at Yefan, his expression ferocious, his eyes wide with rage, as if he wanted to devour Yefan alive. He had finally met a person of noble character who was willing to help him share his duties. He was on the verge of retirement, and if Gu Bai were poached, it would be even more painful than killing him. Ha ha ha, going out to wander together is not for me. I'd rather stay in the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, it's safer. Gu Bai waved his hand, refusing without a second thought. Yefan's kind of life, constantly teetering on the edge of life and death, was not suitable for him. Compared to killing and plundering, Gu Bai preferred healing and saving lives, managing his own force, and developing logistics bit by bit. Although this method was slow, Yefan and his group might earn in one outing what Gu Bai would earn in 100 or even 1,000 years. It had the advantage of safety and stability. And once the production line was established, the speed of resource production would only increase. Just like before in the Tiangsu world, there were only so many resources in the entire world, and no matter how strong you were in the cultivation world, you could only enjoy that much. Of course, this wasn't to say that Yefan and his group's approach was wrong. Because for people like Yefan, only constant combat, constant adventure, and constant exploration of secret realms could lead to continuous growth. This was the only path for combat-oriented cultivators like Yefan. If they didn't fight, Yefan and his group might not even cultivate to the nascent soul realm. Yefan and Gu Bai's paths were completely opposite, but they could complement each other. He and Yefan's group were indispensable to each other, they mutually achieved each other's success. No matter how powerful Gu Bai developed his force, he still needed strong cultivators like Yefan to guard it, and the protection of powerful cultivators like Yefan. Otherwise, with Gu Bai's superb medical skills, he would probably have been abducted by other major forces long ago. For example, last time, when waiting for Yefan at the entrance of the secret realm, if Su Wuji hadn't intervened, Gu Bai might really have been abducted by those female cultivators and forced to become their Dao companion. And no matter how strong Yefan and his group were, they still needed someone like Yefan to manage logistics, heal them, or collect spiritual items. For instance, the secret arts Yefan needed required a large number of strange spiritual items. Even if Yefan was strong, collecting them alone would take at least 1,000 years. But if Gu Bai and the logistical power he controlled collected them for Yefan, it might only take less than 10 years to gather one set. Alright then. Yefan seemed to lose all color, turning into a black and white drawing. Woo. Gu Bai, beside him, also lowered his head in disappointment, like a large dog abandoned by its owner. Limitless Method Immortal Venerable was even more exaggerated. He directly transformed into a 10-year-old boy, who looked up pitifully at Gu Bai. As if Gu Bai were an irresponsible, evil father. Su Wuji, Immortal Venerable King Yun, and Li Emperor still had some dignity. They all stared at the floor, as if the ultimate profound truth of the Dao was contained within it. This made Gu Bai feel a little unbearable, and he couldn't help but reflect, wondering if he had overlooked Yefan and the others' thoughts. Ahem, it's not that I can't go out with you, but I need to finish my work first. If I have time afterward, I can accompany you a few times. Of course, I can't always accompany you on adventures, but I will go with you a few times if I have time. Gu Bai smiled, speaking in a gentle tone. Yay! After Gu Bai agreed, Ye Fan and the others instantly shouted with excitement. Gu Bai's mouth twitched, he always felt that Ye Fan and the others had tricked him. However, occasionally going on adventures with Ye Fan and the others to explore the sea was not bad. After the banquet, Gu Bai did not immediately implement his plan. He first went to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance's treasury and began selecting precious spiritual items. Gu Bai was not working for the Heavenly Immortal Alliance for free. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable had promised Gu Bai many benefits, including the right to freely choose most of the spiritual items from the Heavenly Immortal Alliance's treasury. Low-grade Immortal Medicinal Pill, Nirvana Rebirth Pill, Yuking Condensing Law Pill. Low-grade Immortal Spiritual Item, 100,000-Year Earth Mother's Milk, Immortal Deo Essence Chi. Soon, Gu Bai found the spiritual items he needed. These spiritual items were all immortal-grade spiritual items that could enhance aptitude and strengthen foundation. He planned to give these spiritual items to Qingning, Oriental Yuch, Lu Ruin, and Oriental Starfall. The aptitude of these few was incredibly poor. If they cultivated normally, let alone reaching the Ascension Realm, reaching the half-immortal realm would be impossible. Even with various top-tier resources and top-tier cultivation technique secret manuals in the Tiangsu world, after nearly 10,000 years, they had only cultivated to the late-stage nascent soul realm. Only after quietly bringing them into the immortal realm did Gu Bai need to go to the treasury to acquire many precious immortal-grade spiritual items to improve their aptitude and strength as much as possible. Immortal-grade spiritual items are extremely precious, even for immortals. If one had exceptional aptitude, these spiritual items could even allow one to break through from the half-immortal realm to the Ascension realm. Using them to improve the cultivation of nascent soul realm cultivators, just to raise their cultivation to the half-immortal realm, was simply a waste, a loss beyond measure. If other cultivators, who had been stuck in the half-immortal realm for many years, with one foot in the grave, and only lacked immortal-grade spiritual items to make a final push, were to find out, they would probably be angered to death on the spot. However, Gu Bai was willing. These few were his disciples, especially Oriental Yuch, whom he had raised himself. No matter how much he gave, Gu Bai would not feel it was too much. After the three breakthrough to the half-immortal realm, if special secret techniques were added, living for several tens of thousands of years more should not be a problem. Moreover, the three also had significant roles. Under Gu Bai's guidance, while their strength was not outstanding, they were first-rate in managing forces. When Gu Bai becomes the Dean of the Heavenly Immortal Academy in the future, those three will be Vice-Deans. With their help, his workload will at least be halved. Originally, Gu Bai also wanted to pull Gu Qingyu, who had already breakthrough to the half-immortal realm, to help, but unfortunately, as soon as Gu Qingyu arrived in the immortal realm, she went to find Gu Chongchun and Lin Yuhan. Gu Chongchun and Lin Yuhan had also been in the immortal realm for nearly 10,000 years and were now preparing to break through to a higher realm. Gu Qingyu had also been in the Tiangsu world, helping Gu Bai, but her knowledge and cultivation had not fallen behind, and she could also break through to the Ascension realm. Gu Bai simply let Gu Qingyu follow the two. The three gathered together should soon be able to break through to the Ascension realm. Thinking of this, Gu Bai's mouth twitched. At this rate, within a few tens of thousands of years, when Ye Fan and the others grow up, this Heavenly Immortal Alliance will almost entirely consist of his people. After all, the relationship between Ye Fan and the others and himself was beyond question, and Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable also thought highly of him. Calculating this way, the top combat power and most of the mainstays of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance were on his side, and the remaining immortals also had a great liking for him. Gu Bai could already imagine that after tens of thousands of years, if Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable successfully break through to the Earth Immortal Realm, wouldn't the position of Heavenly Immortal Alliance leader be his? Good heavens, no wonder Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable was so generous to him, allowing him to choose most of the items in the treasury at will. However, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable seemed to be quite responsible. After breakthrough to the Earth Immortal Realm, he should continue to serve as the Heavenly Immortal Alliance leader, right? He would, right? Gu Bai quickly shook his head, no longer thinking about it. He quickly found Oriental Yuch and the other two and handed them the spiritual items he held. These are for you. After refining them, they should allow you to break through to the half-immortal realm. Gu Bai handed the initial items containing the spiritual items to Oriental Yuch and the other two, speaking in an incomparably gentle tone. Master. Hearing Gu Bai's words, Oriental Yuch and the other two's eyes instantly turned red. All right, all right. These things aren't given to you for free. You all quickly refine these spiritual items. After you break through to the half-immortal realm, help me establish the Heavenly Immortal Academy together. This is a troublesome task. Gu Bai said with a smile. Hearing Gu Bai's words, the smiles on the faces of Oriental Yuch and the other two instantly vanished. Especially Oriental Yuch, his eyes instantly turned even redder, but this time it was not from emotion, but from sadness. The three of them did not have Gu Bai's almost tireless body and his terrifying work efficiency. When they were helping Gu Bai manage forces in the Sky Ruins world, even though they were only responsible for a small part, it still exhausted them. They originally thought that after ascending to the immortal realm, they would be able to enjoy a comfortable life, but they did not expect to still be unable to escape the fate of being laborers. Of course, Gu Bai did not immediately establish the Heavenly Immortal Academy. Such a matter was not urgent, it was the same whether it was sooner or later. Gu Bai found Ye Fan and the others and spent time chatting with them, drinking, and discussing life philosophy. After all, they hadn't seen each other for nearly half a year. Even though Gu Bai often used first unparalleled in the Tiangsu world to pull the three from before their ascension to chat with him. But that was, after all, just a trace of their past consciousness in the time river, not their true selves. Ye Fan and the others were naturally also very happy. After all, they hadn't seen each other for 10,000 years, and they were almost bored to death in the immortal realm. Of course, good times are always short. Just 1 year later, Gu Bai bid farewell to Ye Fan and the others and began traveling among the various forces of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance to recruit teachers and disciples to establish the Heavenly Immortal Academy. This was a rather grand project and required sufficiently high emotional intelligence and sufficiently strong power to accomplish. After all, if I send my prodigy to be trained at the Heavenly Immortal Academy, then in the future, he will be half a Heavenly Immortal Academy person. Even if he has feelings for his original force, it will ultimately not be much. At that time, if my prodigies decrease, the strong cultivators who grow up in the future will naturally also decrease, and when competing with other forces, we will be in a disadvantaged position. Having this idea is unavoidable. After all, even within a sect's own forces, there is sometimes internal competition. The forces within the Heavenly Immortal Alliance do not have a sense of belonging to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Many forces join the Heavenly Immortal Alliance merely to seek protection. Therefore, establishing the Heavenly Immortal Academy and implementing various policies is necessary. But precisely because the forces within the Heavenly Immortal Alliance do not have a sense of belonging to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, it is very difficult to implement the Heavenly Immortal Academy and various policies, which falls into a vicious cycle. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable once attempted a similar method, having just achieved a breakthrough to the Ascension Realm late stage. It was a time when his confidence was at its peak, but unfortunately, even someone as strong as Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable met with setbacks in this situation and eventually gave up. Fortunately, Gu Bai, being an immortal rank physician, and one with high moral character and a very easygoing personality, was approachable. He directly announced that as long as the prodigies from one sect joined the Heavenly Immortal Academy to be taught by the Heavenly Immortal Academy, one could receive a specially made jade pendant. Holding this jade pendant would allow Gu Bai to personally help with treatment once. This was a promise from an immortal rank physician, and one of high moral character. Even in the immortal realm, this was a priceless promise. In a sense, the value of this promise even far exceeded immortal rank spiritual items. In comparison, one's own prodigies seemed somewhat dispensable. In addition, Gu Bai also promised that as long as one served as a teacher at the Heavenly Immortal Academy, if any physical problems arose, they could seek him for healing. In their later years, Gu Bai would even personally intervene to help regulate their bodies and slow down the aging process. Unlike other physicians, especially immortal rank physicians, with their inexplicable pride. Immortal rank physicians in the immortal realm would almost never treat injured individuals whose realm was lower than theirs, and even when treating injured individuals of the same realm, most would wear a grim expression. After all, rarity makes something valuable, and the number of physicians in the immortal realm is truly not many, especially immortal rank physicians. These physicians also have reason to be arrogant. However, for Gu Bai, he naturally hoped for as many injured individuals as possible. The more injured individuals, the more times he would treat, and the more times he treated, the faster his medical skills would improve. Moreover, unlike other physicians, he didn't need to worry about consumption. His life origin was endless anyway, and even with many injured individuals, activating the merit light could resolve nearly 90% of them. Those with special injuries that could not be treated by the merit light were precisely the unique injured individuals Gu Bai needed. Gu Bai did not know how exaggerated his promise was to others. The result was an explosion. All forces of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance exploded. To win Gu Bai's favor, the major forces of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance almost emptied their family fortunes. Anyone with good talent was sent to the Heavenly Immortal Academy. And the nascent soul realm and even half-immortal realm powerhouses of the major forces even trampled the newly built doors of the Heavenly Immortal Academy. They lined up, just to pass the test set by Gu Bai and join the Heavenly Immortal Academy. Standing in the Heavenly Immortal Academy, looking at the dense crowd before him, Gu Bai was somewhat dumbfounded. The current situation far exceeded Gu Bai's expectations, as the number of prodigies joining the Heavenly Immortal Academy was about 20 times more than he had anticipated. The number of powerhouses applying for teacher positions at the Heavenly Immortal Academy was at least 100 times more than Gu Bai had expected. Therefore, Gu Bai urgently expanded the Heavenly Immortal Academy, enlarging the Academy's area by more than 20 times, which barely allowed him to accept such a large number of prodigies. Afterward, Gu Bai raised the hiring standards for teachers, and even after rejecting 99% of applicants, the number of qualified individuals was still somewhat excessive. And upon learning of the conditions offered by Gu Bai, forces outside the Heavenly Immortal Alliance clamored to join the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, just to enjoy the benefits Gu Bai provided. This even included many forces protected by Ascended Immortal Realm powerhouses. Some Ascended Immortal Realm powerhouses even took the lead, directly applying for teacher positions at the Heavenly Immortal Academy. Gu Bai naturally welcomed all comers, although most of these forces joining the Heavenly Immortal Alliance had impure motives. Gu Bai was confident that within a few hundred years, he could slowly change the mindset of these forces, like boiling a frog in warm water, until they were completely integrated into the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. This is very simple, just like cultivating dead soldiers, it just needs a little bit of recognition, a little bit of belonging, and a little bit of honor. After a long period of slow assimilation, these people will inevitably develop a strong sense of belonging to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, and even gradually regard the Heavenly Immortal Alliance as their home. Once external enemies invade, even without any benefits, these forces, no, or rather, these people of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, will, like dead soldiers, bravely and continuously defend their homeland. Next, the overall strength of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance should expand significantly, but this will provoke hostility from Purple Micro Immortal Island and several other super large forces. Gu Bai is very familiar with this. The current Heavenly Immortal Alliance is like the Lingyun sect in Qingzhou at that time, with its strength far exceeding other forces. Coupled with the fact that the current alliance leader of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable, has already begun preparations to break through to the Earth Immortal Realm. This will give the other major forces of Purple Micro Immortal Island a strong sense of crisis. If no unexpected circumstances occur, the other major forces of Purple Micro Immortal Island will unite to jointly resist the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. If things go wrong, the peace that Purple Micro Immortal Island has maintained for tens of thousands of years will be replaced by war. However, Gu Bai has already thought of a solution to this. After such a long period of growth, he is no longer the same person he used to be. The Heavenly Immortal Alliance can first win over the two major forces that are relatively close to them, namely the Divine Sword Sect and the Heavenly Thunder Sect. As for the upper and lower major forces, the Heavenly Immortal Alliance can also try to win them over. If not, they must maintain friendly relations. This is just Gu Bai's initial plan. Afterward, Gu Bai intends to convey a concept to all forces on Purple Micro Immortal Island, which is that they are actually one group and there is no need to fight to the death. Purple Micro Immortal Island is too small. If Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable breaks through to the Earth Immortal Realm, they can unite with other forces to attack other immortal islands. This can at least stabilize other forces, preventing them from attacking the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Once the Heavenly Immortal Alliance has fully grown and Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable has also broken through to the Earth Immortal Realm, it will no longer be up to these forces to decide. At that time, whether to kill or to form an alliance will be up to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Gu Bai has not forgotten the essence of the Immortal Realm, which is the law of the jungle. Of course, to maintain his hard-earned reputation, the Heavenly Immortal Alliance will certainly not attack these forces. It will only slowly assimilate these matters, little by little, until there is no longer any distinction, just as he did with other forces in Qingzhou. Qingzhou now, rather than being called Qingzhou, is more like an enlarged Lingyun sect. All matters require the opinion of the Lingyun sect. Thinking of this, Gu Bai's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a gentle smile. What he relied on for his livelihood was not his superb medical skills, but Gu Bai's almost abnormal emotional intelligence, or rather, psychology. When the Lingyun sect was at war before, he was too weak. As a foundation establishment realm, he had no time to do anything before the war had already broken out. Afterward, Lingyun was caught in the vortex of war, also because the Ya race was simply unreasonable, fighting whenever they wanted, so even Gu Bai's high emotional intelligence was useless. Looking at Gu Bai's gentle smile, for some reason, Oriental Yuch's hair stood on end, his intuition flashing wildly, warning him to run away quickly. Even though Gu Bai was still so harmless, he gave Oriental Yuch an unprecedented sense of crisis. What's wrong? Gu Bai looked at Oriental Yuch, who had been startled, and tilted his head slightly, asking in confusion. Was it a hallucination? Looking at Gu Bai's familiar appearance, Oriental Yuch scratched his head, puzzled. Instantly, Gu Bai's terrifying aura completely dissipated, making Oriental Yuch wonder if the feeling he had just experienced was an illusion. His master, such a gentle and delicate person, could never exude such a terrifying aura. Ha ha ha. Gu Bai let out a hearty laugh. He didn't reply, simply looking at the many prodigies below, his aura becoming increasingly gentle. Gu Bai was a person who valued relationships. Even if he was skilled in psychology, he wouldn't deliberately try to gain the favorability of those around him. Although he had designed a series of plans, ultimately, Gu Bai just wanted the people he cared about to live beautiful lives. Or rather, the gentle, kind, and beloved Gu Bai was the true Gu Bai. The cunning Gu Bai, who narrowed his eyes and silently calculated others, only appeared in specific situations, and Gu Bai rarely entered that state. Seeing that almost all the prodigies had arrived, Gu Bai lightly coughed. He flew above the Heavenly Immortal Academy and then spoke with an incredibly gentle voice. Hello everyone, I am the Dean of Heavenly Immortal Academy. My name is Gu Bai. You can call me Dean Gu, or Physician Gu, whatever rolls off your tongue. I will be responsible for your guidance from now on. If you have any questions, you can come and ask me. I am very happy to guide you. Gu Bai's incredibly gentle and soft voice, amplified by his magical power, was heard clearly by everyone present, even though it wasn't loud. He didn't put on any airs of an immortal, instead, he was incredibly approachable, joking with these prodigies. The prodigies, who had initially been a bit nervous, gradually began to relax. Wow, that voice is so pleasant. A female cultivator with long, snow-white hair said, her face slightly flushed. Yes, Dean Gu not only has a pleasant voice, but he's also so handsome. He's simply my dream man. Another slender female cultivator twisted her body, saying excitedly. It could be said that almost all the female cultivators present, whether they were disciples about to join Heavenly Immortal Academy or teachers, developed a great fondness for Gu Bai. About 90% of the male cultivators also developed a great fondness for Gu Bai, the remaining 10% were due to jealousy. Looking at the many blushing female cultivators below, Gu Bai sighed helplessly. He couldn't quite understand, was his charm really that great? He remembered when he was in Lingyun sect, most of the female cultivators in the sect also liked him very, very much. It even caused an extremely serious impact. 80% of the female cultivators in the sect remained unmarried for life. This wasn't because the other male cultivators in the sect weren't outstanding enough, but because those female cultivators had been deeply captivated by Gu Bai. When other male cultivators pursued them, these female cultivators would subconsciously compare them to Gu Bai. And in the cultivation world, there was no male cultivator who could surpass Gu Bai. After he broke through to the Ascension realm, Gu Bai's charm increased by several levels. His innate affinity talent, which he brought with him from his transmigration, also seemed to have been upgraded, becoming even more terrifying in its effect. Now, not only female cultivators, but even many male cultivators were deeply attracted to Gu Bai. Because when a person is beautiful to a certain extent, gender actually becomes irrelevant. No matter how stunningly beautiful a female cultivator was, she would appear so overshadowed in front of Gu Bai. In fact, besides living beings, even unconscious objects would subconsciously draw close to him. For example, spiritual qi. Ever since Gu Bai ascended to the immortal realm, dense spiritual qi had been constantly floating around him. This wasn't him actively absorbing spiritual qi, rather, the spiritual qi was attracted to him, the kind that wouldn't leave even if you tried to drive it away. Looking at the fervent gazes below, Gu Bai could clearly feel that the vast majority of cultivators had developed a desire for him. Among these vast majority of cultivators, the proportion of male cultivators was also not low, a full 50% of male cultivators had been bent by Gu Bai. More accurately, they weren't bent but rather developed an interest only in Gu Bai. Aside from Gu Bai, they wouldn't develop an interest in any other male cultivator. Of course, it was likely they wouldn't develop an interest in any female cultivator in the future either, because compared to Gu Bai, these female cultivators were like fireflies competing with the bright moon. Among the remaining 50% of male cultivators, almost all were strong-willed individuals, though they were also fiercely battling with their own inner desires. Only a very small number of cultivators had calm expressions and did not harbor any improper thoughts about Gu Bai. Gu Bai silently made a mental note of these cultivators. Such strong-willed individuals would definitely be given priority for cultivation in the future. However, looking at the increasingly intense gazes below, Gu Bai truly felt a bit pained. A large part of the reason he established Heavenly Immortal Academy was to allow students from different forces to make friends and develop friendships. If they were of the opposite sex, it would be best if they could develop love, so that even if they eventually left Heavenly Immortal Academy and returned to their own forces, they would not forget this feeling. This way, over time, the scattered forces of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance would gradually coalesce and eventually merge into one, no longer distinct. But now, the vast majority of female cultivators were not interested in male cultivators, at most, only pure friendships would form. Faced with this situation, Gu Bai was momentarily at a loss whether to cry or to laugh. After saying a few more polite words, Gu Bai immediately performed a escape method, Dunfa, an escape technique, and disappeared from everyone's sight. If he had stayed for a while longer, more of the remaining 50% of male cultivators might have been bent by him. Although the process was somewhat circuitous, fortunately, Heavenly Immortal Academy was officially established. The Academy gathered almost all the prodigies from all forces of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, and there were dozens of half-immortal realm powerhouses serving as teachers. Among them, 2 vice deans were even Ascension realm powerhouses. Gu Bai also began to intentionally control the environment within Heavenly Immortal Academy, trying his best to create a harmonious and beautiful atmosphere. Just like Ling Yun sect, all disciples helped each other, respected their teachers, and cared for their classmates. Thus, under Gu Bai's guidance, the prodigies from different forces in Heavenly Immortal Academy, even if their elders had specifically instructed them beforehand not to develop feelings for Heavenly Immortal Academy, unconsciously developed a different kind of feeling, or a sense of belonging, towards Heavenly Immortal Academy and the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. After all, they ate and lived together, plus unified uniforms, benevolent elders and classmates of similar age and personality. In such an environment, like a fantasy land, even the most resolute individuals would be slowly influenced. Not only the students within the academy, but also the top powerhouses of various major forces, developed a strong sense of allegiance to the Heavenly Immortal Academy and the Heavenly Immortal himself. After all, their colleagues, their beloved students they taught, mostly came from other forces within the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, but also from the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Being in such an environment, even half-immortal realm powerhouses with firm will slowly began to waver. And the longer they stayed in this environment, the stronger this wavering would become, until finally, even though they themselves still believed they belonged to their original forces, deep down, they would also consider themselves a member of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. This was not a conspiracy, but an open scheme. Anyone could see it at a glance, yet it was unavoidable. Time flowed by, and in a blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. 100 years, for the Heavenly Immortal Alliance's history of millions of years, was but a fleeting moment, yet much had happened during these 100 years. The most important among them was that all forces within the Heavenly Immortal Alliance no longer harbored much animosity towards each other. Especially among the low-level disciples, their relationships were incredibly good. There was a clear rule: after leaving the academy, disciples must help each other, and even if they didn't, they absolutely must not kick someone when they were down. Once discovered, minor offenses would result in the abolition of all cultivation and expulsion from the Heavenly Immortal Academy. For serious offenses, the forces behind them, their teachers, and even their classmates would be implicated. While Gu Bai was quite gentle in all other aspects, he was exceptionally strict in this regard, even to the point of showing no mercy. No matter who it was, as long as they kicked another student in the academy when they were down, Gu Bai would treat them all equally. Even if their backer was extremely powerful, their cultivation would still be abolished. Once someone betrayed fellow disciples within the academy for profit, no matter how secretly or flawlessly it was done, Gu Bai would discover it. His divination secret technique was not just for show. Once, a disciple of an ascended immortal made a mistake and sent people from outside to eliminate his enemy within the academy. After Gu Bai discovered it, even if that immortal personally came to plead for him, it was still useless. Since that incident, the disciples of the Heavenly Immortal Academy no longer dared to attack fellow disciples from the same academy. Therefore, if one was adventuring outside, as long as they knew the other party was also a disciple of the Heavenly Immortal Academy, even if they didn't know each other, they could unreservedly trust the other party and completely entrust their back to them. It was clear that as time progressed, once these prodigies grew up, the cohesion of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance would inevitably increase further. In the Dean's office at the center of the Heavenly Immortal Academy, Gubai, dressed in a Dean's robe and exuding an aura of profound knowledge, was meticulously examining documents on his desk. Warm yellow luminous pearls emitted gentle yellow light, illuminating Gubai's focused face. At this moment, Gubai was no longer gentle, but his serious expression exuded a unique charm. The Dean's office was quiet, with only the sound of Gubai writing. Just then, the door to the Dean's office was gently pushed open. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable poked his head in, looking at the scene inside the room. He made no sound, just tiptoed to Gubai's front. Looking at Gubai's diligent work, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable grew more and more satisfied, more and more pleased. He knew Gubai was capable, but he hadn't expected Gubai to be this capable. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, he deliberated for thousands of years and still couldn't make much progress. But Gubai only took less than 100 years, and his progress surpassed all of his previous efforts combined. And the matters of the Heavenly Immortal Academy were only one of Gubai's tasks. Gubai would still dedicate a significant amount of time to assist him in managing the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Initially, he only assigned some miscellaneous tasks to Gubai, but Gubai completed them almost perfectly. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable then assigned some not too important but very time-consuming tasks to Gubai, but Gubai still completed all the tasks he assigned almost perfectly in a short amount of time. Afterward, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable gave Gubai more and more tasks. Until now, he had entrusted almost all of his work to Gubai, except for the most core responsibilities. This greatly alleviated Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable's pressure. With his work hours reduced by more than half, he had more time to improve his cultivation. It wasn't that Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable was lazy, it was simply that the sense of security Gubai provided was too strong, as if by entrusting a task to Gubai, one only needed to await news of its success. And even when faced with such a multitude of tasks, Gubai could handle them with ease, even appearing quite relaxed. In the Heavenly Immortal Academy, you could often see Gubai and Xing strolling around together, though Gubai used a secret technique to mask his qi. Only those with extremely firm wills could detect Gubai's hidden qi. Whenever this happened, Gubai would pull the student who discovered him aside for a chat, offer some guidance, and leave a generous amount of spiritual items when he departed. Who? After writing the last character, Gubai slowly put down his pen. Only then did Gubai notice Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable's presence. Old man, when did you arrive? Why didn't you say anything when you came? Gubai said with a slight surprise. Ha ha ha, I just arrived not long ago. I came to discuss the future development direction of the Heavenly Immortal Academy with you. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable said with a smile, his attitude as amiable as could be. Gubai nodded, immediately pulling out a notebook larger than his fist from his storage pouch. These are my plans for the future development of the Heavenly Immortal Academy and the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. It's about 20 million characters, not too detailed, the more detailed plans are in my mind. You can read it first, and then we can discuss it together. With a thump, Gubai placed the massive notebook on the desk. After reaching a high realm, cultivators could store information in jade slips, but Gubai still preferred to write in books. Anyway, for ascended immortal realm powerhouses, it was pretty much the same, a sweep of their divine sense and they could quickly read the contents of the book. The content of this massive notebook was actually not much more than what was recorded in other jade slips, simply 20 million characters, it just looked a bit intimidating. Of course, this was only for Gubai, for anyone else, the word count was astronomically high. After all, there wasn't a single wasted word in it, it was almost all solid content, the kind that could choke a person to death. This much. Looking at the gigantic notebook on the table, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable's face turned a bit pale as he swallowed, saying somewhat dryly. It's not that much, really. This is just the initial development plan for Heavenly Immortal Academy. If you want to see it, I also have the Heavenly Immortal Alliance's development for the next 1,000 years, and the Heavenly Immortal Alliance's positioning on Purple Micro Immortal Island. There's also an analysis of all the forces on Purple Micro Immortal Island, including their members, personalities, strengths, and relationships. That one has a lot more words, probably around 1 billion characters. Estimates of the future growth of all the disciples of Heavenly Immortal Academy, and their impact on their respective forces after they return. That single book has fewer words, probably only about 100,000, but I've written about several 100,000 such books. All of these were written by me within the last 10 years, but I haven't seen you much in the past decade. Since we finally got to meet today, why don't you finish reading all of these, and then we can discuss them in detail. Gubai, smiling, pulled out one massive notebook after another from his storage pouch. One could only say that divine sense was truly useful, especially after breaking through to the Ascension realm. Gubai could simultaneously control tens of thousands, or even over 100,000 pens, increasing his efficiency by an unknown number of times. When Gubai had nothing to do, he enjoyed writing, and thus, unknowingly, he had written so many books. Watching the pile of books grow larger and larger before him, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable's face slowly turned pale. He had never expected that after a simple 10-year cultivation retreat, there would suddenly be so many things he needed to understand. Why are you just standing there? With your divine sense at the peak of the Ascension realm, you should be able to finish reading them very quickly, right? Gu Bai tilted his head slightly, speaking with a hint of confusion. After breaking through to the Ascension realm, all aspects could undergo a transformation, naturally including learning speed. Isn't it just a few billion characters? An immortal's divine sense can scan through them all in an instant. He once read tens of billions of characters of cultivation classics in the scripture pavilion in a single day. Although his head felt like it was about to explode afterward, he just needed to rest for a bit. For returning Ruin's immortal venerable, who was at the peak of the Ascension realm and had lived for nearly 1,000,000 years, he should be able to do it, right? Or rather, every Ascension realm expert should be able to do it, right? Isn't this the most basic thing? I'll try. Returning Ruin's immortal venerable extended his divine sense, which swept over the massive notebooks, instantly memorizing their contents. In just half an hour, after reading nearly 100 million characters, Returning Ruin's immortal venerable was already struggling. He pressed one hand to his head. At this moment, Returning Ruin's immortal venerable felt his brain throbbing, as if it had been severely beaten by direct knowledge. Returning Ruin's immortal venerable gritted his teeth, continuing to frantically flip through the massive notebooks with his divine sense, but moments later, he clutched his head in pain. He felt as if his brain was about to be overwhelmed by the sheer volume of knowledge. Just then, Returning Ruin's immortal venerable felt a strange coolness on his forehead, and his brain finally stopped its groaning, though a throbbing pain still lingered. Are you all right? Gu Bai's slightly worried voice came from beside him. Gu Bai was all too familiar with Returning Ruin's immortal venerable's current state. He experienced similar situations every time he studied to the point of brain overload. Over time, Gu Bai had developed a secret technique to treat brain overload. I'm fine. Returning Ruin's immortal venerable said, clutching his head, sounding somewhat exhausted. Next, Gu Bai and Returning Ruin's immortal venerable engaged in a very detailed discussion about the future of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. It must be said that Returning Ruin's immortal venerable, having lived for 1,000,000 years, still had some tricks up his sleeve. He was barely able to keep up with Gu Bai's train of thought during their discussion. Of course, Returning Ruin's immortal venerable had to fully operate his brain, coupled with the assistance of an innate divine ability, just to barely keep up. The two talked from day to night, until the moon hung high in the sky, before their conversation finally came to a close. Hoo. Returning Ruin's immortal venerable's face was expressionless on the surface, but waves of heat rose from his head. His brain was almost burnt out, and all he could think was Abba. Seeing Returning Ruin's immortal venerable in this state, Gu Bai smiled subtly, but he didn't say much. Returning Ruin's immortal venerable's face still needed to be preserved. Click. Gu Bai walked to the window of the dean's office and opened it. It was late at night, and the silver moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Gu Bai's snow-white hair, turning it a mysterious silver. Returning Ruin's immortal venerable also walked to the window, and the two stood there. The dean's office was located at the highest point of Heavenly Immortal Academy, a spot Gu Bai had specifically chosen, as it offered a view of most of the academy's scenery through the window. Even though it was late at night, lights were still on in some parts of Heavenly Immortal Academy, and sparks flickered on the training grounds, indicating that some people were still sparring late into the night. Most of the formations in the cultivation rooms were activated, showing that even late at night, there was no shortage of people engaging in intense cultivation. And in the small forest outside the academy, Gu Bai even saw a few couples discussing the great Dao of origin of life. Gu Bai was extremely pleased with this. It wasn't easy. He had thought of all sorts of ways to encourage students in the academy to date. Most seating arrangements were set up with one male and one female as desk mates, and he secretly sold romance novels. Whether it was students from the same year dating, or finding a senior sister or senior brother several or even dozens of years older, or a junior brother or junior sister several or even dozens of years younger, Gu Bai fully approved. Even students dating teachers, or teachers dating students' behaviors considered utterly rebellious anywhere else were permitted at Heavenly Immortal Academy. The small forest in the academy's backyard was personally arranged by Gu Bai, perpetually shrouded in a faint mist. This mist could block all sounds and the prying of divine sense, making it the perfect choice for night dates. Yet, despite all this, the number of people dating within Heavenly Immortal Academy remained small. Don't let the few couples in the small forest fool you, that's in comparison to the entire Heavenly Immortal Academy, where the normal disciple count already exceeds 1,000,000. In contrast, the number of couples in the small forest seemed exceptionally sparse. How wonderful! Returning Ruin's immortal venerable looked at the vibrant Heavenly Immortal Academy, saying with a touch of emotion. These students were the future of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, the Heavenly Immortal Alliance of his ideals. Indeed, so we seniors must also work hard. Gu Bai also said with some emotion. Care for a drink? After a long pause, Returning Ruin's immortal venerable suddenly pulled out a jar of immortal wine. Come. And so, Gu Bai and Returning Ruin's immortal monarch held their wine cups, quietly appreciating the distant scenery. Let's advance the plan if we can. We don't have much time left. Just then, Returning Ruin's immortal venerable said with a heavy tone. Is it because the great calamity is approaching? Hearing Returning Ruin's immortal venerable's words, Gu Bai said in a low voice. In his leisure time, he would go to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance's scripture pavilion to read Cultivation World Classics. After examining a large number of ancient texts, Gu Bai gained an understanding of the Immortal Realm's history far beyond that of ordinary people. At the same time, he also had a question. Many ancient texts recorded that approximately 900,000 years ago, Purple Micro-Immortal Island, or rather, the entire Immortal Realm, almost simultaneously experienced a great calamity. What the great calamity specifically was, the ancient texts did not detail. The only thing that could be confirmed was that the cultivators of the immortal realm suffered heavy casualties after that great calamity. Not to mention low realm cultivators, even Ascension realm immortals, nearly 90% of them died. Especially Purple Micro Immortal Island, according to the records of the surviving ancient texts, in that great calamity 900,000 years ago, almost all of the Ascension realm cultivators on Purple Micro Immortal Island perished. Only Profound Sky Immortal Venerable of Profound Sky sect survived. This naturally piqued Gu Bai's curiosity, so he went through all the ancient texts in the entire scripture pavilion, including those that survived that great calamity. Based on the scattered words in the ancient texts, Gu Bai discovered that approximately 1,900,000 years ago, the cultivation world also experienced a massive great calamity. Although most only mentioned it briefly, Gu Bai found that the great calamity from 1,900,000 years ago had many similarities to the great calamity from 900,000 years ago. Considering that Profound Sky sect, another top power on Purple Micro Immortal Island, has been collecting resources recently. The collected resources are mostly basic materials such as spirit stones, immortal stones, medicinal pills, formations, and weapons. And the sect master of Profound Sky sect is the only cultivator who survived the great calamity from 900,000 years ago. Gu Bai has reason to suspect that every million years, the cultivation world experiences a great calamity that sweeps across the entire cultivation world. And the great calamity is incredibly terrifying. Each time a great calamity erupts, the small powers in the immortal realm almost all perish. Small powers here refer to powers without the protection of Earth Immortal Realm experts. Even powers with the protection of Earth Immortal Realm experts have a considerable chance of being destroyed by the great calamity. Yes, it is that great calamity that occurs once every million years. I was relatively lucky, when I ascended to the Immortal Realm, the great calamity had just ended not long ago. At that time, Purple Micro Immortal Island was like a wasteland, waiting to be rebuilt. Among the Ascension Realm immortals on Purple Micro Immortal Island, only Profound Sky Immortal Venerable survived. And Profound Sky Immortal Venerable was severely injured, his combat power not even as strong as an ordinary Ascension Realm cultivator. I, having just ascended at that time, seized the opportunity and directly integrated many of the surviving powers on Purple Micro Immortal Island to establish the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. At the time, I just wanted to save trouble and didn't want to cultivate so many strong individuals again, but this also laid a hidden danger, leading to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance's internal disunity even after hundreds of thousands of years. If not for the subsequent ascension of several more immortals from the Sky Ruins world, the Heavenly Immortal Alliance would probably have disbanded long ago. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable sighed, speaking with a lingering tone. How much longer until that great calamity erupts? And what exactly is this great calamity? Gu Bai frowned, asking with a slightly heavy heart. According to my estimation, the great calamity will probably erupt in 60,000 years. As for what the great calamity actually is, I'm not too sure either. I only know that when the great calamity begins, all cultivators will become irritable and murderous. The powers of the entire immortal realm will almost instantly attack each other and erupt into an unprecedented war. This war will last for tens of thousands of years, and only when the low realm cultivators have mostly died will the great calamity end. Gu Bai nodded after hearing this. This was similar to his own speculation. Each time he divined the future, the time he divined would not exceed 60,000 years. The future beyond 60,000 years was a chaotic mist in Gu Bai's eyes. Even if he exhausted more of his life origin, it would be difficult to divine any fragment of the future beyond 60,000 years. At first, Gu Bai merely thought it was due to his lack of skill, preventing him from divining a more distant future. But as time went on, Gu Bai gradually dismissed his own idea. Because for the future before 60,000 years, although he didn't know the specific details, he could still divine a general outline. With his strength, divining the future up to 100,000 years should not be a problem, he shouldn't be stuck at the 60,000 year mark for so long. Now it seems that it wasn't his lack of skill, but rather that a great calamity would erupt after 60,000 years, making it impossible for ordinary divination methods to reveal the future. As for the cause of the great calamity's eruption, there is a commonly accepted theory in the cultivation world. That is, the immortal realm intentionally controls the number of cultivators, and therefore, a great calamity erupts every million years, returning Ruins Immortal Venerable said in a deep voice. Gu Bai understood after hearing this, thinking this way made much more sense. It is well known that after breaking through to the Ascension realm, one can enjoy infinite lifespan. Theoretically speaking, Ascension realm cultivators will not die of old age naturally. Even if they consume too much life origin, or lifespan, at once, they will at most be weak for tens or hundreds of thousands of years, after which they can slowly recover. However, there is a very consistent saying among Ascension realm cultivators, their normal lifespan is around 1 million years. If a calamity erupts every million years, and the vast majority of Ascension realm cultivators cannot overcome the calamity, then a lifespan of 1 million years becomes quite reasonable. After all, no matter how much lifespan one has, if one's talent is insufficient or strength is weak, one will die in the great calamity that occurs once every million years. No wonder the history of the immortal realm is so long, yet the number of Ascension realm immortals is not high. Even a small place like Purple Micro Immortal Island hasn't had a large-scale war in 100,000 years. It turns out that the great calamity that occurs once every million years consumes most of the combat power. Then Old Ruins, are you confident you can break through to the Earth Immortal Realm within 60,000 years? Gu Bai turned to look at Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable. Difficult, or rather, almost impossible. The gap between the Ascension Realm and the Earth Immortal Realm is much larger than you imagine. If one overcomes the great calamity by their own hard strength, and not by the protection of other cultivators, then the heavenly Dao of the Immortal Realm will bestow blessings. This is known as a Jishu, Marauder Cultivator, also called a half-step Earth Immortal. Only Ascension Realm cultivators who have received the heavenly Dao's blessings are qualified to break through to the Earth Immortal Realm. Of course, this is merely a qualification. A Jishu, Marauder Cultivator, needs talent far exceeding others to break through to the Earth Immortal Realm. The vast majority of Ascension Realm cultivators only manage to break through to the Earth Immortal Realm after overcoming 3 great calamities and receiving the heavenly Dao's blessings 3 times. Just like that Red Sky Immortal Venerable, he is a Jishu, Marauder Cultivator, and his strength is much stronger than a peak Ascension Realm cultivator. However, I am one of those rare talented individuals. If I were to overcome one great calamity and receive the blessings, I would have an 80 to 90% chance of breaking through to the Earth Immortal Realm. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable put his hands on his hips, speaking with a slight hint of pride. I understand. Gu Bai nodded, not too concerned about the catastrophe after 60,000 years. After all, the time span was too long, 60,000 years he had only cultivated for a little over 10,000 years so far. However, preparations still needed to be made. Gu Bai picked up a pen and began to write rapidly on a piece of paper as white as jade. This paper was quite magical, whenever Gu Bai finished a line, the writing would automatically disappear. This was the Yin and Yang Mother-Child paper, specially used by the Heavenly Immortal Alliance leader to issue commands. The one in Gu Bai's hand was the Mother paper. Whatever he wrote would be seen by the other child papers, allowing Gu Bai to command the entire Heavenly Immortal Alliance from within the Dean's office. Originally, only Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable was qualified to use this Mother paper, even as a Vice Sect Master, he was not authorized to use it. After all, with this Mother paper, one could command the entire Heavenly Immortal Alliance. However, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable went into seclusion 10 years ago and temporarily entrusted this Mother paper to Gu Bai for safekeeping. Now that Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable had emerged from seclusion, Gu Bai should, by rights, return the Mother paper to Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable. However, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable, who was sitting beside Gu Bai, merely glanced at Gu Bai, then turned his head away with a guilty conscience, not asking for the Mother paper back. Gu Bai also understood. Fine, wasn't he just trying to get him to do the work? He would do it. After a long while, Gu Bai finally finished assigning most of the tasks. The specific content of the tasks was simple: collect resources, gather strength, form alliances with other surrounding forces where possible, and avoid antagonizing those who could not be allied with. This was already what Gu Bai was doing, it was just being executed earlier due to the catastrophe. The sun slowly rose from the horizon, and warm sunlight shone into the Dean's office, making it exceptionally cozy. The desk in the Dean's office suddenly glowed with the blue light characteristic of a formation. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Following that, countless white papers suddenly appeared on the desk in the Dean's office. In just a short while, the desk was already piled high with papers. When Gu Bai established the Heavenly Immortal Academy, he specifically set up a teleportation formation on the office desk in the Dean's office. And these papers were the documents the Dean needed to process. Even though Gu Bai had specially trained a group of people to filter out less important documents, the sheer number of documents was still overwhelming. Gu Bai casually pulled out a few documents and began to write rapidly. At the same time, under Gu Bai's control, hundreds of pens also began to write simultaneously. This was a secret technique Gu Bai had developed from processing documents for a long time. He could split his mind into 100 parts, allowing him to process 100 documents at once. This was only Gu Bai's normal state. At his peak, he once processed 1,000 documents simultaneously. However, processing 100 documents for an extended period still put some pressure on Gu Bai. Soon, countless white wisps of steam began to rise from Gu Bai's head. This was the heat generated by Gu Bai's brain working at full capacity. His forehead temperature had now reached over 1,000 degrees. Only because he possessed an Ascension Realm physique, if it were when he was in the nascent Soul Realm, his brain would probably have been cooked by now. Sizzle. Gu Bai casually took out a piece of 10,000-year-old profound ice from his storage pouch and pressed it against his forehead, hearing a sizzling sound. After Gu Bai's manual cooling, his forehead finally stopped emitting white smoke. Of course, only Gu Bai dared to play around like this. He was immortal and indestructible, so no accidents would occur no matter what. If it were any other Ascension Realm cultivator who dared to cool himself physically like Gu Bai, they might, if not careful, turn into a babbling idiot. Alright, you're not needed here anymore. Go do whatever you need to do. Gu Bai waved his hand, not even raising his head as he spoke. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable, who was standing beside Gu Bai, looked a bit awkward. He had originally wanted to help Gu Bai with some work, but seeing such a large number of documents, even he felt a little intimidated. However, since Gu Bai had said so, there was no need for him to stay here. Thinking this, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable disappeared from Gu Bai's side as if fleeing. Time flowed by, and a morning quietly passed. After a morning's work, Gu Bai finally finished processing all the documents for the Heavenly Immortal Academy and the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Finally finished. Oriental Yuch put down her pen. She lay sprawled on the desk like a puddle of mud. Lu Ruin and Oriental Starfall were not much better. Although these three disciples had been trained by Gu Bai and were capable of handling things independently, working intensely for an entire morning was still a bit too much for them. Go back and rest quickly. Remember to come back and help tomorrow morning. Seeing Oriental Yuch in this state, Gu Bai waved his hand and said with a hint of helplessness. Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, Oriental Yuch's eyes lit up. She instantly sat up from the bench, then, like a gust of wind, disappeared from Gu Bai's sight with a bang. This child. Lu Ruin and Oriental Starfall smiled and shook their heads, then they too left the dean's office hand in hand. All three disciples had their own lives. Oriental Yuch, with her lively personality and superb medical skills, had considerable popularity within the Heavenly Immortal Academy. Lu Ruin and Oriental Starfall, on the other hand, served as teachers in the Heavenly Immortal Academy, instructing students. They probably had students to teach in the afternoon. After finishing all the documents, Gu Bai did not return to his immortal cave. He simply sat in the dean's office, feeling a bit bored. Although upon returning to his immortal cave, Xing would surely prepare a large table of delicious food for him, and relaxation activities like massages and baths would be indispensable, Gu Bai would also inevitably have to perform his duties afterwards. And with Xing half-immortal realm cultivation, it would take at least half a month to satisfy Xing, sometimes even a full month. Gu Bai was not resistant to fighting with Xing, on the contrary, he actually quite enjoyed it. Gu Bai was not kidney deficient, with his Ascension realm physique and immortal talent, even if he fought continuously for several years or decades, he would not feel tired. It was just that having to fight with Xing for half a month as soon as he returned was a bit of a waste of time. He might as well use that time to study medical skills or go drinking with Gu Bai and the others. Therefore, Gu Bai could only minimize the time he spent returning to his immortal cave, going back once every 2 months, and returning after half a month to continue serving as dean. Sitting on the bench, even after working for so long, Gu Bai did not feel the slightest bit of fatigue. He casually took out some files from the drawer of the storage cabinet next to the desk and began to read them. These were the files of prodigies within the academy worth cultivating. Interesting. So Mo, female, with inferior aptitude, inferior comprehension ability, and average heart nature, joined Heavenly Immortal Academy at 18 years old with foundation establishment late stage cultivation. She has an outstanding appearance and a lively personality. In just 2 years after enrollment, she established good relationships with the surrounding students and teachers, broke through to the Golden Core realm, and successfully condensed a Heavenly Deo Golden Core. Her cultivation technique is the 9 Heavens Profound Maiden Art. She is a sword great master, and immediately after breaking through to the Golden Core realm, she defeated a senior in the Golden Core realm middle stage. According to the information investigated by the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, So Mo was born in an inconspicuous village within the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, Dachang Immortal Dynasty. She was precocious from a young age, able to communicate normally with people at 1 year old. Her personality is quirky, lively, and active, and she has good relationships with everyone in the village. Although her comprehension ability is inferior, she always inexplicably masters various skills. Gu Bai carefully looked at the projection of So Mo in front of him, as well as the nearly 100,000-word detailed information. For every genius student, Heavenly Immortal Academy conducts a detailed investigation. This includes where the person was born, what kind of friends they have, what kind of skills they possess, what their personality is like, what their appearance is like. Whether they have a boyfriend or girlfriend, whether they have engaged in intimate acts with their boyfriend or girlfriend. Even the parents and 18 generations of ancestors are subjected to a detailed investigation by the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Of course, these files are top secret, and only Gu Bai, as the dean, is qualified to view them. Looking at Sumo's personal file in front of him, Gu Bai was slightly puzzled. Cultivating to the Golden Core realm at 20 years old is an extremely rare genius, even in this vast immortal realm. Generally, only peerless geniuses with special physiques, backed by large forces, having a good master like him, and access to various rare and precious resources, could possibly cultivate to the Golden Core realm before the age of 20. But how did this young girl named So Mo, with ordinary aptitude, no powerful backing, and only 2 years since joining Heavenly Immortal Academy, manage to cultivate to the Golden Core realm before the age of 20? Furthermore, before joining Heavenly Immortal Academy, So Mo was just a loose cultivator. How did she cultivate to the Foundation Establishment late stage before she was 18? This looked suspicious in every way, so the Heavenly Immortal Academy's analysts believed that So Mo must have encountered a great opportunity. However, Heavenly Immortal Academy did not intend to act against So Mo. After all, the Immortal Realm has no shortage of opportunities. If a student encounters an opportunity outside, can the Academy just snatch it away? Heavenly Immortal Academy merely adjusted So Mo to a priority cultivation sequence, to see if they could nurture her. In any case, So Mo would most likely join the Heavenly Immortal Alliance after graduation. Even if she doesn't join, it doesn't matter. So Mo at least owes the Heavenly Immortal Alliance a favor and will not become an enemy of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance in the future. Gu Bai himself also developed some interest in this girl named So Mo. If possible, he wanted to personally accept So Mo as his disciple. His previous disciples, Lu Ruin, Oriental Starfall, and even Oriental Yuch, had almost reached their limits in growth. As their master, he could no longer teach them anything. Although Yefan was his disciple, he likewise couldn't teach Yefan any knowledge. After all, the medical deo he specialized in was like a heavenly book to Yefan. Even with Yefan's will, he would get increasingly sleepy the more he read. And he was not skilled in the sword techniques or spell-related skills that Yefan needed, and might even need Yefan to teach him. It was also time for him to take another disciple. If Sumo's personality suited his heart nature, he would accept So Mo as his disciple. At the same time, in a classroom at Heavenly Immortal Academy, This was a classroom specifically for teaching medical Dao at Heavenly Immortal Academy. The teacher instructing the students was a top 4th order physician in the nascent soul realm early stage with graying hair. The old man held a thick medical book and explained medical Dao knowledge slowly and methodically in his emotionless voice. As is well known, the human body has countless meridians, and each meridian corresponds to a different function. Today we will mainly discuss the meridians in the arm. What are the specific functions of these meridians? The old man spoke very slowly, with no trace of emotion in his tone, as if he were a ruthless machine. Inside the classroom, there were hundreds of young students, whose cultivation generally ranged from foundation establishment to golden core. Every student who could attend this class was a prodigy among prodigies, but at this moment, all these prodigies were dozing off. This was simply because the old man's unheard voice, as if subjected to a secret spell, made them feel sleepy and unable to concentrate after just a few minutes. For medical Dao, comprehension ability is secondary, the most important things are experience and the knowledge you possess. Without these two things, even if you are the most top-tier prodigy, you cannot become an excellent physician. A somewhat cute-looking girl, however, had shining eyes. She was holding a pen and busily taking notes. Class dismissed. An hour later, the old man said calmly. Woohoo! Hearing the old man's words, almost all the students in the classroom cheered, then each used a secret spell and instantly left the classroom, leaving only the girl behind. Teacher, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. The girl, So-mo, did not leave with the main group. She held her notes and walked with cheerful steps to the old man. The old man looked at So-mo's neat handwriting and the questions in her notes, all related to this class, and nodded with satisfaction. Good, you were listening carefully. The old man took So-mo's notes and began to explain the questions in them. Ding dong. Chen Zhou's favorability towards you has increased by 30 points. Random talent is being extracted. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Advanced Medical Skill Mastery. Advanced Medical Skill Mastery is equivalent to the level of a normal 3rd order physician. Listening to the emotionless mechanical voice in her mind, So-mo remained outwardly calm, but inwardly, she was overjoyed. She was not from the immortal realm, but from a planet called Blue Star. Unfortunately, she died suddenly from staying up all night reading novels and transmigrated to this world. Fortunately, as a transmigrator, So-mo obtained the golden finger essential for transmigrators, the strongest favorability system. As long as others developed a good impression of her, she could randomly extract one of their skills. This included the other party's special physique, the cultivation technique they practiced, the knowledge they learned, and so on. Anything imaginable could be extracted by the system. However, there was a prerequisite: the higher the other person's favorability towards her, the better the extracted item. Favorability is divided into 1 to 100 points in total. It was by relying on the strongest favorability system and extremely fortunately extracting 100 years of cultivation that she was able to directly break through from Foundation Establishment early stage to Foundation Establishment late stage and successfully join Heavenly Immortal Academy. After So-mo joined Heavenly Immortal Academy, she also worked very hard to increase others' favorability towards her. But unfortunately, after 2 years of effort, So-mo only gained friendship among her classmates. Her favorability was at most 50 or 60 points, and while she could draw some decent skills, they were basically limited to the Foundation Establishment stage, with very few Golden Core Realm skills. And while the teachers at Heavenly Immortal Academy were very friendly, their favorability was truly difficult to raise. After all, these teachers were at least at the Nascent Soul Realm late stage, and each of them was an old fossil who had lived for at least 1,000 years. Even with So-mo's great charm, she could at most make these teachers have a slight liking for her, with favorability at most in the low 30s. Name, So-mo. Rank, Golden Core Initial Stage. Divine Ability, Little Supernatural Powers, Heart of the Sword Dao, Purple Quality Talent. Little Supernatural Powers, Body of Allure, Green Quality Divine Ability. Little Supernatural Powers, Master of All Laws, Purple Quality Divine Ability. Skills, Advanced Medical Mastery, this is Medical Mastery Level 30, equivalent to the level of a 3rd Order Physician. Sword Mastery, Level 33, equivalent to the level of a normal Golden Core Middle Stage Sword Cultivator. Spell Mastery, Level 36, equivalent to the level of a General Golden Core Middle Stage to Late Stage Spell Cultivator. Martial Grandmaster, Level 30, equivalent to reaching the end of the Martial Dao, capable of rivaling ordinary Foundation Establishment Late Stage Cultivators with just internal energy. 9 Revolutions Ascended Immortal Art, 32, equivalent to the level of a normal Golden Core Initial Stage. Talent, Spirit Monster, slightly understands human hearts. This is So-mo's panel. According to the system's ranks, skills from level 1 to 40 are considered mastery level. After that are master level skills corresponding to the nascent soul and soul transformation realms, divided into levels 1 to 20. Above that are Grand Master level skills corresponding to the Ascension realm. These are divided into levels 1 to 30, corresponding to Ascended Immortal Realm, Earth Immortal Realm, and Golden Immortal Realm cultivators. However, since So-mo acquired the system, the most she has seen on a half-immortal realm sword cultivator was Sword Great Master, level 19 sword skill. From a skill perspective alone, So-mo's theoretical strength is terrifyingly strong. It's likely that an ordinary Golden Core middle stage cultivator would not be her match. In addition, she also has 3 types of divine abilities. According to the system, divine abilities are divided into Little Supernatural Powers, Divine Ability, Great Divine Power, and Immortal Dao Divine Ability. There might be more above these 4 realms, but So Mo does not know. At the same time, divine abilities are also divided into different qualities: white, green, purple, and gold. Different colors correspond to different growth potential, with white corresponding to little supernatural powers. Even if one breaks through to a great realm and has origin power to enhance the divine ability's strength, a white quality divine ability, even if strengthened to the divine ability realm, will not have the strength it should normally possess. Unless one possesses an incredibly heaven-defying spiritual item that can fundamentally improve the divine ability's quality. What So Mo condensed was an immortal golden core, and it was the top-tier immortal golden core with multiple special lightning tribulations. That's why she could possess 2 purple divine abilities and 1 green divine ability. This means her 2 purple divine abilities will not be eliminated even when she reaches the soul transformation realm. As for talents, they are innate abilities possessed from birth, but they can also be acquired through cultivation. Talents do not have specific ranks, they are only divided into useful and not useful. With 3 high-quality divine abilities, plus various skills, So Mo's theoretical strength is already on par with an ordinary golden core late-stage cultivator. Of course, this is just theoretical strength. Even with theoretical strength comparable to golden core late stage, So Mo does not possess the combat power of a golden core late stage. Because there is a gap between theoretical combat power and actual combat power. Even if she acquires someone else's skills, it doesn't mean she can exert the same power as them. Those skills were obtained by others through countless hours of sweat and an unknown number of battles. Even if she acquired these skills, she only understood them. The effect of the same level of skill in her hands might not even be half of the original skills level. Especially for sword-related skills, without the heart of a strong individual and relevant combat talent, even if So Mo acquired the talent of sword mastery, level 33. In terms of actual combat power, any normal golden core sword cultivator could easily defeat her. But even so, it is still incredibly heaven-defying. After all, there's a difference between having a foundation and not having one. So Mo only needs to familiarize herself with her skills, and her progress speed is naturally incomparable to that of a normal cultivator. So high, oh, I feel like life has reached its peak. So high, oh, I feel like life has reached its climax. So Mo hummed a cheerful tune, bouncing around as she packed up her books. Although the current strategy progress was slow, So Mo believed that with the strongest strategy system, she would one day be able to reach the immortal realm. What song were you just singing? Just then, an incredibly gentle voice suddenly came from behind her. So Mo turned sharply and saw a handsome man in white clothes with an incredibly gentle face standing behind her. Listening to the little tune So Mo was humming, Gu felt a slight sense of nostalgia. Although more than 10,000 years had passed, the higher one's cultivation, the better one's memory, so Gu had not forgotten the various things from his previous life. How long had it been since he had heard a song from his hometown? Although he was doing well in the cultivation world, he still missed the days on Blue Star in his previous life. There was no mistake, this familiar and cheerful melody was definitely from his fellow countryman. You are White Dean. It's actually White Dean himself. Looking at Gu who had suddenly appeared behind her, So Mo's eyes lit up, and she said with extreme excitement. She had heard of Gu great name, or rather, almost every student at Heavenly Immortal Academy was a fan of Gu Many students and even teachers affectionately called Gu White Dean. After all, White Dean sounded a bit more intimate than Dean Gu. Ding dong. Detected that Gu favorability towards you has reached 30. You can randomly extract one skill from him. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Master Chef Art, level 20. Instantly, countless pieces of knowledge related to ingredients began to flow into So Mo's mind. Hiss. So Mo clutched her forehead, letting out a painful groan. Master Chef Art, level 20, roughly equivalent to the peak level of a world. With her golden core realm brain, even after processing by the system, she simply could not bear such a vast amount of knowledge. Detected that the host cannot bear such a high-quality skill. Skill is being sealed. Seal complete. Master Chef Art, level 20, changed to Master Chef Art, level 1. As the system's voice sounded, So Mo felt a large portion of the knowledge in her mind dissipate. At the same time, So Mo felt a hand gently pressing on her forehead, followed by an incredibly refreshing coolness. I'm fine. So Mo shook her head, her face pale. She hadn't expected the gap between herself and White Dean to be so immense. Just a simplified version of his most basic skill was already almost too much for her to bear. Looking at White Dean before her, So Mo subconsciously cast a detection skill on Gu Name, Gu Affection, 30/100. Rank, Ascension Realm Early Stage. Innate Divine Ability, Purple Quality, Top Tier Great Divine Power, Enlightenment. Purple Quality, Top Tier Great Divine Power, Heart of the Wood Spirit. Gold Quality, Top Tier Great Divine Power, Merit Light. Gold Quality, Top Tier Great Divine Power, Karma Protection. Quality, Immortal Deo Divine Ability, First Unparalleled. Quality, Immortal Deo Divine Ability, None to Follow. Skills, Medical Grandmaster, Level 10. Alchemy Grandmaster, Level 9, Artifact Refining Grandmaster, Level 8, Formation Grandmaster, Level 9, Culinary Grandmaster, Level 3, Divination Grandmaster, Level 10. Sword Great Master, Level 11, Deo Great Master, Level 12. Talents, Gentle Heart, you are very gentle. Logistics Daddy, possesses extraordinary talent for any skill related to logistics. Combat Trash, extremely unskilled in any combat related skills. Teaching according to aptitude, extremely good at teaching students, able to discover and guide any potential in students. Talent. 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 Stunned, So-Mo was speechless as she looked at Gu Bai's panel. Luxurious, too luxurious. The dense array of Grandmaster level skills was dazzling to behold. According to her deductions, acquiring Grandmaster skills was extremely difficult, even ascended immortal cultivators would normally only possess 1 or 2 Grandmaster level skills, and their levels were generally not high. But what about White Dean? He seemed to have at least a dozen Grandmaster level skills. Among them, his medical skills had reached Medical Grandmaster, level 10. This meant that White Dean's medical skills had at least reached the peak of the Ascension realm, and his actual level was probably already at the Earth Immortal realm, otherwise it wouldn't be 10. Besides that, there were 2 divine abilities whose specific quality even the system couldn't detect, and just by their names, one could tell they were very impressive divine abilities. So-Mo looked at Gu Bai before her with shining eyes. In her view, he was a mountain of gold. If she could freeload any one of his skills, she wouldn't have to worry about the rest of her life. Moreover, White Dean was generous enough to have 30 points of affection for her right upon their first meeting. 30 points of affection meant he had a relatively strong liking for her. If it were to progress further, 40 points of affection would indicate a casual friend. 50 points meant a good friend, 60 points a very good friend, and 70 points usually meant a life and death confidant. As for 80 points, that would be a fellow deist with whom one shared a deep understanding, or a close female confidant, or a blood relative. As for 90 points of affection, So-Mo had never encountered it so far. The highest affection she had ever achieved was with a friend she made while traversing the Jianghu. She and that person had faced life and death together several times, and she had even saved his life, but they had only barely reached 79 points of affection. Her martial grandmaster, level 30 was a talent she had drawn with incredible luck after reaching 79 points of affection. The cultivation world was even more ruthless than imagined. Most relationships between cultivators were superficial. Before joining the Heavenly Immortal Academy, when she was adventuring in the cultivation world, she had almost never encountered anyone who developed more than 30 points of affection for her. Fortunately, Heavenly Immortal Academy was a more humane place. Most of her skills were acquired within Heavenly Immortal Academy. Are you all right? Looking at So-Mo, whose expression was rapidly changing, Gu Bai felt a slight headache. After seeing him, So-Mo suddenly had a headache, and then her expression rapidly changed, showing confusion, surprise, but finally turning into her looking at him with shining eyes. If Gu Bai didn't have confidence in his medical skills, he would suspect that she had gone mad. Ah. Oh, I'm fine. So-Mo finally reacted. She quickly shook her head, indicating that she was fine. What song were you singing just now? Gu Bai looked at So-Mo again, then asked gently. Ha ha ha, that's a song from my hometown. So-Mo scratched her head, saying somewhat sheepishly. Gu Bai looked at So-Mo, and then he suddenly uttered a difficult to understand melody. How are you? So-Mo looked at Gu Bai in disbelief. The melody that seemed obscure to others was incredibly familiar to her. You're a transmigration senior. So-Mo said excitedly. Something like that. It's not convenient here, I'll take you somewhere. Gu Bai smiled and nodded. He reached out and pressed So-Mo's shoulder, and the two instantly vanished from their spot. When they reappeared, they were already in a hidden room. This was Gu Bai's exclusive lounge, located next to the dean's office. The lounge was equipped with a special soundproofing formation, making it the perfect choice for secret conversations. Sitting on the sofa in the lounge, Gu Bai skillfully brewed a cup of tea for both So-Mo and himself. This tea is made from the tenderest leaves of a 5th-grade enlightenment tree. Ordinary cultivators who drink it can slightly improve their comprehension ability, but for me, it can at most refresh my mind. Gu Bai handed the steaming hot tea, emitting faint wisps of smoke, to So-Mo. So-Mo's eyes widened as she carefully accepted the hot tea. The price of just this one cup of tea probably exceeded her entire net worth. Big shot, you're not going to secretly kill me, are you? So-Mo took a sip of tea, then asked cautiously. To be honest, she was terribly nervous right now. As the saying goes, when fellow countrymen meet, one stabs the other in the back. The power difference between her and White Dean was too vast. To prevent her secret from being exposed, it was highly possible that he would simply kill her. Don't be scared, I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Besides, if I wanted to attack you, I would have done so already. Why would I bring you here? Gu Bai showed a gentle smile, speaking in the softest tone he could manage. That's good then. So-Mo patted her chest, finally relaxing completely. So, big shot, when did you transmigrate? I transmigrated on July 27, 2024. So-Mo looked at Gu Bai and asked curiously. I was a little earlier than you, transmigrating on January 1, 2024. However, I've been in the immortal realm much longer than you. From transmigrating to the cultivation world until now, it's been about 10,000 years. Gu Bai took a sip of hot tea, speaking with a hint of emotion. Wow, that's amazing. So-Mo looked at Gu Bai with admiration. 100,000 years, although it sounds like a long time, it's not too long for an Ascension realm immortal. Ha 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 ha, it's not bad. Gu Bai smiled modestly. By the way, did you obtain some opportunity? How were you able to break through to the Golden Core realm at 20 years old? According to the information I have, you had just break through to the Foundation Establishment realm when you were 16, but at 17, your cultivation suddenly increased from foundation establishment early stage to foundation establishment late stage. Gu Bai looked through So Mo's information and asked with a hint of curiosity. He was genuinely curious. Although there are many spiritual treasures in the cultivation world, even the most heaven-defying ones that rapidly increase cultivation in a short period would cause an unstable foundation. What kind of opportunity did his fellow transmigrator obtain to be able to raise her cultivation to the golden core realm in such a short time and even successfully condense an immortal golden core? Because I have a system, a standard for transmigrators. As long as others develop a good impression of me, I can randomly draw a skill. So Mo put her hands on her hips and said very proudly. System. Gu Bai's mouth twitched. Compared to So Mo's cheat, he suddenly felt his own cheat was nothing special. His 3 talents were obtained from the cultivation simulator game he played in his previous life. They were affinity, absolute rationality, and immortality. Although these 3 talents helped him, the help was definitely not significant. Even without affinity, he still possessed charm far exceeding ordinary people. Absolute rationality, although useful, he used very rarely, especially after his ascension to the immortal realm, he almost never used it. And immortality indeed helped him greatly, but even without this talent, he might still have reached his current position, it would just have been more difficult. In contrast, So Mo's strongest favorability system, which randomly draws talents, was simply too heaven-defying. If he had this system in 100,000 years, he might have already become the strongest in the immortal realm. What? Great Master, you don't have a system. Looking at Gu Bai's expression, So Mo asked with a slight hint of confusion. In her opinion, White Dean possessed so many support skills, he must have some kind of strongest support system. If he learned all of them by himself, being able to master so many advanced skills simultaneously would truly be a bit abnormal. I don't seem to have a system. As for these skills of mine, I learned them little by little. Gu Bai nodded with difficulty. He indeed had no system. Great Master, you're awesome. After a moment of silence, So Mo gave Gu Bai a thumbs up and said very earnestly. Is this what it means to be White Dean? Even without a system, he can still become a great master. Following that, Gu Bai and So Mo chatted for a long time, mostly reminiscing about life on Blue Star. Gu Bai took out a few jars of wine of not so high quality, and they drank happily together. Both of them were happy. So Mo was happy because she found a sufficiently heaven-defying backer. Even the slightest bit of resources Gu Bai squeezed out from between his fingernails would be enough for her to cultivate to the spirit transformation realm. And Gu Bai was happy because he finally found a fellow transmigrator who could chat with him when he was bored. Most importantly, So Mo also had a system as a cheat. Given enough time, his fellow transmigrator would sooner or later reach the peak of the immortal realm. That was a height he might not even reach, so it was very necessary to build a good relationship with So Mo now. So Mo, why don't I just take you as my disciple? That way, you'll be able to enjoy the highest rank treatment in the entire Heavenly Immortal Academy, and even the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Gu Bai drained the fine wine in his cup, then said with a smile. Disciple So Mo, is willing to take Great Master as her master. So Mo did not hesitate after hearing this. With a thud, she knelt before Gu Bai and then hugged Gu Bai's leg tightly. Alright, there's no need to be so exaggerated. Quickly let go of me. Gu Bai's mouth twitched violently. Even with his current hard nature, he was startled by So Mo's lively personality. After all, cultivators in the cultivation world were almost all quite serious. Even his disciple Ye Fan, no matter how many tricks he usually played, acted very serious in front of him. But he never expected So Mo's personality to be so lively, immediately hugging his leg. Seeing So Mo finally let go, Gu Bai then said very seriously, from now on, we are master and disciple. He was a person who valued relationships. Once he took a disciple, he would be responsible to the end, doing his best to teach his disciple. Even if the disciple was not up to par, Gu Bai would not show the slightest bit of disdain. After all, once a master, always a father. Gu Bai had his own responsibility and commitment. Ding dong. Detection, Gu Bai's favorability towards you has reached 40. Random talent drawing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Medical Deo Grandmaster, rank 1. In an instant, So Mo felt as if her brain was about to explode. Even with the protection of the system's power, she was instantly overwhelmed by this vast knowledge, causing blood to flow from her 7 orifices. Blood began to flow from her eyes, nose, and ears. It was not surprising that So Mo appeared so disheveled. Grandmaster level Medical Deo, even if it was only rank 1, meant stepping into the immortal realm. It was knowledge that only Ascension Realm Immortals could comprehend, and only the brains of Ascension Realm Immortals could withstand it. But So Mo was only a Golden Core Realm cultivator. The fact that she wasn't exploded by this vast knowledge was entirely due to the system's strenuous support. Detection, host is unable to withstand Grandmaster level Medical Deo, rank 1. Skill is being sealed. Seal complete. Grandmaster level Medical Deo, rank 1, temporarily changed to Great Master level Medical Deo, rank 1. The bitter Medical Deo knowledge that was violently assaulting her mind suddenly dissipated by 98%. Only then did So Mo, who had completely lost all ability to think and could only babble incoherently from the knowledge assault, finally regain her ability to think. Are you alright? Looking at the girl who suddenly had blood flowing from her 7 orifices, Gu Bai waved his hand, instantly healing all the damage to her brain. Then, Gu Bai said with some hesitation. He vaguely guessed that his favorability had increased, allowing her to gain a new skill, but it shouldn't cause blood to flow from her 7 orifices, right? When did having a system become so dangerous? I'm fine. So Mo struggled to get up. Looking at Gu Bai's favorability of 40 points, her mouth almost split open from smiling. Sigma, Sigma. This was 40 points of favorability, which translates to a good friend with a decent relationship. She had been in Heavenly Immortal Academy for 2 years, and she had never gained such high favorability from any high realm cultivator. The highest among them only reached 36 points. After all, these cultivators had lived for at least 1,000 years, and their favorability was generally very difficult to gauge. Especially those older cultivators, in their later years, they might not even be able to find a few good friends to drink with. It wasn't that they didn't want to make new friends, but at their age, they could no longer make close friends. She originally thought that Gu Bai, an immortal who had lived for tens of thousands of years, would have a very difficult favorability to raise. Even considering they were from the same hometown, he immediately gave her 30 points of favorability. But So Mo never expected that in less than a day, she would casually chat with him, and he would plan to take her as his disciple. And at the moment of taking her as a disciple, the favorability increased to 40 points. The system would not lie. This meant that when White Dean took her as a disciple, he already considered her quite important, nearly as important as a good friend. It should be known that the concept of a friend in the minds of low-realm cultivators and high-realm cultivators, or even ascended immortals, are two different things. A golden core realm cultivator at the same realm as him might consider someone a friend after a few years of getting along. But if it were an ascended immortal, even if they spent hundreds or thousands of years together day and night, it would probably be impossible to raise the other party's favorability to 40 points. Because doing so would be very painful. Even she, merely in the golden core realm, had begun to slowly close off her heart to low-realm cultivators with poor talent. It wasn't that she was arrogant or looked down on those low-realm cultivators, it was simply because if she invested true feelings, and the other party turned into a pile of yellow earth 100 years later, she would be sad. So Mo also realized the great charm of the person named Gu Bai. How dazzling it was. No wonder everyone who knew Master was deeply attracted to him. The reason they were attracted to Gu Bai was not his appearance or some inexplicable affinity, but because of Gu Bai's heart. What a dazzling heart it was. Without a trace of impurity, only endless gentleness and sincerity. To be honest, if she didn't know that Master was already a married man, she would have tried to make a move on him. He. Thinking of this, So Mo couldn't help but let out bursts of silly laughter. Gu Bai looked at So Mo with some confusion. He couldn't quite understand why the disciple he had just taken suddenly started giggling foolishly, and her smile was particularly lewd. Are you all right? Gu Bai reached out and pressed So Mo's forehead, asking with some concern. At the same time, Gu Bai's divine sense entered So Mo's mind and began to scan, but after checking for a long time, Gu Bai didn't find any problems. No, I'm fine. I was just thinking about something else just now. So Mo quickly wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, then said with a guilty conscience. That's good. Gu Bai patted his chest, finally relaxing. He then took out a snow-white token from his storage pouch and handed it to So Mo, then said with a smile. This is my identity token. In a sense, holding this token is equivalent to possessing a part of my authority. I still have some connections in the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. I won't say that all immortals will give me face, but most cultivators in the soul transformation realm and below, when they see this token, should not make things too difficult for you. This way, you will have an easier time in Heavenly Immortal Academy in the future, and even if you successfully graduate and venture into the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, it will be easier. If you encounter any difficulties and I happen not to be around, you can take this token to find Gu Bai, Yefan, So Wuji, or Immortal Venerable Limitless Method, or even Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable. They will help you. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Gu Bai's token. Holding this token will greatly increase your prestige in the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, and almost no one will make things difficult for you. The token, in a sense, represents Gu Bai, and therefore contains a large amount of karma. To some extent, it can be considered a karma treasure. Holding this token, even if you are not a member of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, people will not make things too difficult for you, because attacking you will deplete their own karma. So Mo's eyes widened, looking at the white jade pendant in her hand in disbelief. Oh. The jade pendant felt cool and comfortable to the touch, and it seemed to nourish her body, slightly increasing her cultivation speed and learning speed. So Mo even felt that the jade pendant was slowly refining her magical power. In the long run, her somewhat loose magical power would inevitably become more condensed. Divine Artifact. For So Mo at this stage, this jade pendant was a complete divine artifact. With this jade pendant, her future was bright. At least before breaking through to the Ascension realm, So Mo couldn't think of any difficulty that this jade pendant couldn't solve. The originally incredibly winding path suddenly turned into a broad road, and there were even escalators installed on the road. She didn't even need to walk, the escalator could automatically take her to the peak. These are third-tier medicinal pills I refined in my spare time, their quality has already surpassed the limit. The medicinal pill's efficacy is several times that of normal third-tier medicinal pills, and the medicinal power is extremely pure, leaving no medicinal pill toxins. As long as your body can withstand it, there's no problem even if you eat too many. Gu Bai smiled and took out several jade bottles from his storage pouch, handing them to So Mo. These medicinal pills were all refined by him when he was bored. Although they were only third-tier medicinal pills, they were personally refined by an immortal tier alchemist. In a sense, the price of these medicinal pills even far exceeded that of ordinary 4th-tier medicinal pills. Master, you are too good to me. Looking at the medicinal pills in her hand, Su Mo's eyes immediately reddened. She only felt a warmth in her heart. Because she could feel that Gu Bai was truly good to her. In this cold and ruthless cultivation world, meeting someone who was truly good to you was almost impossible. If Gu Bai also had the strongest favorability system at this moment, he would be able to see the favorability points on Su Mo's head constantly increasing by +1/+1. Alright, stop hugging. This is immoral. Gu Bai pushed away Su Mo, who was hugging him tightly, then said helplessly. Gu Bai looked at the sky and found that the sun was about to set, estimating that the sky would be completely dark in a while. Come on, I'll take you to meet your mistress. Gu Bai thought for a moment, then took Su Mo's hand, planning to introduce his disciple to Xing. After that, he would also introduce her to his 3 other disciples, Oriental Yuch, Oriental Starfall, and Lu Ruin. After all, as his disciple, she should definitely get to know the people around him first. At night, in Gu Bai's immortal cave, Xing was practicing her sword in the small courtyard. The appearance of the immortal cave was very similar to Gu Bai's actions in Lingyun sect, in fact, it could be said to be identical. It was a small courtyard, not large, with a few acres of spiritual fields and 2 spiritual trees outside the courtyard, while behind the courtyard was an orchard, planting spiritual fruits that Xing, Gu Bai, and Ye Fan loved to eat. In front of the small courtyard, under the 5 Sutras Enlightenment tree, Little Bai was lazily sprawled out, napping. As Gu Bai's pet, Little Bai was naturally brought to the immortal realm. However, after arriving in the immortal realm, Little Bai continued to eat, drink, and sleep, doing nothing all day. At this moment, Xing was standing in the small courtyard, practicing her sword. As Su Wuji's daughter, Xing naturally possessed some sword deo talent. Coupled with the occasional guidance from Su Wuji, the sword immortal, Xing's strength was actually not bad, at least much stronger than an average half-immortal realm sword cultivator. Gu Bai, you're back. Just then, Xing suddenly turned her head, looking at Gu Bai slowly approaching from a distance, and said with some surprise. But who is that person behind you? Am I still not enough for you? Xing put her hands on her hips, pointing at the girl behind Gu Bai, and said indignantly. Mistress, you've misunderstood, I am Master's new disciple. Su Mo poked her head out from behind Gu Bai and quickly explained. So that's it, let me see. Hearing this, Xing relaxed, she walked directly in front of Su Mo and began to size her up from head to toe. Immediately after, before Gu Bai could ask, Xing directly pulled Su Mo away to a distant spot and began to whisper. Seeing this scene, Gu Bai's mouth curved slightly, he turned and went to the kitchen to start making tonight's dinner. He had no thoughts about Su Mo at all, after all, in his opinion, Su Mo was just a little girl. Moreover, in terms of looks and charm, was there anyone more perfect than Xing in this world? Absolutely not. He was not a lecherous person, having Xing alone was enough. Xing naturally knew Gu Bai's feelings for her, so those words earlier were just a joke, more of a flirtation between her and Gu Bai. Gu Bai took out a good piece of pork belly, then blanched it and began to make braised pork. Braised pork was Xing's favorite dish, Xing almost had to eat it every few days. And after tens of thousands of years of refinement, Gu Bai's culinary skills had reached their peak. The delicacies he made, besides being incredibly delicious, even had various effects similar to medicinal pills. However, Gu Bai did not delve deeply into this deo, because in his opinion, if one pursued effects, they would, to a certain extent, neglect the taste of the ingredients themselves. After finishing the pork belly, Gu Bai held the spatula, casually twirled it around, and then began to make sweet and sour ribs, shredded potatoes, hot and sour cabbage, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and old hen soup, these everyday dishes from Earth. Of course, they were called everyday dishes, but the materials Gu Bai used were all top-grade spiritual items. Wow! Su Mo's eyes lit up, staring intently at the table full of familiar yet unfamiliar food. Eat, don't be polite with me. Gu Bai served the rice and handed it to Su Mo, then said with a smile. Su Mo took the rice bowl, but she did not pick up her chopsticks, instead, she looked at Gu Bai expectantly. Ha ha ha. Gu Bai smiled at this, reaching out and casually picking up a dish to put into his mouth. One of the traditions of Blue Star was that when visiting someone's home, the host must pick up their chopsticks first before others could. Only then did Su Mo pick up a piece of braised pork and stuff it into her mouth. The braised pork had been stewed by Gu Bai until it was incredibly soft and melted in the mouth, and it wasn't greasy at all. Su Mo then took a large bite of rice and began to devour it ravenously. Delicious. As she ate, a tear rolled down Su Mo's cheek. This incredibly familiar taste was simply delicious enough to make her cry. If it's delicious, eat more. Seeing this, Gu Bai smiled and served Su Mo another large bowl of spiritual rice. Detected the other party's favorability increased by 2 points, current favorability is 42 points, random skill drawing in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a powerful physique, roughly equivalent to the late-stage nascent soul realm body cultivator level. Detected the system cannot withstand such immense power, physique seal in progress, seal complete, now changed to the golden core realm late-stage body cultivator level. Instantly, Su Mo's originally somewhat frail physique became incredibly powerful, although her appearance didn't change much, her combat power increased significantly. Listening to the notification in her ear, Su Mo was truly a little moved, this favorability was too easy to gain. Gu Bai also noticed Su Mo's physique suddenly increasing by a large margin. The extent of the increase was at least equivalent to a normal cultivator's hundreds of years of arduous cultivation. However, Gu Bai did not feel any jealousy. Su Mo was his disciple, and how could he, as a master, be jealous of his disciple? The better Su Mo lived, the happier he naturally was. Just like that, the three of them chatted and laughed as they finished a very warm dinner. Then master, I'll be going now. Su Mo stood outside the small courtyard, waving at Gu Bai. When you have time, I'll call my other disciple, Ye Fan, to help you cultivate your combat experience. Otherwise, if you only have combat ability but no combat experience, you'll easily be ambushed by others. Gu Bai smiled and nodded. Hum. Walking on the way home, Su Mo couldn't help but hum a cheerful tune. If Gu Bai had a favorability system at this moment, he would clearly see that Su Mo's favorability towards him had already reached 59 points and was about to reach 60 points. Unknowingly, Su Mo had been completely won over by Gu Bai. What a good child. Looking in the direction Su Mo left, Gu Bai said with a slight sigh of emotion. He actually liked this disciple, Su Mo, very much. If Su Mo fully matured in the future, he would probably gain another confidant. Gu Bai looked forward to that day. Just as Gu Bai was sighing, his right hand was directly pulled by Xing, and before Gu Bai could react, he was directly dragged into the Immortal cave. Sleepless night. The next morning, Gu Bai, whose clothes were a bit disheveled, pushed open the door and suddenly flew off into the distance. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight with Xing longer, it was just that he still had things to deal with. Since he had promised to train Su Mo, how could he, as a master, just disappear for half a month right after taking a disciple? Sitting on the bench in the dean's office, Gu Bai slightly straightened his clothes. Master. At this moment, in the dean's office, Oriental Yuch, Lu Ruyan, and Oriental Starfall, his three disciples, were concentrating on handling documents. Seeing Gu Bai suddenly appear in the dean's office, all three were somewhat surprised. With Gu Bai's personality, under normal circumstances, he would definitely be the first to arrive at the headmaster's office. If he wasn't there immediately, it meant Gu Bai was held up by something, like his battle with Master. Oriental Yuch and the other two were already used to this, and they consciously began to help Gu Bai process documents. Of course, with their abilities, they could only handle the most urgent ones, and the rest could wait until Gu Bai had time to deal with them. What the three hadn't expected was that Gu Bai would return so quickly. Looking at the suspicious gazes Oriental Yuch and the others were giving him, Gu Bai's old face darkened. Ahem, I was just teaching a new disciple, not what you guys are thinking. Gu Bai coughed lightly and told Oriental Yuch and the other two the news that he had accepted Su Mo as a disciple. However, Gu Bai didn't tell Oriental Yuch and the others about Su Mo possessing a system. He only said that Su Mo's talent was extremely high, and she had cultivated to the Golden Core realm at the age of only 20 without the help of outsiders. To make the information more reliable, Gu Bai had already modified Su Mo's personal file beforehand. He adjusted Su Mo's talent, comprehension ability, and heart nature to superior grade, making it as outrageous as possible. After all, a common man is not guilty, but possessing a treasure is. If the others in the cultivation world were to find out about the existence of the system, powerful figures would definitely capture Su Mo for research. Even if they couldn't find out anything in the end, they would never let Su Mo continue to grow. Gu Bai wasn't worried about his three disciples leaking the secret. He still had great trust in the character of his three disciples. It's just that in front of high realm cultivators with slightly lower ranks have almost no secrets to speak of, so for the sake of safety, it's better for the three of them not to know. It's actually a junior sister. Looking at the file Gu Bai handed over, Oriental Yuch and the other two's eyes lit up. Then master, can we see our junior sister? Oriental Yuch looked at Gu Bai with his sparkling eyes. Gu Bai smiled and waved his hand, casually saying, go ahead, I'll handle these documents. With his workload, although his three disciples could help him reduce the burden, even without the three of them, he could finish all the work at night at most. Okay. Hearing Gu Bai's words, Oriental Yuch immediately pulled his parents and left the headmaster's office in an instant. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. In this month, Su Mo has also initially gotten to know Oriental Yuch and the other two, and has formed a decent friendship with them. Junior sister, let's go, we're going to mooch a meal at Master's house today. Su Mo, who had just come out of the classroom, was led by the hand by Oriental Starfall, walking towards the direction of Gu Bai's immortal cave. Understood, senior sister. Su Mo nodded, letting Oriental Yuch pull her along. Among Gu Bai's disciples, Oriental Yuch had the best relationship with her. After all, they were both the kind of people who were a bit quirky and very playful cultivators. After the two met, whenever they had time, she would be dragged around by Oriental Yuch to have fun everywhere. You're here. In the small courtyard, when Oriental Yuch and Su Mo arrived, Gu Bai had just finished cooking a table full of dishes. Looking at the two disciples who had just arrived, Gu Bai slightly turned his head, revealing an incomparably gentle smile to the two of them. Although Gu Bai's expression was equally gentle at Heavenly Immortal Academy or in other places. But Gu Bai had to maintain a certain amount of dignity in front of outsiders after all, so the gentleness was mixed with a hint of seriousness, which made others not dare to underestimate Gu Bai. But at this moment, Gu Bai showed a completely different side of him. Gu Bai was wearing a pure white apron, perhaps because there were no outsiders at this time, only Qingning and some of Gu Bai's acquaintances. In addition, because he had just cooked a large table of dishes, Gu Bai was still holding the delicacies he had just made in his hands, and his expression was more gentle and virtuous, or rather, tempting, than ever before. Thump 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 thump. Oriental Yuch and Suemo suddenly covered their chests. At this time, their faces were flushed, as if their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. Hey? Why have your faces suddenly turned so red? Gu Bai put the delicacies in his hand on the table, then tilted his head slightly, looking at the two with some doubt. How should one describe those eyes? They were a pair of incomparably clean eyes, without any impurities or evil thoughts, incomparably tempting. Suemo and Oriental Yuch suddenly thought, what would happen if they stained this pair of eyes without any impurities with their own color? Just thinking about it made people feel extremely excited. Pa pa pa. Fortunately, at this time, Oriental Yuch relied on his tenacious will and suddenly slapped himself a few times, finally breaking free from that terrible mood. Detecting that the host is being influenced, the innate Sword Dao heart is triggered, which can exempt any mental control and greatly enhance one's own willpower. Ding dong, Sword Dao heart cannot exempt this effect, Martial Dao heart nature is being triggered, Martial Dao heart nature can greatly enhance one's own willpower and reduce the influence of desire on oneself. Under the circumstances of continuously triggering two skills, Suemo finally woke up as well. Pa pa pa. She also slapped herself a few times. Dongfang Xingluo and Suemo looked at each other, both feeling a little scared. Only because Gu Bai's charm seemed to have become even stronger. Gu Bai was even more puzzled. Were his two disciples' brains malfunctioning? Why did they suddenly slap themselves? That shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, both of them are proficient in medical skills, so there's no reason why they can't cure themselves. Gu Bai was a little puzzled. His charm had indeed increased a bit during this period, and the main reason was that Immortal Venerable Guisu had recommended him to cultivate a beauty cultivation technique, which had greatly improved his temperament. But after all, he was the master of the two of them, and Suemo was also from his hometown, so no matter what, the two of them shouldn't transform into disciples who rebel against their master, right? Shouldn't be, right? But seeing the increasingly strange gazes of the two, Gu Bai was also a little sweaty. It seems that he has to think of a way to reduce his charm. Damn, big brother. Fortunately, at this time, Gu Bai's voice suddenly came from a distance. I saw Gu Bai, Ye Fan, Su Wuji, and Immortal Venerable Chongsheng Limitless Method, appearing at the entrance of his small courtyard. You're back from the Boundary Sea so soon. Looking at the few people appearing outside the door, Gu Bai once again revealed a gentle smile. Yes, after receiving your message, we immediately rushed back after exploring that secret realm. Gu Bai nodded, smiling as he spoke. Come, Suemo, greet your junior martial uncles. Gu Bai patted Suemo's shoulder, smiling as he spoke. Greetings, junior martial uncles. Looking at the humanoid beasts in front of her, Suemo greeted them with a slightly nervous expression. This is Big Brother, the new disciple you asked us to nurture. Gu Bai, Ye Fan, and the others looked at Suemo in front of them with glowing eyes, their eyes as if they were children who had obtained a toy. Seeing the looks in Gu Bai and the others' eyes, Suemo was startled and quickly ran behind Gu Bai. Don't worry, your senior brother and the others don't mean any harm, they just want to train you. Gu Bai ruffled Suemo's hair, then smiled and pulled her out. Big brother, then we'll take her to the Boundary Sea for an adventure. It's a good opportunity to hone her combat experience and willpower. We guarantee that within 10 years, she will be completely transformed, at least able to fully exert her combat power. Gu Bai and Ye Fan, one on each side, pulled Suemo and walked into the distance. Although Suemo now possessed various powerful skills, her raw strength could already overpower an ordinary golden core late-stage cultivator. However, in reality, Suemo's skills were all drawn from the system, and she couldn't unleash their original power, she even struggled against a golden core middle-stage cultivator. Currently, Suemo's realm was low, making it easier to resolve. As long as she fought more, she could digest most of the skills she acquired. But if she reached a high realm, it would be too late to change, just like himself. Gu Bai was not very good at combat from the very beginning. Of course, at that time, he could still fight cultivators of the same realm. However, due to the invasion of extraterrestrial demons and a series of accidents, he no longer focused on his own combat power. Now, he had cultivated to the Ascension realm, but his combat power was pitifully weak. If his two divine abilities were not counted, Gu Bai couldn't defeat any immortal of the Ascension realm. In novels, he would be an old relic who was fought across ranks. And the problem of combat was also easy to solve, after all, Suemo was taken away by Ye Fan and the others. Ye Fan and the others were either adventuring in the dangerous Boundary Sea or on their way to strike down cultivator robbers, so they had no shortage of combat. Coupled with Suemo's current low rank, opponents who were evenly matched with her were abundant. If she wanted to, fighting 10 life and death battles a day would be no problem. Master, save me. Watching herself being dragged further and further away by the two, Suemo quickly called for Gu Bai's help. Don't worry, Gu Bai is very steady in his actions. I look forward to your transformation. Gu Bai waved at Suemo, but made no attempt to hold her back. To grow to the peak, hardships along the way are indispensable, otherwise, one would only have power without any combat ability, becoming an advanced experience package that anyone could bully. As for Gu Bai himself, it could only be said that first unparalleled and no one will come after him, meaning no one after him, were two heaven-defying divine abilities. Even if he himself had no combat power to speak of, relying solely on these two divine abilities, he had no opponents in the Ascension realm. After So Mo left, Gu Bai's life did not change much. He still dealt with documents every day, delved into medical Dao secret art, or accompanied Xing Ning. However, unlike Gu Bai's peaceful life, So Mo's life had undergone a 360-degree transformation. Clang, clang, clang. So Mo was currently wielding a crimson longsword, fiercely battling a cultivator robbers who exuded blood chi and held a blood-red long saber. Even though So Mo possessed numerous high-rank skills, her own cultivation was only golden core initial stage, but that cultivator robbers had a golden core late-stage cultivation and a wealth of ruthless combat experience. Pfft. The cultivator robbers seized a gap in So Mo's attack, and while So Mo's old strength had just faded and new strength had not yet emerged, he directly knocked the longsword out of So Mo's hand. Immediately after, the cultivator robbers did not hesitate, directly attaching most of his vital blood to the long saber. The long saber, having absorbed most of the vital blood, instantly emitted bursts of red light. The cultivator robbers swung the long saber in his hand and slashed towards So Mo's neck. Even with the physique of a golden core late-stage body cultivator, So Mo, due to excessive tension, did not tense all her muscles, plus this strike was a desperate blow that concentrated most of the cultivator robbers' vital blood. Clang. With a crisp clang, So Mo's neck was largely severed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Crimson blood gushed out from So Mo's neck as if it were worthless. So Mo's pupils contracted violently. She clutched her severed neck, wanting to use a escape method, escape technique, to flee. But as soon as she flew into the sky, she was blocked by an invisible blood-red barrier. Immediately after, before So Mo could react, the cultivator robbers unleashed another blood-red sword chi. The sword chi accurately struck So Mo's neck, creating another gash in her almost severed neck. So Mo fell from the sky. Her eyes wide, her body trembled uncontrollably, and her eyes were filled with fear, devoid of any desire to fight. Sigh. A faint sigh came from the sky. The cultivator robbers, who wanted to pursue his advantage, suddenly sensed an overwhelming sword intent. This sword chi instantly suppressed the cultivator robbers, rendering him unable to move. Facing this desperate situation, the cultivator robbers struggled, wanting to flee into the distance, but immediately after, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, directly striking the cultivator robbers into ashes. Gu Bei and the others, who had been hidden in the spatial rift, slowly revealed themselves. Save me! Looking at Gu Bei and the others appearing around her, So Mo's eyes lit up. She forcefully squeezed out these two words from her throat. However, Gu Bei and the others made no move. They just looked at So Mo, who was lying on the ground, expressionlessly. If Gu Bei were here, he would have probably used a secret art to save So Mo long ago. But they were not as gentle and kind as Gu Bei, so they did not intervene, instead allowing So Mo's life force to grow weaker and weaker. So Mo's eyes widened. She wanted to call for help, but no sound came out. Time passed by minute, until So Mo's life force was about to completely dissipate, under the threat of death. So Mo finally remembered that she possessed Medical Dao Great Master, Rank 1 Medical Art. Medical Dao Great Master, even if it was only Rank 1, that was still a level that only a 4th order physicians could reach. A faint green light quietly appeared on So Mo's neck. Under the treatment of the green light, the bleeding from her neck finally stopped, and the wound was also healing at an extremely slow pace. This was not because Medical Dao Great Master was useless, but because So Mo had already lost most of her blood and was only a step away from death. The current So Mo was incredibly weak. Even if she tried her best, she could only barely perform the most basic low-rank Medical Dao secret art. However, although the bleeding had stopped, it did not change So Mo's impending death. Her life force continued to grow weaker and weaker. Until the very end, So Mo finally closed her eyes, and her vitality completely dissipated. Ye Fan and the others, standing beside So Mo, all covered their foreheads and shook their heads, very speechless. Only then did they make a move. A green lightning bolt suddenly appeared in Gu Bei's hand. The green lightning, full of vitality, attached itself to So Mo's body, and began to heal So Mo's injuries at an extremely fast pace. In just the blink of an eye, the hideous wound on So Mo's neck had completely healed. Ye Fan reached out and snatched So Mo's soul, which was about to reincarnate, from the air. Then, Ye Fan pressed his hand on So Mo's head, directly pushing So Mo's soul back. So Mo suddenly opened her eyes, covering her neck, and began to gasp for breath. Junior Martial Uncle, why didn't you save me sooner? So Mo turned to look at Gu Bei, saying with some life chi. Just now, she had completely experienced the process from life to death, including the continuous flow of life chi until its complete dissipation. This feeling was not good at all. Now, thinking back, So Mo subconsciously shivered. Gu Bei and the others did not reply. They all crossed their arms and sighed in unison again. So Mo, summarize the reasons for your mission's failure this time. Ye Fan said in a low voice. Well, I was just careless. I didn't expect that cultivator robbers to be so ruthless. So Mo thought for a long time and only managed to squeeze out this one sentence. Bang. Hearing this, Ye Fan punched So Mo's head. You are incredibly mistaken. I asked you to find and kill a Golden Core Realm cultivator robbers in Tianyun City. For an ordinary Golden Core Realm cultivator, it might be difficult, but for you, there should be no difficulty at all, right? But what about you? Not only did you not find the cultivator robbers, but because you spent money lavishly, you were targeted by the cultivator robbers instead. The cultivator robbers set up a formation outside the city to ambush you. You clearly sensed that something was wrong, but you relied on your strong cultivation and didn't care. Was I wrong? Ye Fan crossed his arms, saying with a tone of disappointment. No. So Mo lowered her head and did not refute. Ye Fan was not wrong, these were all the basic mistakes she had made. Bang. So Wuji followed with a punch, also landing on So Mo's head. You clearly possessed the same cultivation as the cultivator robbers, yet in the battle with the cultivator robbers, your long sword was knocked out of your hand by the cultivator robbers. This is one of the greatest disgraces for a sword cultivator. Since I became a sword cultivator and cultivated to this current realm, even when facing a sword cultivator one major realm higher than me, my sword has never been knocked away by anyone, not even once. Moreover, that cultivator robbers had clearly used a secret art, consuming most of his vital essence. This was a desperate strike. If he couldn't kill you, he would die himself. With your golden core late-stage body cultivator physique, even if your neck was mostly severed, you should still have had the strength to fight. The one who should have run was that cultivator robbers. Why did you turn and flee? Exposing your back to the enemy is also one of the greatest disgraces for a sword cultivator. If your behavior were to happen in a sword cultivator sect, you would probably be mocked by other sword cultivators for a lifetime, and in serious cases, you might even be directly expelled from the sect. So Wuji covered his forehead, shaking his head speechlessly. In the eyes of a sword cultivator like So Wuji, So Mo's series of actions just now were simply a disgrace to sword cultivators. I. So Mo opened her mouth but could not utter any words of refutation. So Wuji was right, her performance just now was simply too poor. Bang. Gu Bei followed with a punch to So Mo's head. He shook his head and said in a low voice. As a golden core late-stage body cultivator, you clearly noticed the enemy's attack, yet you didn't tense all your muscles, instead allowing them to relax. That cultivator robber's cultivation was not strong. If you had tensed all your muscles, even his full strength attack would only have severed a small part of your neck. You are simply a disgrace to body cultivators. If other body cultivators heard this, they would laugh at you for a lifetime. Bang. Ye Fan punched So Mo's head again, saying with extreme speechlessness. Having your neck mostly severed, for a body cultivator of your level, should only be considered a minor injury, right? For an injury of this level, let alone a fourth-order physician's, even a first-rank physician, or even an ordinary cultivator, would know to use cultivation to seal the wound immediately, right? Why did you let the blood flow freely? As a physician whose theoretical knowledge has reached the 4th rank, and as master's disciple, why didn't you use medical Dao's secret art to seal the wound? With your medical Dao level, you should be able to initially treat the wound within a few breaths. If other 4th-order physicians knew that as a golden core body cultivator, you died from such a minor injury, they would probably mock you for a lifetime. And master would also be implicated by you, mocked by other physicians for his ability to teach disciples. Ye Fan was truly speechless. With So Mo's top-tier configuration, any other normal person would have easily defeated a golden core late-stage cultivator. Back then, when he had just broken through to the golden core realm and hadn't even familiarized himself with all aspects, he dared to chase after a 3rd-order late-stage demon emperor. At that time, his combat power was at most equivalent to the cultivation of a golden core middle stage. Not long after, he, along with Gu Bei and So Wuji, directly went to a 4th-order demon emperor's immortal cave to steal treasures and had a direct confrontation with the 4th-order demon emperor. At that time, his superficial configuration was not even half of So Mo's current configuration. After all, although So Mo currently only has the cultivation of a golden core initial stage, the cultivation technique she cultivates is the most top-tier cultivation technique. Furthermore, So Mo condensed an immortal golden core, and the quantity of her cultivation is already comparable to a golden core middle stage cultivator, while its quality is even comparable to a golden core late stage cultivator. Add to that So Mo's top-tier skills, the physique of a golden core late-stage body cultivator, and the theoretical level of a 4th-order physician's. If he had So Mo's configuration back then, he wouldn't even need to call Gu Bei and So Wuji, he would dare to go to a 4th-order demon emperor's immortal cave to steal things by himself. Ordinary golden core late-stage cultivators would be instantly killed in front of him, but what about So Mo? Possessing this top-tier configuration, she was defeated by an unknown golden core cultivator robbers. In this process, So Mo could be said to have made every possible mistake. If So Mo hadn't made a mistake in any one of those steps, the outcome would not have been what it is now. Ye Fan even wondered how So Mo managed to cultivate to her current realm. Even when he was the Luck Sun in the Tiangsu world, cultivating to the golden core realm involved countless battles. But looking at So Mo now, it's as if she cultivated to the golden core realm just by sleeping. So Mo lowered her head and completely stopped speaking. It wasn't that she didn't want to speak, but that she was too ashamed to. Almost all of her abilities were drawn from the system. After acquiring them, she didn't practice much, so she felt very unfamiliar when using them. Especially medical skills, her master had instructed her many times before to practice medical Dao's secret art frequently when she had nothing to do, so that when needed, even if her brain hadn't reacted yet, her body would naturally be able to perform them. But So Mo believed that since she had the system, she didn't need to practice, so privately, she never practiced even once when she had nothing to do. If she had practiced, even just once, with any medical Dao's secret art, she wouldn't have been in a desperate situation and been unable to recall anything. But she simply hadn't practiced, because she believed that with the system, she could easily gain skills that others took decades, centuries, or even millennia to acquire. Why should she suffer and practice? Therefore, all the luxurious equipment she currently possessed actually belonged to others, not a single thing was truly her own. So Mo originally didn't care about this, as her previous battles were all crushing victories, which didn't expose her own problems. After venturing into the cultivation world, it wasn't long before she directly joined the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Because she didn't need to fight, her own problems were naturally concealed. Later, she was even taken as a disciple by Gubai, and so Mo's self-confidence swelled to its limit. She believed she was the protagonist in a novel and, with the help of the system, would soon stand at the peak of the immortal realm. As for the sweat she would have to put in during the process of becoming stronger, so Mo completely ignored it. In her view, as the protagonist, she must be heaven-defyingly talented and didn't need to consider so much. Gubai had also advised So Mo before, telling her not to rely too much on the system. However, Gubai's tone was too gentle, and given Gubai's personality, he couldn't say anything harsh, so Mo never took it too seriously. But Gubai and the others were not as gentle as Gubai. When they spoke, they were merciless, their words like honey, making So Mo doubt her very existence. After scolding So Mo, Yafan and the others began to teach So Mo some knowledge for navigating the cultivation world. This included basic knowledge such as how to identify hidden Jishu, marauder cultivators, how to distinguish traps, and how to prevent oneself from being deceived. This knowledge was intangible and couldn't be counted as skills, but it was essential for venturing into the cultivation world. These were experiences accumulated by Gubai and the others while traveling the cultivation world, especially how to identify Jishu, marauder cultivators, which was a special ability Yafan and the others had researched for over 10,000 years. So Mo listened very carefully, she felt she had never been so serious in her life. Because the words of Yafan and the others just now completely woke her from her beautiful dream, she had thoroughly recognized herself and would no longer harbor any illusions. Her system was not as good as she imagined, it wasn't that having a system guaranteed reaching the peak. In this process, she also had to put in effort herself. Otherwise, no matter how heaven-defying the system's functions were, she would not be able to ascend to the peak, because in front of other cultivators, she would be as simple as a fat lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Yafan and the two others, seeing So Mo's serious demeanor, secretly nodded in their hearts. It seemed So Mo's situation was not as bad as they had imagined, at least after being enlightened by them. So Mo fully recognized her mistakes and was striving to improve, which meant So Mo still had a chance to be saved. At night, the group camped in the forest. In front of the bonfire, So Mo, with a bruised face, threw a late-stage tier 3 pig demon, which she carried at her waist, in front of So Wuji. So Wuji gripped the Wuji sword at his waist, and with a clang, So Wuji seemed to have just struck a pose before returning to his original spot. But the pig demon in front of So Wuji instantly separated into bone and flesh, turning into uniformly sized pieces of pork. The group was currently in a very remote forest on Purple Micro Immortal Island. After the complete failure during the day, Yafan brought So Mo to this forest. After teaching So Mo some basic hunting knowledge, Yafan asked So Mo to hunt a tier 3 demon king for their dinner. So Mo did not disappoint the three of them, she quickly found a late-stage tier 3 pig demon, and after a fierce struggle, finally successfully killed the pig demon. Senior brother, junior martial uncle, I happen to know a bit about cooking. I'll roast this pork. So Mo, who had already healed herself with medical Deo secret art, immediately volunteered. She took out some tier 3 agar wood skewers from her storage pouch and skewered the pork. Then So Mo took out some good fruitwood and threw it into the bonfire. Soon, plumes of white smoke rose from the bonfire. These fumes were not acrid, instead, they had a pleasant fruity aroma. Only then did So Mo place the skewers over the fire. Then, with her hands and reactions, she controlled the flames, carefully roasting the pork. With the help of the system, she was also a tier 3 alchemist, so her control over flames naturally far exceeded that of ordinary people. Coupled with her great master-level cooking skills, a rich aroma of meat soon wafted around the bonfire. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The streaky pork, with its perfect balance of fat and lean, was roasted until golden brown and crispy, sizzling with oil. Seeing that it was almost done, So Mo immediately took out Gubai's special barbecue seasoning from her storage pouch and sprinkled it on the roasted meat. It's ready. So Mo handed the roasted meat to Yafan and the two others. Yafan and the others did not hesitate, picking up the roasted meat and putting it into their mouths. As for the scorching temperature of the roasted meat, it was as if it didn't exist for them. Upon tasting, there was the unique meaty aroma of streaky pork, along with the scent of barbecue seasoning. Because it was roasted until golden brown and crispy, even though there was more fat, it didn't feel greasy at all. The aroma of the roasted meat and the barbecue seasoning perfectly blended together. If one tasted carefully, they could even discern a faint fruity aroma within the roasted meat. This faint fruity aroma perfectly neutralized the greasiness of the roasted meat. Delicious, it's about 50% of my elder brother's skill. Gubai nodded and gave So Mo a thumbs up, acknowledging So Mo's cooking skills. Yafan and So Wuji also nodded, expressing their approval. Although So Mo's cooking skills were not as good as Gubai's, roasting meat was a relatively simple food, and even if Chu Yu was incredibly skilled, there was still an upper limit. So Mo, relying on her superb cooking skills and Gubai's special barbecue seasoning, only reached half of Gubai's own level. Being in this desolate wilderness and having half of Gubai's level was already quite good. Most of the time, Yafan and the two others did not eat, as at their realm, they could completely sustain themselves through spiritual chi circulation. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't want to eat, but their barbecue skills were truly a bit unbearable to look at best, they could only manage to make something barely edible. But now with So-Mo by their side, the three of them could enjoy delicacies second only to Gu Bai's. Detected that Gu Bai, Ye Fan, and So Wuji's favorability reached 30 points. Talent extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Lightning Dao Mastery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Do you wish to claim? No, I do not. So-Mo refused without even thinking. What she needed now was not various advanced skills, what she needed most was to thoroughly integrate her existing skills and make them her own. Therefore, no matter how good the skills she obtained were, So-Mo would not choose to claim them, unless So-Mo felt that her strength was already sufficient. However, So-Mo hadn't expected that great master level cooking would be so useful. In just one meal, the favorability of Ye Fan and the other two had risen to 30 points. So-Mo suddenly regretted awakening a charm-type divine ability, because she found that high-level cultivators were almost completely immune to charm. The only thing that could charm high-level cultivators was an incredibly dazzling personal charm. How great it would be if this charm-type divine ability could be exchanged for a divine ability that boosted cooking. After all, no matter how high-level a cultivator was, they still needed to eat. Moreover, the number of divine abilities a cultivator could possess was actually limited. For example, a Golden Core Realm cultivator could only have a maximum of 3 divine abilities, any more and their body would explode. And it must be an immortal Golden Core. If it were an ordinary Golden Core, the body could only withstand 1 divine ability at most. A Nascent Soul Realm cultivator could have a maximum of 5 divine abilities, and a Spirit Transformation Realm cultivator could have a maximum of 7 divine abilities. It seems I need to find a way to wash away my charm-type divine ability. So-Mo thought to herself, there were spiritual items in the cultivation world that could wash away divine abilities. For example, 9 nether water, Nirvana Immortal Fruit, and the like. Although these spiritual items were incredibly precious, as Gu Bai's disciple, it wouldn't be difficult for her to obtain such items. The more than 10-meter tall rank 3 pig Yao beast was quickly eaten clean by the group. Burp, so full. So-Mo covered her slightly bulging stomach and let out a satisfied burp. Just as So-Mo was about to lie down and rest, she was picked up from behind by Ye Fan. Senior brother, what are you doing? So-Mo turned her head to look at Ye Fan, asking with some confusion. Doing what? I'd like to ask you, what are you doing? Today's mission isn't finished yet. Now that you're full, continue deeper into the forest. I've sensed a silver moon wolf in the depths of the forest. Its advancement is probably in the late stage of rank 3. Your mission tonight is to hunt it down. You haven't forgotten the hunting knowledge I taught you, have you? Ye Fan said with a smile. Hey? No rest. So-Mo said, a little dumbfounded. She had thought that after a busy day, she could finally rest. Rest what? Haven't your injuries been healed by us? There are still about 4 hours until dawn. I want to see the silver moon wolf's corpse before dawn. If I don't see it, I'll break your leg. After speaking, without waiting for So-Mo to react, Ye Fan and the other two vanished from in front of So-Mo in a flash. Hey! So-Mo was a little dumbfounded. She looked up at the sky, which was cloudless at the moment, allowing a clear view of a full moon. The moonlight shone on the earth, dyeing the ground silver. This was the time of year when the moon was fullest and the moonlight strongest. And the silver moon wolf, like Little Bai, was a moonlight-type Yao beast. The strength of such Yao beasts often far exceeded that of Yao beasts of the same realm. Furthermore, with the moonlight at its most intense, under the illumination of the moonlight, the silver moon wolf's combat power would be boosted to a terrifying level. Even though So-Mo was a bit apprehensive, the thought of having her leg broken made her steel herself and walk deeper into the forest. Her senior brother didn't seem like the type to joke around. If she didn't complete the mission he gave her, her leg would definitely be broken. After about half an hour, So-Mo finally reached the depths of the forest. She closed her eyes and began to sense the surrounding environment of the forest, as well as the aura of powerful Yao beasts. A moment later, So-Mo opened her eyes. She had already found traces of the silver moon wolf. However, So-Mo did not go to challenge the silver moon wolf one-on-one. She flew into the air, looked around, and quickly found an open space. Standing in the open space, So-Mo took out some materials from her storage pouch and began to set up a formation. With her strength, it would be difficult to defeat a silver moon wolf enhanced by the power of moonlight, so she needed the help of a formation. Fortunately, when she was boosting favorability earlier, she also raised her formation rank to rank 3, allowing her to easily set up a high-grade rank 3 great formation. Even with simple conditions, So-Mo quickly completed the setup of a medium-grade rank 3 great formation. The Heavenly Wolf Devouring Moon formation had the effect of blocking enemies and obscuring moonlight. It was a formation specifically invented by a certain formation master to target the Silver Moon clan of Yao beasts. By the time everything was ready, 2.5 hours had already passed. Only then did So-Mo fly towards the Silver Moon Wolf's direction. A moment later, the Silver Moon Wolf, whose backside had been fiercely poked by So-Mo's longsword, let out a roar and followed So-Mo all the way to the open space. Just as it was about to step into the open space, the Silver Moon Wolf stopped. The Silver Moon Wolf looked around. Although it didn't detect any danger, it always felt that something bad was about to happen. Connecting this with the strange behavior of the woman in front of it, who ran away after attacking, there must be a trap set along the way. Without thinking, the Silver Moon Wolf immediately turned and ran. this was clearly a trap aimed at itself. Hey, hey, don't run. Seeing the silver moon wolf turn and run, Mo immediately cried out anxiously. Hearing Mo's shouts, the silver moon wolf not only did not stop, but ran even faster into the distance. Darn it. Mo gritted her teeth, not wanting to have her leg broken, she could only chase after the silver moon wolf. Halfway through the chase, Mo suddenly felt something was wrong. She immediately stopped and tried to flee into the distance. But unfortunately, Mo realized it a little too late. In the darkness of the deep forest, countless pairs of red eyes suddenly lit up. One grey wolf after another emerged from the forest and surrounded Mo. The silver moon wolf walked up to the grey wolf king and affectionately rubbed its neck. Seeing this scene, Mo's face turned ashen. Clearly, this silver moon wolf also had a wolf king partner. Regardless of whether the silver moon wolf was male or female, it was a mate with that wolf king, and the grey wolf king was also a late-stage rank 3 Yao beast. Looking at the wolf pack surrounding her and slowly closing in, Mo was on the verge of tears. She was supposed to ambush them, so how did she end up being ambushed instead? An hour and a half later, on the outskirts of the forest, Mo, covered in claw marks and with one eye blinded, was limping out of the forest. As she walked, she used Medical Dao's secret art to heal herself. After more than an hour of fierce fighting, Mo had killed the Grey Wolf King and severely wounded the Silver Moon Wolf, but she herself was covered in injuries and unable to fight further, so she could only flee first. Oh, you're improving. You can even escape now. Gu Bei, with his arms crossed and leaning against a thick tree, mocked mercilessly. Ye Fan stood expressionless in front of Mo. When he saw Mo, he smiled, then pressed his hands together, making a cracking sound. Mo swallowed nervously. Senior brother, this was an accident, an accident. After hearing Mo's words, Ye Fan's expression did not change in the slightest. He pulled out a 2-meter-long, arm-thick black club from his storage pouch. Mo's face instantly turned pale with fright. She quickly turned and limped away, trying to escape into the distance. Crack. Ah, my leg. Mo covered her fractured legs, lying on the ground, twitching. Her expression was as if she had put on a mask of pain. It wasn't surprising that Mo was so pathetic, it was just that the black long staff in Ye Fan's hand was a rather special magic treasure. This magic treasure was named Ghost's Bane, which even ghosts dreaded. Just by hearing the name, one knew this was no ordinary staff. The black long staff could inflict a dual strike on both the body and soul, and it had a special formation attached to it that could intensify pain. Even a slight blow from it would cause incredibly severe pain. Even the most vicious criminals would cry out for their mothers when facing Ghost's Bane. The prototype of Ghost's Bane was a torture instrument from the Law Enforcement Hall. When Ye Fan was still a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall, he particularly liked to use Ghost's Bane to interrogate criminals. After generations of upgrades, Ghost's Bane evolved from targeting only the physical body to now delivering a dual strike to both the body and soul. Facing Mo, who was lying on the ground, almost losing consciousness from the pain, Ye Fan sighed slightly. Although this method was somewhat cruel to Mo, it was essential. Without holding back, Ye Fan raised the Ghost's Bane in his hand again and struck Mo's other leg. Crack. With a crisp crack, Mo's other intact leg was also broken. It hurts so much, senior brother, why? Mo clutched her other leg, twitching in pain. This was a pain that penetrated to the bone, with the soul suffering intensely along with the body. An ordinary person would have fainted from such severe pain long ago. Mo was also about to faint, but Ye Fan pried open Mo's mouth and forcibly fed her a green medicinal pill. After taking the medicinal pill, Mo's eyes widened, and she let out a series of incredibly mournful screams. This medicinal pill also came from the Law Enforcement Hall. After being given to criminals, it could roughly triple the sensation of pain. It would also forcibly stabilize one's mind, preventing them from losing consciousness. It was generally used to interrogate those extremely vicious demonic cultivators. Ye Fan ignored Mo's mournful screams. Instead, he turned around and admired the gradually rising sun. To grow rapidly in a short period, one must go through this kind of inhuman suffering. Enduring it would lead to nirvana rebirth. Hiss, Ye Fan, is there an antidote for this medicinal pill? Just then, Gu Bei poked Ye Fan's back. What? You want to plead for her? That's not like your personality. Ye Fan looked at Gu Bei with some surprise. Gu Bei had been able to play with him for so many years, and his degree of nastiness was roughly on par with his own. In fact, in some areas, Gu Bei was even more malicious than himself. For example, when training Gu Chongchun previously, Gu Bei always liked to brutally beat Gu Chongchun under the guise of sparring. And when he struck, he showed no mercy. A comminuted fracture of the whole body was considered good. If it was just this level, Gu Bei shouldn't be unable to bear it, right? No, I mean this little guy's mind seems to be on the verge of collapsing. Gu Bei shook Ye Fan's body, saying with some anxiety. Ye Fan turned his head and saw Mo lying on the ground with dull eyes. There was no longer any spark in her eyes, just like a broken toy. Broken. Seeing this, Ye Fan knew it was bad. Mo's mind was too fragile. Logically, it should have been a gradual process. Starting so intensely directly caused her mind to break down. Zhang. Fortunately, at this moment, Wuji, who had been silent, suddenly made his move. He aimed at Mo and unleashed an invisible sword chi, which directly severed the concept of that medicinal pill. But even though the pain had disappeared, So Mo still showed no reaction. She lay motionless on the ground like a puppet. Clap clap clap. Gu Bei quickly walked in front of So Mo. He rolled up his sleeves and slapped her several times. So Mo's just recovered fair and tender face instantly showed several red and swollen handprints, but So Mo still showed no reaction. What should we do? She seems to be broken. Gu Bei looked up at Ye Fan, saying with some panic. After all, this was his big brother's newly accepted disciple. If she was broken by him, big brother would definitely not let him off. How would I know? I'm not a doctor. Ye Fan shook his head, expressing his helplessness and saying he didn't know either. Then should we go find big brother? With his skill, he should be able to save her. Gu Bei thought for a moment, saying with some uncertainty. No, if master finds out, he will definitely scold us. We have to figure it out ourselves. Ye Fan shook his head, refusing without even thinking. It's fine, even if her mind breaks, it won't be for too long. She'll be fine after a while. Back then, Gu Changchun was broken by us so many times, and he's still perfectly fine now. So Wuji stood with his arms crossed, leaning against a large tree, showing no panic. That's true. After hearing So Wuji's words, Gu Bei and Ye Fan both nodded, completely relieved. The three of them pulled out a deck of poker cards from a storage pouch and sat beside So Mo, playing cards. It wasn't that the three of them were neglecting their duties. They had just returned from the extremely dangerous realm C, and their spirits were tense, so they needed entertainment to relax. 3 hours later, So Mo, who had been lying motionless on the ground, finally had a glimmer of light in her eyes. After all, she possessed abilities like the Sword Dao Heart Realm and Martial Dao Grandmaster, so her mind was difficult to completely break. However, when So Mo woke up, her eyes were no longer as lively as before, but rather a bit dimmer. Hey, she really woke up. Seeing So Mo awaken, Gu Bei said with some surprise. Hearing this, So Mo's mouth twitched. So, you thought I'd never wake up again, hey? Of course, she only thought it in her heart and didn't say it out loud. Perhaps it was Ye Fan's last bit of conscience at play. He let So Mo rest in place for an hour before pulling her to the next location. This was the plan of Ye Fan and the other two, since her combat ability was weak and she lacked combat experience. If she fought more, she would naturally accumulate combat experience. Anyway, with their Ascension Realm strength, they could instantly find an enemy with combat power similar to or slightly stronger than So Mo. After that, it was even simpler, they would just throw So Mo near the target. If it was a cultivator robbers, she had to find the hidden Jishu. If it was a Yao beast, she had to figure out how to defeat a Yao beast of similar strength within the dangerous Yao race territory and retreat safely. In addition, there were hidden missions, such as finding a certain precious spiritual item within the Yao race territory. Or having all her equipment stripped off and being thrown into the wilderness, requiring So Mo to accumulate 1,000,000 spirit stones within a specified time. Or throwing So Mo into an army, letting her lead a remnant force to defeat an enemy army 10 times their size, with the enemy general having similar strength to her. The difficulty of these tasks would automatically increase based on So Mo's own strength, and there were also time limits. Ranging from a mere hour to a full month, the time was incredibly tight, leaving no room for respite. To complete the tasks, So Mo had to give her all, and also employ strategy, transforming into a master schemer, to have even a sliver of hope of success. And after completing a task, there was no time to rest, she immediately had to complete the second task. So Mo had to learn how to rest while executing tasks. In the beginning, even when the tasks weren't too difficult, So Mo failed repeatedly. As for the punishment after failing a task, having her legs broken was the lightest of them. Ye Fan and the others all came from the Law Enforcement Hall, and the Law Enforcement Hall was best at tormenting prisoners. Gu Bei and Ye Fan both had extremely vile personalities, So Wuji was a bit better, but he could also be described as cold and ruthless. During So Mo's first month, her spirit was broken more than 10 times by the three of them. Afterward, to avoid punishments that were akin to torture, So Mo could only try her best to complete the tasks. Fleeing in fear after being severely wounded, even being beaten to death, was much better than the punishment after failing a task. The enemy is too strong, and I can't defeat them? Then find a way to use strategy, whether it's cooperating with others or poisoning them, as long as the task can be completed. How to earn enough spirit stones in a short period. That requires relying on her excellent medical skills or alchemy techniques. Originally, these side professions didn't interest her much, but under the exploitation of Ye Fan and others, So Mo quickly became proficient and mastered them. After all, the tasks were getting harder and harder, and if her strength didn't grow fast enough, her legs would be broken. Thus, So Mo endured 50 years of what could be called hell. In these 50 years, she would encounter a life or death battle every 10 days on average, and a struggle where survival was a slim chance every month. In Purple Micro Immortal City, the largest immortal city on Purple Micro Immortal Island, So Mo, who had cultivated to the late-stage nascent soul realm, stood expressionlessly on the city wall. Her purpose for this trip was the long-renowned soul transformation realm cultivator robbers, Bloodblade Old Demon. Hundreds of years ago, Bloodblade Old Demon was known as one of the strongest soul transformation cultivator robberses, the kind with both strength and intelligence maxed out. When Ye Fan and the other two ransacked Purple Micro Immortal Island back then, they almost annihilated the cultivator robberses on the island, but Bloodblade Old Demon pulled off a trick of golden cicada shedding its shell. He directly exhausted most of his cultivation, created an incarnation at the late-stage soul transformation realm, and placed his entire fortune, including his storage pouch, on the incarnation. After Ye Fan and the others killed Bloodblade Old Demon's incarnation, they also realized they had been deceived by Bloodblade Old Demon, but Bloodblade Old Demon was also very ruthless. He really put all his belongings into the storage pouch, including that half-immortal quality long saber, and his main body was hidden in some unknown corner. At that time, Ye Fan's divination secret method was not yet proficient enough, so he didn't bother Bloodblade Old Demon. And recently, Ye Fan and the other two have been adventuring in the Boundary Sea, which is why Bloodblade Old Demon has re-emerged in the Jianghu. However, this time Bloodblade Old Demon changed his identity, and his title was also changed to Bloodthirsty Demon Venerable, with his moves and cultivation technique completely different from before. Although this deceived everyone, it did not deceive Ye Fan and the other two, so Ye Fan and the other two directly issued an order to have Mo, who was only at the late-stage nascent soul realm, kill Bloodblade Old Demon within a month. A month's time, compared to the tasks Mo usually performed, which only lasted 1 or 2 days, or even a few hours, seemed very long, but the difficulty increased linearly. And today was the last day of the month. How is it? Have you found his location? Mo looked at the full moon in the sky and spoke in a low voice. Found him. He is in the deepest part of the gloomy cave, south of Star Moon Forest. As for the one who has been active outside, it should be a puppet controlled by Bloodblade Old Demon. Beside Mo stood a beautiful mature woman wearing a blue starry sky robe. She was Buletin Swantian, the #1 diviner in Purple Micro Immortal City, most skilled in the star divination method. Mo had befriended this genius diviner while completing tasks before. This is your reward. Mo took out a medicinal pill emitting a mysterious blue light from her storage pouch and casually threw it to Buletin Swantian. This was the 5th grade medicinal pill she refined, the star pill, which could increase one's divine sense and star mana after consumption, and this was the agreed upon reward from the beginning. Let's go. Mo said in a low voice, and then she directly jumped down the city wall and rushed towards the Star Moon Forest. Following behind her were several early-stage soul transformation realm cultivators, all of whom had a deep-seated hatred for Bloodblade Old Demon. Mo, relying on her own strength, could not defeat Bloodblade Old Demon, so these people were the helpers she brought. Half of her time in this month was spent refining star pills to get Bulet and Swantian to provide her with locations, and the other half was spent finding these helpers. Otherwise, with her own strength, she would not be a match for Bloodblade Old Demon, nor would she be able to find Bloodblade Old Demon at all. The group quickly found Bloodblade Old Demon's lair and engaged in a fierce battle with him. Boom. Boom. After 100 years of recovery, Bloodblade Old Demon had restored his cultivation to the middle stage soul transformation realm, and coupled with the blood-colored long saber in his hand, his combat power could rival a late-stage soul transformation realm cultivator. But even so, Mo and the others did not flinch in the slightest. Especially Mo, after consuming a blood-burst pill, she temporarily raised her realm to the early-stage soul transformation realm. Then, holding a black long saber in her hand, she occasionally unleashed streaks of black saber chi, and her combat power was even 3 points stronger than a normal middle-stage soul transformation realm cultivator. You forced me. Blood flame raging. Bloodblade Old Demon, who was gradually falling behind, suddenly cried out frantically. Immediately, his aura rose steadily, quickly reaching the late-stage soul transformation realm. The several early-stage soul transformation realm cultivators who were besieging Bloodblade Old Demon also died one after another. The only one still alive, Mo, had her left arm severed, a waist injury that almost cut her in half, and her neck mostly severed. And blood flames were constantly burning at the wound, but Mo's expression did not change in the slightest. Mo's mana condensed into threads, and she quickly stitched her wounds preliminarily. This ensured that her wounds would not tear further during the battle. At this time, Bloodblade Old Demon's body gradually began to weaken after successive battles. One saber Shura. She held the saber with one hand, compressing all her essence, chi, and spirit into the long saber, unleashing an incredibly powerful saber chi. The saber chi, as it swept across, instantly severed Bloodblade Old Demon's neck. With a gurgle, Bloodblade Old Demon fell to the ground, his aura completely dissipating. Mo did not go forward to check, instead, she quickly retreated. A moment later, with a bang, Bloodblade Old Demon's corpse suddenly exploded, creating a deep pit in the ground. Mo exhaled, closed her eyes, and began to perceive. A moment later, Mo opened her eyes. She suddenly unleashed a saber chi towards the ground in the distance, and the saber chi accurately cut a blood-colored heart 100 meters underground into 2 halves. After a month, Mo finally slayed the Bloodblade Old Demon, a notorious cultivator robbers in the nascent soul realm. Because the effect of the blood-exploding pill had worn off, Mo's cultivation fell back to the nascent soul, and her body would be weak for at least a month. However, Mo was still able to barely use her magical power. She stood in place and began to perform the medical Dao secret art to heal her body. Under the treatment of a blue light, the blood flames burning on Mo's body slowly extinguished, and the countless large and small wounds on her body were perfectly stitched up by transparent threads. Soon, Mo found her left arm, which had been severed during the battle. Mo pressed the arm onto her shoulder and used the medical Dao secret art to reattach it. Having one's flesh burned by blood flames was an extremely painful process. Even the nascent soul realm cultivators who ganged up on the Bloodblade Old Demon would have their combat power affected by the intense pain after being hit by him. But Mo remained expressionless throughout, not even furrowing her brow. It wasn't that she had no sense of pain, but that she was already accustomed to it. This pain was nothing compared to the punishment methods of her senior brother, Ye Fan. This is troublesome. Looking at the giant pit created by the Bloodblade Old Demon's self-destruction, So Mo frowned. Her senior brother's task for her was to bring back the Bloodblade Old Demon's head within a month. Although she had already slain the Bloodblade Old Demon, he had self-destructed at the last moment, and his head had naturally been obliterated in the explosion. So Mo looked up at the sky and saw that it was still half an hour until dawn, so she simply sat down and took the opportunity to rest. Half an hour later, the sun slowly rose, and Ye Fan and the other two appeared before So Mo at some unknown time. So Mo's expression finally showed a hint of change as she looked at Ye Fan, who had suddenly appeared before her. I have slain the Bloodblade Old Demon, this is a strand of his hair. So Mo handed a strand of hair to Ye Fan, then carefully took half a step back, watching Ye Fan with a cautious gaze. She was truly afraid that Ye Fan would suddenly say that hair couldn't represent a head, declare the mission a failure, and break her leg. One had to know that the ghost's bane in Ye Fan's hand had been updated several times over the past 50 years, and now it hurt even more when used to hit someone. Looking at the strand of bright red hair in his hand, Ye Fan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, you have successfully graduated. With a cultivation at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, and without any preparation, to slay a middle stage soul transformation cultivator within a month. No matter how high So Mo's talent was, achieving this was incredibly difficult. Really? Hearing this, So Mo's eyes widened, and she spoke in disbelief. She had already grown somewhat accustomed to this hell-like life. After all, before being trained by Ye Fan and the others, So Mo had only lived for about 40-odd years in total, across both her past and present lives. But after being trained by Ye Fan and the others, So Mo had endured 50 years of hellish life. Really, we've already taught you what needed to be taught, the rest is up to you. Ye Fan nodded with some relief. After their 3-person training, So Mo had transformed from her original fat meat into an excellent hunter. Not to mention being targeted by other hungry wolves, now those hungry wolves had become her targets. Hearing Ye Fan's words, So Mo was momentarily at a loss. She had grown accustomed to this life, now, suddenly being told that this hell-like life was over, she didn't know what she should do next. Don't overthink it, let's go back to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance to rest for a bit, and then you can go wherever you want. Ye Fan smiled and patted So Mo's shoulder, then used a escape technique, to flee towards the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Hum 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 hum. At the same time, in Gu Bai's small courtyard, Gu Bai was humming a song while cooking. Unlike So Mo's arduous life, his past year had been quite peaceful. Every day consisted of managing the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, or spending time with Xing, and researching medical dao. And early this morning, Gu Bai had received news that So Mo was returning, which was why he had prepared a large table of delicious food so early. A flash of light passed, and So Mo, dressed in black, saw Gu Bai, dressed in white, giving her a gentle smile. So Mo originally liked to wear white or cyan clothes, but when hunting enemies, black clothes helped to conceal her figure. Thus, gradually, So Mo began to prefer black clothes, and also transformed from a sword cultivator into a blade cultivator born purely for killing. Master. Looking at Gu Bai's familiar gentle smile, So Mo's eyes suddenly reddened slightly. Although her time with Gu Bai wasn't long, after wandering outside for so many years and witnessing the dark side of human nature, she increasingly felt that Gu Bai was the best master in this world. You've suffered these past years. Gu Bai smiled and rubbed So Mo's head, speaking in an incredibly soft voice. It was his idea to have Ye Fan and the other two train So Mo, and he had specifically instructed them not to show any mercy. Although it was for So Mo's own good, seeing So Mo's completely transformed personality, Gu Bai still felt a little guilty. It's not bitter, not at all. So Mo forcefully held back her tears, she shook her head and said with a smile. Thus, the group happily finished the delicious food made by Gu Bai. Ye Fan and the other two did not stay long, and after spending a few days in Gu Bai's small courtyard, the three of them once again teamed up and headed to the Boundary Sea. The three of them were restless individuals, only the Boundary Sea, full of danger and opportunity, was their true home. Originally, it was agreed to spend 10 years honing So Mo, but because So Mo was too outstanding, Ye Fan and the other two cherished her talent, and thus spent 50 years honing her. Now that So Mo had been completely reborn, Ye Fan and the other two naturally had to leave. According to Gu Bai, they planned to explore Yin-Yang Immortal Island on this trip and intended to seize the supreme spiritual treasure on the Immortal Island. Although he didn't know what the supreme spiritual treasure on Yin-Yang Immortal Island was, Gu Bai still silently congratulated the three of them in his heart. As for So Mo, Gu Bai originally wanted her to continue staying at Heavenly Immortal Academy until she cultivated to the half-immortal realm before venturing into the cultivation world. But the reborn So Mo, sitting in the classroom, facing kind teachers and friendly classmates, felt a sense of discomfort. She had grown accustomed to outsmarting villains and to a life of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The peaceful environment of Heavenly Immortal Academy, on the contrary, made her feel uneasy, even nauseous. So Mo finally understood why her senior brother and junior martial uncle always wandered outside and rarely returned. It was because they truly couldn't stay idle. While the peaceful life at Heavenly Immortal Academy suited most cultivators, it was absolutely not suitable for So Mo at the moment. After staying at Heavenly Immortal Academy for a little over a month, So Mo could no longer endure the calm life. After bidding farewell to Gu Bai, she embarked on her journey alone. Although Gu Bai was somewhat worried, a child, after all, must grow, so Gu Bai did not stop So Mo. Gu Bai merely gave So Mo a large sum of spirit stones, as well as medicinal pills, magical artifacts, and talismans before she left. He also secretly dispatched an Ascension Realm puppet to secretly protect So Mo's safety. Afterward, he gave So Mo a jade pendant. This jade pendant was affixed with an immortal grade teleportation formation, capable of teleporting in any harsh environment. Even when facing a spatial confinement formation or areas where space was extremely solidified, the teleportation formation attached to the jade pendant could still be effective. In addition, Gu Bai also unknowingly took a wisp of So Mo's soul fragment. If So Mo were to encounter an accident in the future, with her physical body destroyed and soul shattered, Gu Bai was confident he could revive So Mo with this wisp of soul fragment. Of course, So Mo herself was unaware of the Ascension Realm puppet and the resurrection contingency he had prepared. Master, isn't this a bit too much? Looking at the various materials piled up to fill an entire storage pouch before her, and the jade pendant with the teleportation formation carved on her waist, So Mo's mouth twitched. The quantity of materials in this storage pouch was exaggeratedly large, enough for her to use for tens of thousands of years without running out. Roughly estimating, it was equivalent to the combined assets of over 100 nascent soul realm late-stage cultivators to barely gather the materials in this storage pouch. While touched, So Mo was also a bit speechless. She was going out to gain experience, not on vacation. She really didn't need so many materials. Not at all. When a girl is out and about, she should always be good to herself. Buy whatever you want. If you don't have enough spirit stones, tell me, and I'll give you more. Gu Bai, however, did not think so. Anyway, So Mo's character had already been well trained by Ye Fan and the others, so no matter how many resources she possessed, she would not lose her original intention. After Gu Bai forcibly stuffed the storage pouch to So Mo, he flashed and disappeared from in front of her. Looking at the mountain of various precious materials in the storage pouch, So Mo felt a mix of emotions for a moment. She had exerted all her strength and used all her strategies just to obtain one 5th grade spiritual item, yet now, there were tens of thousands of 5th grade spiritual items in the storage pouch. It was only at this moment that So Mo finally realized what kind of immortal master she had taken as her master. Even if she were to just give up and do nothing now, she could probably be forcibly elevated to the Ascension Realm by her master and enjoy an endless beautiful life. Thinking of this, So Mo's steel-like heart actually wavered slightly. So Mo shook her head, casting this thought aside. What a joke. Even if she were at her lowest, she wouldn't stoop to relying on her master. What she needed to do was to grow as quickly as possible and share the burden with her master. Thinking of this, So Mo took firm steps and flew into the distance. She planned to find a safe place on Purple Micro Immortal Island to break through to the Soul Transformation Realm. Once she reached the Soul Transformation Realm, she would take the Immortal Grade Teleportation Formation to other Immortal Islands. At that time, she would transform into a loose cultivator, make friends with various people, and slay vicious cultivator robbers or demonic cultivators. After breaking through to the Ascension Realm, So Mo planned to venture into the World Sea with her junior martial uncle and the others. After all, although Ye Fan and the other two had somewhat unpleasant personalities, their strength was undeniable, and they were absolutely trustworthy teammates. After So Mo left, Gu Bai continued with his daily routine, managing Heavenly Immortal Academy. Under his management, the various forces of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance had developed a strong sense of belonging to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. And now, what he needed to do was to unite all the forces and then befriend the other large forces on Purple Micro Immortal Island. Finally, he had to maximize the strength of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance within tens of thousands of years to cope with the coming catastrophe. According to the information he gathered, during the catastrophe, if a force did not have the protection of an Earth Immortal Realm expert, it would be very difficult to survive the catastrophe. After all, only Earth Immortal Realm middle stage and late stage experts could barely remain unaffected by the catastrophe and would not madly attack all hostile forces. However, Earth Immortal Realm early stage, or some Earth Immortal Realm middle stage experts, would be affected by the catastrophe. And even if you were a Golden Immortal Realm super big shot and immune to the catastrophe's effects, the forces of your relatives and friends would still be implicated by the catastrophe. Therefore, every million years, a catastrophe would erupt, leading to a super war with no upper limit in the cultivation world. Only forces with Earth Immortal Realm experts could barely protect themselves. Back then, Purple Micro Immortal Island had no Earth Immortal Realm experts protecting it, which led to its downfall at the beginning of the catastrophe. The cultivators of Purple Micro Immortal Island fought against other Immortal Islands, and when the battle was at its fiercest, the cultivators of Purple Micro Immortal Island were completely annihilated by a passing Earth Immortal Realm expert. Therefore, Gu Bai planned to spend 1,000 years completely uniting all the forces on Purple Micro Immortal Island and setting up a high-grade Immortal Grade Super Formation on Purple Micro Immortal Island. Similar to Immortal Artifacts, low-grade and medium-grade Immortal Grade formations represent the Ascension Realm, while high-grade and top-grade Immortal Grade formations represent the Earth Immortal Realm. This way, even if Purple Micro Immortal Island were to be attacked by an Earth Immortal Realm expert in the future, it would not be completely defenseless. Of course, a high-grade Immortal Grade Super Formation is not that easy to set up. It requires draining most of the resources from the Heavenly Immortal Alliance and other forces on Purple Micro Immortal Island. Finally, it would also require a huge cost to invite an Earth Immortal Realm formation Grandmaster and spend tens of thousands of years to successfully set it up. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 500 years had passed. During these 500 years, many experts emerged from Heavenly Immortal Academy, with the fastest cultivation speed having already broken through to the Soul Transformation Realm. These experts, under Gu Bai's deliberate arrangements, quickly became high-ranking officials within their respective forces. And Gu Bai personally took action to win over the half-immortal and even Ascension Realm experts from various forces of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Through Gu Bai's unremitting efforts and the numerous benefits he promised. Finally, 100 years ago, the vast majority of forces within the Heavenly Immortal Alliance disbanded their own forces and declared their complete allegiance to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, becoming members of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance from then on. This expanded Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable's power as the Heavenly Immortal Alliance leader by more than tenfold. Of course, Gu Bai's power as the acting alliance leader of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance also increased accordingly. As the acting alliance leader of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, Gu Bai could mobilize most of the cultivators in the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, and any cultivator below the half-immortal realm could not refuse the alliance leader's command. As for the immortals of the Ascension realm, there are currently 22 in the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. The strongest, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable, is Gu Bai's confidant. The vast majority of the remaining immortals also have a very good relationship with Gu Bai and generally would not refuse Gu Bai's commands. Gu Bai next plans to unite with other forces on Purple Micro Immortal Island to create the Zaiwei Alliance, to jointly cope with the coming catastrophe. Just then, Gu Bai's sound transmission talisman suddenly rang. Gu Bai picked up the sound transmission talisman to check. He found that it was a message from Yafan, the general content being that they had spent 500 years and finally obtained a supreme spiritual item from Yin and Yang Immortal Island. And after learning the effect of the spiritual item, Yafan and the other two unanimously decided to give the spiritual item to Gu Bai. Good news, your junior martial uncle and the others are coming back. After seeing the message on the transmission talisman, Gu Bai turned to look at Su Mo, who was standing beside him, dressed in black, and holding a blood-red long saber. Is that so? When junior martial uncle returns, I must have a match with him to avenge my broken leg from back then. Su Mo drew the blood-colored long saber from her waist and lightly wiped it, speaking through gritted teeth. After 500 years, she had befriended various powerful individuals, extracted countless rare skills, and finally break through to the half-immortal realm. Name, Su Mo. Rank, half-immortal. Divine ability, purple quality, top-tier great divine power, supreme blade, can be bound to any long saber, making the long saber a growth-type weapon that can devour any blade-type weapon to improve its quality. Purple quality, top-tier great divine power, blood blade, can strengthen the blade's aura, attaching a blood blade effect to it. Purple quality, top-tier great divine power, limitless method proficiency, can greatly enhance the power of spells. Purple quality, top-tier great divine power, shadow, can eliminate all of one's aura and hide in the darkness. Golden quality, top-tier great divine power, extreme blade domain, can generate an extreme blade domain. Within one's domain, the damage of blade techniques is greatly enhanced, and enemies will be suppressed. Golden quality, top-tier great divine power, intuition, possesses extraordinary intuition, capable of predicting enemy attacks one step ahead, and even to some extent, foreseeing the future. Golden quality, top-tier great divine power, extreme blade azura, can channel one's evil chi to attach to attacks, greatly enhancing the power of the attacks. Skills, medical great master, level 20, blade technique great master, level 20, spell great master, level 20, sword technique great master, level 20, thunder spell great master, level 20, blood blade great master, level 20. Talent, heart of the strong. This was Su Mo's current attribute panel, with 7 top-tier great divine powers, 4 of purple quality, and 3 of golden quality, almost all serving her blade techniques. And Su Mo was not only proficient in blade techniques, her sword techniques, spells, alchemy, and medical skills had all reached the great master level 20, which was the limit for the half-immortal realm. As for her blade techniques, although the displayed rank was great master level 20, Su Mo's theoretical level in blade techniques had already reached the grandmaster realm. Furthermore, Su Mo's blade technique skill was not obtained through system extraction, she learned it little by little, on her own. The two types of cultivators in the cultivation world most representative of combat were blade cultivators and sword cultivators, especially blade cultivators, who were born solely to kill enemies. Blade cultivators and sword cultivators were quite similar and did not place much emphasis on talent. As long as one fought with all their might and experienced countless death matches, even someone with poor talent could become a blade technique great master. And in these years, Su Mo was either fighting or on her way to fight, which is why she possessed such superb blade techniques. The current Su Mo, in terms of combat power alone, was the strongest half-immortal in history. After all, she knew too many skills. With the help of the system, almost all of her skills had reached the limit of the half-immortal realm. Even without any healing-related divine abilities, Su Mo could quickly recover herself by virtue of her superb medical skills. Su Mo was equally formidable in terms of physique, she had cultivated multiple supreme body refining profound methods, and her physique had already breakthrough to the Ascension realm. And as Gu Bai's disciple, Su Mo naturally sent Gu Bai a top-tier set of equipment. The lowest rank was a high-quality Dao artifact, and most of them had reached the level of a half-immortal artifact. Therefore, upon hearing the news of Yafan's return, Su Mo was so excited. Although she had not break through to the Ascension realm, with her current strength, weaker Ascension realm cultivators were no match for her. Su Mo had long wanted to avenge her broken leg from back then, but Yafan and the other two had been exploring the boundary sea, so she had to wait until now. You can't say that in front of Yafan. Looking at the spirited Su Mo, Gu Bai smiled and ruffled her head. Although the current Su Mo was strong, before breakthrough to the Ascension realm, So Mo could not be Ye Fan's opponent. Even if she break through to the Ascension Realm, So Mo would not be Ye Fan's opponent in a short period. The return speed of Ye Fan and the other two was even faster than Gu Bai had imagined, after receiving the news that Ye Fan and the other two were coming back. In just 1 hour, Ye Fan and the other two had already returned to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Master, we're back. Ye Fan, dressed in a green robe, said with a smile after seeing Gu Bai. How did you three get so seriously injured? Upon seeing Ye Fan and the other two, Gu Bai frowned. He quickly stepped forward and began to examine their bodies. Although from the surface, the three did not appear to have suffered any severe injuries, Gu Bai, as a medical Dao Grandmaster, could tell at a glance that the three had suffered extremely severe internal injuries. Even their essence of Immortal Dao was severely damaged, so much so that it could not be recovered by normal means. Under normal circumstances, even if the three had top-tier recovery-type divine abilities, they would not be able to heal such severe injuries. These injuries might accompany them for life, and even worsen over time. However, fortunately, Gu Bai was not an ordinary person. As a top-tier physician, these injuries were not too serious in his eyes. We were ambushed by the island master of Yin-Yang Immortal Island. Fortunately, our three's strength was great, and we directly counter-killed him and obtained the Yin-Yang creation grass. Ye Fan waved his hand and said lightly. But Gu Bai could vaguely deduce the danger of their trip. The island master of Yin-Yang Immortal Island was an ascended immortal who had lived for over 700,000 years and possessed extremely powerful strength at the Ascension Realm late stage. He possessed 2 medium-grade immortal swords, 1 yin and 1 yang, and combined with his own yin and yang profound methods, his strength was much stronger than that of ordinary Ascension Realm cultivators. After Ye Fan and the other two were ambushed by him, they were still able to counter-kill him, which clearly meant they had experienced a life-and-death struggle. Gu Bai did not say anything. He quickly took out some high-quality spirit medicine from his storage space and began to prepare them. Seeing this scene, Ye Fan, who had been laughing and joking, immediately turned pale. "Ma Master, I feel that our three's injuries are not very serious, a simple treatment will suffice." Ye Fan stammered slightly. "No, you three are too seriously injured, you've already damaged your foundation. Ordinary medical Dao secret arts will find it difficult to treat your origin, only a strong dose will work." Gu Bai shook his head, his voice low. Although in most cases, Gu Bai used medical Dao secret arts to treat the injured, it did not mean that Gu Bai was not skilled in the Dao of pharmacology. It was just that in most cases, he could solve problems with medical Dao secret arts. Of course, in a very few cases where medical Dao secret arts could not solve the problem, Gu Bai would use various high-grade spirit medicine to concoct specialized medicinal soups. And now, the situation of Ye Fan and the other two was not something that could be resolved by medical Dao secret arts. Damage to the Immortal Dao Foundation is different from normal injuries, it requires a potent dose to restore the origin. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Gu Bai quickly finished brewing a large pot of thick, black medicinal soup. This thick, black liquid was constantly bubbling, and black, foul-smelling mist continuously emerged from the bubbles. Looking at the large pot of medicinal soup, Ye Fan and the other two were so scared that they retreated several steps, their instincts flashing wildly, urging them to flee. So Mo, who was watching the commotion from the side, also had her instincts screaming in alarm. The sense of danger this large pot of black medicinal soup gave her was even stronger than the ascended Immortal Realm blood beast she had faced back then. "Not bad, it seems my skills have improved again." Looking at the medicinal soup before him, Gu Bai nodded in satisfaction. Although the medicinal soup didn't look very drinkable, it had maximized the medicinal properties of all the spirit medicine. In fact, due to the conflicting effects between the medicinal properties, its efficacy was even 3 points stronger than he had anticipated. However, as a trade-off, the taste of this medicinal soup was somewhat indescribable. It wasn't just extremely bitter, it was so bitter that even the King of Hell would shake his head at it. "Mama Master, can I choose not to drink it?" Ye Fan, who could remain expressionless no matter how dangerous or desperate the situation, was now stuttering in fear. Gu Bai and So Wuji were no better, they both retreated again and again. In their perception, drinking the black, viscous, unknown liquid had at least a 50% chance of death. "Don't worry, with me here, no one will die from drinking it." Gu Bai narrowed his eyes, revealing an extremely dangerous smile. He ladled a bowl of the medicinal soup and forcibly gave it to Ye Fan to drink. After drinking this bowl of medicinal soup, Ye Fan only felt a bitterness that came from his soul. No, the bitterness had even spread into his soul. Ye Fan felt his soul wailing in pain. Pfft! In an instant, Ye Fan collapsed to the ground with a thud and began to convulse violently. Because it was so incredibly bitter, Ye Fan couldn't pass out at all. Even if he forcibly knocked himself unconscious, he would instantly wake up. A moment later, Ye Fan's transparent soul floated out of his body. Just as Ye Fan thought he could finally be free, Gu Bai grabbed Ye Fan's soul and directly pressed it back into his body. After a very, very long time, Ye Fan finally refined the medicinal power. "It's your turn now." Gu Bai ladled 2 more large bowls of medicinal soup, then looked at Gu Bai and So Wuji with a smile. Gu Bai and So Wuji looked like criminals about to be executed. They walked with heavy steps to Gu Bai. Then, with 2 thuds, Gu Bai and So Wuji both collapsed in front of Gu Bai. Seeing this scene, So Mo, who had been standing beside Gu Bai, twitched her lips. Even with her incredibly strong will, she couldn't help but want to burst out laughing at this moment. For some reason, she felt a sense of satisfaction as if a great revenge had been exacted. "Oh, right, there's 1 bowl of this medicinal soup left. It would be a waste to throw it away, so why don't you drink it? This is medicinal soup brewed from highly nourishing ingredients. You've been through so many battles over the years, and your foundation has also suffered some damage, this is a good opportunity to make up for it. Gu Bai poured the last bit of medicinal soup from the pot into a bowl, then handed the bowl to Su Mo. Ah? Me, do I have to drink it too? Su Mo looked at the medicinal soup in her hand, her divine ability intuition was warning her with maximum power. Gu Bai didn't reply, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Mo. Under Gu Bai's gaze, Su Mo felt a surge of immense pressure. After hesitating for a moment, Su Mo gritted her teeth and directly chugged the bowl of medicinal soup. Bitter, too bitter. The moment the medicinal soup entered her mouth, Su Mo felt an indescribably bitter taste. Compared to this bowl of medicinal soup, the punishment Ye Fan and the others gave her for failing their mission was simply weak. A moment later, Su Mo also collapsed to the ground with a thud, and her transparent soul floated out of her body. Gu Bai was quick-witted, he directly grabbed Su Mo's soul and pressed it back into Su Mo's body. The few of them lay on the ground like that for several days before gradually recovering. Ye Fan struggled to get up from the ground, he felt as if he had been reborn. The old injuries in his body, left by years of continuous combat, had been completely healed. Even his Immortal Dao foundation, which had been damaged due to intense battles, had largely recovered under the treatment of this bowl of medicinal soup. But Ye Fan never wanted to experience that feeling again in this life, that soul-deep bitterness still made him tremble with fear when he recalled it now. Here, 100 flower tea. It has a light taste with a faint floral fragrance, which can neutralize the bitterness. Seeing that Ye Fan had recovered, Gu Bai handed him the 100 flower tea he had prepared in advance. Ye Fan picked up the teacup and directly drank the hot tea. The slightly sweet 100 flower tea perfectly neutralized the lingering bitterness in his mouth. I'm alive again. Ye Fan said, lying on the ground with lingering fear. Immediately after, Gu Bai also gave a cup of 100 flower tea to Su Wuji, Gu Bei, and Su Mo. After drinking Gu Bai's 100 flower tea, the few of them finally recovered their senses. Oh, right, Master, this is the supreme treasure we found from Yin-Yang Immortal Island, the Yin-Yang creation flower. Ye Fan, having recovered, took out a black and white flower emitting a faint, ethereal blue light from his storage pouch and handed it to Gu Bai. I didn't expect this thing to still exist. Looking at the Yin-Yang creation flower in his hand, Gu Bai was slightly surprised. This item was incredibly rare in the cultivation world, only mentioned in a few ancient records. Its specific function was to balance yin and yang and significantly increase cultivation, making it a rare and supreme spiritual item. And the Yin-Yang creation flower in his hand was of very high grade, an incredibly rare medium-grade immortal medicine. Furthermore, it was only one step away from being a high-grade immortal medicine, like immortal medicine, high-grade and supreme-grade immortal medicine corresponded to the earth immortal realm. Gu Bai narrowed his eyes, carefully examining the Yin-Yang creation flower in his hand. Something's not right, this Yin-Yang creation flower seems to have mutated, and its efficacy also seems to have changed. A moment later, Gu Bai said with slight confusion. Ye Fan and the other two exchanged glances, all breaking into a sweat. Gu Bai coughed lightly and quickly said, Big brother, we specifically found this for you. Quickly eat it and increase your cultivation. The three of them naturally knew that this Yin-Yang creation flower had mutated, and of course, this mutation was beneficial. They mainly just wanted to play a trick on Gu Bai. However, what the three didn't expect was that Gu Bai would be so vigilant. Even the subtle changes that they only knew through the island master of Yin-Yang Immortal Island, Gu Bai could instantly discern a thing or two. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, Gu Bai smiled and nodded. He didn't suspect Gu Bai and the other two of having ill intentions, because he had just checked, and although the Yin-Yang creation flower had mutated, the direction of the mutation was benign. Although he didn't know the specific effects of the mutation, one thing was certain, consuming it would definitely greatly increase his cultivation. If he was lucky, he might even be able to directly break through to the second layer of the Ascension Realm, which is the middle stage of the Ascension Realm early stage. Don't think this progress is small, it saved Gu Bai at least 50,000 years of arduous cultivation. Then Master, quickly refine this Yin-Yang creation flower. We will be your protectors. Ye Fan looked at Gu Bai and said with a slightly excited tone. No need, I've received your good intentions. You three need this Yin-Yang creation flower more than I do. Gu Bai, however, smiled and shook his head. Compared to himself, Ye Fan and the other two, who frequently fought, needed this Yin-Yang creation flower more. No, Master, this is a gift from the three of us to you. Once it's given, there's no reason to take it back. Facing the Yin-Yang creation flower that Gu Bai handed over, Ye Fan and the other two continuously retreated. Gu Bai tilted his head slightly and hummed in confusion, but he didn't think much of it. Then I will refine this item now. You all be my protectors. Gu Bai looked at the Yin-Yang creation flower in his hand, and without any hesitation, he immediately consumed it. The Yin-Yang creation flower is not like other immortal plants that can be preserved for a long time. Once picked, the spirituality contained within the Yin-Yang creation flower will quickly dissipate. Although Gu Bai was unsure what kind of mutation the Yin-Yang creation flower had undergone, as long as it could increase his cultivation, that was all that mattered. Anyway, he was immortal, so even if an accident occurred during the refining process, he wouldn't die. In the past, when faced with spirit medicine he didn't recognize or wasn't familiar with, Gu Bai would directly consume the spirit medicine and experience it firsthand. He. Seeing that Gu Bai had finally sat cross-legged and began to refine the Yin-Yang creation flower, Ye Fan and the other two let out lewd chuckles. The three of them actually knew what the mutated effect of the yin-yang creation flower was, and of course, this effect would absolutely not cause any negative impact. I always feel like you guys have ill intentions. Suemo frowned. She strongly suspected Ye Fan of having ill intentions, but she hadn't found any evidence yet. Junior sister, please don't say that. You'll definitely thank us later. Ye Fan patted Suemo's shoulder and looked at Gu Bai, who was refining the yin-yang creation flower, saying with some anticipation. During Gu Bai's breakthrough, Xing and Oriental Yuch were also called over by Ye Fan. As for why they were called, it could only be attributed to Ye Fan's mischievous nature. Gu Bai's process of refining the yin-yang creation flower was very smooth. In just a few hours, Gu Bai successfully refined the yin-yang creation flower. The yin-yang creation flower did not disappoint Gu Bai. With its immense medicinal power, Gu Bai finally break through to the second layer of the Ascension realm. Gu Bai opened his eyes and then let out a long breath. After coming out of his focused breakthrough state, Gu Bai instantly noticed something was amiss. He felt 2 heavy lumps of fat had appeared on his chest. Why does my body feel a bit strange? A remarkably gentle and delicate voice, as if capable of cleansing the soul, came from Gu Bai's mouth. Gu Bai instantly realized something was wrong. She suddenly stood up, and the 2 lumps of fat on her chest, because Gu Bai suddenly stood up, swayed violently like water-filled balloons. Gu Bai lowered her head but didn't see her toes. Instead, her vision was blocked by 2 large, rounded objects. I became a woman. Only at this moment did Gu Bai finally realize that the yin-yang creation flower had indeed mutated, and the specific effect of the mutation was that it could evolve a cultivator's body. However, as the price of this evolution, Gu Bai also directly transformed from a male to a female. Fortunately, in Gu Bai's perception, the transformation by the yin-yang creation flower was like installing a switch in her body. This gender reversal could be adjusted, but Gu Bai needed to get used to it first. She estimated it would take several decades before she could change back to her male form. At this moment, Ye Fan, Gu Bai, Su Wuji, Suemo, and Xing, all those who had a good relationship with Gu Bai, all widened their eyes, their mouths so wide they could fit an egg. After the gender transformation, Gu Bai's skin became smoother, and her face became softer. Of course, the most important thing was Gu Bai's eyes. Perhaps due to the special reason of the transformation, Gu Bai's eyes turned blue, a kind of incredibly clean and dazzling blue. Being gazed upon by Gu Bai's blue, gentle as water eyes, everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. This was the charm that captivates all with a single glance, just one look made everyone present unforgettable. And the aura around Gu Bai also changed, becoming gentler, and within this gentleness, there was a hint of the unique maternal affection. Of course, the most important part was the 2 huge Tuanzi on Gu Bai's chest, seemingly because she wasn't wearing a bra. Gu Bai just lightly swayed her body, and the 2 massive Tuanzi on her chest would violently shake. Looking at Gu Bai's current appearance, everyone present widened their eyes. They used their high-level cultivator brains to engrave the scene with all their might into their minds, their souls, and even their genes. I say, Ye Fan, was this your bad idea? Gu Bai quickly walked in front of Ye Fan, grabbed his shoulders, and began to shake him violently. Perhaps because she had become a woman, Gu Bai also became much softer. Although she was speaking angrily, in Ye Fan's ears, Gu Bai's voice sounded so gentle. Pfft! Ye Fan's nose suddenly gushed out a large amount of blood. Even though Ye Fan had the body of an immortal, the blood couldn't be stopped. At the same time, Gu Bai, Su Wuji, and even Xing and Suemo, also began to gush out large amounts of blood from their noses. This truly wasn't their fault, it could only be blamed on Gu Bai, who was simply too charming. Her angry expression, her slightly furrowed brows, were even more feminine than a woman's. Compared to Gu Bai, Xing, Suemo, and Oriental Yuch suddenly felt a bit inferior. The gentle as water, highly alluring gaze and temperament on Gu Bai were something they could never learn. It was as if they were the ones who had turned from men, and Gu Bai was the true woman. Looking at the 2 massive mountains not far in front of him, Ye Fan felt his heart pounding fiercely. Mama master, calm down a little. Ye Fan stammered. He realized he had really miscalculated. They had actually known about the mutated effect of the yin-yang creation flower for a long time. After consuming it, besides increasing one's cultivation, one could also gain a talent for gender reversal. Because of this, Ye Fan and the other 2 risked their lives to seize the yin-yang creation flower from Yin-Yang Immortal Island, just to see what Gu Bai would look like after the gender transformation. Originally, the 3 of them had just intended it as a prank, but what they didn't expect was that after Gu Bai's transformation, she would become so beautiful. No, the word beautiful could no longer describe the current Gu Bai. The unique tenderness on Gu Bai's body, coupled with her blue eyes that seemed to have not a trace of impurities, had surpassed all beautiful things in this world. Ye Fan and the others had been in the immortal realm for so many years, and they had visited countless immortal islands, big and small, and had seen countless exquisite immortal maidens. They had even been fortunate enough to meet ethereal immortal venerable, one of the strongest in the northern domain archipelago at the late stage Earth immortal realm. But when it came to sheer beauty, even after so many years of traveling the cultivation world, Ye Fan and the other 2 had not found anyone who could compare to Gu Bai. Watching the blood gushing from Ye Fan's nose, Gu Bai was so angry she laughed. Rebellious disciple, how do you expect me to calm down? With that, Gu Bai swung her fist and punched Ye Fan on the forehead. Thud. Gu Bai was truly angry, so she put all her strength into this punch. Hiss, when did your forehead get so hard, kid? But unfortunately, Ye Fan's forehead was much harder than Gu Bai had imagined. Her punch didn't cause any harm to Gu Bai, instead, her own hand was throbbing with pain. Humph, fine, I knew you guys weren't up to any good anyway. Gu Bai shook her slightly swollen right hand. She looked at the two large Tuanzi on her chest and sighed slightly, feeling a bit helpless. Gu Bai was actually quite open-minded about the changes in her body. After all, as a top physician, she had dissected so many corpses in her early years that she herself couldn't count them. Rather, Gu Bai was even slightly excited about becoming a woman, because this way she could use her own body to experiment with various spirit medicine and the differences between male and female cultivators. Gu Bai raised her right hand to her chest. She directly grasped the two large Tuanzi on her chest, then squeezed them hard. A wonderful feeling. Gu Bai thought this in her heart. She didn't expect the Tuanzi to be more sensitive than she imagined, just squeezing them made her a little overwhelmed. But why are my Tuanzi so soft? Seeing her right hand seemingly sinking into a swamp, about to be swallowed by the huge Tuanzi, Gu Bai thought helplessly. She had touched Tuanzi before, though she had only touched Xingning's, but over tens of thousands of years, she had touched them countless times, so she naturally had a clear understanding of their softness. But her own Tuanzi were much softer than Xingning's, and also very resilient. Despite being so large, they still stood firm and showed no signs of sagging. But sensing the empty feeling between her legs, Gu Bai sighed softly. Alas, it seems that for at least the next few decades, I won't be able to satisfy Xingning. Master, I'm sorry, we really didn't expect this yin-yang creation flower to have this effect. Ye Fan said with a hint of apology. At this point, they would rather die than admit that they did it on purpose. Gu Bai, you smell so good. Xingning also reacted at this moment. She walked incredulously to Gu Bai, circled her once, then leaned into Gu Bai's embrace and inhaled deeply. Ah, that feels good. A moment later, Xingning said with a satisfied expression. After becoming a woman, the faint body scent on Gu Bai's body became even more concentrated and also smelled better. This body scent was not pungent, even when deeply inhaling while leaning on Gu Bai, one would only feel a sense of comfort. Moreover, after becoming a woman, Gu Bai's body flexibility improved by more than one level. Xingning hugged Gu Bai as if hugging a kitten, in short, she was soft, both her body and her Tuanzi. Xingning suddenly realized that she seemed to prefer women over men. Xingning, let go quickly, so many people are watching. Feeling the waves of warmth emanating from the Tuanzi, Gu Bai's face flushed slightly. She reached out to push Xingning away. But Xingning, instead, clung even tighter, even burying her head directly into her two Tuanzi. No matter how Gu Bai pushed, Xingning would not let go. It wasn't until a long time later, after Xingning had had her fill of sniffing, that she finally let go with a flushed face. Seeing this scene, Ye Fan and Gu Bai even felt a little envious. Alright, even though you three aren't up to any good, since it's not easy to come back, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Looking at the three of them standing stiffly, not knowing what to do, Gu Bai said in a slightly gentle voice. These three were her blood relative, her father-in-law and her disciple, their relationship couldn't be closer. Even if the three of them had tricked her, it was just a joke, of no consequence. Moreover, the yin-yang creation flower was an incredibly precious spirit medicine, a kind of priceless treasure that couldn't be bought even if one wanted to. Consuming it directly saved her 50,000 years of arduous cultivation. Gu Bai naturally wasn't truly angry. Rather, she was very happy that the three of them had finally returned, even if they had indirectly tricked her once. Gu Bai turned and went to the kitchen, intending to prepare a lavish meal for the three of them. Xingning pulled Gu Bai at this moment. She walked beside Gu Bai and whispered, Gu Bai, do you want to change your clothes first? After all, Gu Bai had now become a woman, and a woman with two large Tuanzi, so her original clothes were definitely a bit ill-fitting. Gu Bai now felt a suffocating tightness in her chest, as if her huge Tuanzi were about to burst through the confines of her clothes at any moment. Okay, then I'll go change my clothes first. Gu Bai turned around and went into the Immortal cave, intending to close the door and change. But before she could close the door, Xingning suddenly took a quick step and walked into the Immortal cave with Gu Bai. Gu Bai, you're probably not familiar with women's clothes, so let me help you dress. Looking at the innocent-eyed Gu Bai, Xingning said with a flushed face and heavy breathing. Gu Bai's mouth twitched as he saw Xingning's fiery gaze and heart-shaped eyes. Aren't we sisters? Did you forget that you're also a woman? I've already become a woman, so logically, you should have lost interest in me, right? What's with that fiery gaze? This passionate look is hotter than ever. What's going on? Don't tell him that Xingning, who has been with him day and night for over 10,000 years, likes women and not men. No need, right? I can change clothes by myself. After thinking for a moment, Gu Bai still politely refused. After all, Xingning's current gaze was a bit too terrifying. Even though Xingning was a girl, her eyes were too perverted. Humph. Then I'll just watch from the side, okay? We've been together day and night for so many years, is there still a question of shyness? Hearing Gu Bai's words, Xingning reluctantly conceded half a step. Alright then. Seeing Xingning's firm attitude, Gu Bai could only agree. After all, Xingning was a girl, and the cultivation world was still very conservative, unlike Blue Star in his previous life, which had heaven-defying items like two-headed dragons. Xingning shouldn't do anything to him. Thinking of this, Gu Bai completely relaxed. He reached out and grabbed his long robe, directly taking it off. Thump, thump. Two huge mounds, like jelly freed from restraints, finally broke free. Gu Bai didn't react much to this, they were just two larger pieces of fat. Pfft. Qing Ning, who was watching, suddenly spurted a large amount of blood from her nose. It wasn't Qing Ning's fault, it could only be blamed on Gu Bai being too alluring. Even though she became a woman, she still couldn't resist. What appeared before Qing Ning were two huge white rabbits, gently swaying with Gu Bai's movements. Besides that, there was Gu Bai's incredibly fair and alluring jade body. Gu Bai's skin was fairer than any female cultivators, even Qing Ning herself felt inferior. Fortunately, this scene of nosebleeds didn't last too long. Gu Bai quickly put on the clothes Qing Ning had prepared beforehand. Looking at the fair skin covered by the green robe, Qing Ning felt an emptiness in her heart. Fortunately, she had already used her profound cultivation to deeply imprint that scene in her mind, the kind that wouldn't be forgotten even if she lost her memory. However, Qing Ning was then deeply attracted by Gu Bai's appearance. Gu Bai, dressed in a green long dress, had a subtle change in temperament compared to before. Simply put, she became more feminine. What are you thinking about? Looking at Qing Ning's dazed expression, Gu Bai smiled and walked up to her, waving her hand in front of Qing Ning. I'm thinking, how long can my husband maintain this appearance? Looking at Gu Bai's slightly puzzled little eyes, Qing Ning came back to her senses and whispered. Oh, that. Don't worry too much. The yin-yang creation flower's gender-changing effect isn't a one-time thing. It's somewhat similar to directly awakening a gender-changing divine ability within me. It's just that the divine ability's awakening speed is relatively slow. I'll be able to fully master this divine ability in about a few decades, and then I'll be able to change back into a man. Gu Bai said with a smile. I see. After hearing Gu Bai's words, Qing Ning felt a sense of loss for some reason. Because in a few decades, she wouldn't be able to see the female version of Gu Bai. However, Qing Ning immediately thought that Gu Bai had obtained a divine ability that could reverse gender. After changing back to a man, it didn't mean he couldn't change back again. Thinking of this, Qing Ning immediately showed an excited smile. And seeing Qing Ning's smile, Gu Bai also smiled. In her understanding, Qing Ning should be happy that she could change back into a man later. The two, in a happy mood, walked out of the room hand in hand. Alright, stop looking. You all do what you need to do. I'm going to cook. After sensing Ye Fan and the others' gazes, Gu Bai helplessly waved her hand. She casually tied an apron around herself and began to prepare dinner. Master, I'll help too. Mo also stopped maintaining her previous aloofness at this moment. She came to the kitchen with Gu Bai and began to assist Gu Bai. With Mo's master-level cooking skills, even though the dishes she made weren't as delicious as Gu Bai's, she could easily assist Gu Bai. As for the sparring with Ye Fan to avenge the broken leg from back then. Seeing this, Qing Ning also rolled up her sleeves and came into the kitchen, preparing to help Gu Bai process ingredients with Mo. Ye Fan and the other two stood somewhat awkwardly in the small courtyard. The three of them didn't know what to do for a while. Their original purpose was actually to obtain a spiritual item to enhance Gu Bai's strength, which was why they targeted the yin-yang creation flower of yin-yang Immortal Island. It was only later that they learned that this yin-yang creation flower had a gender-reversing effect due to a mutation. However, since it was a spiritual item obtained through great effort, and it wasn't irreversible, the three of them had the idea of playing a trick on Gu Bai and didn't tell Gu Bai the specific effects of the yin-yang creation flower in advance. This joke was both big and small. For some more rigid cultivators, this joke was not to be made. However, Gu Bai was not rigid, and his acceptance of things far exceeded that of ordinary people. In the end, Gu Bai successfully became a woman and was thoroughly tricked by them. Gu Bai herself wasn't too angry, just a bit speechless. As for the result, it was a very successful joke. They should have burst into laughter at this moment. But Gu Bai's transformation effect was too stunning, so much so that it left all three of them stunned. What should we do about this? Gu Bai looked at Ye Fan and asked. Just live as usual. Anyway, Master will be able to change back in a few decades. Ye Fan waved his hand and said indifferently. Alright. Gu Bai nodded. He couldn't think of any better solution either. Come eat, have you been waiting long? Gu Bai quickly made a table full of incredibly rich dishes, most of which were Ye Fan and the other two's favorites. Looking at Gu Bai, who was holding plates and smiling incredibly kindly, the three of them quickly turned their heads away, no longer looking at Gu Bai. Because Gu Bai's current lethality was simply too great. After all, holding delicious food, wearing an apron, and smiling so kindly, which man wouldn't be moved by this? Even Qing Ning couldn't bear it anymore. Husband. Qing Ning hugged Gu Bai, pressing her face between the two big white rabbits, rubbing left and right. Alright, stop messing around. Hurry up and eat. Gu Bai's face was slightly flushed. She forcefully pushed Qing Ning away. You came back and didn't tell us, hiding here at Gu Bai's place, secretly eating delicious food. You guys are really too much. Just as everyone had sat down and was about to start eating, a voice sounded from afar. It was Limitless Method Immortal Venerable Li Emperor and Immortal Venerable King Yun, slowly approaching from the distance. As the seniors of Ye Fan and the other two, after the three of them ascended to the immortal realm, they had adventured with Ye Fan for a period of time. But after that, Limitless Method Immortal Venerable and the other two couldn't endure the high-intensity battles and chose to live a leisurely life like most immortals, like free clouds and wild cranes. However, this didn't mean that the relationship between Ye Fan and the other two had deteriorated. Every time Ye Fan and the other two returned, they would find Limitless Method and the other two to drink and chat. After Gu Bai ascended to the Immortal Realm, his small courtyard was even chosen as a fixed location. Limitless Method, Immortal Venerable and the other two, as well as Ye Fan and the other two, often came to Gu Bai's place for free food and drinks. And after many years, Ye Fan and the other two finally returned to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance again, although they didn't tell Limitless Method, Immortal Venerable and the other two. But not long after the three returned, Limitless Method, Immortal Venerable still sensed the chi of Ye Fan and the other two, and brought Li Emperor and Immortal Venerable King Yun to find them. However, halfway through his sentence, Limitless Method suddenly stopped. Because he saw a beautiful woman sitting at the dining table, wearing a long green dress, with snow-white hair and eyes as bright as the ocean. Perhaps because of his actions just now, the beautiful woman smiled softly. Her smile was incredibly gentle, as if it were the most beautiful scene in the world. Thump, thump, thump. Limitless Method, Immortal Venerable suddenly felt that he had fallen in love. This beautiful woman in front of him was simply his dream lover. As for his original plan of single-mindedly pursuing the Dao and not seeking any companion, it had long been thrown to the back of Limitless Method, Immortal Venerable's mind. Hello, beautiful lady. Before everyone could react, Limitless Method, Immortal Venerable used a spatial secret technique and suddenly sat beside Gu Bai. He held a red flower in his hand and looked at Gu Bai with deep affection. What do you mean, hello, beautiful lady? Look closely, I'm Gu Bai, your confidant. Seeing this, Gu Bai's mouth twitched. She directly kicked Limitless Method, Immortal Venerable flying. Ah! After hearing Gu Bai's words, Limitless Method, Immortal Venerable, who was kicked to the ground, let out a confused ah. After reacting, Limitless Method, Immortal Venerable shed a sad tear. No wonder he found the woman in front of him somewhat familiar. Now he finally understood. His long-awaited love, why had it ended before it even began? Humph! What are you looking at? Eat! Looking at the shocked gazes of Li Emperor and Immortal Venerable King Yun, Gu Bai snorted and sat down on the bench to eat. Oh, oh, oh! Hearing Gu Bai's words, the few people present quickly sat on the benches and honestly began to eat. Come, good disciple, try this dish I made. How is it? Gu Bai picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Su Mo's bowl. Ha 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 ha, master is so good to me. Looking at the meat in her bowl and Gu Bai, who was smiling at her, even Su Mo couldn't help but beam with joy. Husband. Just then, a slightly jealous voice from Qing Ning came from beside Gu Bai. Gu Bai turned her head and, seeing Qing Ning's jealous gaze, smiled helplessly. Then she picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Qing Ning's bowl. Humph, I poke, poke, poke. Qing Ning puffed out her cheeks. She extended her finger and gently poked Gu Bai's slender waist. Ha 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 ha, we're eating, don't mess around. Gu Bai immediately let out bursts of light laughter. Although she said this, Gu Bai also reached out and poked Qing Ning's slender waist. The two beautiful young women, both with stunning looks, thus giggled and played at the dining table. For some unknown reason, after turning into a girl, Gu Bai's personality changed slightly, becoming a bit more lively and active, no longer as calm as before. Plus, as she was originally a man, even as Qing Ning's husband, it was inconvenient to play around with Qing Ning. But now that she had become a girl, there were naturally no such restrictions. Don't bully master. Seeing Gu Bai temporarily suppressed by Qing Ning, Su Mo also took the opportunity to step forward and join Qing Ning in a playful tangle. Listening to the beautiful laughter of Gu Bai and the two other women, and the sounds of the three of them playfully wrestling, Ye Fan and the others quietly lowered their heads and ate. For some reason, the rice tonight was exceptionally fragrant. The few people who normally only ate 3 bowls ended up eating more than a dozen bowls tonight, and even finished an entire table of dishes. It wasn't that Ye Fan and the others were gluttonous, but rather, tonight's meal was truly very appetizing. After dinner, Gu Bai, whose face was slightly flushed, directly chased Ye Fan and the others out. After all, it was already dark. When he was a man, it was fine, no matter how late it was, he could chat with Ye Fan and the others for a while, even talking through the night. But it was different now. Because of the yin-yang creation flower, she had temporarily become a girl. Gu Bai always felt a bit awkward about hanging out with Ye Fan and the others at night. Even if she trusted the character of Ye Fan and the others, Qing Ning unfortunately did not. Then, big brother, we'll head back first. Ye Fan and the others, who had been pushed out of the small courtyard by Gu Bai, waved at Gu Bai, then turned and left. Especially Gu Bai and Su Wuji, they left immediately. Ye Fan hesitated for a moment, then also turned and left. Husband, do you want to take a bath? Inside the small courtyard, Qing Ning saw Gu Bai sitting on the bed, earnestly reading a medical book. She shook Gu Bai's body, then said with a smile. A bath? Yes, I haven't had a bath in a long time either. After hearing Qing Ning's words, Gu Bai thought for a moment, then closed the medical book and nodded in agreement. Behind Gu Bai's small courtyard, on a high mountain, an open-air bath was built. This was specially built by Gu Bai so that she could take a bath from time to time. Most of the time, she and Qing Ning would bathe together. Sometimes, Qing Ning, Su Mo, and Oriental Yuch, a few girls, would bathe together. Of course, in very rare cases, she would also drink alcohol with Gu Bai, Ye Fan, and others while bathing. Soon, Gu Bai and Qing Ning arrived at the hot spring. At this time, wisps of white steam were rising from the hot spring. After tying up her hair, Gu Bai slipped off her long robe and comfortably lay down in the hot spring. Comfortable. Gu Bai closed her eyes, then took out a cup of sake and a tray specifically for the bath from her storage pouch. Gu Bai leaned back in the hot spring, leisurely sipping sake. After happily bathing with Xing, Gu Bai returned to her immortal cave to cultivate. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. Phew, I'm finally back to normal. Inside the room, Gu Bai let out a long sigh of relief. After 50 years, he had finally mastered the divine ability of yin and yang transformation and changed his gender back. Touching his firm chest and feeling his second brother return, Gu Bai smiled. Although he didn't mind being a woman, it was ultimately more comfortable to be a man again. After all, when he was a woman, he didn't dare to appear casually in front of others. Especially returning Ruins Immortal Venerable and the other immortals of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, Gu Bai had deliberately avoided these people for the past 50 years. Although he could disguise his appearance, no matter how clever the disguise, Gu Bai was not confident it could deceive returning Ruins Immortal Venerable. Fortunately, returning Ruins Immortal Venerable was in closed-door cultivation for most of the time, and the other immortals of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance wouldn't bother looking for Gu Bai. And 50 years was but a flick of a finger for an immortal, so even though they hadn't seen Gu Bai for 50 years, returning Ruins Immortal Venerable and the others didn't notice anything amiss. Gently taking off his long robe, Gu Bai looked at his muscle lines, which were not overly strong but clearly defined, and nodded in satisfaction. These clothes are still more comfortable to wear. Taking out the white long robe he always wore from his storage pouch, Gu Bai put it on and exhaled again. As soon as he pushed open the door, Gu Bai was embraced by Xing, who was outside the room. Haha, Gu Bai. After hugging Gu Bai, Xing affectionately rubbed against him. Although the touch had changed and was no longer as soft as before, it brought Xing a sense of peace. As for Ye Fan and the others outside the room, they turned their heads away in some disappointment. The matter of turning into a woman was just a small interlude in Gu Bai's life. Gu Bai quickly forgot about it and began to focus on managing the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 500 years had passed. On this day, a major event occurred on Purple Micro Immortal Island, led by the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. All major forces on Purple Micro Immortal Island were connected to form the Zaiwei Alliance. Because Gu Bai had already colluded with the Divine Sword Sect, Heavenly Thunder Sect, and Profound Sky Sect, these three top sects, beforehand. Therefore, these three top sects immediately agreed to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance's idea. Other forces might not be clear, but these three top sects certainly knew that a great catastrophe would erupt in the cultivation world 50,000 years later. Therefore, now was definitely not the time for internal strife, on the contrary, uniting perfectly aligned with their intentions. After all, the Heavenly Immortal Alliance had expanded rapidly in strength over the past few tens of thousands of years, having opened up a significant gap with other top forces. The three top sects, plus the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, accounted for almost half of Purple Micro Immortal Island's combat power. Even if there were other immortal level forces remaining, their scale could not compare to top forces like the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, so they could only reluctantly agree. The location for the alliance was chosen at the 10,000 Immortals Alliance headquarters, and the other forces had no objections to this, as the Heavenly Immortal Alliance was indeed the most powerful overall among all forces. Returning Ruins Immortal Monarch, dressed in the Heavenly Immortal Alliance leader's attire, stood with the sect masters of the other three top sects. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable stood at the forefront and spoke loudly. Today, our 181 forces on Purple Micro Immortal Island form an alliance, jointly establishing this Zaiwei Alliance. Next, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable took out over 100 scrolls, and under his control, all the scrolls precisely landed in the hands of the representatives of all forces. What was written on these scrolls were all the rules of the Zaiwei Alliance. For example, once allied, one could sell their produced resources to other members of the alliance without being deliberately suppressed in price, and one could also purchase rare materials that were normally unobtainable through the alliance's network. In short, this was a set of rules beneficial to almost all forces on Purple Micro Immortal Island. Even the most demanding person could not find fault with it. However, the content recorded in the contract was simply too much. Don't be fooled by the contract, which looked like a thin scroll. This scroll was just a carrier, and to view the content, one needed to project their divine sense into it. The specific content was divided into 10 core rules, 100 main rules, 1,000 basic rules, 10,000 branch rules. All the rules, scattered and combined, totaled over 1,000,000. And each rule was not just a few simple sentences, there were subsequent explanations of thousands or even tens of thousands of characters to detail each rule. And also the corresponding punishments if this rule was violated, or how to mitigate punishment if one was forced to violate this rule due to certain special circumstances. In short, it was extremely detailed, so detailed that no faults could be found, and no one could manipulate it. Of course, this contract was not written by Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable. With Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable's brain, he could not write such a detailed contract. This was a super detailed contract that Gu Bai spent 3 full years writing. In Gu Bai's view, this was an act of utmost sincerity, but others did not think so. The representatives of the various forces initially looked relaxed, and after carefully reading the 10 most core rules, they secretly nodded. But when they seriously read the 100 main rules, they also marveled at the Heavenly Immortal Alliance's thorough preparation. However, when they roughly read the 1,000 basic contracts, and then glanced at the 10,000 branch rules, and the subsequent millions of various rules, everyone present put on a mask of pain. These rules were not intentionally inflated with words, the reason for their vast number was to handle all sorts of complex situations. Everyone present was the leader of their own force. If their force were to join the Zaiwei Alliance, they, as leaders, would certainly need to thoroughly read and even memorize these rules. Soul transformation and even Ascension Realm cultivators could remember things at a glance, and among everyone present, the lowest cultivation was late-stage soul transformation, so remembering at a glance was basic. But to completely memorize these million rules, the sheer number of characters amounted to billions, which was not easy even for an Ascension Realm cultivator. Thus, the originally smooth alliance ceremony was abruptly stuck at this step. The leaders of the various forces all stared at this contract with grim expressions. The attendants following these people were a bit at a loss, thinking that the rules written in this contract were too excessive. Time slowly passed, the sun set and rose again, and after 2 full cycles, Profound Sky Immortal Venerable finally put down the contract in his hand and let out a long, turbid breath. Reading this obscure and difficult contract almost took half of his life. He now only felt a chaotic mess in his mind, filled entirely with the rules from the contract. After a long pause, Profound Sky Immortal Venerable finally said to Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable, "Where did you find such a talent, kid?" "Senior, what do you mean by that?" "This contract was written by me, little by little." Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable first bowed to Profound Sky Immortal Venerable, then said with a smile. His relationship with Profound Sky Immortal Venerable was actually quite good, they had fought side by side many times. "You, whose brain is filled with muscles, a spear cultivator, are telling me that you wrote these. Alright, then I'll ask you, what is the 9871st rule of the sub-rules?" Profound Sky Immortal Venerable said with disdain, crossing his arms. This. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable suddenly couldn't smile anymore, he really didn't know. "Alright, it's been tens of thousands of years since we last met, hasn't it? If you're free tonight, let's have a drink." Profound Sky Immortal Venerable no longer pressed the matter, instead directly drinking with Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable. After all, even he, the strongest, needed 2 days, so others would likely take even longer, and he didn't need to wait foolishly here. The truth was indeed as Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable had thought, Ascended Immortal Realm cultivators with slightly weaker strength would take about 5 days to completely memorize this document. As for Spirit Transformation Realm cultivators, they were even worse off, they weren't like Ascended Immortal Realm cultivators whose bodies and minds underwent transformation, achieving complete transcendence. Therefore, just the act of signing the contract alone took a full month. By the end, the leaders of these forces were almost in tears, they had fought their way to this point, when had they ever suffered such grievances? But as the leader of their own force, they couldn't afford not to read this contract. As for the cultivators who came with these leaders, Gu Bai welcomed them into the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, providing them with food and drink. Those leaders who had completely processed the contract were also pulled over by Gu Bai for a grand feast. In this way, everyone who finished reading the contract would be invited by Gu Bai to chat and drink, talking through the night. Gu Bai, relying on his personal charm, spent about a month making almost everyone present into close fellow deists. Everything seemed to be going as Gu Bai had expected. In a month, almost everyone had memorized the contract. But the only thing Gu Bai hadn't anticipated was that there were a few body cultivators present, whose bodies were covered in muscles. Even after a month, these body cultivators showed no sign of finishing the contract. Their gazes were fierce as they stared at the contract, as if looking at a sworn enemy. 3 months later. "Gu Bai, when do you think they'll finish reading it?" Standing on the high platform, looking at those few fierce-faced body cultivators, Gu Bai said somewhat boredly. In his estimation, no matter how foolish a person was, in a month, even if they couldn't memorize the contract, they should at least have read most of it. I estimate it will take another 3 months." Gu Bai frowned and pondered for a moment before giving an approximate time. After all, making body cultivators, whose brains were only muscles, read such complex things was truly difficult for them. However, to Gu Bai and Gu Bai's surprise, these few body cultivators present took a full year to read most of the contract he had written. This made Gu Bai intensely curious about the brains of body cultivators. He even suspected whether the brains of body cultivators were smaller than those of other cultivators, why such a simple matter would take a year. After everyone had finished reading the contract, the remaining matter was simple, electing the alliance leader of the Zaiwei Alliance. Gu Bai naturally chose to follow the tradition of the cultivation world, which was for all forces of the Zaiwei Alliance to select their strongest person to fight. Until the strongest person in the alliance was chosen, and that person would successfully assume the position of alliance leader. After all, no matter what, the cultivation world was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, and even in the immortal realm, it remained so. Gu Bai didn't have much confidence in Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable's combat power, but as long as the Zaiwei Alliance was established, even if the alliance leader wasn't from the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, it didn't matter to Gu Bai. After all, while the alliance leader had power, it wasn't extensive. His purpose in establishing the Zaiwei Alliance was to connect all forces of Purple Micro Immortal Island to prevent them from falling into internal conflict. Now that the Zaiwei Alliance was established, his goal was achieved. Others also had no objections to Gu Bai's proposal. Those whose cultivation had not reached the Ascension Realm exchanged glances and then forfeited. As the saying goes, all below immortal are ants, they weren't so fighting above their realm was something they could only dream of. At this point, only 28 Ascended Immortal Realm cultivators remained, which was exactly the total number of Ascended Immortal rank forces on Purple Micro Immortal Island combined. Among these 28 Ascended Immortal Realm powerhouses, 24 immediately chose to forfeit. Having reached their current level, they naturally had a clear understanding of their own strength. Regarding the strongest combat power on Purple Micro Immortal Island, it was Heavenly Thunder Immortal Venerable of Heavenly Thunder Sect, Nine Swords Immortal Venerable of Sword God Sect, Profound Sky Immortal Venerable of Profound Sky Sect, and Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable of Heavenly Immortal Alliance. These four immortals were the four strongest individuals on Purple Micro Immortal Island, their cultivation realm having all reached the Ascension realm late stage. Especially Profound Sky Immortal Venerable, he was even a one calamity immortal who had passed through a great tribulation. But the other three were not bad either, having all cultivated for over 900,000 years, their strength having almost reached the limit of the Ascension realm. For them, who had only cultivated for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, and whose talents weren't as high as theirs, going up to fight them would only be asking for trouble, wouldn't it? Ha 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 ha, I've long wanted to have a fight and decide who is the strongest on Purple Micro Immortal Island. Flying in the air, wearing a purple robe, over 2 meters tall, even with a loose robe, he could not hide his extremely bulging muscles. Myriad Thunder Immortal Venerable. He collided his fists together, then let out bursts of hearty laughter. Although Heavenly Thunder Immortal Venerable's words were somewhat arrogant, he was a dual cultivation of both thunder and body, and both his physical body and thunder techniques had reached the limit of the Ascension realm, so he naturally had the capital to be arrogant. Exactly my thoughts. Nine Swords Immortal Venerable, with his eyes closed and his aura restrained, suddenly had 9 immortal swords appear behind him, he said with a smile while flying in mid-air. Sword God Sect, as a top force on Purple Micro Immortal Island, possessed 9 immortal swords as its sect protecting treasures, including 6 high-grade low-grade immortal swords and 3 better quality high-grade immortal swords. With the sword formation composed of the 9 immortal swords, 9 Swords Immortal Venerable was not afraid even when facing Profound Sky Immortal Venerable. As for the last powerhouse, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable, who founded the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, his strength was equally formidable. Over 100,000 years ago, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable once sparred with 9 Swords Immortal Venerable, and the final result was a draw between them. It can be said that these 4 individuals from Purple Micro Immortal Island are the 4 most talented and strongest individuals Purple Micro Immortal Island has seen in a million years. The 4 naturally wouldn't choose to compete on Purple Micro Immortal Island. After all, their Ascension Realm late-stage combat power would cause immense destruction to Purple Micro Immortal Island. Therefore, the vast and boundless Sea of Worlds was the best place for the 4 to compete. As if by telepathy, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable and 9 Swords Immortal Venerable exchanged glances and immediately began to fight over the Sea of Worlds, while Heavenly Thunder Immortal Venerable battled Profound Sky Immortal Venerable. Rumble. Rumble. The Sea of Worlds instantly boiled, forming supermassive waves, hundreds of thousands of miles high, due to the battle of the 4, surging towards Purple Micro Immortal Island. This is the terrifying aspect of top cultivators, even though these 4 were very far from Purple Micro Immortal Island, the aftershocks from their attacks still affected Purple Micro Immortal Island. However, Purple Micro Immortal Island was not without its high-level combat power. Su Wuji frowned, he casually unleashed an enormous sword chi, slicing the supermassive wave, hundreds of thousands of miles high, into 2. The wave instantly lost its momentum, and the remaining waves should not be able to reach Purple Micro Immortal Island. But then, several more waves, millions of miles high, formed in the Sea of Worlds, surging towards Purple Micro Immortal Island. Let me handle it. Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable placed a hand on Su Wuji's shoulder, endless cold chi gushed from his hands, freezing large expanses of seawater into ice. Under the control of Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable, the ice formed a supermassive ice wall, 10 million miles high, which stood before Purple Micro Immortal Island, blocking all the waves. Taste my spear. At the same time, in the sky, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable held a golden 9 revolutions golden vein spear. Under Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable's control, 1,000 illusory 9 revolutions golden vein spears suddenly materialized behind him, each hundreds of thousands of miles long. The long spears, under Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable's control, flew towards 9 Swords Immortal Venerable. 9 Swords Immortal Venerable immediately formed a hand seal, under his control, 9 immortal swords instantly enveloped him, forming a semicircular barrier to block Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable's attack. Clang! 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 The illusory long spears collided with the barrier, emitting loud roars, and most of the illusory long spears dissipated on the spot. And on the other side, Heavenly Thunder Immortal Venerable conjured countless bolts of lightning, passionately clashing with Profound Sky Immortal Venerable. The 4 fought fiercely, while Gu Bei and the others arduously stood guard around them, intercepting the aftershocks generated by their battle. After all, the aftershocks of a battle between 4 Ascension Realm late-stage cultivators were no joke. If not intercepted, the massive waves generated by the aftershocks could affect other immortal islands. If other immortal islands were unprepared, these massive waves would undoubtedly be a great disaster for low-realm cultivators. It could potentially lead to the deaths of hundreds of millions of lives, though this level of casualties would be a drop in the ocean for an immortal island. But making enemies would be unavoidable, and Gu Bai didn't want the Zaiwei Alliance to offend all the nearby immortal islands right after its establishment. The great battle of the 4 top powerhouses lasted for over a month. In the end, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable slightly edged out 9 Swords Immortal Venerable, defeating him. After all, 9 Swords Immortal Venerable ultimately relied on external objects. If he couldn't quickly end the battle and had to fight a prolonged one, his lack of inherent foundation would be infinitely magnified. And Heavenly Thunder Immortal Venerable, though he cultivated both body and Dao, still couldn't defeat Profound Sky Immortal Venerable, who had lived for over a million years, and was suppressed by Profound Sky Immortal Venerable's golden giant palm. How about it, young man? Want to spar with me? Profound Sky Immortal Venerable stroked his long white beard, then looked at Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable and said with a smile. Bring it on. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable showed no fear, he held his 9 revolutions golden vein spear and began to duel with Profound Sky Immortal Venerable. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable was an extremely rare spear cultivator, and spear users were born for war. If combined with an army and military formations, Profound Sky Immortal Venerable's combat power could be elevated by several levels. However, as a lone individual, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable could not unleash his full strength. After battling Profound Sky Immortal Venerable for over half a month, he was ultimately defeated. Profound Sky Immortal Venerable ultimately relied on his formidable strength to successfully become the Zaiwei Alliance leader. Gu Bai was naturally very happy about this, as Profound Sky Immortal Venerable was now considered half an insider. The stronger Profound Sky Immortal Venerable was, the happier he naturally became. That evening, led by Gu Bai, Profound Sky Immortal Venerable, Heavenly Thunder Immortal Venerable, Nine Swords Immortal Venerable, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable, Longevity Limitless Method Immortal Venerable. With the exception of a very few immortals who were in seclusion, almost all the immortals from Purple Micro Immortal Island were called by Gu Bai to the highest peak of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. If it were anyone else, this might have been impossible, only Gu Bai possessed such great face. After all, once one cultivates to the Ascension realm, there's no need to worry about running out of lifespan, but one can still die from injuries or illness. Therefore, befriending Gu Bai, this top medical Dao practitioner, was especially important. Gu Bai genuinely had the ability to save you when you were severely injured and on the verge of death. Faced with Gu Bai's invitation, almost no immortal would refuse, even factions that held grudges against the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. After all, you can be aloof and not deliberately curry favor with Gu Bai, but you absolutely cannot anger him. Doing so would not only implicate you but also your faction, and even your close friends would be affected to some extent. And that wasn't the most critical part. The most critical part was that Gu Bai had already befriended most of the medical Dao practitioners on Purple Micro Immortal Island. Or rather, most of the medical Dao practitioners on Purple Micro Immortal Island had gone to fawn over Gu Bai. These medical Dao practitioners practically regarded Gu Bai as more important than their own parents. Because if you asked Gu Bai, he genuinely taught you practical knowledge, and he generously printed countless copies of his medical Dao experience, allowing every medical Dao practitioner on Purple Micro Immortal Island to see it. If you offended Gu Bai, given his personality, he might not deliberately target you, but those fanatical followers who saw Gu Bai as a saint would absolutely go crazy targeting you. Imagine how terrifying that would be. If you, your faction, or your friends and family were injured, they would no longer be able to receive treatment from any medical Dao practitioner. You wouldn't even dare to let a medical Dao practitioner who voluntarily offered help treat you, because you wouldn't gamble on whether that medical Dao practitioner was poisoning you under the guise of treatment. Looking at the 80 immortals on the mountain peak, Gu Bai smiled and raised the wine cup in his hand. Fellow Daists, I appreciate your presence here. I will remember this friendship. In the future, if any of you are injured, feel free to come find me, Gu Bai. As long as it's something I can cure, I will never refuse. Physician Gu spoke calmly, as if stating something quite ordinary. However, upon hearing Physician Gu's words, all the immortals were greatly surprised. This was a promise from a top physician, which, in a sense, was equivalent to gaining an extra life. Physician Gu is righteous. I toast Physician Gu. Heavenly Thunder Immortal Venerable raised his wine glass, bowed seriously to Physician Gu, and then drained the strong wine in his cup. Physician Gu is righteous. I toast Physician Gu. The other 80 immortals also raised their wine glasses and respectfully toasted Physician Gu. No matter what kind of person, strong or weak, it was difficult to dislike a physician like Physician Gu, who possessed noble character and superb medical skills. I also toast everyone. Physician Gu also smiled, holding up his wine glass with both hands. He raised the glass in front of him, swayed it from side to side, and then drained the strong wine in his cup. This banquet was intentional on his part, aiming to gather the immortals of Purple Micro Immortal Island to eat meat and drink wine together, fostering their relationships. If any single men and women found each other attractive, wouldn't that spark a connection? Delicious. So delicious. Heavenly Thunder Immortal Venerable, in a very unrestrained manner, directly reached out and grabbed the huge, approximately 1 meter diameter steak from the plate. He then dipped it in the meat sauce on the plate and began to devour it in large bites. In just a few breaths, the 1 meter diameter huge steak was completely eaten by Heavenly Thunder Immortal Venerable. Immediately after, Heavenly Thunder Immortal Venerable somewhat disdainfully tossed the glass cup in his hand aside. He walked to a wine barrel about 1 meter tall. This wine barrel had many faucet-like devices on the front. If you wanted to drink, you just twisted a switch, and delicious strong wine would pour out. However, Heavenly Thunder Immortal Venerable grabbed the wine barrel with one hand. He directly twisted open the lid of the wine barrel and then gulped down the wine freely. In just a few more breaths, the almost full wine barrel was completely emptied of its fine wine by Heavenly Thunder Immortal Venerable. The immortal wine in this barrel was not ordinary wine, it was 5 viscera wine brewed by Physician Gu using the internal organs of various powerful immortal beasts. In these years that Yafan and his companions had been adventuring in the Boundary Sea, they had slain at least dozens of various Yao beasts of the Ascension realm. Since these things were of no use to them, they handed them over to Physician Gu for processing. Physician Gu mostly refined the flesh and blood of these Yao beasts into pure blood pills or immortal essence pills to help Yafan and others improve their cultivation. As for the Yao beasts' internal organs, refining them into pills would be a bit wasteful, so they were used to brew 5 viscera wine. Although the brewing time was not too long, the alcohol content of this 5 viscera wine was quite high. Even with Heavenly Thunder Immortal Venerable's formidable physique, he felt slightly tipsy after drinking this large barrel. Burp, refreshing. Heavenly Thunder Immortal Venerable said with great satisfaction. Even he rarely got to drink strong wine more delicious than this. Even if there was, it was usually only a small glass, and he would finish it before he could properly savor the taste. But this 5 Viscera wine was different, it had a superior taste, and it was abundant, a full large barrel, allowing him to drink to his heart's content. However, after finishing the wine, Heavenly Thunder Immortal Venerable stood still and stopped drinking wine and eating meat. As a body cultivator, his appetite was enormous, so it was naturally impossible for him to be full now. But the amount of delicious food and wine on the table was limited. If he ate freely, what would others eat? Although Heavenly Thunder Immortal Venerable appeared rather rough, his heart was very delicate. Don't be polite with me, let's eat freely. Seeing this, Physician Gu smiled, staring intently as he took out the food he had prepared beforehand from his storage pouch and placed it on the table again. Then, Physician Gu waved his hand and took out hundreds of wine barrels, identical to the previous one, from his storage pouch. Since these immortals gave him face by attending this banquet, Physician Gu naturally wanted to put on a splendid show. It is well known that for body cultivators, or those who love delicious food, as long as there is plenty of good wine and meat to allow them to eat to their heart's content, then that banquet is the most perfect banquet. Therefore, Physician Gu had long prepared enough delicious food and fine wine in his storage pouch to ensure that no matter how much the immortals present ate, they would not be able to finish it. Ha 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 ha, Physician Gu understands me best. Looking at the mountains of meat delicacies piled on the table and the hundreds of barrels of fine wine, he let out the happiest laugh he had ever made. The corners of the other immortals' mouths also curved slightly. Immortals have enormous appetites, and most immortals haven't eaten much since their ascension. Even if they occasionally ate, it was mostly just to taste something new, never to get full. But today, Physician Gu satisfied them. The delicious food that could make one swallow their tongue was not just a small plate, instead, it was piled up like mountains, with each plate filled with various delicacies. There were even meat mountains, composed of various types of meat, reaching 10 meters high and emitting wafts of hot steam, primarily offering large quantities to ensure everyone was full. In addition, Physician Gu also considered the tastes of female cultivators, specially preparing many immortal fruits, as well as lighter delicacies, and his special 100-fruit wine. Thus, this banquet lasted for 3 days. Physician Gu was not idle during these 3 days, spending almost all his time chatting with the immortals attending the banquet. And he very consciously brought several newcomers together to get to know each other. Due to Physician Gu's presence, the atmosphere on site was not awkward at all, everyone was talking and laughing while drinking wine. In 3 days, almost all of the more than 80 immortals of the Zaiwei Alliance got to know each other, and their relationships were subtly drawn closer. Even immortals who originally held some enmity towards each other had their grudges resolved under Physician Gu's mediation. This was especially true for Heavenly Thunder Immortal Venerable, Nine Swords Immortal Venerable, Profound Sky Immortal Venerable, and Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable, these 4 top combatants. Under Physician Gu's deliberate arrangement, the 4, who already had a relatively good relationship, now had an even better one. And Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable also proposed the idea of jointly exploring a secret realm to the other 3, according to the script Physician Gu had arranged beforehand. This secret realm was discovered by the Heavenly Immortal Alliance 500,000 years ago. While called a secret realm, it was actually almost as large as a small world. There were many good things inside, but it was inhabited by the Thunder Spirit clan, a race formed when lightning gained sentience. Furthermore, to enter the secret realm, one had to cross the Sea of Heavenly Thunder. Only cultivators who reached the Ascension realm late stage would not be reduced to ashes by the violent lightning. And within the secret realm, there lived dozens of immortal rank Thunder Spirits. The Heavenly Immortal Alliance only had Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable who had the strength to enter the secret realm, but Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable also could not defeat dozens of Ascension realm Thunder Spirits. To deepen the relationship between the few, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable directly invited the other 3 to explore the secret realm together. If this worked out, given the 4's original emotional foundation, and the fact that they were all from the Zaiwei Alliance, these 3 could then be considered half-insiders. Nine Swords Immortal Venerable, Profound Sky Immortal Venerable, and Heavenly Thunder Immortal Venerable were all sect masters of the sects behind them. If the friendship between the 4 of them was solidified, the Zaiwei Alliance would become as close as a family. Gu Bai also wasn't worried that his plan would be seen through by the 3 Immortal Venerables, Profound Sky Immortal Venerable. Because this was a pure open conspiracy, anyone could see that Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable proposed to jointly explore the secret manual precisely to forge friendships with the 3 of them. But the 3 Immortal Venerables, Profound Sky Immortal Venerable, couldn't refuse, because for them, it was all benefit and no harm. They all saw Profound Sky Immortal Venerable's talent. In terms of talent alone, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable was the most talented among them. The reason Profound Sky Immortal Venerable was so strong was because he had lived for a long time. In terms of surviving the Great Tribulation alone, he had lived for at least 1,000,000 years. Therefore, Profound Sky Immortal Venerable's talent could only be considered mid to low among the few of them. As for Nine Swords Immortal Venerable, his own foundation was far less robust than the other 3, and the vast majority of his combat power relied on his 9 immortal swords. The most talented were Heavenly Thunder Immortal Venerable and Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable. Although the 2 had not competed, in terms of overall strength, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable was still slightly stronger than Heavenly Thunder Immortal Venerable. Therefore, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable was the most talented among them, and coupled with the Heavenly Immortal Alliance behind Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable, as well as Gu Bai, a top-tier physician and management talent, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable would certainly not lack resources, and he could also devote all his attention to cultivating. If Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable could successfully overcome the Great Tribulation, there was a high probability that he could break through to the Earth Immortal Realm. Therefore, even if Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable didn't actively befriend them, they would actively befriend Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable. In essence, this was also the mutual attraction of excellent individuals. Thus, the four agreed to explore that secret realm together 100 years later. After the banquet ended, all cultivators returned the way they came, and Profound Sky Immortal Venerable was no exception. However, Gu Bai followed Profound Sky Immortal Venerable to Profound Sky Sect. As the alliance leader of the Zaiwei Alliance, Profound Sky Immortal Venerable naturally had the Zaiwei Alliance's headquarters established in Profound Sky Sect. The reason Gu Bai came to Profound Sky Sect was to establish the Zaiwei Alliance headquarters and a complete system for Profound Sky Immortal Venerable. Profound Sky Immortal Venerable was happy with this. After all, besides being a top-tier physician, he was also a formation grandmaster. Gu Bai led a group of people in a flurry of activity, spending about 2 years to finally establish the Zaiwei Alliance headquarters and 20 branches located throughout Purple Micro Immortal Island. The headquarters of the Zaiwei Alliance was somewhat like a tall tower, and the head was at the very top of the tower. Standing in the office specially built for the Alliance leader, Profound Sky Immortal Venerable could see the entire Profound Sky Sect and the incredibly prosperous Purple Micro Immortal Island in the distance through the window. Seeing the simple yet comfortable decorations in the office, Profound Sky Immortal Venerable nodded in satisfaction. Then I'll head back first. If you have any questions, contact me via sound transmission talisman. Gu Bai waved at Profound Sky Immortal Venerable and then took the teleportation formation of the Zaiwei Alliance headquarters back to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. This was one of the benefits of creating the Zaiwei Alliance, being able to travel to most parts of Purple Micro Immortal Island in a few seconds via teleportation formation. After all, before the Zaiwei Alliance was founded, the various forces were still hostile, so they naturally couldn't tolerate the existence of teleportation formations within their own territories. Because having a teleportation formation meant that enemy forces could use it to attack their main base. Furthermore, teleportation formations were expensive to build, not something ordinary people could afford. Before the Zaiwei Alliance was founded, there were pitifully few teleportation formations on Purple Micro Immortal Island, making them completely useless for travel. However, after the Zaiwei Alliance was established, Gu Bai naturally gathered many formation masters and set up tens of thousands of teleportation formations across the Zaiwei Alliance. Gu Bai also set up over 100 teleportation formations capable of transporting ascended immortal cultivators. This scenery, not bad, not bad. Profound Sky Immortal Venerable stood by the window, looking at the scenery outside, and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Just then, the formation on the desk suddenly lit up, and a rustling sound was heard. Countless documents that needed to be processed appeared on the table through the formation. Watching the documents spew out, Profound Sky Immortal Venerable's mouth twitched. After thinking for a moment, Profound Sky Immortal Venerable immediately called for several of his disciples and had them help process the documents. And Profound Sky Immortal Venerable's disciples, seeing the mountain of documents before them, couldn't help but show bitter expressions. But a master's command was hard to disobey, so they had no choice but to start processing the documents. This wasn't because Profound Sky Immortal Venerable was irresponsible, rather, most leaders of forces were like him, acting as hands-off managers. They handed over most matters to their disciples or trusted individuals to handle, only dealing with the most important parts themselves. Although this might lead to various internal conflicts, just like the Heavenly Immortal Alliance in the past. But there was nothing that could be done. As the leader of a force, the most important thing was one's strength. As long as you were strong enough, you could keep everyone in check. Time flowed by, and in a blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. During these 10 years, the Zaiwei Alliance, under Profound Sky Immortal Venerable's management, appeared rather unremarkable. Everyone continued on as usual, but simply because of the Zaiwei Alliance, the forces on Purple Micro Immortal Island could confidently trade with other forces. But that was the extent of it, which was quite different from what Gu Bai had imagined. So, in the 10th year, Gu Bai directly sent his 3 disciples, Oriental Yuch, Oriental Starfall, and Lu Ruin, to the Zaiwei Alliance headquarters to help Profound Sky Immortal Venerable manage the Zaiwei Alliance. Although his 3 disciples weren't particularly strong, they had followed him for over 10,000 years. After over 10,000 years of his teaching, all 3 had excellent experience in how to manage a force. Under their management, the Zaiwei Alliance was like a machine that finally received energy and restarted. Although it wasn't immediately apparent, Gu Bai could already clearly feel that talent was flowing within Purple Micro Immortal Island. For example, if a sect like Sword God Sect produced an alchemy genius, that genius would likely remain undiscovered. But now, if Sword God Sect produced an alchemy genius, even if Sword God Feng himself wasn't skilled in alchemy, this alchemy genius could go to the Zaiwei Alliance to find a force skilled in alchemy to study under. Time flowed by, and in a flash, another 90+ years had passed. During these 90 years, Profound Sky Immortal Venerable, 9 Swords Immortal Venerable, and Heavenly Thunder Immortal Venerable often came to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance to drink and discuss the Dao with Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable. Of course, that's what he said, but Gu Bai had ample reason to suspect that the reason Profound Sky Immortal Venerable and the 2 others came so diligently wasn't because debating the Dao with Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable was interesting, but because the 3 of them wanted to freeload on his meals. After all, Profound Sky Immortal Venerable was a distinguished guest, and since they were visiting the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, he naturally had to personally cook a delicious meal to entertain the 3 of them. However, Gu Bai was happy with this. Over 100 years, he had forged a deep friendship with Profound Sky Immortal Venerable and the two others. Now that 100 years had passed, returning ruins Immortal Venerable and the three others naturally journeyed together to the depths of the World Sea to explore the secret realm that the Heavenly Immortal Alliance had discovered back then. Standing at the entrance of the secret realm, watching the entrance slowly close, Gu Bai simply waited for the four of them right there. He sincerely wished for the four of them to return safely and obtain the treasures within the secret realm. After all, with the impending catastrophe, every bit of increased combat power for Purple Micro Immortal Island counted. Returning ruins Immortal Venerable and the three others naturally did not disappoint Gu Bai. They went on a rampage within the secret realm, plundering all its treasures. As for the distributed treasures, it was as agreed beforehand, 20% for each person, and the remaining 20% belonged to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. After all, this secret realm was discovered by the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, and Profound Sky Immortal Venerable and the two others naturally had no objections to this. And seeing so much source of 10,000 thunder in his storage pouch, a slight smile played on Gu Bai's lips. He already had a rough idea for Purple Micro Immortal Island's future island protection formation. That was to use these sources of 10,000 thunder as the core, create multiple formation cores, and ultimately set up a high-grade Immortal rank Grand Formation, the 10,000 Thunder Island Protection Formation. Gu Bai roughly estimated that if a Thunder Cultivator at the Ascension Realm late stage led it, supplemented by a dozen or so Ascension Realm cultivators to control the formation, it should be able to withstand ordinary Earth Immortal Realm powerhouses for an extended period. Time flew by, and another 1,000 years passed in a blink of an eye. During these 1,000 years, the Heavenly Immortal Alliance and the Zaiwei Alliance, under Gu Bai's discreet manipulation, had been steadily increasing their overall strength. I wonder how Gu Chongchen and the two others are doing now. Sitting on a recliner in his small courtyard, Gu Bai looked at the stars in the sky, feeling a surge of emotions. Gu Chongchen and Lin Yuhan, these two peerless prodigies, had also contributed to the battle against the extraterrestrial demons. After Gu Chongchen and the others ascended to the Immortal Realm, Gu Chongchen and Lin Yuhan also followed Yafan and the others, sneaking into the Immortal Realm. Not long after entering the Immortal Realm, the two of them roamed everywhere in the Immortal Realm, seeking opportunities to ascend. Shortly after he ascended to the Immortal Realm, Gu Qingyu also left the Heavenly Immortal Alliance and went adventuring with Gu Chongchen and Lin Yuhan. Although the three of them didn't know where they had gone, they would often send letters to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. The last letter they sent was 300 years ago. At that time, the three of them only said that they had discovered an opportunity that they needed to contend for, and after that, there was no further news. Gu Bai was also very worried about the three of them. He would divine their safety once a year, but the divination results told him that the three were safe and sound, and might even obtain a great fortune. At the same time, in the Dragon Realm, billions of miles from Purple Micro Immortal Island, this was not part of the Immortal Realm, but a transcendent world where the Dragon Clan resided. Most Dragon Clan with pure bloodline lived within the Dragon Realm. And at this moment, Gu Chongchen and the two others, who had already breakthrough to the Ascension Realm, along with a girl dressed in white, with snow-white hair and 2 pairs of white dragon horns, were rapidly fleeing into the distance. Behind them, several Ascension Realm Azure Dragons were in pursuit. I say, Xiaobai, do you have a way to shake off these Azure Dragons? Gu Chongchen asked loudly while running. You think too highly of me. If I had that method, why couldn't I shake you guys off back then? The woman dressed in white said helplessly. The situation Gu Chongchen and the two others found themselves in now was a long story. When the three of them were still in the half-immortal realm, they heard news of a heavily injured white dragon. As is well known, every part of a dragon clan is a treasure. For example, the body of an Ascension Realm dragon clan is more valuable than 10 Ascension Realm Yao beasts' bodies. And that heavily injured white dragon happened to be a half-immortal realm white dragon. Gu Chongchen and the two others launched a combined attack, preparing to slay that white dragon to exchange for some resources. And this white dragon was Bai Susu, or rather, Xiaobai, whose strength was extremely formidable. After a series of complex events, Gu Chongchen and the two others, along with Bai Susu, formed a friendship. Afterward, in order to break through to the Ascension Realm to the highest degree, the three of them came to a Dragon Clan secret realm. This secret realm contained several drops of world origin and a large number of Dragon Clan supreme treasures, enough for Gu Chongchen and the three others to successfully break through to the Ascension Realm. The secret realm was originally prepared for Dragon Clan prodigies, but Xiaobai's parents, doting on Xiaobai, secretly gave her the key to the secret realm. However, this ended up benefiting Gu Chongchen and the others. Gu Chongchen and the others swept through the secret realm, seizing countless Dragon Clan supreme treasures and 2 portions of world origin. But this was also discovered by the Dragon Clan, so the Dragon Clan specially sent several Ascension Realm Azure Dragons to guard outside the secret realm. Moreover, these Azure Dragons all possessed middle-stage Ascension Realm cultivation, and one of them even had late-stage Ascension Realm cultivation. If they went out, it would certainly be a dead end. Relying on the world origin, the group immediately break through to the Ascension Realm within the secret realm. However, even so, the group, having just breakthrough to the Ascension Realm, were no match for those Azure Dragons and were chased all over the place. But ultimately, Gu Chongchen and the others were not to be trifled with. After paying a certain price, they finally managed to shake off those Azure Dragons. Ha 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 ha, those foolish dragons. The 4 who had escaped death suddenly burst into loud laughter. After laughing for a long time, Bai Susu, or Xiaobai, finally asked. Where are we going to adventure next? Xiaobai's words were full of anticipation. Although the process of adventuring with Gu Chongchen and the 2 others during this period was incredibly dangerous, it was the happiest time of her life. Xiaobai, we don't plan to continue adventuring for at least a long time. We're going back to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance to spend time with my parents. Gu Chongshun looked at Xiaobai, who had been by their side, and then said with a smile. Perhaps because he was about to go home, Gu Chongshun's voice was incredibly gentle. Gu Qingyu and Lin Yuhan exchanged glances, then also showed a smile. Then, what about me? Xiaobai said with a somewhat bitter voice upon hearing this. Gu Bai is not like Gu Chongshun and the other two, who have a happy family. The reason Gu Chongshun ventures outside is not because they are homeless, but merely because they enjoy adventure. But no matter how much they enjoy adventure, after a long time, they will always miss home. Now the three of them have been adventuring for a considerable amount of time, and it is time for them to return home and rest. It is also time to be honest with Gu Bai about the matters between Gu Qingyu and Lin Yuhan. Although Gu Bai's parents love him, his parents are the leaders of the Dragon Clan. Even if they love Gu Bai, they cannot give Gu Bai enough love. Gu Bai cannot even appear in front of his parents openly. Even the entire Dragon Realm does not welcome Gu Bai, even though Gu Bai possesses very high talent. After all, Gu Bai is a white dragon, and white dragons are scorned by all of the Dragon Clan. Therefore, Gu Bai naturally cannot return to his parents, and in the Immortal Realm, Gu Bai has no relatives. Moreover, because Gu Bai is an extremely rare white dragon, he was hunted by many cultivators, eventually becoming severely injured and near death. It can be said that aside from experiencing friendship with Yafan and the other two, Gu Bai has been alone for most of the time, hunted by the human race or the Dragon Clan. Can I hug you before we part? Gu Bai looked at Gu Chongshun and said in a somewhat dry voice after a long while. Seeing Gu Bai's expression, Gu Chongshun was stunned. Even if he was slow, he sensed Gu Bai's feelings for him. As Gu Chongshun stood there in a daze, Lin Yuhan and Gu Qingyu exchanged glances, then revealed a knowing smile. Both of them simultaneously reached out and pushed Gu Chongshun forward. With Gu Chongshun's strength, if he had any intention of resisting, he would not have been pushed. But Gu Chongshun offered no resistance and was thus pushed into Gu Bai's embrace. Gu Bai is about the same height as Gu Chongshun, both around 1.8 meters, but his figure is incredibly soft and very comfortable to hold. Smelling the faint fragrance emanating from Gu Bai, Gu Chongshun, an old bachelor who had been single for over 10,000 years, instantly felt his chi surge. Fortunately, Gu Chongshun reacted in time and used his magic power to suppress the surging blood, otherwise, he would have been greatly embarrassed. As a sword cultivator trained by Yafan and Suwuji, Gu Chongshun naturally possessed an incredibly firm willpower. He gently pushed Gu Bai away, escaping from this tender embrace. Gu Bai, why don't you just join the Heavenly Immortal Alliance? My father said that anyone who sincerely wants to join the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, whether human race or Ya race, is welcome. Gu Bai, you have such a good personality and are very strong. My father will definitely like you very much. Gu Chongshun then took a deep breath and said very seriously. Is that really possible? I am a white dragon who represents disaster. Aren't you afraid I'll bring bad luck? Gu Bai's eyes lit up when he heard Yafan's words, but then Gu Bai said somewhat dejectedly. Ha 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 ha, I don't believe that nonsense, and my father won't believe it either. Even if someone truly doesn't believe it, they won't make things too difficult for you. If anyone dares to make things difficult for you, I'll cleave them with my sword. Gu Chongshun patted his chest and promised with a laugh. Gu Chongshun has never been a good boy since childhood. He only acts very obediently in front of Gu Bai and Yafan. In front of outsiders, Gu Chongshun is a complete little devil king. If he encounters something he doesn't like, he doesn't waste words. If it's an opposing force or someone he doesn't know, he directly slays them with a sword. If he encounters someone he knows or someone from his own faction, he will also take action and teach them a harsh lesson. Then, my future is entrusted to you. Gu Bai looked at Gu Chongshun and said softly. For a Yao beast of the Dragon Clan like Gu Bai, entering human race territory, especially the sphere of influence of a super large human race territory like Purple Micro Immortal Islands Heavenly Immortal Alliance, is equivalent to entrusting one's life to the other party. Once the other party becomes greedy because of Gu Bai's Dragon Clan identity and activates the mountain protecting formation, even if Gu Bai possesses the combat power of the Ascension Realm late stage, he will be surrounded and killed. Moreover, the relationship between the human race and the Ya race in the Immortal Realm is not good. Although it is far from reaching the point of war, there are often frictions between the two races. Whether it is the human race venturing into Ya race territory or the Ya race causing trouble in human race territory, exterminating human race forces, these are common occurrences. Although there are also instances of the Ya race joining the human race and even serving as high-ranking officials among the human race, those are ultimately a minority. As a Ya race member, and furthermore, the most valuable dragon clan among the Ya race, going to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance is truly gambling with his life. Don't worry, even if others truly want to attack you, my father, and my master and junior martial uncle, will absolutely be able to ensure your safety. Gu Chongshun patted his chest, staring into Gu Bai's eyes, and promised very seriously. Yes, Gu Bai, my father is so good, and his cooking is also delicious. He will definitely not make things too difficult for you. Gu Qingxiu also promised from the side. I believe you. Gu Bai nodded forcefully. Although this life of wandering the world is good, having lived this kind of life since childhood, no one can endure it. Gu Bai had long yearned to have a home where he could completely relax and not worry about his own safety. The group did not immediately return to Purple Micro Immortal Island. Gu Chongshun first took out his sound transmission talisman and sent a message to Gu Bai in advance. Then he also explained to Yafan and the other two, asking them to come back and help him hold down the fort. Although he knew his father's personality, Gu Chongshun could not guarantee the attitude of the other immortals in the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Therefore, he needed to gain the support of his father and Yafan, among others, to help him hold down the fort. This way, even if someone had objections, they would absolutely not dare to raise the matter openly or target Gu Bai openly. This brat, he really has some nerve. At the same time, in Gu Bai's courtyard in the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, Gu Bai looked at the sound transmission talisman in his hand, and the smile on his lips could not be suppressed. He didn't expect Gu Chongshun to quietly prepare such a big surprise for him. Although Gu Chongshun didn't explicitly say it, he only said that he had a friend who wanted to join the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, but his friend had a special identity. She was a white dragoness of the Dragon Clan and he hoped to receive Gu Bai's support. Gu Bai was not stupid, so he instantly understood that this white dragoness definitely liked Gu Chongshun. If she didn't like him, there's no way she would gamble her life to join the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Is that a letter from that child, Gu Chongshun? Xing also leaned over at this time. He looked at the sound transmission talisman in Gu Bai's hand and asked curiously. Chongshun has made something of himself. You should take a look yourself. Gu Bai smiled and handed the sound transmission talisman to Xing. Ha 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 ha, truly my son. After a long while, Xing also burst into laughter. Gu Bai and Xing were quite open-minded about Gu Chongshun finding a girlfriend who was from the Dragon Clan. After all, although the human race and the Ya race were somewhat hostile, they hadn't reached the point of mortal enmity. Moreover, in the Sky Ruins world, during times of peaceful coexistence between the human race and the Ya race, it wasn't unheard of for humans and Ya to fall in love. Even in the immortal realm, relationships between the human race and the Ya race frequently occurred, and cultivators in the immortal realm generally took a more open view of such matters. As for the issue of offspring, it wasn't a big problem either. Neither the human race nor the Ya race worried about their race being corrupted. This was because the higher the cultivation, the more difficult it was to have offspring. Especially for ascended immortal cultivators, it was almost impossible to have offspring without some special methods. Just like Gu Bai and Xing, they were incredibly lucky in their early years to have Gu Chongshun and Gu Qingyu. After that, Gu Bai had not stopped trying, but still had not had any more children. Therefore, even if Gu Chongshun truly married Bai, the probability of them having offspring was almost zero. Gu Bai thought for a moment and immediately used a sound transmission talisman to call Yafan and the other two back. He personally explained the matter of Gu Chongshun and Bai to Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable. After all, as the visible leader of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, Bai joining the Heavenly Immortal Alliance still required Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable's consent. That's fine. It's just a Dragon Clan member, isn't it? As long as it's someone you recommend, I trust them. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable nodded without hesitation. Although he didn't fully trust Bai's character, he absolutely trusted Gu Bai's character. Alright, when Bai Susu comes to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, be polite to that young lady. Don't you dare put on a stern face for me. If you scare that young lady away and ruin my son's lifelong happiness, then you can forget about eating my cooking ever again. Gu Bai patted Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable's shoulder, his eyes narrowed into a very benevolent smile as he spoke. Although Gu Bai's voice was kind, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable felt a chill, and even his body shivered uncontrollably. Don't worry, I definitely won't put on a stern face then. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable quickly patted his chest and promised earnestly. Gu Bai nodded in satisfaction. He did not linger long at Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable's place and immediately rushed to the residence of Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable. He then briefly explained the situation to Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that kid to find a girlfriend too, and a white dragon girl at that. Good taste. Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable was stunned, then burst into laughter. He naturally knew Gu Chongshun. In a sense, he and Gu Chongshun were comrades in arms. Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable also had a very high opinion of Gu Chongshun. Alright, when the young lady arrives, don't make things difficult for her. Gu Bai said in a deep voice. Relax, I'm not some evil villain. When the young lady arrives, I'll even give her a gift. Chongsheng Limitless Method Immortal Venerable said with a smile. Gu Bai nodded and then used his escape technique to arrive at Immortal Venerable King Yun's residence, where he again explained the situation to Immortal Venerable King Yun. In this way, Gu Bai spent several days visiting the residences of all the immortals in the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, paying respects to each and every one of them. As for the purpose, it was very simple, to ensure that when Bai joined the Heavenly Immortal Alliance in the future, these immortals would not make things too difficult for the young lady. He had been urging his foolish child for over 10,000 years, and his foolish son had finally brought him a young lady. Furthermore, this young lady had completely gambled her life on Gu Chongshun and the others. Even without meeting her, just from Gu Chongshun's few words, Gu Bai could already imagine what a wonderful girl she was. He didn't want the young lady to arrive at the Heavenly Immortal Alliance full of joy, only to be met with the stern faces of a group of immortals from the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. If that scared the young lady away, his foolish son might end up single for life. Gu Bai thought about it, still feeling a bit uneasy. According to Gu Chongshun, they would likely return to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance in about 10 years. Gu Bai took advantage of these 10 years to meet with most of the soul transformation late stage and half immortal realm cultivators in the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. He then had detailed discussions with them, subtly hinting, both overtly and covertly, that they should not give Bai a hard time when she arrived. This terrified these cultivators. Gu Bai, a grand figure of the Ascension realm, personally coming to find them, they naturally agreed immediately, fearing to anger Gu Bai. This process took Gu Bai 2 full years. Soon after Gu Bai finally had some free time, he thought of the rumors circulating among the lower-level cultivators. Therefore, Gu Bai immediately picked up his pen again and wrote more than a dozen storybooks about love between the human race and the Ya race, with a particular focus on love stories between humans and the Dragon Clan. Under Gu Bai's deliberate promotion, these storybooks quickly spread throughout the Heavenly Immortal Alliance and even the entire Purple Micro-Immortal Island. Almost all low and mid-level cultivators, and even high-level cultivators, read the storybooks written by Gu Bai, developing a beautiful yearning for love between humans and Yao. Among them, the White Dragon legend written by Gu Bai specifically told the poignant love story between a white dragon girl and a sword cultivator. As soon as it was released, it became popular throughout Purple Micro-Immortal Island, and within just a few years, countless versions had appeared. The White Dragon legend even spread to several nearby Immortal Islands, becoming popular there within a few short years as well. This way, when Xiao Bai truly joined the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, these lower-level cultivators would at least not be resistant to her identity. After completing all of this, Gu Bai was still a bit uneasy. What if other forces on Purple Micro-Immortal Island suddenly had a crazy idea and attacked Xiao Bai? What then? So, Gu Bai carried gifts and rushed overnight to all the Ascension rank forces on Purple Micro-Immortal Island, briefly explaining the situation to these entities. The general meaning was that his son had found a young lady from the Dragon Clan, and now the young lady was going to join the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. They should pay attention and absolutely not cause trouble for the young lady. In this way, Gu Bai spent several years finally visiting all the Ascension rank forces. It was only because Purple Micro-Immortal Island now had many teleportation formations, otherwise, even at Gu Bai's speed, it would have taken at least a dozen years. After glancing at the contents of the transmission talisman, Gu Changchun and the others still had about 2 years before they could return to Purple Micro-Immortal Island. Gu Bai flew above the Heavenly Immortal Alliance gate and looked down, suddenly realizing that the Heavenly Immortal Alliance's decorations were a bit simple, and some areas were too dilapidated. Without any hesitation, Gu Bai immediately called a large number of cultivators to renovate all the buildings of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, inside and out. As for those ancient buildings that had existed for 75 years, Gu Bai simply didn't renovate them, he directly demolished and rebuilt them. At this moment, Ye Fan and the other two finally returned. The reason they were delayed for so long was that they learned that Little Bai was quite gluttonous and loved immortal fruits very much. Therefore, when the three of them passed by Myriad Spirit Immortal Island, they used their powerful strength to ransack Myriad Spirit Immortal Island, and even brought back 3 immortal-grade spiritual plants from Myriad Spirit Immortal Island. After all, the 3 of them had taught Gu Changchun for a considerable period, and Gu Changchun had grown up with them since childhood. Ye Fan and the other two had also watched Gu Changchun grow up, so they were naturally immensely pleased that Gu Changchun had finally found a girlfriend. Master, I'll leave this to you. Ye Fan and the other two handed Gu Bai the storage pouch containing countless spiritual fruits and spiritual plants. Gu Bai took the storage pouch, then nodded with some satisfaction. He quickly stored these immortal fruits in jade boxes, then went to Gu Changchun's residence in the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Gu Changchun's residence was similar to his own small courtyard, both simple small courtyards, although humble, they were incredibly warm. Gu Bai thought for a moment and then set up a low-grade immortal-grade spirit gathering formation in the small courtyard. Soon, the concentration of spiritual qi in Gu Changchun's immortal cave increased several times over. This concentration of spiritual qi could fully support the daily cultivation of 2 or 3 Ascension Realm immortals. At the same time, Gu Changchun and the others, after 10 years of travel, finally returned to Purple Micro-Immortal Island. And Gu Changchun also discovered something amiss. There were simply too many Ascension Realm immortals in the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Logically speaking, the Heavenly Immortal Alliance only had a dozen Ascension Realm immortals, but at this moment, more than 40 Ascension Realm immortals were gathered in the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Perceiving the cultivators from various forces of Purple Micro-Immortal Island within the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, Gu Changchun's heart sank. Could these people be here to ambush Little Bai? Changchun. Little Bai held Gu Changchun's hand, whispering softly, her voice filled with unease. Don't be afraid. Gu Changchun gripped Little Bai's hand tightly, speaking in a steady tone. He then stepped with firm strides into the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Welcome. However, what greeted them was not a trap, but a resounding welcome. This must be the White Dragon Maiden, right? She indeed looks delicate. I'm so envious, I wish I could have a girlfriend like that. Gu Changchun and Little Bai both stood rooted to the spot at this moment. This treatment was quite different from what they had imagined. The 40+ ascended Immortal Realm immortals did not make things difficult for them, instead, they all showed a kind smile. As for the cultivators below the Ascension Realm, they did not speak ill of Little Bai behind his back, instead, they were somewhat envious of him for having a girlfriend like Little Bai. This left Gu Changchun somewhat puzzled. When did the relationship between the human race and the Ya race become this good? And Little Bai, hearing the words of the people around him, lowered his head and followed behind Gu Changchun, his face already flushed with shyness. Welcome to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Are you hungry from the journey? Come quickly and eat something. Upon seeing Little Bai, Gu Bai instantly revealed an extremely satisfied smile. He immediately pulled Little Bai to sit on a bench, in front of which was a large table laden with various immortal fruits and delicacies. Dig in. Gu Bai said with a loud laugh. Oh. Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, everyone present instantly roared with excitement, then began to eat. Come, Try these and see how they taste. Gu Bai looked at Little Bai, speaking in an incredibly gentle tone. And Little Bai, seeing that the table was almost entirely filled with his favorite dishes, and sensing the friendly chi emanating from Gu Bai and the others, his eyes instantly reddened. Isn't this the warmth of home he longed for? After eating and drinking their fill, most of the cultivators present very consciously left. As for immortals of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance like Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable, they simply stood smiling in front of Little Bai, each giving Little Bai a precious gift. In their words, this was the care of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance's seniors for the younger generation. This is too valuable, I cannot accept it. Looking at the many precious gifts before him, especially the 2 green and white low-grade immortal swords given by Gu Bai, Little Bai waved his hands repeatedly in fright. This is also a token of our sincerity, please accept it. Looking at Little Bai, who repeatedly refused, Gu Bai was even more satisfied, this was simply the daughter-in-law he had dreamed of. Hearing Gu Bai's words, Little Bai secretly glanced at Gu Chongshun, and seeing Gu Chongshun subtly nod at him, Little Bai then accepted these gifts. After bidding farewell to Gu Bai, Gu Chongshun and Little Bai began to stroll around the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. As the two walked, Little Bai secretly took Gu Chongshun's hand. Gu Chongshun was stunned for a moment, then a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, he directly held Little Bai's hand in return, and the two walked on and on. How is my father? Isn't he very kind? After a long while, Gu Chongshun finally said with a smile. Just now, let alone Little Bai, even he himself was startled. Uncle is indeed very good, and the Heavenly Immortal Alliance is also very good. Little Bai's mind conjured Gu Bai's kind smile, and he looked at the green and white low-grade immortal swords in his hand, nodding in strong agreement. These 2 low-grade immortal swords were meticulously crafted, with beautiful patterns engraved on the sword bodies, and the blades shimmered with cold light, making them top-tier low-grade immortal artifacts. As a girl, Little Bai naturally couldn't refuse such beautiful things, the more he looked, the more he liked them. After strolling for a long time, the two finally found Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable, wanting Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable to assign an immortal cave to Little Bai. After all, as an Ascension Realm Yao beast, Little Bai's daily consumption of spiritual chi would be extremely terrifying, and ordinary immortal caves simply couldn't afford it. Let me see. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable nodded after hearing this, and he immediately activated the formation on the table. A 3D holographic model of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance instantly appeared on the table. There were countless red and green dots of various sizes on the table, each small dot represented an immortal cave. I'm sorry, the Heavenly Immortal Alliance currently has no immortal caves for Ascension Realm cultivators. After a long while, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable said with a slight apology. This was a lie. No matter what, the Heavenly Immortal Alliance would not be without a place to live, this was just Gu Bai's plan. How about this? Gu Chongshun's immortal cave was renovated and upgraded a few years ago and can support the daily cultivation of 2 or 3 Ascension Realm cultivators. Since you two happen to know each other, why don't you live together? Ah. Upon hearing this, Gu Chongshun and Gu Bai were both stunned. I have no problem, as long as Chongshun doesn't mind. Gu Bai said softly, blushing and lowering his head. How about you stay in my immortal cave first? I'll make do in Lin Yuhan's immortal cave. Gu Chongshun scratched his head, activating his astonishing wisdom. Hearing Gu Chongshun's words, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable was shocked. Did this kid have no emotional intelligence? He couldn't even pick up on such an obvious hint. Cough, 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 Lin Yuhan's immortal cave is just an ordinary immortal cave, and the spiritual chi concentration can only sustain one Ascension Realm immortal's daily cultivation. If you live with Lin Yuhan, wouldn't that delay his cultivation? Fortunately, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable reacted in time. He coughed lightly and immediately denied Gu Chongshun's idea. Then we won't bother you. Gu Chongshun originally wanted to say something more, but Gu Bai directly pulled Gu Chongshun away. This brat, he'll be blessed in the future. Looking at Gu Chongshun's disappearing back, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable thought to himself. After learning this news, Gu Bai should have been very happy, but at this moment, he felt somewhat complicated, or rather, angry. Father-in-law, please grant me and King Yu your blessing. In Gu Bai's small courtyard, Lin Yuhan and Gu King Yu held hands, and upon seeing Gu Bai, this sentence immediately popped out. You. Looking at Lin Yuhan in front of him, Gu Bai clutched his chest, too angry to speak. He had originally intended to secretly follow Gu Chongshun today to see how far his relationship with Gu Bai had progressed. But then he suddenly received a sound transmission talisman from Gu King Yu and Lin Yuhan, the general content of which was that they had something very important to tell him. After seeing the content of the sound transmission talisman, Gu Bai had a faint bad premonition. Regarding the relationship between Gu King Yu and Lin Yuhan, Gu Bai had actually noticed it a long time ago. After all, the two had already befriended Lin Yuhan and become friends with him during the sect competition when they were teenagers. Afterward, the three of them were practically inseparable, adventuring together wherever they went, almost never parting. However, this was also quite normal. The siblings' talents were unparalleled. In the entire sect and even the entire Qingzhou, only Lin Yuhan's talent was comparable to theirs. Gu Bai had also secretly tried to stop them, for example, by preventing Gu Qingyu from going out and having her help manage the sect, trying to minimize her contact with Lin Yuhan. Later, after Ye Fan and others ascended to the Immortal Realm, the three of them had originally agreed to sneak into the Immortal Realm together. However, at the last moment, Gu Qingyu was still kept in the Sky Ruins world by him. Gu Bai didn't dislike Lin Yuhan, on the contrary, he quite liked this child. But the thought of Lin Yuhan being with his daughter in the future made Gu Bai a bit unable to accept it. After Gu Qingyu ascended to the immortal realm, she didn't forget Lin Yuhan. She immediately went to travel the immortal realm with the two of them. Although Gu Bai was somewhat helpless, no matter how helpless he was, he could only accept their relationship. But he didn't expect Lin Yuhan to be so direct, coming right up and attacking him face to face, starting with 0 frames, catching him off guard. Looking at Lin Yuhan's determined expression, Gu Bai was momentarily in a daze. He seemed to have returned to more than 10,000 years ago, when he had just broken through to the Foundation establishment realm, and he had also charged So Wuji face to face like that. In an instant, Gu Changchun only felt a huge pressure emanating from Gu Bai. Of course, Lin Yuhan was not like Gu Bai back then, who needed to use all his strength to resist the pressure. After all, both he and Gu Bai were Ascension Realm immortals, and Gu Bai himself was extremely bad at fighting. If they really fought, he might be thoroughly beaten by Lin Yuhan. Fortunately, at this moment, So Wuji, who had been watching the show by the courtyard, made a move. His body exuded overwhelming sword chi, instantly suppressing Lin Yuhan. "You brat, you actually took a liking to my granddaughter." So Wuji drew the Wuji sword from his waist, which had already been upgraded to a medium-grade immortal artifact. He pointed the sword tip at Lin Yuhan and said in an extremely low voice. "Don't forget, Gu Qingyu was also So Wuji's granddaughter, and So Wuji naturally doted on this granddaughter immensely. When Gu Qingyu was young, So Wuji even used his Wuji sword to help Gu Bai process ingredients in order to take care of her. Later, when Gu Qingyu grew up a bit, So Wuji didn't see her much, but So Wuji had always been secretly paying attention to Gu Qingyu. And now, his precious granddaughter was actually taken by a pig like this. Grandpa, I'm serious. I will definitely treat Qingyu well in the future." Lin Yuhan looked at So Wuji and said with extreme seriousness. Good, good, good. Come, brat, let's have a sparring match." So Wuji dragged Lin Yuhan and instantly teleport to the side of the teleportation formation, then directly teleport to the Sea of Realms. "Grandpa, Yuhan." Looking at the two people who disappeared before her eyes, Gu Qingyu was somewhat at a loss. "Don't worry, your grandfather knows what he's doing. He won't beat Lin Yuhan to death. As long as Lin Yuhan isn't beaten to death, then I'm confident I can save him." Gu Bai patted Gu Qingyu's shoulder, his eyes narrowed as he said faintly. How about I treat him? I'm also an excellent physician." Looking at Gu Bai's expression, Gu Qingyu hesitated for a moment, still deciding that she couldn't entrust Lin Yuhan to Gu Bai. Although her father would definitely be able to heal Lin Yuhan, the process probably wouldn't be too pleasant. "How can that be? As my future son-in-law, I must personally take action." Gu Bai shook his head, saying with extreme determination. "Then, alright then." Seeing this, Gu Qingyu could only reluctantly agree. Immediately after, the two also took the teleportation formation and arrived at the place where So Wuji and Lin Yuhan were sparring. Rumble. Rumble. At this time, the area near the teleportation gate was already enveloped by crisscrossing sword chi and spear light. After Lin Yuhan broke through to the Ascension realm, he must have awakened a divine ability related to his physique. Therefore, when facing So Wuji, Lin Yuhan was not beaten too badly, but that was the extent of it. So Wuji's sword chi was too sharp, even cutting open cracks in the surrounding space. No matter how strong Lin Yuhan's physique was, he was still cut with wound after wound. This battle did not last too long. After only half an hour, Lin Yuhan fell from the sky due to exhaustion and was then steadily caught by Gu Qingyu. Looking at Lin Yuhan, who barely maintained a human form in Gu Qingyu's arms, Gu Bai's mouth twitched. It seemed So Wuji was truly a bit angry, otherwise, he wouldn't have beaten Lin Yuhan so miserably. However, while So Wuji felt exhilarated, Lin Yuhan was gravely wounded, on the verge of death. Lying in Gu Qingyu's arms, even with Gu Qingyu continuously healing him, his life force grew weaker and weaker. This wasn't due to Gu Qingyu's lack of skill in medical Dao, it was simply because Lin Yuhan's injuries were too severe. The only reason he hadn't died yet was his Immortal Dao divine ability forcefully sustaining his life. The supreme sword intent contained within So Wuji's sword chi, however, adhered to the wounds, constantly eroding Lin Yuhan. Ordinary medical Dao methods were simply unable to remove So Wuji's sword intent. "Let me do it." Gu Bai shook his head. He pressed one hand on Lin Yuhan's shoulder, infusing a large amount of life origin into him. Lin Yuhan's life force then stabilized, and Gu Bai took Lin Yuhan back to the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. "Father, will Yuhan be alright?" On a sickbed in the Medical Alliance headquarters, Gu Qingyu asked worriedly, looking at the heavily injured Lin Yuhan. "Don't worry, just one strong dose, and he'll wake up the next day, fully recovered within a month." Gu Bai narrowed his eyes and pulled out one immortal medicine after another from his storage pouch, each emitting an ominous aura. Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, So Wuji involuntarily took a step back, startled. Gu Bai's medicinal soup, even with his sword heart, was something he never wanted to experience a second time in his life. Suffering flower, dark passage grass, stench lotus, corpse rotting grass, intestine severing mushroom, funeral flower. One immortal medicine after another was thrown into the medicinal pot by Gu Bai. As Gu Bai stirred, black mist quickly billowed from the pot. This mist formed a grinning skull above the medicinal pot. Shoo, 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 shoo. Looking at the black skull above the medicinal pot, Gu Bai reached out and directly swatted the skull away. Regarding Lin Yuhan's injuries, Gu Bai could solve them even without brewing medicinal soup, but it would take several months. Therefore, Gu Bai found all the potent medicines in his storage pouch and then brewed this pot of medicinal soup all at once. The efficacy could be said to be at the peak of what Gu Bai could achieve, guaranteeing complete recovery within a few days after drinking it, and even a step up in physical strength. As for the drawback, there was only one: it was just a bit bitter. How bitter, exactly? Gu Bai could only say it was 10 times as bitter as his normal medicinal soup. Looking at the black medicinal soup that constantly emitted black mist, and whose liquid seemed to possess sentience, like a black viscous fluid trying to crawl out of the medicinal pot, emitting mournful wails, Su Wuji's face turned pale. He retreated again and again, then directly dragged Gu Qingyu and disappeared from Gu Bai's small courtyard. Gu Bai raised the ladle and gently scooped a spoonful. Caw, caw, caw. A small, living like black viscous fluid struggled continuously in the spoon, emitting harsh and ear-piercing screams. As for why the medicinal soup seemed alive, Gu Bai stated that it was merely a normal reaction between the different medicines. Come, Yuhan, time for your medicine. Gu Bai brought the spoon containing the medicinal soup to Lin Yuhan's mouth. Lin Yuhan, who was in a deep coma and should have been unable to move, began to tremble strangely. Then, Lin Yuhan surprisingly broke through what Gu Bai considered the limit of the human body and stood up, looking perfectly fine. And the standing Lin Yuhan, even though he had lost consciousness, instinctively ran towards the door. Fortunately, Gu Bai had experience with this. He directly reached out and forcefully held Lin Yuhan down, then pried open Lin Yuhan's mouth and forcibly fed him the entire pot of medicinal soup. Ugh! 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 Lin Yuhan's body trembled violently. The intense bitterness directly shocked Lin Yuhan awake from his deep coma. A moment later, Lin Yuhan suddenly lost consciousness and fell onto the bed with a thud, but immediately after, Lin Yuhan was woken up again by the bitterness. Even ordinary cultivators, even cultivators of the half-immortal realm, would have their souls collapse from such bitterness. But the soul toughness of an ascended immortal cultivator far exceeded that of ordinary people, and furthermore, the medicinal soup brewed by Gu Bai also had a strong healing effect on the soul. Therefore, just as Lin Yuhan's soul was about to collapse, it would be pulled back by the medicinal soup. Lin Yuhan wore a mask of pain like this for an entire night, and only then did the soul-piercing bitterness in his mouth slowly dissipate. When Lin Yuhan woke up and saw Gu Bai, his body suddenly shivered, and he retreated several steps, startled. I'm not dead. Lin Yuhan said, looking at his fully recovered body, with some disbelief. In his memory, he should have been severely injured by Su Wuji, then died from his injuries, his soul falling into hell, where he was severely tormented. That kind of pain, just recalling it made him feel mentally broken. As for what happened next, he only remembered finally falling unconscious, and then waking up to his current state. His injuries were completely recovered, his physique had greatly improved, but that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that his soul and consciousness strength had also greatly improved. All right, since your injuries have recovered, go spend some time with my daughter. Seeing that Lin Yuhan had woken up, Gu Bai waved his hand and pushed Lin Yuhan out. Gu Bai's life then entered a period of tranquility. The relationship between Xiao Bai and Gu Changchun, with Gu Bai's discreet help, was also slowly warming up. As for Lin Yuhan and Gu Qingyu, although Gu Bai was a bit helpless, he could only accept it. After all, Lin Yuhan was a good son-in-law, and he and Gu Qingyu were a good match. The most important thing was not Lin Yuhan's status, but that he genuinely liked Gu Qingyu, and Gu Qingyu genuinely liked Lin Yuhan, and that was enough. Unlike Gu Bai's peaceful life, Lin Yuhan's life was not so peaceful. I treated you like a brother, and you actually want to court my sister. Looking at Gu Qingyu and Lin Yuhan holding hands and smiling happily, Gu Changchun said, his voice trembling slightly. Brother-in-law, listen to me, Qingyu and I are truly in love. Looking at the enraged Gu Changchun, Lin Yuhan once again directly confronted him. Brother-in-law, good. Then you don't mind sparring with your brother-in-law, do you? Gu Changchun gripped the longsword in his hand, speaking through clenched teeth. Immediately after, Lin Yuhan was dragged by Gu Changchun to spar for 3 days and 3 nights. Ultimately, Gu Changchun was slightly superior, defeating Lin Yuhan with a small advantage. Are you too serious? Looking at the heavily injured Gu Changchun and Lin Yuhan, Gu Bai sighed helplessly. The two had been good brothers for many years, but when they fought, they showed no mercy at all. Gu Changchun's entire body was riddled with dozens of wounds from Lin Yuhan's long spear. Furthermore, the wounds were accompanied by extreme martial deo will and spear intent, making it impossible for ordinary healing methods to restore them. Lin Yuhan himself was also incredibly miserable, with sword marks all over his body, and his left arm was directly severed. The wounds were infused with Gu Changchun's sword intent, which constantly eroded the wounds. Even an ordinary medical deo grandmaster would likely frown and find such wounds troublesome. However, Gu Bai was no ordinary physician. He placed his hand on Lin Yuhan's shoulder, and then a green light appeared on his palm, beginning to remove the sword intent from Lin Yuhan's wounds. The moment Gu Bai touched his shoulder, Lin Yuhan's body involuntarily trembled, and then he unconsciously retreated a few steps. I suddenly feel much better now, father-in-law, you should treat Gu Changchun's wounds first. Lin Yuhan's voice trembled slightly due to his fear. There was no other way, the potent medicine from a few days ago was still fresh in his memory. He would rather be hung up and beaten by Song Wuji or fight to the death with Gu Changchun than experience that extreme pain again. Don't worry, your injuries aren't too severe this time, so there's no need for potent medicine. Seeing Lin Yuhan so frightened, Gu Bai quickly reassured him. Are you kidding? Injuries of this level weren't enough for him to use potent medicine, Last time, it was simply because he wanted to get back at Lin Yuhan. But now that his anger had subsided, he naturally wouldn't seek revenge on Lin Yuhan. Under Gu Bai's treatment, in just under half a month, both Gu Chongqun's and Lin Yuhan's injuries had initially recovered. Now, they only needed to recuperate for a few more years to fully recover without leaving any hidden injuries. After this fight, Gu Chongqun and Lin Yuhan also somewhat reconciled, though it was limited to not fighting when they met. From then on, Gu Bai lived the retirement life he had always dreamed of. Gu Chongqun and Gu Bai would frequently visit his small courtyard. Gu Bai's personality was not as lively as Xing Ning or Oriental Yuch, he was somewhat similar to Gu Bai, quiet but incredibly gentle, and also very, very polite. Every time Gu Bai came to visit Gu Bai, he would bring Gu Bai some small gifts. For example, tea sets he personally selected, or some beautiful clothes, or musical instruments he crafted himself. Although these items were not overly precious, Gu Bai could tell at a glance that Gu Bai had put a lot of thought into them, and he could use every single one. This touched Gu Bai deeply. He had taken in so many disciples, and also had Gu Qingyu and Gu Chongqun as his children. But most of these people who visited Gu Bai were there to freeload on food and drink. As for gifts, while they did give them, they would never be as thoughtful as Gu Bai. Moreover, Gu Bai would proactively help him prepare ingredients, and although his technique was not skilled, Gu Bai was diligently learning. Gu Bai genuinely liked this little girl, Gu Bai, and even at one point felt that Gu Chongqun was not worthy of Gu Bai. It's worth mentioning that his disciple, Su Mo, also frequently visited here. Su Mo had already broken through to the Ascension Realm hundreds of years ago, and immediately after her breakthrough, she fought with Ye Fan, resulting in a draw. After that, Su Mo, like him, stayed in the Heavenly Immortal Alliance and lived a life of retirement. Furthermore, Su Mo also began to teach disciples. Her system seemed to have undergone a transformation, where she could gain a portion of cultivation when her disciples increased their cultivation. However, Su Mo's method of teaching disciples was completely opposite to his own. He generally only took 1 or 2 disciples at a time, diligently taught them, and gave them enough love until they successfully graduated, after which Gu Bai would consider taking on a new disciple. But Su Mo was completely different. She often took thousands, or even tens of thousands of disciples at once, and treated them in an extremely cruel manner. It was almost like raising Gu. Su Mo would issue one task after another for these disciples to complete. For easier management, Su Mo even directly opened up a separate dimension within space. As long as disciples completed their tasks, they would be teleported to the separate dimension she created, rest for a few days, and trade with other disciples. Within the separate dimension were various shops, and the owners of these shops were disciples who were not skilled in combat. As for the name of this separate dimension, Su Mo named it Reincarnation Paradise. To facilitate smooth transactions within the separate dimension, Su Mo even invented a special currency for disciples to trade with, called Paradise Points. Standing within Reincarnation Paradise, Gu Bai strolled along the trading street, watching the cultivators hurrying to and fro, and the evil chi emanating from them. Gu Bai's mouth twitched. The style of this place was completely different from the Immortal Realm. If Su Mo wasn't right in front of him, Gu Bai would even suspect that he had transmigrated. Master, this place isn't bad, is it? Once these disciples grow, they will bring a large amount of resources to Reincarnation Paradise and to myself. I can also use these resources to in turn cultivate these disciples, forming a virtuous cycle. Su Mo said with a hint of pride. Of course, these disciples never knew they had a master like me. They don't even know about the existence of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. They are just people who were detected to have the qualification to cultivate, but their aptitude is extremely poor, making them completely unsuitable for cultivation. If an extremely strong sense of unwillingness arises within them, they can be detected by the formation I set up and summoned to Reincarnation Paradise. Because Reincarnation Paradise itself is located in a separate dimension, as long as there are coordinates, these disciples can be teleported through the separate dimension to Purple Micro Immortal Island, or even anywhere in the entire Immortal Realm. At this point, Su Mo became even more excited. It is precisely because of Reincarnation Paradise that even though these disciples have little to do with me, I can absorb a portion of their power as they grow. Therefore, in just a few hundred years, I have already broken through to the second layer of the Ascension Realm. Gu Bai nodded after hearing this, but then asked with some confusion. It's good, but you've set so many tasks, and these disciples don't have a system like you, so how do their cultivations increase? This was where Gu Bai was confused. The tasks Su Mo set had 2 short intervals, not giving the disciples any time to cultivate. I've long had a solution for this problem. After decades of research, I finally developed a formation that can directly infuse cultivation. As long as these people complete their tasks, they can gain a certain amount of basic cultivation, and even physical strengthening, as well as mental and soul strengthening. As for whether the foundation would be unstable, Su Mo stated that it was simply not an issue. The disciples of Reincarnation Paradise, also known as contractors, would engage in death matches every month. Even if their cultivation was forcefully instilled, as long as they underwent enough battles, they could still possess an incredibly profound foundation. However, my research has currently reached a bottleneck. The formation for instilling cultivation can only instill cultivation up to the half-immortal realm at most. As for the formations that enhance the physique, spirit, and even the soul, I have only deduced them to the soul transformation realm. And as for the formation I've been researching, one that can directly instill combat techniques or skills, I still have no leads on it. That's why I came to Master, hoping Master could research it with me. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Gu Bai's mouth twitched violently. Wasn't this the prototype of the main god space? His disciple's ambition was far greater than he had imagined. However, Gu Bai did not refuse, instead, he readily agreed. After all, as Su Mo's master, the more powerful Su Mo became and the higher her future achievements, the happier he, as her master, would naturally be. As for whether Su Mo would disown him as her master due to her immense strength, Gu Bai stated that it was simply not an issue. Su Mo first grew up on Blue Star, where her 3 views were initially formed. Not long after transmigrating to the Immortal realm, she was picked up by him. He also raised her for a period, completely solidifying Su Mo's 3 views. After that, Su Mo was raised by Ye Fan and the other 2 for 50 years. Although the process was somewhat unbearable to witness, Ye Fan and the other 2, at the very least, successfully guided Su Mo, perhaps even too successfully. Su Mo actually remained grateful to Ye Fan and the other 2. Even if her future strength surpassed theirs, she would at most break Ye Fan and the other 2's legs a few dozen times. Gu Bai followed Su Mo to the deepest part of Reincarnation Paradise. In the deepest part, there was a place similar to a library, densely packed with notes. These were all the results of Su Mo's research over the past few hundred years. In a sense, Su Mo was truly very similar to him. Even though she could record information using jade slips, she still preferred to use paper for notes. Gu Bai, in any case, felt that this could better provide inspiration and increase work efficiency. Gu Bai immediately extended his divine sense into it and began to rapidly browse through Su Mo's research results of the past few hundred years. The more he read, the more surprised Gu Bai became. These studies ranged from initial wild fantasies, based entirely on imagination, to later starting from the foundation and seeking breakthrough points. In just a few hundred years, Su Mo had thoroughly assimilated all the knowledge she had obtained from the system, transforming it into her own. It was precisely by relying on the vast, ocean-like knowledge in Su Mo's mind that she was able to instill cultivation formations, a concept completely outside of cultivation. One day later, Gu Bai slowly opened his eyes, then rubbed his slightly swollen head. He had finished reading and fully comprehended all of Su Mo's research, which amounted to hundreds of billions of characters. Although your attribute enhancement chamber, the formation that instills cultivation, is already nearing perfection, there is still some room for improvement. Gu Bai pondered for a moment, then pointed out several shortcomings of the attribute enhancement chamber and methods for improvement. Gu Bai hadn't been idle all these years. Almost every day, whenever he had time, Gu Bai would be engrossed in a book. Even when doing other things, Gu Bai would allocate some of his mind to learning. Therefore, almost all of Gu Bai's time every day, even when cultivating, was largely spent on learning. Coupled with Gu Bai's inherent learning talent, and the divine ability of enlightenment, along with the power of karma, which helped to refresh his mind. As the saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Although Gu Bai had only lived for over 10,000 years, his knowledge reserves definitely far surpassed any Ascension Realm cultivator. Most other cultivators, after cultivating to the Ascension Realm, would become lazy, rarely studying or cultivating. After all, after enduring countless hardships and finally successfully ascending to the Immortal Realm, wasn't it time to enjoy themselves? Therefore, although Gu Bai had only lived for over 10,000 years, his knowledge reserves definitely far surpassed any Ascension Realm cultivator. Although Su Mo had the blessing of the system's power, allowing her to effortlessly acquire skills that others would take hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years to learn. However, acquiring knowledge does not mean one can thoroughly comprehend it. Just like others, even if they obtained all of Gu Bai's memories, it would be difficult for them to possess Gu Bai's heaven-defying medical skills. Because when Gu Bai treated the injured, almost all his methods were the result of sudden inspiration, a completely new secret method he created by combining his own knowledge. The medicinal pills Gu Bai refined each time, or the medicinal soups he brewed, were also the same. They were formulated on the spot based on the patient's condition and the available spirit medicine in his storage pouch. This was completely different from alchemists who could only refine medicinal pills according to a pill formula, who would be in despair if they lacked one spirit medicine, completely unable to apply their knowledge flexibly. Su Mo was only a few thousand years old now. Even if she had thoroughly comprehended the knowledge, she couldn't apply it to its fullest extent like Gu Bai. The system's role diminished at higher levels. At least in the short term, Su Mo was still somewhat immature compared to Gu Bai. The more Gu Bai spoke, the brighter Su Mo's eyes became. It could be said that the suggestions Gu Bai had just put forward directly saved her decades of research. Next, Gu Bai and Su Mo engaged in a detailed discussion centered around the enhancement device. Both had imaginative ideas and an incredibly profound knowledge base that could realize their concepts. Thus, they talked all night, and in just a few months, they had largely perfected the enhancement device. In layman's terms, the instilled cultivation became more precise and had no side effects, and the enhancement device could directly be used to forcefully break through major realms. As for the heavenly Dao Qi required to break through to the nascent soul realm, and the essence of immortal Dao required to break through to the soul transformation realm, they could all be directly instilled using the enhancement device. This meant that as long as one had a solid foundation, they could use the enhancement device to raise their cultivation by several levels in a short period. As for the physique enhancement device and the soul enhancement device, they had also been greatly improved, both capable of enhancing attributes to the half-immortal realm. However, at this point, if you were to use Gu Bai's foundation, you would also be somewhat stuck. To improve further, you would only be able to slowly grind away with time. Gu Bai and Su Mo's next main research direction was the Reincarnation Paradise contract and how to instill cultivation to the Ascension realm. Although Su Mo had brought these disciples, who were members of Reincarnation Paradise, to Reincarnation Paradise and had them sign contracts to complete tasks for him. However, there was no guarantee that some young genius wouldn't be able to break this contract. In addition, Gu Bai also changed the operating model of Reincarnation Paradise. Although the overall framework remained the same, many details became more humane. This means that both parties are equal. If you lack cultivation talent and cannot become strong on your own, then sign a contract with Reincarnation Paradise. The contractors help Reincarnation Paradise complete various tasks, and Reincarnation Paradise, in turn, provides rewards such as infusing cultivation or temporary cultivation techniques to help them quickly improve their strength. In the future, once you break through to the Ascension realm, you can choose to terminate the contract and live freely in the Immortal realm, or you can choose to continue working for Reincarnation Paradise. Compared to Sumo's previous model, this model is undoubtedly much more humane. The previous Reincarnation Paradise was like a ruthless capitalist, ruthlessly exploiting its contractors. Failure to complete a task meant death, and completing a task only led to another one waiting. However, after Gu Bai's changes, the contractors in Reincarnation Paradise will at least not harbor feelings of hatred towards Reincarnation Paradise itself. Because, in essence, they have a cooperative relationship with Reincarnation Paradise, mutually needing each other, neither able to do without the other. With a cruel model like Reincarnation Paradise, a god of slaughter might inadvertently be born. If a god of slaughter truly emerges in the future, Mo herself at least won't have to worry about backlash. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Still not working. Inside the reincarnation space, Gu Bai sighed helplessly as he looked at the black box before him. For these 100 years, besides managing the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, Gu Bai would go to Reincarnation Paradise whenever he had time to research the Attribute Enhancement Chamber with Mo. Both of them wanted to develop a formation that could forcibly infuse cultivation up to the Ascension realm. This would not only benefit Reincarnation Paradise but also those around Gu Bai. For example, Xing, Oriental Yuch, and others who were stuck in the half-immortal realm, whose cultivation had not advanced for many years, would be able to forcibly break through to the Ascension realm with the enhancement device. However, this process was far more difficult than Gu Bai and Mo had imagined. They tried various methods but made no breakthrough progress. 100 years only allowed them to research an auxiliary formation for breakthrough to the Ascension realm, meaning that by lying in this attribute enhancement chamber before attempting a breakthrough to the Ascension realm, one could increase the probability of a breakthrough to the Ascension realm. However, because it is only the initial version, the probability increase is not significant. If one originally had a 50% chance of breakthrough, with the aid of the formation, the probability would increase to about 60%. Nevertheless, even so, it is still heaven-defying. This is only the initial version. The two of them had essentially discovered a new approach. Now, they only needed to continue researching along this path to continuously increase the probability. However, Gu Bai does not intend to spend all his efforts on this moving forward. Because he already has a research idea for formations that infuse combat experience and various skills. The contractors of Reincarnation Paradise are individuals with weak talent. While their infused cultivation can be stabilized through multiple battles or desperate situations, they don't have much time to learn Sword Deo or Spell Deo, and even if they did, with their weak talent, they could only barely grasp the basics. Therefore, after hundreds of years, even after undergoing numerous battles, the contractors of Reincarnation Paradise can only match cultivators of the same realm in strength. Thus, this kind of formation is very important for the contractors of Reincarnation Paradise, perhaps even as important as the formation that infuses cultivation. Gu Bai has already gained some inspiration for this, one of the secret arts of some major sects in the Immortal realm, enlightenment. Enlightenment can directly infuse one's learned knowledge into the disciple's mind through a secret art. However, using such a secret art consumes a great deal of one's own energy and can even harm one's origin, so only the heirs of sect masters in large schools are qualified to receive enlightenment. Gu Bai naturally knew about this peculiar secret art, and he himself was capable of it. Gu Bai and Mo then used the principle of this secret art to research similar formations. With a clear idea, Gu Bai and Mo immediately began to experiment. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. The formation capable of infusing memories was far more difficult than Gu Bai had imagined. After over 1,000 years of research, he and Mo had only managed to create a prototype. Gu Bai exhaled a long breath, looking at the golden sphere before him, composed of countless obscure and complex patterns. This sphere is somewhat similar to a memory card. Gu Bai only needs to store the knowledge he possesses into this sphere, and the sphere can then, through a formation, directly infuse the knowledge stored by Gu Bai into the minds of others. However, there is a drawback to this forcibly infused knowledge: its foundation is unstable. But for the contractors of Reincarnation Paradise, this is not an issue. What contractors lack least is combat. As long as they experience enough battles, they can thoroughly master the transmitted memories. Even for professions that don't require combat, like alchemy and artifact refining, it can save a significant amount of time. Gu Bai combined the formation for improving cultivation with this new formation, creating a redesigned enhancement device, the Attribute Enhancement Chamber. At this point, Reincarnation Paradise formed a complete closed loop. As long as you have a desire to become stronger, even if your talent is poor, or you have no cultivation talent at all, you can still ascend to the half-immortal realm through Reincarnation Paradise. If one then encounters a great fortuitous encounter, they can use the formation of Reincarnation Paradise to break through to the Ascension realm. Although this path is incredibly difficult, almost certain death, perhaps not even one immortal will emerge among hundreds of millions of people. But at least there is a path to ascend, unlike before, where there was no hope of advancement. Afterward, Gu Bai will continue his research with Mo, such as further perfecting the attribute enhancement chamber and everything related to reincarnation paradise. However, Gu Bai no longer spends the majority of his day immersed in reincarnation paradise as he once did. Gu Bai did not apply the technology of reincarnation paradise within the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, because such easy advancement in cultivation, sword arts, or spells would cause people to lose their desire to ascend. After all, if something is obtained too easily, these cultivators will not want to spend a lot of time meticulously refining themselves later on. But if one relies solely on the attribute enhancement chamber and does not diligently cultivate themselves, no matter how high their talent, they will not be able to cultivate to a higher realm. Therefore, the attribute enhancement chamber would not only fail to enhance the combat power of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance but would even poison the future of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. However, Gu Bai could disassemble a portion of the attribute enhancement chamber's formation to be used by the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, such as the formation that could forcefully break through major realms. This kind of formation was very suitable for cultivators who had already cultivated to the peak of their current realm, but had long since exhausted all their potential, and had little time left, only able to choose to await death. Especially the formation that could increase the probability of breaking through to the Ascension realm, for half-immortal realm cultivators who had been stuck at the half-immortal realm for many years and were preparing to give it their all before dying, it was a priceless treasure. Besides the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, other forces on Purple Micro-Immortal Island also needed this kind of formation. After obtaining Mo's consent, Gu Bai very generously made the formation diagram public. Any formation master could set up this formation using the diagram. With this formation, the overall strength of the Zaiwei Alliance increased significantly in just 100 years. Countless cultivators who were about to pass away directly broke through to higher realms with the help of the formation. Even the number of ascended immortal realm cultivators increased by a full 5. Gu Bai's reputation reached an unprecedented peak. Although his strength was not great, he received sincere respect from all cultivators on Purple Micro-Immortal Island. Of course, Gu Bai also specifically marked the origin of this formation, stating that it was developed by his disciple Mo, and he was only responsible for perfecting the formation Mo researched as much as possible. Although he had many contributions, the main credit still belonged to Mo. Because even without his help, Mo could gradually perfect the formation, it would just take more time. Although Gu Bai was very easygoing, he was also proud. Even if Mo didn't care about it at all, he would not take credit for Mo's research achievements. Time thus slowly flowed by, and indeed, a mysterious force appeared on Purple Micro-Immortal Island and the dozens of nearby immortal islands. People from this force came and went without a trace, appearing for very short periods, usually to complete certain mysterious tasks, and would disappear once the tasks were completed. These people were extremely strong, often able to fight 10 against 1 in the same realm, and their growth rate was incredibly fast. And they all shared a common characteristic: their growth rate was extremely fast, even unreasonably so. From the chi condensation stage, when one first steps into cultivation, to the half-immortal realm, which is just one step away from the ascension realm, even in the vast immortal realm, it would take at least 10,000 years. However, these mysterious individuals from this force could grow to the half-immortal realm in just 1,000 years, some faster ones even only needed a few hundred years. There were also powerful beings in the immortal realm who were curious about where these people came from. But when these cultivators were captured and their souls searched, the results showed that this unknown force was called Reincarnation Paradise, and these mysterious cultivators were contractors within Reincarnation Paradise. Contractors could enhance their overall strength through the attribute enhancement chamber by completing tasks from Reincarnation Paradise. Many powerful beings tried to find out where Reincarnation Paradise was, but without exception, they all failed, even immortals at the Earth Immortal Realm. After all, Mo had already anticipated this situation, which was why she established Reincarnation Paradise in an alternate dimension. Later, she and Gu Bai joined forces to block Reincarnation Paradise's karma and set up a hidden formation, which led to even half-immortal realm immortals being unable to find Reincarnation Paradise. With Reincarnation Paradise, Mo's cultivation was rapidly improving. Gu Bai estimated that in a while, Mo's strength would fully surpass Yafan and the other two. Time flew by, and 300,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. After 300,000 years of planning, Gu Bai finally successfully set up the medium-grade Immortal Tier 10,000 Thunder Island Protection Formation on Purple Micro-Immortal Island. Inside Gu Bai's small courtyard, Gu Bai was leisurely lying on a lounge chair, reading a book. "Father, Mother, how about you try the charcoal grilled golden-winged fish I made?" Xiao Bai handed a plate to Gu Bai, which contained several grilled fish that were crispy and golden brown. Let me try, let me try." Xing Ning, next to Gu Bai, her eyes gleaming, picked up a grilled fish and took a bite. With a crunch, a piece was bitten off the grilled fish. "So delicious!" Xing Ning immediately exclaimed loudly, and then she gobbled up the grilled fish. Although so many years had passed, Xing Ning's personality had not changed much, she was still as gluttonous as before. However, even after more than 30,000 years, Xing Ning had still not broke through to the Ascension Realm. Breaking through to the Ascension Realm grants endless lifespan, and the Heavenly Dao naturally does not allow easy breakthroughs, thus imposing restrictions. In the Sky Ruins world, it was manageable, as the Heavenly Dao would not obstruct too much, but in the Immortal Realm, without essence of Immortal Dao, the difficulty of breaking through to the Ascension Realm would probably be more than 10 times harder than in the Sky Ruins world. However, although she had not broke through to the Ascension Realm, Xing Ning had learned the secret technique created by Immortal Venerable Limitless Method of Longevity. This secret technique was called Turtle Breath Technique. Immortal Venerable Limitless method of longevity referred to it as energy-saving mode, and its specific function was to adjust one's size and cultivation. Xing used the energy-saving mode to adjust her age to 16 and her cultivation to the nascent soul realm, and coupled with the life extension pill that Gu Bai refined, she was able to live for over 40,000 years. Moreover, 40,000 years was not Xing's limit, she was in excellent condition now, enjoying everything she ate. This situation was not unique. After cultivating to the half-immortal realm, although the theoretical lifespan was less than 10,000 years, various secret techniques for extending lifespan could be used. Therefore, the average lifespan of half-immortal realm cultivators in the immortal realm was about 50,000 years, and most ascended immortal realm immortals only broke through to the ascension realm at around 40 to 50,000 years of age, just barely making it. Of course, with Gu Bai, a top physician, by her side, if Xing wished, living to 100,000 years would not be a problem. As for when Xing truly lived to 100,000 years, there would naturally be new methods then. Eat slowly, no one is fighting you for it. Gu Bai smiled and ruffled Xing's hair, then he also picked up a grilled fish and started eating. It's very delicious. After taking a bite, Gu Bai nodded in satisfaction, this grilled fish was already 80% as good as his. Not long after Xiao Bai joined the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, she and Gu Changchun became husband and wife. After that, Xiao Bai often visited him and learned cooking from Gu Bai. After 30,000 years of learning, Xiao Bai's cooking skills were already 80% of his level. After finishing the grilled fish, Gu Bai activated the small teleportation formation in his hand and directly teleported to Reincarnation Paradise. Inside Reincarnation Paradise, Gu Bai opened his eyes. At this moment, the internal appearance of the reincarnation space had already undergone earth-shattering changes. After more than 30,000 years of development, Reincarnation Paradise transformed from its original small space into the current super-large space. Within the space, contractors came and went, and there were countless large and small trading streets, as well as alchemy and artifact refining shops. On the trading streets, in addition to selling normal medicinal pills and magic treasures, there were also many mysterious scrolls emitting a faint glow. These scrolls were called skill scrolls. As long as one took a scroll to an attribute enhancement chamber, they could directly learn the corresponding skill. Besides skill scrolls, the trading streets also sold many items unique to Reincarnation Paradise. It could be said that after more than 30,000 years of development, the internal system of Reincarnation Paradise was already quite complete. Currently, Reincarnation Paradise has tens of billions of regular contractors, and the number of half-immortal realm contractors, accumulated over 30,000 years, has reached several thousand. More than 20 people who broke through to the Ascension realm still remained in Reincarnation Paradise. This number was terrifying, especially the number of half-immortal realm cultivators, which was even more than all the half-immortal realm cultivators on Purple Micro-Immortal Island combined. What's more, the contractors of Reincarnation Paradise were almost all battle maniacs, and each of them had a unique skill. Because of the attribute enhancement chamber, even if you did not have the qualifications to cultivate, as long as you possessed combat talent, or certain outstanding talents. And when the obsession in one's heart reached a certain degree, it could attract the attention of Reincarnation Paradise, allowing them to sign a contract with Reincarnation Paradise and join it. However, Reincarnation Paradise was not a charity, so the tasks it assigned were very difficult. Every contractor who wanted to grow to a high rank had to climb out of a pile of dead bodies. Gu Bai once calculated in detail that even in a place with abundant spiritual chi like the Immortal Realm, cultivators with good cultivation aptitude who were noticed by major schools and admitted into them. On average, only one half-immortal realm cultivator could be born out of billions of cultivators. This probability was pitifully small. Because anyone who could join a school actually had decent aptitude, and more than 90% of cultivators, despite having cultivation qualifications, had aptitude too poor to join a sect. The vast majority of them had no fate with immortals. Even if they managed to cultivate, they could only become loose cultivators, the lowest stratum of the cultivation world. But the elimination rate of Reincarnation Paradise was even more terrifying, because with the attribute enhancement chamber, Reincarnation Paradise could have hundreds of millions of contractors join it every day. Each of these contractors was carefully selected from tens of thousands of mortals. It could be said that each one was an elite among mortals. But even so, the number of Reincarnation Paradise contractors would never exceed 10 billion. Because the death rate for all contractors performing their first mission was as high as 80%. The second mission was a bit better, but still had a death rate as high as 50%, the third mission 25%, the fourth mission 20%. The further along, the lower the death rate, but the slower the death rate decreased the further along it went. Reincarnation Paradise could produce one half-immortal realm expert on average each year. Converted, this meant that out of over 30 billion contractors, only one half-immortal expert could be born in the end. Every contractor who grew to the peak was someone who had fought their way out of a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. Their combat power was incredibly terrifying. Killing cultivators of the same realm was like slaughtering chickens. A very few ruthless individuals even dared to team up to besiege Ascension Realm cultivators while still in the half-immortal realm. Contractors traveled through various immortal islands, steadfastly carrying out one mission after another from Reincarnation Paradise. Now, as long as Mo gave the order, even if it was to besiege an Earth immortal, these contractors of Reincarnation Paradise would not even frown. Relying on his contractors, Reincarnation Paradise had been thriving in the northern domain archipelago of the Immortal Realm, which is near Purple Micro-Immortal Island, for these 30,000 years. Of course, Reincarnation Paradise also concealed its relationship with the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, as Reincarnation Paradise had offended many forces over the years. Only when the Heavenly Immortal Alliance needed help would Reincarnation Paradise secretly provide support. Besides that, the most important thing was the cultivation of his disciple, Suemo. Your cultivation speed is too fast, isn't it? Looking at Suemo, who had already cultivated to the Ascension Realm late stage and was preparing to break through to the Earth Immortal Realm, Gu Bai's mouth twitched slightly. Is this what it means to have a cheat-like life? In just over 30,000 years, she had cultivated to the Ascension Realm late stage. Ye Fan and Su Wuji, despite cultivating desperately and obtaining countless great fortunes, only managed to cultivate to the Ascension Realm middle stage after 40,000 years. And Suemo? 30,000 years for her was equivalent to millions of years of arduous cultivation for other cultivators. If other immortals knew about this, they would probably be so angry they'd vomit blood. Humph, humph, humph. If the laws extracted by the system weren't so messy, and I hadn't removed at least 90% of them, I estimate I could have broken through to the Ascension Realm late stage even earlier, Suemo said with a hint of pride after hearing Gu Bai's words, deep within Reincarnation Paradise, in a super large library. But to talk about outrageousness, it still has to be you, Master. Even with the system's enhancement, I'm still slightly inferior to you in theoretical knowledge like formations. If we hadn't been together for so many years, I would even suspect if Master also has a system, Suemo said to Gu Bai with a touch of resentment. By the way, did you suddenly call me for something? Gu Bai smiled and did not reply. He sat on the stool in front of Suemo, skillfully brewed a cup of tea, and after taking a sip, Gu Bai said casually. The physique of Reincarnation Paradise had been perfected to near flawless, so he naturally didn't need to continue staying in Reincarnation Paradise. Therefore, as early as 10,000 years ago, Gu Bai rarely came to Reincarnation Paradise, even when they communicated, it was mostly through letters via teleportation formations. If he calculated carefully, it had already been 1,000 years since he had set foot in Reincarnation Paradise. For minor matters, the two could communicate through letters, there was no need to call him over. And now that Suemo had called him over for no apparent reason, it must be something important she wanted to tell him. Master, I discovered something very terrifying. Suemo slapped her hands on the table, speaking seriously. Through Reincarnation Paradise, I discovered that dozens of immortal islands in the Northern Domain Archipelago have secretly united to form a force called the Immortal Island Alliance. The Immortal Island Alliance has gathered a small portion of the top forces in the Northern Domain Archipelago. After the catastrophe erupts, all cultivators will become bloodthirsty and murderous. The Immortal Island Alliance plans to unite and slaughter all forces outside of the Immortal Island Alliance. We must prepare in advance, the Immortal Island Alliance is not something we can resist. After hearing Suemo's words, Gu Bai's expression was somewhat strange, and he even had an urge to laugh. The reason Gu Bai wanted to laugh so much was that he was one of the 5 founders of the Immortal Island Alliance. In fact, the other 4 founders of the Immortal Island Alliance were all recruited by him. It was precisely because of the Immortal Island Alliance, which Gu Bai had been secretly managing, that it was able to unite dozens of powerful immortal islands in the Northern Domain Archipelago as members in just over 10,000 years. It wasn't that Gu Bai was arrogant, it was that while the other founders were very strong, they absolutely couldn't have established such a huge organization in a short time without his help. And Gu Bai's purpose in uniting others to create the Immortal Island Alliance was very simple, to deal with the catastrophe that would erupt 20,000 years later. According to Gu Bai's understanding, after the catastrophe erupted, everyone would become irritable and murderous. Even if you could control yourself, it would be difficult to control your subordinates. Therefore, a chaotic battle sweeping across the entire immortal realm would erupt. At that time, the human race and human race, human race and Ya race, and Ya race and Ya race would all fight each other in extreme chaos. Only when the number of deceased Ascension Realm cultivators reached the standard would this catastrophe sweeping the immortal realm disappear. Since battle was unavoidable, why passively wait for others to find you? Therefore, Gu Bai found one of the strongest individuals in the Northern Domain Archipelago, the Ethereal Immortal Venerable, an Earth Immortal Realm late-stage cultivator. The two hit it off immediately. Gu Bai was responsible for logistics and treating others, while the Ethereal Immortal Lord was responsible for combat. Afterward, Gu Bai took the Ethereal Immortal Lord and found 3 other Earth Immortal Realm middle-stage cultivators. These individuals had all been carefully vetted by Gu Bai and were considered trustworthy. After that, the Immortal Island Alliance was established. As soon as the catastrophe erupted, the members of the Immortal Island Alliance would unite and slaughter all other forces in the Northern Domain Archipelago, excluding the Immortal Island Alliance itself, and not even the Ya race would be spared. This way, the number of immortals in the Northern Domain Archipelago would be reduced by at least 3/4, which should barely be enough to cope with the catastrophe. The existence of the Immortal Island Alliance was extremely secretive, only the leaders of the major top forces were qualified to know. Other Ascension Realm immortals with slightly weaker strength didn't even know that their forces had joined the Immortal Island Alliance. Gu Bai didn't expect Suemo to be able to detect the existence of the Immortal Island Alliance in advance. It seemed his disciples' methods were stronger than he had imagined. Because of the Immortal Island Alliance's level of secrecy, even some top Earth Immortal rank forces found it difficult to detect. But Suemo detected it and even sent her Reincarnation Paradise contractors to find a somewhat detailed piece of specific information. However, the Immortal Island Alliance's confidentiality agreement was too good. Aside from the 5 founders, including Gu Bai, the other forces that joined the Immortal Island Alliance didn't actually know who the other members of the Immortal Island Alliance were, besides themselves. Therefore, although Suemo learned of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance's existence, she didn't know that the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, and even the entire Zaiwei Alliance, had already joined the Immortal Island Alliance. Although it was an alliance within an alliance, Gu Bai actually held considerable power within the Immortal Island Alliance. His power was so great that he could even mobilize ordinary Ascension Realm late-stage cultivators. Master, why aren't you speaking? Looking at Gu Bai's somewhat strange expression, So Mo asked with a slight hint of confusion. Cough, 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 your master, me, actually joined the Immortal Island Alliance a long time ago. Gu Bai coughed, then said, suppressing a smile. Ah. Hearing Gu Bai's words, So Mo uttered a confused ah. Ah what ah? Your master, me, is not like you, with such poor connections in the immortal realm. Your master, me, has a gentle personality, guaranteed character, and is also a top-notch physician with excellent medical skills. I'm practically a rare talent in the cultivation world. If someone wanted to do something big, they would definitely think of bringing me in first. Gu Bai's lips curled slightly. He said with a hint of pride. He was right. For a rare talent like him in the cultivation world, even if he hadn't actively founded the Immortal Island Alliance, and it had been founded by others, Gu Bai would definitely have been one of the first few people to be recruited into the Immortal Island Alliance in its early stages. So Mo, on the other hand, seemed a bit pitiful. The reincarnation paradise had been burning, killing, and plundering for so many years, and its reputation had been ruined. Once the catastrophe erupted, So Mo's reincarnation paradise would definitely be a core target of the Immortal Island Alliance's attacks. At that time, even if So Mo's reincarnation paradise possessed the combat power to encircle and suppress Earth Immortal Realm immortals, it would definitely be disbanded, and So Mo's life might even be at risk. This was the only flaw of his disciple. She lacked nothing in terms of strength and methods, even surpassing Ye Fan and the other two, but she was still a bit lacking in social skills. So Mo believed that as long as she was strong enough to defeat all enemies, she wouldn't have to abide by the rules of the cultivation world. But the truth was, there was always a higher mountain and a stronger person. No matter how strong So Mo was, she would always encounter someone stronger than her. Unless So Mo had cultivated to the peak of the immortal realm, but with So Mo's personality, she might be beaten to death by others before she even cultivated to the peak. But fortunately, So Mo had him as her master. Gu Bai had already planned a fallback for So Mo and her reincarnation paradise. He had planned to invite reincarnation paradise to join the Immortal Island Alliance after a while, but he didn't expect So Mo to detect it in advance. And after hearing Gu Bai's explanation, So Mo's eyes were wide open the entire time, looking at Gu Bai in disbelief. This was like playing a game and discovering a super boss that you couldn't defeat, and this boss would actively come for you after a while. She originally wanted to tell her teammates to be more vigilant, but then her teammate turned around and told her, the boss is on our side. I was going to tell you when the time was right, but it seems there's no need now. Get ready, we're going to the headquarters of the Immortal Island Alliance together in a bit. I'll take you to meet the founders of the Immortal Island Alliance. You, be more mindful then, and make more friends. Your path ahead will be smoother. Gu Bai showed a gentle smile. He walked up to So Mo, rubbed her head, and then said earnestly. Others seeing this scene would probably be dumbfounded. The mysterious and unfathomable master of reincarnation paradise actually behaved so obediently. Got it, got it. So Mo pouted, but in the end, she didn't refuse and agreed to go out with Gu Bai more often. Because she was Gu Bai's disciple, no matter how high her achievements, Gu Bai, as her master, cherished her like a benevolent elder. Even now, and even in the future, when So Mo fully matures, she will always hold Gu Bai in the highest regard. Just as Gu Bai respects elders like Elder Zhang, even though he has broken through to the Ascension Realm, he still respects Elder Zhang immensely. Gu Bai, pulling So Mo along, left the reincarnation paradise and appeared above the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds, and the continuous peaks beneath her feet, and smelling the faint scent of grass and trees in the air, So Mo's expression was a little dazed. She no longer remembered how long she had stayed in the reincarnation paradise, perhaps it had been 100 or even 1,000 years since she had left. As for friends, So Mo used to have many, but ever since the system upgraded and no longer required her to brush up on her favor ability, only to take disciples or, rather, become the leader of a faction, So Mo rarely made friends. After all, due to the system, although she had resolved many friends, most of them were not genuine, and So Mo had also grown somewhat tired of it. And the friends she had made before, after 30,000 years, had pretty much been cleansed. As for Ye Fan and the other two, although their relationship was very good, ever since So Mo broke Ye Fan and the others' legs dozens of times a while ago, she truly scared the three of them. Although their relationship had not faded, Ye Fan and the other two no longer dared to proactively seek out So Mo, fearing that their legs would be broken again. Because So Mo had to manage the reincarnation paradise and perfect its system, she rarely went out unless necessary. This led to the fact that the only person she could really talk to seemed to be her master, Gu Bai. Gu Bai also noticed this, which is why he took So Mo out more often. Instead of heading directly to the Immortal Island Alliance, Gu Bai took So Mo back to his own small courtyard. Humans are iron, and food is steel, let's eat our fill first. Gu Bai smiled and pressed So Mo into a seat, then began to prepare delicious food by himself. Sitting on the bench, looking at the familiar surroundings and smelling the familiar aroma emanating from the kitchen, So Mo felt even more dazed for a moment. Are you father's disciple? Just then, a gentle voice sounded from behind So Mo. So Mo turned her head and saw Xiao Bai, dressed in white and with a gentle expression. Yes, you can just call me So Mo. Looking at Xiao Bai in front of her, So Mo said with a smile. Immediately after, So Mo and Xiao Bai began to chat happily. Because Xiao Bai's personality was somewhat similar to Gu Bai's, So Mo quickly became good friends with Xiao Bai. By the time Gu Bai had prepared a table full of delicious food, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable, Heavenly Thunder Immortal Venerable, and 2 others happened to pass by. However, they were not there to freeload this time. The expression on each of their faces was somewhat serious. Gu Bai, we've discovered something major. An organization called the Immortal Island Alliance has suddenly appeared in the Northern Domain Archipelago. This organization should be composed of countless top immortal islands. I speculate this is related to the catastrophe 2/10 of thousands of years from now. Perhaps in 2/10 of thousands of years, this Immortal Island Alliance will slaughter all the immortal islands in the Northern Domain Archipelago. Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable looked at Gu Bai and said with an extremely serious expression. Hearing Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable's words, Gu Bai's mouth twitched. So Mo, on the other hand, looked at Gu Bai in shock. She hadn't expected Gu Bai to hide so much, with the entire Zaiwei Alliance already having joined the Immortal Island Alliance. Yet, the 4 most powerful and influential Immortal Venerables of the Zaiwei Alliance were completely unaware of this matter. Gu Bai sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell them, but rather that many people had already perceived the existence of the Immortal Island Alliance. And the Immortal Island Alliance was entirely a villainous organization. If the forces of the Northern Domain Immortal Island knew about it, they would probably immediately unite to form an anti-Immortal Island Alliance. To deal with this situation, Gu Bai had specifically hidden the information of the Immortal Island Alliance members. This was like Werewolf, where the Immortal Island Alliance needed to slaughter most of the immortals, so their numbers naturally couldn't be too large. Only by taking advantage of the outbreak of the catastrophe and launching a sneak attack on other immortal islands could the Immortal Island Alliance's plan succeed. And once the Immortal Island Alliance was fully discovered, it would be the Immortal Island Alliance that would be annihilated first. Fortunately, Gu Bai had made preparations in advance. Fewer than 30 people knew of the Immortal Island Alliance's existence, and each of them was a powerful figure in a faction or an absolute overlord of an immortal island. The lowest cultivation level among them was Ascension Realm late stage, and they were all extremely tight-lipped, making exposure almost impossible. We must do something. Otherwise, we can only wait for death. Gu Bai, you are smarter. What do you say we form an anti-immortal island alliance? Seeing that Gu Bai hadn't reacted for a long time, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable slammed the table a few times and then said loudly. Anti-immortal island alliance. After hearing Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable's words, Gu Bai murmured to himself, then his eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, he could totally form an anti-immortal island alliance. This way, as a member of the Immortal Island Alliance, he would be able to detect the enemy's movements in advance. Moreover, even if he didn't propose it proactively, this anti-immortal island alliance would probably be formed not long after. So why shouldn't he take the lead, gather the various forces not chosen by the Immortal Island Alliance, and form an anti-immortal island alliance? This would also allow him to gain a first-mover advantage and become one of the founders of the anti-immortal island alliance, holding significant power. However, Gu Bai did not act immediately. After eating, he pulled So Mo to an extremely secret chamber within the Heavenly Immortal Alliance. The surroundings of this chamber were carved with formations that blocked chi and even karma. Standing in the center of the chamber, Gu Bai directly activated the formation in the center of the chamber. A moment later, more than 20 phantoms appeared one after another in the chamber. This was Gu Bai's latest projection formation. Even if separated by hundreds of millions of miles, one could use this formation to project one's phantom onto another formation. The phantoms possessed normal taste, hearing, and even low cultivation, making it a rather excellent communication formation. And this Immortal Island Alliance was able to be secretly formed precisely because Gu Bai had prepared many phantom formations in advance. The phantoms formed by the formations stood quietly in place, each shrouded in a faint mist, making their faces indistinguishable and even their gender unclear. This was another preventative measure by Gu Bai. Besides the 5 founders, including himself, the other members of the Immortal Island Alliance actually didn't know which faction the others belonged to. But without exception, even though they were shrouded in mist, these figures exuded a faint pressure. Especially when their gazes fell upon them, even So Mo felt some overwhelming pressure for a moment. Physician Gu, is there something you need from us today? A somewhat ethereal voice came from the illusory figure at the very front. This person was the Ethereal Immortal Venerable, an Earth Immortal Realm late-stage cultivator, and also the strongest person in the Immortal Island Alliance, as well as one of the strongest individuals in the entire Northern Domain Archipelago. Gu Bai smiled and then stated his plan. It's certainly feasible. Just let us know what help you need, the Ethereal Immortal Venerable said in a low voice. My plan is for you, Ethereal Immortal Venerable, to announce to the cultivators of the Northern Domain Immortal Island and establish the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance. With your prestige, Ethereal Immortal Venerable, you should be able to easily win over nearly half of the cultivators in the Northern Domain Immortal Island. And I will assist you, Ethereal Immortal Venerable, to ensure this Anti-Immortal Island Alliance is established as quickly as possible. At that time, our Immortal Island Alliance can also split off a portion to join the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance. Afterward, I will secretly send people to create a fake Immortal Island Alliance. After the catastrophe erupts, we can put on a show where you lead the Immortal Island Alliance to slaughter the fake Immortal Island Alliance I created. Once the fake Immortal Island Alliance has been largely slaughtered, the purpose of its formation will disappear. Then I will subtly incite internal strife within the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance, causing them to fall into infighting. It's possible the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance will disband as a result, or even if it doesn't, it will be severely weakened and will struggle to contend with the true Immortal Island Alliance. Gu Bai said with narrowed eyes and a very low voice. This plan, if attempted by any other force, would likely be very difficult to execute due to poor secrecy. But the Immortal Island Alliance was different, its long-term connections relied entirely on illusory formations. For example, he himself had never left Purple Micro-Immortal Island during these 30,000 years. The reason he could connect with so many people was precisely through the illusory formations. Even if an unparalleled big shot wanted to divine, it would be very difficult for them to glean any useful information. And others would likely rack their brains and still not realize that Gu Bai was one of the founders of this Immortal Island Alliance. Hearing Gu Bai's words, the illusory figures present began to discuss animatedly. After a long while, most of the illusory figures nodded. At this point, the simple meeting concluded. With a thought from Gu Bai, most of the illusory figures present instantly dissipated, leaving only 4 illusory figures. These 4 illusory figures, along with Gu Bai himself, were the Immortal Island Alliance's only 5 founders and the 5 people with the most power. All 4 illusory figures looked at Gu Bai. The other illusory figures had withdrawn, leaving only these 4, so it was clear there was something important to discuss with them. Let me introduce everyone. The person behind me is the renowned Lord of Reincarnation Paradise. She also wishes to join the Immortal Island Alliance. Gu Bai smiled as he looked at Suemo behind him. At this moment, Suemo was wearing a black cloak that completely covered her body. And a faint mist veiled her face, making it impossible to discern her appearance. Such a major event as a new member joining was something only the 5 founders were privileged to know. As most of the illusory figures disappeared, the remaining 4 illusory figures no longer concealed their true forms. The ethereal Immortal Venerable, with long hair draped over his shoulders, dressed in purple, and possessing an extraordinary aura, appeared before Gu Bai. Is it reliable? This reincarnation paradise is very strange, even I am unwilling to provoke it too much. Looking at Suemo behind Gu Bai, the ethereal Immortal Venerable frowned. Don't worry, the Lord of Reincarnation Paradise is my bosom friend. I can vouch for her. Gu Bai patted his chest, unhesitatingly vouching for Suemo with his own reputation. Alright, I trust your character, Physician Gu. No melodramatic scene unfolded. The ethereal Immortal Venerable and the other 3 Immortal Venerables nodded naturally. After all, Gu Bai's character was truly evident to all, and for the Immortal Island Alliance to have developed to this point, if one were to discuss contributions, the 4 of them could only be considered 50-50 with Gu Bai. Their 50% was because they provided powerful military strength, while Gu Bai's 50% was because he managed the Immortal Island Alliance in an orderly fashion. Gu Bai was the absolute soul of this Immortal Island Alliance. Without Gu Bai acting as a lubricant between them, desperately mediating their relationships, this Immortal Island Alliance would simply not have formed. It's likely that if the number of people exceeded 10, they would have started fighting amongst themselves. The number of Earth Immortal Realm cultivators in the Northern Domain Archipelago was not large, only about a dozen, so there were no Earth Immortal Realm physicians born there. Gu Bai was a top-tier physician, in some sense, he was the most top-tier physician in the Northern Domain Archipelago. Therefore, the 4 Earth Immortal Realm powerhouses, including the Ethereal Immortal Venerable, held Gu Bai in great respect. Even though Reincarnation Paradise had a very poor reputation, they were still willing to give Gu Bai face and take a significant risk by allowing Reincarnation Paradise to join the Immortal Island Alliance. Afterward, Gu Bai smiled and began discussing the subsequent detailed plan with the Ethereal Immortal Venerable and the other 3. Of course, Gu Bai did most of the talking, while the Ethereal Immortal Venerable and the others listened. Once the plan was largely discussed, the 4 illusory figures nodded and slowly dissipated before Gu Bai. At this point, only Gu Bai and Suemo remained in the secret chamber. Ah! Only then did Suemo seem to awaken from a dream. She originally thought she was already quite impressive, but she never expected her master to be even more impressive. Her master was actually one of the founders of the Immortal Island Alliance, such a mysterious and colossal entity, and held significant power. He could even directly allow her, the Lord of Reincarnation Paradise, to join the Immortal Island Alliance without any tests or trials. Alright, from now on, you'll stay by my side and learn diligently. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. And on this day, a major event occurred in the cultivation world. The Palace Master of Ethereal Immortal Palace, one of the top forces in the Northern Domain Archipelago, who was the Ethereal Immortal Venerable himself, directly exposed the deeply hidden Immortal Island Alliance and announced the formation of the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance. These words instantly caused a huge uproar in the Northern Domain Archipelago. Although there were a very few individual forces that had somehow discovered the existence of the Immortal Island Alliance, they were only a tiny minority. Generally, only forces like Purple Micro-Immortal Island, which possessed several Ascension Realm late-stage immortals and had profound foundations, might have been able to discover it. Therefore, across the entire Northern Domain Archipelago, no more than 10 forces could have discovered the existence of the Immortal Island Alliance. Furthermore, these forces had all kept their discovery hidden. After all, a colossal entity like the Immortal Island Alliance, hidden in the shadows, would certainly dispatch powerful individuals to assassinate anyone who posed a risk of exposure. Even Earth Immortal Realm immortals could not guarantee they could evade the Immortal Island Alliance's assassination. And secretly uniting with other familiar forces was also not feasible, as no one could guarantee whether their allies were members of the Immortal Island Alliance. Therefore, although the Immortal Island Alliance has now been exposed on a small scale, most of the top forces in the Northern Domain Archipelago still do not know of the Immortal Island Alliance's existence. However, Ethereal Immortal Venerable directly exposed the Immortal Island Alliance, and in just one day, all forces in the Northern Domain Archipelago learned of the Immortal Island Alliance's existence. On that day, under the call of Ethereal Immortal Venerable, nearly half of the forces in the Northern Domain Archipelago all sent a representative to Ethereal Immortal Palace to jointly discuss countering the Immortal Island Alliance. Goodbye, are you sure you want to come along? I estimate that Ethereal Immortal Palace will be very dangerous during this period. Profound Sky Immortal Venerable looked at Goodbye beside him and said with a hint of worry in his tone. Don't worry, even if there's danger, it will be Ethereal Immortal Venerable who is in danger. Goodbye shook his head and then said with a smile. Alright then. Seeing that Goodbye insisted on going, Profound Sky Immortal Venerable no longer tried to dissuade him. Anyway, with him, Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable, Heavenly Thunder Immortal Venerable, and Nine Swords Immortal Venerable, these four ascended Immortal Realm late-stage Immortals. If the four of them joined forces, even Earth Immortal Realm Immortals would frown. Even if the Immortal Island Alliance truly sent people to attack Ethereal Immortal Palace, the four of them could protect Goodbye. Thus, Goodbye and his group began to travel towards Ethereal Immortal Palace by taking a teleportation formation. 3 months later. In the main hall of Ethereal Immortal Palace, Ethereal Immortal Venerable stood in the very center of the hall, and most of the Immortals from Northern Domain Immortal Island also arrived in the hall. The purpose for which I invited all of you Immortals here, I believe you Immortals are already aware of, right? That's right, since the Immortal Island Alliance won't let us live and wants to slaughter us all when the catastrophe erupts, then we will establish the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance and contend with the Immortal Island Alliance to the end. Standing in the very center of the hall, Ethereal Immortal Venerable said with a somewhat ethereal voice. Yes, we are not to be easily bullied either. The Immortals in the hall immediately began to discuss, and most of them supported the establishment of the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance. It's not that the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance was so good, on the contrary, for them, the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance was not a good choice. Because most of them were very weak, joining the Anti-Immortal Alliance had a high probability of being used as cannon fodder. If they chose not to join, then only death awaited them. Rather than waiting for death in place, it was better to choose to join the Immortal Island Alliance. This way, at least they would have a backer, and even if they were used as cannon fodder, there would still be a glimmer of hope for survival. But just then, a black sword chi suddenly appeared in the sky. The black sword chi was extremely fast, and all cultivators who stood in its path were cut in half, even ascended Immortal Realm Immortals were no exception. Clang. However, this black sword chi was firmly blocked by a transparent barrier from Ethereal Immortal Venerable. At the same time, as a spatial fluctuation flashed, a bead shimmering with lightning instantly appeared in the main hall. Heavenly Lightning Pearl. Upon seeing this bead, Heavenly Thunder Immortal Venerable exclaimed, and he immediately stood in front of Goodbye, doing his best to erect a lightning barrier. Nine Swords Immortal Venerable, Profound Sky Immortal Venerable, and Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable also each employed their own methods, instantly erecting countless defensive barriers in front of the group. Rumble rumble rumble. At the same time, the Heavenly Lightning Pearl also instantly exploded. Endless lightning instantly filled the entire Ethereal Immortal Palace. Cultivators below the Ascension Realm, even half-immortal cultivators, would be instantly turned to ash the moment they touched the lightning. Even ascended Immortal Realm Immortals, if they were too close to the explosion range, would be instantly turned into charcoal. Goodbye and the others were relatively lucky, they were standing on the outermost edge of the main hall, far from the explosion range. Coupled with the combined defense of 4 ascended Immortal Realm late-stage cultivators, they did not suffer too severe injuries. Or rather, although the Heavenly Lightning Pearl was incredibly powerful, it was difficult to kill ascended Immortal Realm cultivators unless it exploded at close range. However, Ethereal Immortal Venerable, who took the full force of the Heavenly Lightning Pearl at close range, was much more miserable, directly suffering severe injuries and spitting blood. Immortal Venerable is harmed. Seal the entire area. The cultivators of Ethereal Immortal Palace instantly reacted, activating the formation of Ethereal Immortal Palace at an extremely fast speed, completely sealing off the area. Next was to investigate all the Immortals present to see who the mastermind was. As for the result, naturally, no culprit could be found, as the one who released the Heavenly Lightning Pearl was Ethereal Immortal Venerable herself. Ethereal Immortal Venerable couldn't possibly arrest herself. Seeing that the time was about right, Goodbye quickly stepped forward, releasing a faded green light from his hands, and began to heal Ethereal Immortal Venerable. Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine, you go and treat the other Immortals who are more severely injured first. Ethereal Immortal Venerable coughed softly, then said weakly. This feeling of weakness was not feigned by Ethereal Immortal Venerable, rather, Ethereal Immortal Venerable was truly very weak at the moment. After all, she took a Heavenly Lightning Pearl to the face, and the violent lightning permeated Ethereal Immortal Venerable's meridians, continuously eroding Ethereal Immortal Venerable's body. Of course, with Ethereal Immortal Venerable's Earth Immortal Realm late-stage physique, this level of injury would not take her life. Goodbye nodded and immediately began to treat the other injured individuals. 1 month later, the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance was officially established. And the reason the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance could be established so smoothly was largely due to this terrifying attack. The members of the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance were nearly half of the forces in the Northern Domain Immortal Island. As for the other half of the forces that did not join, they were either forces that had no special skills and a bad reputation. Or they might have been members of the Immortal Island Alliance, who also could not join the Anti-Immortal Alliance. As for Goodbye and the Zyway Alliance behind Goodbye, it was a logical transaction. And within the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance, they held considerable power, and most people in the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance were willing to give Purple Micro Immortal Island face. After all, Purple Micro Immortal Island had Goodbye, a top physician, and during the attack, Goodbye also proved his medical skills. If Gu Bai hadn't taken emergency action to treat everyone's injuries, most of the new members present would probably have needed tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, to slowly remove the violent lightning from their bodies. And what was most commendable was that Gu Bai did not take advantage of the emergency to inflate prices, instead, he treated everyone present for free. And so, Gu Bai openly followed Ethereal Immortal Venerable, gradually building up this anti-immortal island alliance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Mo and the sect master of the Heaven Desolate sect, the Earth Immortal Realm Middle Stage Heaven Desolate Immortal Venerable, also began to secretly establish the fake Immortal Island alliance little by little. This is too much. Who leaked the information in the first place? Inside a secret chamber, Heaven Desolate Immortal Venerable roared in anger. In this secret chamber, besides Heaven Desolate Immortal Venerable, there were also several immortals in the late stage of the Earth Immortal Realm, dressed in black and exuding mysterious qi. These people were one of the backup plans Gu Bai had prepared. They were not true Immortal Island Alliance members, but they mistakenly believed themselves to be true Immortal Island Alliance members. And Heaven Desolate Immortal Venerable was the leader of this fake Immortal Island Alliance. Don't think about these irrelevant things. We should focus on how to gather more people to join the Immortal Island Alliance first. Gu Bai, controlling a puppet dressed in black, said in a low voice. All right, you arrange it. Heaven Desolate Immortal Venerable waved his hand and said casually. Gu Bai nodded upon hearing this. He vanished from the secret chamber in a flash, then quietly pulled cultivators who had not joined the anti-Immortal Island Alliance into this fake Immortal Island Alliance. Heaven Desolate Immortal Venerable was a carefully chosen candidate by Gu Bai. He was incredibly powerful and fully qualified to be the leader. His only drawback was that his intelligence was not very high. The reason he was able to establish this fake Immortal Island Alliance was because Gu Bai had been secretly working behind the scenes. As the saying goes, the highest realm of a lie is when the liar himself believes the lie to be true. Heaven Desolate Immortal Venerable probably believed himself to be the leader of the Immortal Island Alliance until his death. After Gu Bai left, he secretly communicated with other forces, almost pulling all the forces that couldn't join the anti-Immortal Island Alliance into this fake Immortal Island Alliance. Naturally, these forces were quite resistant, as the Immortal Island Alliance had now become an organization universally condemned. But if they didn't join, these forces could only wait for death where they were. After all, if the anti-Immortal Island Alliance truly destroyed the Immortal Island Alliance, then the anti-Immortal Island Alliance would become the new Immortal Island Alliance. And Su Mo naturally joined the fake Immortal Island Alliance. Reincarnation Paradise played a large role in Gu Bai's success in recruiting so many people into the fake Immortal Island Alliance. And now, the entire Northern Domain Archipelago was divided into 4 forces. The true Immortal Island Alliance, led by Ethereal Immortal Venerable, a late-stage Earth Immortal Realm Immortal, and 4 other middle-stage Earth Immortal Realm Immortals, consisting of dozens of Immortal Islands. And the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance, composed of Ethereal Immortal Venerable, 10 other Earth Immortal Realm cultivators, and hundreds of Immortal Islands. Among them, nearly half of the cultivators from the Immortal Island Alliance had joined this Anti-Immortal Island Alliance. Next, there was the fake Immortal Island Alliance, led by Returning Ruins Immortal Venerable, 4 other early-stage Earth Immortal Realm cultivators, and over 100 Immortal Islands. Finally, there were the forces that neither the Immortal Island Alliance nor the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance valued. These forces occupied 1/3 of the Northern Domain Archipelago. Of course, half of the true Immortal Island Alliance members were hidden among these forces. Among these 4 forces, the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance had the strongest overall strength, followed by the Hidden Immortal Island Alliance, then the Fake Immortal Island Alliance, and finally the remaining forces of the Northern Domain Archipelago. The Hidden Immortal Island Alliance was not unable to become stronger, but it was intentional on the part of Gu Bai and Ethereal Immortal Venerable. After all, after the catastrophe erupts, everyone will become brutal and bloodthirsty. It will be difficult to quell this catastrophe without the death of more than 90% of the cultivators. If the Immortal Island Alliance became too large, even if all forces in the Northern Domain Immortal Island were eventually killed, the Immortal Island Alliance would ultimately fall into civil war. The situation in the Northern Domain Archipelago thus reached a stalemate. The Anti-Immortal Island Alliance dared not rashly attack the Immortal Island Alliance before confirming its true identity. If they killed the wrong people, it would force that force to join the Immortal Island Alliance. And the Immortal Island Alliance was no match for the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance, so it naturally dared not act rashly. Gu Bai, on the other hand, actively appeared within the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance every day, helping the immortals within the alliance heal their injuries and recuperate. Behind the scenes, Gu Bai would always control a puppet to help Heaven Desolate Immortal Venerable, perfecting the fake Immortal Island Alliance as much as possible, making the fake Immortal Island Alliance's power grow stronger and stronger. This was also intentional on Gu Bai's part. He was now betting on all 3 sides. No matter which of the 3 forces won or lost, he would not lose out. If the true Immortal Island Alliance won, then everything would naturally be fine. If the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance became too strong and difficult to dismantle internally, then Gu Bai could directly turn enemies into friends. After all, he and Ethereal Immortal Venerable could be considered the leader and vice-leader of the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance. Even if there was a huge upset and the fake Immortal Island Alliance won, with Gu Bai's status and position in the fake Immortal Island Alliance, he could ensure the Zaiwei Alliance's safety. And in order to maximize the number of casualties, Gu Bai had also been secretly controlling the strength of the 3 forces, trying to maintain a balance. This way, no matter which side won, the number of deaths would definitely exceed 80 or 90%, and the catastrophe would naturally end. Time flew by, and soon 15,000 years had passed. Only 5,000 years remained until the great disaster erupted. Big brother, something is very wrong. On this day, Ye Fan and his two companions, returning ruins Immortal Venerable and his three companions, and Gu Chongchen and his two companions, all gathered in Gu Bai's small courtyard. Our three brothers have been adventuring in the Northern Domain Archipelago for many years, and we have some insight. But in this current situation, I feel an unusual strangeness. Both this Immortal Island Alliance and the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance are somewhat strange. But where exactly is the strangeness? I'm not quite sure. Gu Bai slapped the table, then said with a solemn expression. There is indeed something strange. My intuition tells me that there must be a mastermind behind the scenes, secretly controlling everything. Over the years, we have been traveling around the Northern Domain Immortal Island, trying to find that mastermind. But all clues point to the mastermind very likely being Ethereal Immortal Venerable in that extremely mysterious reincarnation paradise. But that doesn't make sense. Ethereal Immortal Venerable is the leader of the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance, and Reincarnation Paradise is one of the members of the Immortal Island Alliance. These two sides are completely unrelated. How could they be working together? Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, returning ruins Immortal Venerable said with a slight hint of confusion. Gu Bai, you are smarter. What do you think we should do? Everyone's gaze turned towards Gu Bai. Among all of them, Gu Bai was the smartest, but for over 10,000 years, Gu Bai had been managing the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance and seemed to have noticed nothing amiss. But logically speaking, with the wisdom Gu Bai had previously displayed, he should have noticed something wrong earlier than them. Don't worry, I've got this. Gu Bai did not answer Gu Bai and the others' questions. He just gave everyone a reassuring smile. Everyone looked at Gu Bai's smile and immediately felt at ease, as if with Gu Bai by their side, they didn't need to think about anything, they only needed to follow Gu Bai's arrangements. And that was indeed the case. Over these tens of thousands of years, Gu Bai had almost monopolized all the intellectual work of the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, or even the entire Zaiwei Alliance. Almost all immortals, including Profound Sky Immortal Venerable, barely had to use their brains, nor did they need to. Under Gu Bai's arrangements, the Heavenly Immortal Alliance and the Zaiwei Alliance began to operate in an orderly manner, like the most precise machine in the world. With the same number of people, Gu Bai's work efficiency in managing forces was 5 times higher than when they managed themselves. Furthermore, the growth rate, personnel cohesion, and cultivation of future geniuses also far surpassed what they were before. Regarding the medium-grade Immortal Level Island Protection Array, Purple Micro Immortal Island had already begun preparations hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years ago. However, due to the hatred between various forces, it had not been successfully deployed even after such a long time. Only when Gu Bai was in charge could this medium-grade Immortal Level Island Protection Array be smoothly deployed. I believe, Master. Ye Fan said with extreme conviction. No matter how strange the current situation was, as long as his master said they didn't need to worry, Ye Fan believed his master could handle everything. Even though his master's cultivation was low and his combat power was weak, Ye Fan still believed so. Because with his master's character, he would never boast, his master always kept his word. I also believe in Big Brother. Since fellow deist Gu Bai has said so, I have no more questions. Besides Ye Fan, the other people present also chose to believe Gu Bai's words, even Profound Sky Immortal Venerable and Heavenly Thunder Immortal Venerable no longer interfered. After all, these people had known Gu Bai for at least tens of thousands of years, so they naturally understood Gu Bai's character perfectly, he would never boast. Therefore, letting them not interfere and letting nature take its course was definitely the most beneficial thing for them. Time slowly flowed, and in the blink of an eye, 5,000 years passed. The sky is about to change. On the highest peak of Purple Micro Immortal Island, Gu Bai looked up at the starry sky. His eyes emitted mysterious blue starlight, and Gu Bai's pure white hair also turned light blue. At this moment, Gu Bai was operating the star observation secret technique, looking up at the starry sky to divine what would happen in the future. The star observation secret technique was originally not a very high-end divination secret method, but over the years, Gu Bai had been improving it. Under the expenditure of endless lifespan, after tens of thousands of years, this star observation secret technique had been refined by him into a top-tier divination secret method, even in the immortal realm. At this moment, in Gu Bai's vision, the sky was not a blue starry sky but a starry sky emitting a strange bloody color. Calamity chi filled the sky. Boundless slaughter. Looking at the stars in the sky, Gu Bai was speechless for a moment. Big brother, are you all right? Gu Bai, who was beside Gu Bai, saw this and didn't care about anything else, he quickly shook Gu Bai's body. I'm fine. After a long time, Gu Bai shook his head and said weakly. Peeking into the great calamity was not an easy task, he had just been mentally washed by the overwhelming calamity chi and almost became an idiot. No, or rather, Gu Bai had already been washed into an idiot just now, but his physique was special, and he recovered after a slight settling. Prepare, the great calamity will descend upon the cultivation world at midnight 28 days from now. At that time, calamity chi will permeate, and everyone, including Earth Immortal Realm cultivators, will become agitated and eager to kill. Gu Bai said in a low voice, and after speaking, he immediately began to prepare. First, naturally, was to find an enemy for Purple Micro Immortal Island, as all forces would inevitably be plunged into war once the great calamity erupted. This was a rule related to karma, even if your force had the best relationship with the nearby forces, you would always be drawn into war over minor issues. And even if you remained hidden, the members within your own sect force would start to kill each other due to the increasing murderous intent. Rather than passively taking blows, it was better to take the initiative to attack, therefore, Gu Bai had already chosen an enemy for Purple Micro Immortal Island tens of thousands of years ago. The enemy was Blazing Sun Immortal Island, located not far from Purple Micro Immortal Island. Its strength was slightly weaker than Purple Micro Immortal Islands, but not by too much, making it perfectly qualified as an enemy. After spending a few days dealing with Purple Micro Immortal Island's affairs, Gu Bai then took a teleportation array to the headquarters of the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance. And immediately, along with Ethereal Immortal Venerable, he began to arrange all the forces of the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance, preparing for a decisive battle with the fake Immortal Island Alliance. The fake Immortal Island Alliance was originally not a match for the Anti-Immortal Island Alliance. Gu Bai's original plan was for the fake Immortal Island Alliance to be destroyed and the Immortal Island Alliance to fall into civil war. However, what Gu Bai didn't expect was that he and Suemo were so capable. In tens of thousands of years, they had made the fake Immortal Island Alliance's scale of power not much different from the Anti-Immortal Island Alliances. But this also perfectly suited Gu Bai's intentions. The actual controllers of the fake Immortal Island Alliance were he and Suemo. As for Heaven Desolate Immortal Venerable, he had already been stripped of all power. And the actual controllers of the Immortal Island Alliance were he himself and Ethereal Immortal Venerable. If deliberately arranged, these two behemoths could perish together. At that time, the true Immortal Island Alliance would mix in, and he could use the power in his hands to arrange a suitable enemy for every member of the Immortal Island Alliance. In the most ideal state, eventually, except for the members of the true Immortal Island Alliance, all forces in the entire Northern Domain Archipelago should end up mutually wounded. Then the true Immortal Island Alliance would jump out and slaughter all remaining forces. In this way, the number of immortals on Purple Micro Immortal Island would at least decrease by more than 90%. Even immortals in the Earth Immortal Realm would suffer a 60 to 70% casualty rate. Gu Bai narrowed his eyes, looking at the simple map of the Northern Domain Archipelago before him. Tianese Immortal Island will oppose Beijian Immortal Island, and Yuanshan Immortal Island, though powerful, has recently fallen into decline, making it a suitable enemy to oppose Bengti Immortal Island. He took out chess pieces shaped like Immortal Islands, moving them casually as if playing chess. Every command Gu Bai gave concerned the life and death of an Immortal Island, hundreds of millions of cultivators, and countless living beings. At this moment, Gu Bai was still smiling, and his smile was still somewhat gentle, but it didn't feel warm. Instead, it gave a chilling sensation. Ethereal Immortal Venerable, who was beside Gu Bai, also felt a cold sweat. Should I kill Gu Bai now? Staring at Gu Bai's back, Ethereal Immortal Venerable suddenly had such a terrifying thought.